Jingle bell, tap that like today. Subscribe and share it fast, or I'll kidnap your bae. Smiling face with horns. Jingle bell, don't you dare delay. Hit that button now and everything's okay. Chapter 001. At noon, the dazzling sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves and woke Eaton up from his coma. Where am I? Eaton opened his eyes and looked around in confusion. Where's my camp? It cannot be said that the surrounding environment is exactly the same as before he fell into coma, it can only be said that it has nothing to do with it. Although he was still in the forest, the surrounding plants and terrain had all changed. Most importantly, even his camp was nowhere to be seen. Eaton remembered that he should have been in the tropical rainforest of Southeast Asia before he fell into coma. Why did I find myself in another forest after waking up? Eaton got up from the ground and sorted out his memories. His name is Eaton. He is not a foreigner, but his surname is Eaton. His occupation is a fruit hunter, as the name suggests, he is a hunter looking for fruits. But this is not a career similar to that of a supermarket fruit salesman. Fruit hunter travels around the world, dedicated to discovering all kinds of rare fruits and looking for the ones with the best taste. Wherever there are special fruits, they can be found. And Eaton is just such a fruit hunter. He previously discovered a strange-shaped fruit in the tropical rainforest of Southeast Asia. This fruit looks a bit like a cantaloupe, except it has a shark tooth-like crack on its surface. With its purple skin, it looks a bit like the piranha in Plants vs. Zombies. In addition, there are circles of spiral patterns on its skin. This reminded Eaton of the devil fruit in One Piece. After using instruments in the camp to determine that the fruit was not poisonous, Eaton ate it. Then a strange smell hit Eaton's forehead. The next moment, Eaton felt dizzy and fainted. Eaton's last thought before coma was, "Stupid sweetness tester. Stupid toxin detection analyzer. Is this the so-called sweetness level of 20 and it's not poisonous?" When he woke up again, he was already in this strange forest in front of him. Isn't it possible that I traveled through time? Eaton thought as he observed the surrounding environment. The reason for this thought was that this forest was completely different from the hot and humid tropical rainforest he had stayed in before. There are many plants in the forest that Eaton doesn't recognize, or has even seen. As a fruit hunter, he is also involved in botany, so logically speaking, this should not happen. It's impossible for him to discover the new world as soon as he wakes up, right? Gilyalu. The strong feeling of hunger in his stomach made Eaton temporarily stop thinking. Eaton endured his hunger and carefully began to explore this unfamiliar forest. Fortunately, he was lucky, and he heard the sound of the river before walking far. And from the sound of running water, you can tell that this river is quite large. I guess there should be a lot of fish. Eaton quickened his pace and walked towards the sound of running water. On the way, Eaton took out his multifunctional folding knife and chopped down a tree as thick as a baby's arm, and sharpened one end to use as a harpoon later. Looking at the wooden stick in his hand that he chopped down in twos and twos, Eaton wondered, when did my strength become stronger? Or are these trees actually very fragile? The next moment, the hunger in his belly once again urged Eaton to find food quickly. Eaton hurriedly took the wooden stick and ran to the river. This is a large river hundreds or thousands of meters wide, with lush and dense forests on both sides of the river. Eaton only had time to scan around to make sure there were no dangerous large animals around, and then he rushed impatiently towards the shallows of the river bank. In a moment, Eaton had a sturgeon-like fish about 1 meter long in his hand. I don't know why there are such big fish swimming in the shallows. Eaton didn't bother to think about this problem, so he took out the lighter in his trouser pocket and started grilling the fish. More than an hour later, Eaton dropped the fish bones in his hands and fell into thinking again. He felt something was wrong ever since he cut down the tree to make the harpoon. Afterwards, he was able to easily spear a fish over 1 meter long with a wooden stick, which confirmed Eaton's suspicion. His physical fitness had improved in all aspects, and it was not even a drop in the bucket. The amount of this improvement is at least several times. Not only that, his appetite has reached an exaggerated level. Just now, Eaton finished eating a whole 1 meter long fish without feeling full at all. So he went to the river and forked a fish of the same size. After eating both fish, Eaton still didn't feel full. But the hunger that almost stopped him from thinking before disappeared. Thinking of the fruit he ate before comatose, Eaton whispered, "Is that really a devil fruit? If it's true, combined with the appearance of the fruit and my state just now. So what I ate was Valpo's Tuntun fruit. And then I traveled to the world of One Piece." Eaton isn't sure yet. Because he didn't feel the slightest weakness when he stepped in the river just now. Or maybe what he ate was not a devil fruit, but simply because the fruit traveled to a strange world and his body was enhanced to a certain extent. Or maybe what he ate was indeed a devil fruit, but this is not the world of One Piece, and there is no sea tower stone factor. So water has no debilitating effect on him. Thinking of the power of this fruit in One Piece, Eaton decided to give it a try. Those with the ability to swallow fruit can eat anything and turn it into a part of the body, or synthesize new things. So the way to determine whether you have eaten a devil fruit is very simple, just eat something that ordinary people cannot eat. Thinking of this, Eaton took out a lighter and prepared to perform the unique trick of biting the lighter with one hand. When the lighter was put to his mouth, Eaton realized that he was not one of those ruthless guys after all, and he couldn't stop talking. Eaton decided to choose a more secure confirmation method. He put down the lighter, went to the river bank, took off his clothes, and soaked himself in the water. Since Tuntun fruit can turn the food it eats into a part of my body, then it should be possible to turn the fish I just ate into a part of my body, right? As Eaton thought about this, his body gradually began to change. Chapter 002. Moments later, the features of fish gills appeared on the sides of Eaton's chin, and webs appeared between his fingers and toes. In addition, there are also fins on the arms and calves. I'm sure, this is the Tuntun fruit. After Eaton said this, he jumped into the water excitedly. With the characteristics of a fish, he doesn't have to worry about floating up for air. He can swim freely in the river and enjoy the beautiful scenery of the river bottom that he can't usually see. Although this river is relatively fast, its bottom is very clear. Under the afternoon sun, the river bottom was rippled, and Eaton could even see water monkeys swimming towards him. Etc. Water monkey. Eaton rubbed his eyes in disbelief to make sure that his eyes were not hallucinating due to the waterproof film covering the fish eyes. Confirmed, there is indeed a water monkey in front of him. This water monkey has slender hands and feet with sharp claws. Like Eaton, its hands and feet are webbed and its chin has gills. It has the same body shape as a monkey, but its mouth is full of sharp teeth. Its eyes have no pupils and are entirely composed of the whites of the eyes, and are covered with dense long black hair. If ordinary people don't pay attention, they will just think that it is a bunch of water plants floating in the water, which is very deceptive. Perhaps realizing that Eaton had discovered him, the water monkey stopped pretending to be a water plant and accelerated like a sharp arrow, rushing straight towards Eaton. When Eaton saw this, he turned around and ran, swimming quickly towards the shore. As for the idea of rushing up and fighting with it, Eaton had no idea at all. He had just arrived and didn't know what world he was in. Wouldn't he be seeking death if he rushed forward to fight an unknown creature? Who knows what the strength of that water monkey is? What if it has some superpower or magic? Eaton is now an ordinary person with relatively good physical fitness, and his ability to swallow fruits has not yet been developed. So it's better to play it safe. With no mishap, Eaton managed to get ashore before the water monkey caught up with him. The water monkey stopped in the water, looking annoyed. Obviously the shore is not its home ground. Eaton did not stop after landing. He picked up his clothes and ran away from the shore. Eaton made the right decision. Because the water monkey became so angry that he spit out several water arrows in the direction of Eaton. Due to the distance, Eaton was not hit. When Eaton turned around and saw this scene, he took a deep breath and was filled with joy. Even though the water arrow spit out by the water monkey lost its strength, it still dug a half-meter deep hole in the ground. If he was shot, he would have to deal with it today. Seeing the water monkey staring directly at him in the shallows, Eaton snorted and turned around to leave. Humph, 30 years in the east of Hedong and 30 years in the west of Hexi, don't bully the young man. Having said this, Eaton suddenly remembered that he was in his 20s and about to enter his third year of life. Eaton silently took back what he wanted to say next. It's just a water monkey, there's no need to speak harshly to it. When he becomes stronger, give it to the shark when you find an opportunity. Knock out all the monkey brains and make barbecue. Eaton returned to the forest and relied on his own experience of walking in the forest to find a relatively safe place to sit down and start thinking. What is certain now is that he did eat the Tuntun fruit and traveled to a strange world. After all, the original Earth did not have water monkeys that could spit water arrows. If there was, Teacher Xiaoyang would have discovered it long ago. If Teacher Xiaoyang knew there was a water monkey here, he would probably come running over with his nunchucks, right? Eaton joked to himself and then started planning what to do next. The first is the development of Tuntun fruit, which is the foundation for him to settle down in this strange world. After all, the only thing he can rely on now is his ability to swallow fruits. Thinking of this, Eaton suddenly realized a question: why does Tuntun fruit appear on the earth? And the Tuntun fruit he ate seems to be stronger than the one in the original work. As a possessor of the ability to swallow fruits, Eaton is vaguely aware that the reason why his physical fitness has improved so much is because the tunnel fruits swallowed up the excess fat in Eaton's body while he was sleeping, and converts these swallowed fats into energy, which is used to adjust and strengthen his physical fitness. This is an ability that Valpo never had in One Piece. This is why Eaton feels so hungry when he wakes up. In addition, Eaton can feel that the ability to swallow fruits fits him very well. This can be seen from his ability to easily use the Tuntun fruit just now. You must know that many people with fruit abilities will stop at the initial use of fruit abilities in their lifetime. If these people knew that Eaton had caught up with their lifetime progress in an instant, they would be so ashamed that they would want to commit suicide, right? As for why Tuntun fruit appears on the earth, Eaton thought of what he saw in the One Piece manga some time ago, Vegapunk's introduction to the nature of devil fruit. Devil fruits are essentially someone's wish and dream for the possibility of human evolution. Each ability represents what a certain person or group of people hopes they can become. Maybe the devil fruit Eaton ate was born out of the dreams and hopes of some people on Earth? If this is true, it can also explain why the Tuntun fruit he ate is more powerful than Valpo's. Some fans have calculated the population of the One Piece world. In a world view where the celestial dragons were exploited and pirates burned, killed, and looted, even a large country like Alabasta only had a population of 10 million. The total number of people in the entire world is estimated to be only a few 100 million. The population of the Earth before Eaton traveled was more than 7 billion. With a large population base, there are more dreams and hopes related to Tuntun fruit. In addition, the existence of One Piece anime and manga affects some people's ideas, so it is not incomprehensible that the Tuntun fruit he eats is more powerful. I just don't know if there will be other devil fruits born on Earth. If so, will those lucky people who eat devil fruits travel to this world like him? Thinking of this, Eaton suddenly began to miss his hometown on Earth, which he would most likely never be able to return to. Chapter 003. After missing his hometown for a moment, Eaton continued to think about his next plan. The development of Tuntun fruit should be given top priority. At least to the extent of being invincible in this forest. In addition, the second goal is to search for the location of nearby human settlements. After ensuring that you have a certain ability to protect yourself, try to contact the humans in this world to find out what kind of world you have traveled to. These are the next two things Eaton will do. But the first priority is to find something to eat. After the exercise just now, the two fish Eaton had eaten before had been consumed by him. Of course, the more important reason is the ability to swallow fruits. Eaton feels that his physical fitness is stronger than before. With the ability to swallow fruits, Eaton's exploration of this strange forest became much bolder. Eaton would not let go of any creature in the forest that he thought was edible and that he could defeat. Anyway, even if it is poisonous, he can eliminate it from the body through the ability to swallow the fruit. After a month like this, Eaton's whole person has undergone earth-shaking changes. These changes all stem from his development of the Tuntun fruit. Although Valpo's Tuntun fruit also has spatial abilities, it is more reflected in synthesis. Synthesize what you eat and spit it out, or turn it into a part of your body. Eaton did not develop the Tuntun fruit exactly as Valpo did. He developed the space ability to swallow the fruit into a stomach pouch space inside his body. Without contact with the outside world, the entire space is completely at a standstill in time. Eaton can store everything it eats into the stomach pouch space and synthesize various items in this space. When needed, various items in the stomach pouch space will merge with his body, and Eaton can exert the abilities of the items. When no longer needed, the fused items will return to the stomach pouch space, waiting for Eaton's next call. Of course, various items in the stomach pouch space can also be taken out again. Eaton is very pleased with this capability. This way he wouldn't have to have a tin cylindrical chin like Valpo. After all, whether he is strong or not is only temporary and will change as he develops his fruit abilities. But whether you are handsome or not is a lifelong matter. Due to the strong digestion and absorption ability of Tuntun fruit, Eaton specially divided a special area in the stomach pouch space, used to store the various creatures he hunted these days. To prevent yourself from starving due to rapid digestion. Although after developing the ability of the fruit, Eaton can already control the speed of food digestion by swallowing the fruit. But this speed of digestion resulted in a continuous strengthening of his physical fitness. Therefore, Eaton did not control it, but allowed Tuntun fruit to develop freely. The basic ability of this fruit that does not exist in the original One Piece. Eaton also figured out its specific effects. The first is the ability to digest quickly. This ability only works on nutritious food. Eaton has already tried it, and eating dirt won't work. The digested food will be converted into life energy with extremely high efficiency to strengthen Eaton's physical fitness. Not only that, the food eaten by Eaton seems to have omitted the synthesis process. As long as Eaton wants, he can imbue himself with some of the characteristics of a creature he has eaten at any time. For example, after eating the 2 fish he first ate, Eaton gained the ability to breathe in water. Even the hands and feet can grow webs and fins. It is as if this digestive ability perfectly replaces the process of integration with the body. Unfortunately, it can only digest nutritious food. Otherwise, Eaton would like to test how much objects such as soil and steel can strengthen his body. Although items such as earth and steel cannot fundamentally strengthen Eaton's body, they can still be used as auxiliary reinforcements. Using the synthetic ability of the Tuntun fruit, Eaton turned the soil into a part of his body. And with the existence of stomach pouch space, he can store a large amount of soil. Although the soil after leaving the body cannot be controlled, there is no problem in using the soil to be immune to physical attacks, or letting the soil withstand physical attacks. It is equivalent to a low-end version of a person with soil fruit abilities. With this method, there are few beings in the entire forest who can harm Eaton. Even the water monkey at the beginning was killed by Eaton using this method. Although the soil becomes sticky and loose when it enters the water, which makes Eaton very uncomfortable. But it also makes it harder for the water monkey to hurt Eaton. As for why not replace the soil with water and directly transform it into water element? That's because it doesn't work. There are 2 ways to incorporate water into your body. One is to fill the inside of the body with water like a balloon. If you do that, Eaton will actually turn into a balloon. The other is to completely integrate water with the body, including body skin. This approach would literally turn Eaton into a puddle. He had only preliminary developed the Tuntun fruit, and he was not sure that it would be able to return to its original state after being turned into a puddle of water. Not to mention fighting water monkeys in the water. What if the fast river swept him away? So Eaton used dirt instead. With a large amount of soil in the stomach space, Eaton used himself as bait. When the water monkey approached him, he transformed into a clay giant and crushed the water monkey to death with a slap. After killing the water monkey, Eaton fulfilled his previous vow. Not only were its brains knocked out for barbecue, but its body was also spared. Of course, Eaton was a little scared to let him eat such a humanoid creature. He could also eat the monkey brain as a pig brain, but the water monkey itself made Eaton unable to eat it. So Eaton chose another way to eat it, with his hands. To be precise, it is connected to the stomach pouch space through the opening of the palm, and it is swallowed directly. This is also the development of Eaton's ability to swallow fruits. Referring to the ninja artist Diodera, he can open a mouth connected to the stomach pouch space at any part of the body and swallow external objects into the stomach pouch space. This is the ability that Eaton came up with after eating dirt for a long time and his mouth was filled with the smell of dirt. Eaton calls it the mouth of gluttony. The gluttony mouth can grow or shrink according to how much Eaton consumes energy, which greatly facilitates Eaton's eating. Chapter 004. The mouth of gluttony has no sense of taste and is directly connected to the stomach pouch space. It's okay even if Eaton swallows the whole animal alive in one bite. The digestive ability of the swallowed fruit will only absorb nutritious substances, and those non-nutritious things like animal hair will remain in the stomach pouch space. Then just spit it out through the mouth of gluttony. With this ability, Eaton did not skip the process of making fire. Eating 3 meals a day has become a habit, and life still needs a sense of ritual. What's more, sometimes lighting a fire to cook will attract some powerful beasts. These beasts are the best punching bags that Eaton uses to familiarize himself with his powers. Moreover, if you kill it, you can roast it and eat it to strengthen your body. Maybe it can attract more powerful beasts. It is indeed an infinite loop. At this time, Eaton was roasting a bear paw as big as his head. This was the food he hunted this morning, a bear the size of a van. Being able to hunt such a large amount of food was thanks to the water monkey at the beginning. After swallowing the fruit and digesting the water monkey, Eaton understood why the water monkey could spit out water arrows. It turns out that the water monkey has a special organ in its mouth that can compress water into sharp arrows and shoot them out. Eaton, who swallowed the water monkey, also has this ability. He can transform the organ in his mouth and spit out water arrows. This is equivalent to mastering long-range attack methods. After acquiring this ability, Eaton divided an area in the stomach pouch space specifically for storing water. To ensure that you have enough arrows. The emergence of water arrows enriched Eaton's hunting methods. As Eaton's physical fitness continues to improve, the beasts in the forest seem to realize that Eaton is not easy to mess with. Some beasts with keen instincts turned around and ran away after encountering Eaton, never giving Eaton a chance to rush forward and fight in close quarters. At this time, the importance of long-range attack capabilities is reflected. Using the ability of water arrows, Eaton directly pierced the black bear's head from a distance. After killing the bear, Eaton chopped off its front paw to taste it. Although it may not be delicious, Eaton still wants to try it. As for the rest of the black bear, Eaton threw it directly into the stomach space. Seeing that it was almost done, Eaton grabbed the bear's paw and put it in his mouth. With his current physical condition, he can completely ignore the problem of burning his mouth. The paws of this unknown black bear were more delicious than Eaton expected. The meat is firm, elastic, very tough and chewy. Although it lacks some flavor due to the lack of seasonings, the oil itself has a unique flavor. Eaton was chewing meat and thinking about something in his mind. It's time to leave this forest. Most of the wild beasts in the forest now run away when they see him. This shows that with his current strength, there should be no problem walking out of this forest. After all, humans are social creatures. There was no one in the entire forest who could communicate, and Eaton was afraid that he would forget how to speak if he stayed here any longer. While Eaton was thinking this, a creature that looked like a frog fell from the sky. The reason why it is said to be suspicious is because apart from its appearance, it has nothing to do with frogs. Whose frog is 2 or 3 stories tall, has chest muscles, 8-pack abs, and is covered in tendons. Eaton believes it is the toad of Mt. Mayaboku. Just now he was thinking that it would be no problem to get out of the forest with his own strength, but then he turned around and this big frog jumped out. Isn't this a slap in his face? Eaton stood up angrily and swallowed the remaining bear paw, then turned and ran away. Just look at the size of this big frog and you know it's not easy to mess with. Only a fool would engage in close combat with it. Unfortunately, Eaton forgot one thing, this big frog fell from the sky. Although it can't fly, it bounces very fast. The big frog took off and landed in front of Eaton again. Eaton then ran in other directions, but no matter which direction he ran, he would be caught up by the big frog before he ran very far. Eaton finally figured it out. This big frog didn't attack even after catching up with him. It was obviously toying with him and draining his energy. Wait until you are exhausted before eating. Eaton's face turned cold. You really think I'm a weakling, don't you? With a thought, bear characteristics appeared on his body. This is due to the ability of the black bear Eaton just ate. In addition, his nails turned into steel-like claws. This is the result of Eaton incorporating the multifunctional folding knife he carries around into his nails. Eaton felt that it was not safe enough, so he fused a large amount of thick soil on the surface of his body to strengthen his defense. After doing all this, Eaton took the lead and attacked the big frog first. 1 second the big frog was still confused by Eaton's changes, and the next second Eaton's attack had already come to it. Eaton opened his hands and reached for the big frog's heart. Eaton originally wanted to tear open the big frog's chest and directly hurt its heart. However, the muscles on the big frog are as strong as rocks. Moreover, the mucus on the surface of the big frog also has a corrosive effect, and the parts of Eaton's hands that come into contact with it are constantly being corroded. Eaton had no choice but to claw instead of tearing and dig out a piece of meat from the big frog. This piece of meat is the size of a head, but it is insignificant compared to the big frog that is 2 or 3 stories high. Even so, the big frog still made a loud and painful sound, which made Eaton's eardrums hurt. The angry big frog slapped Eaton, sending him flying dozens of meters. Eaton broke several large trees along the way. If it weren't for the mud as a defense, he would have broken at least a few ribs this time. Eaton got up from the ground and glanced at his hands. Although the corrosion is serious, it is not a big problem. The ability to swallow the fruit is activated, swallowing the corroded parts into the stomach pouch space to reshape it. A moment later a pair of brand new steel claws appeared again. In addition, Eaton did not let go of the meat he had just taken from the big frog. Eaton swallowed it into his stomach space. After a quick digestion, the damage to the internal organs caused by the previous impact was repaired, and Eaton returned to his full strength. His physical fitness has even improved a bit. It seems that this big frog is very rich in life energy. Just a piece of meat can have an effect on Eaton. Chapter 005. Eaton raised his head and looked at the big frog not far away, his eyes full of passion after seeing delicious food. If he swallows this big guy, he should be invincible in this forest, right? As soon as this idea arose in Eaton's mind, he immediately dismissed it. It's better not to set flags randomly. What if something stronger than the big frog pops up later? Eaton put aside the thoughts in his mind and began to focus on the battle with the big frog in front of him. Of course, it is said to be a battle, but in fact it is the process of him constantly avoiding the slap attacks of the big frog. The big frog has been irritated by Eaton and begins to attack Eaton actively. All Eaton could do was avoid the big frog's attack while waiting for an opportunity to dig out a piece of meat from its body. As well as using the ability to spit water arrows from the mouth to cause some piercing damage to the big frog. This is the hardest battle Eaton has experienced since coming into this world. One person and one frog fought for more than 2 hours, and until noon, there was still no winner. But the difference is that although Eaton looks a little embarrassed, he is still in high spirits. Even the aura on his body was stronger. The big frog was covered in blood and had wounds all over his body. Even the tendon meat all over the body was cut off by Eaton in several pieces. At this time, Big Frog already had the intention to retreat. The instinct of the beast tells it that the human in front of it has become stronger. So it slapped Eaton away, then turned and ran away. How could Eaton, who was aware of the big frog's intentions, just let it go? Eaton skillfully climbed up from the ground and chased straight towards the big frog. During the more than 2 hours of fighting, in addition to accumulating combat experience, Eaton was also thinking about ways to kill the big frog. During the battle, Eaton shot through its heart, but it was still alive and kicking. I don't know what kind of creature this is, but its heart is not its weakness. Considering that it looks like a frog, maybe it can be killed by destroying the brain and spinal cord. Just then the big frog turned around and ran away, putting the back of his head in front of Eaton. Due to the scars on his body and the fact that several muscles were dug out by Eaton, the big frog's movement speed has slowed down a lot. Eaton took the opportunity to accelerate and quickly caught up with it. He jumped up, and the sharp claws in his hands turned into metal spearheads and stabbed straight towards the big frog. Unexpectedly, the big frog suddenly turned its head 180 degrees, opened its mouth and shot out its tongue. It wasn't until this moment that Eaton realized that the big frog's escape was just an illusion. It deliberately exposed its flaws to lure him closer, in order to give itself a fatal blow with its tongue, which it had never used in the entire battle. In desperation, Eaton twisted around desperately in the air. Even so, the big frog's tongue still penetrated most of his body. Fortunately, his actions just now allowed him to avoid the vital points of his heart and head. The severe pain made Eaton almost lose his mind. With his last sanity, Eaton frantically activated the water arrow shooting organ in his mouth, using all his strength to compress the water in the stomach pouch space to the extreme in an instant. Then he spit out the big frog's eyes. The big frog's head was completely unable to move with its tongue still stuck on Eaton's body. Eaton's water arrow shot directly from its eye and penetrated its entire head. The big frog fell down at the sound, and the nerves in his body were still twitching. Eaton ignored it and instead used his full power to swallow the fruit to swallow his injured part along with most of his body. Then use the ability of synthesis to fill your own wounds. When the wound was completely repaired, Eaton had lost a lot of weight and looked like a tall and thin bamboo pole. Although Tuntun repaired his wound, this approach was equivalent to tearing down the east wall to repair the west wall. The lost flesh and blood had been corroded by the mucus on the big frog's tongue and had not been replaced. To replenish and restore the state, a large amount of life energy needs to be replenished. And it just so happens that Eaton has an excellent supplement right in front of it. Eaton turned his attention to the dead big frog in front of him. The current situation is obviously not suitable for lighting a fire for cooking. So after recovering a little strength, Eaton opened his gluttonous mouth with all his strength and swallowed the big frog into the stomach space. After doing all this, Eaton collapsed on the ground and gasped for air. He was now like a python that struggled to eat a whole sheep, and he didn't want to move at all. Sure enough, it's still too swollen. Thinking back to the previous battle, Eaton couldn't help but sigh. Because the existence of Tuntun fruit made him feel that he had the power to protect himself, he felt that taking down this big frog would not be a problem. The price of his contempt was that he ignored the offensive ability of the frog's tongue and almost died from it. Eaton took a big breath of air, and while surviving the disaster, he warned himself that he must not take the battle lightly in the future. Unfortunately, some people don't seem to want to let Eaton rest. A rustling sound came from the grass not far away. A moment later, a team of more than a dozen people appeared in front of Eaton. These people were heavily armed and armed with firearms. Although they looked well equipped, Eaton didn't think they looked like an army. These people do not have the temperament of soldiers. The leader observed the traces left by the battle between Eaton and the big frog, and then asked Eaton, "Boy, do you know what happened here?" This person asked in Nyan language. Eaton, who travels around the world in search of exotic fruits all year round, has also dabbled in Nyan language. Not to say proficient, but basic communication is not a problem. "I don't know, I just got here too." Eaton wasn't telling the truth. Telling the truth will do him no good, not to mention that this group of people doesn't seem to be a good person. Eaton is not sure whether his current physical fitness can avoid the damage caused by firearms, so it is better to be vigilant. "Can you tell me where the nearby city is?" Faced with Eaton's questions, the leader did not answer. Instead, he said to his companion next to him, "Let's go. It seems that the muscular tree frog has just finished hunting here. Let's go to the front and see if we can find more information." The companion on the side asked, "Brother, what should I do with this person?" Chapter 006. Eaton was just about to comment on what the hell the muscular tree frog was called. As a result, the next moment I heard the leader say contemptuously, "It's just a savage, kill him." Eaton did not expect that this group of people would be so unreasonable and kill people when they were told. Fortunately, he had just experienced the big frog incident and was always vigilant. When the man said this, Eaton decided to preemptively strike. With his extraordinary physical fitness, Eaton knocked everyone unconscious in just a few seconds, leaving only the guy who just asked the question. Even the firearms on their bodies were removed by Eaton and thrown aside. After doing all this, Eaton came to the only person who was not unconscious with a pistol. "Now, I'll ask you questions, you know." "You, who are you?" The man didn't answer Eaton, but wailed and took a few steps back, trying to get away from Eaton. "If you move again I will break your legs." Faced with Eaton's threat, the man stopped. "You are not qualified to ask questions. Now, I will ask you to answer, do you understand?" Eaton repeated the words with a sneer, and the man nodded repeatedly. "What is your name?" The man said weakly, Sarah Flossie." "Very good." Eaton nodded with satisfaction, and then asked, "Where is this place? What is the name of the nearby city? What is its location?" "This is Mount Beer. The nearby city is called Yorkshire. It is northeast of Mount Beer. What is your purpose here?" Sarah hesitated. "Sir, I can't say this, otherwise my elder brother will kill me." Eaton raised his hand and shot the leader. "Now that your eldest brother is gone, tell me." Eaton frowned calmly. This was his first time killing someone, and he felt a little uncomfortable psychologically. What he didn't know was that because he didn't control his strength well, the person lying on the ground had actually died completely. Sierra noticed this. His brothers' chests had stopped rising and falling, and they were obviously in danger. For the sake of her own life, Sierra quickly revealed their purpose. It turns out that he is affiliated with a gang called Nissla. The scale of this gang is not large, but their boss is very ambitious. In order to expand the scale of the gang, their boss Right Nissla is ready to do something big. So Right Nissla focused on the business of smuggling rare animals. The so-called rare animals are equivalent to endangered and rare animals on the earth. They were rare, and some body parts were extremely valuable among the wealthy for various reasons. The muscular tree frog that Sarah's elder brother talked about before was their target this time. This muscular tree frog is said to have aphrodisiac effects that are visible to the naked eye, so it is highly sought after by the wealthy. In fact, the big frog Eaton encountered before was a so-called muscular tree frog. However, he did not feel any visible effects after eating the muscular tree frog. "Just a warm feeling in my lower abdomen. Maybe it's because he is very strong?" Eaton didn't worry too much about this. He will find out if it is useful and give it a try later. In contrast, he wanted to know what kind of world he had traveled to. Next question, what's so special about Yorkshire? Facing Eaton's question, Sierra was obviously stunned for a moment. Then he replied, "If we have to talk about features, does the auction in early September every year count?" It was the largest auction in the world, attended by at least 50,000 people every year. In addition, there will also be underground auctions organized by the 10 old men on the gang side. "Wait a minute, who were you talking about just now?" 10 old men. Eaton raised his eyebrows, as if he heard a familiar term. And Sarah's next words confirmed his suspicion. "Yes, the 10 old men. They are the 10 leaders of gangs around the world. They are the gang leaders of 10 regions in 6 continents." Last question, does your boss have a daughter named Nyan? The range of Eaton's questions was so wide that it left Sarah confused. But he still nodded, "Yes, sir." After confirming this matter, Eaton has completely understood the world he traveled through. Hunter. Eaton was also considered a half-Hunter fan before he traveled through time. There is no denying that this is an excellent work from character to narrative. But the key is that the author of the manga, Togashi Latif, has not finished it yet. From the beginning in 2006 until Eaton's time travel, Hunter. Almost once a year. In the end, the weekly update format was simply cancelled, and the end was nowhere in sight. The latest Dark Continent chapter is still stuck in the royal succession battle. The 2 protagonists have been offline for a long time, and Kula Pika has transformed into the male lead. Eaton has also complained to netizens on the internet before that if this continues, he may not be able to see the Dark Continent even if the old thief Togashi retires. As a result, things were unpredictable, and now he traveled directly to the Hunter world. It is not impossible to see the Dark Continent with your own eyes. Eaton suddenly realized that the Yorkshire in Sarah's mouth should actually be called Ukexan. The two have the same pronunciation in Nyan, so he didn't react at first. Otherwise, he should have recognized this famous city in the Hunter world. After learning that this was the world of Hunter, Eaton changed his mind. He originally wanted Sira to take him to Yukizan, but Eaton has given up on this idea now. Yukizan can be said to be a gangster city, a place jointly controlled by 10 old men. Eaton doesn't believe it if there are nonin in this city. For his own safety, Eaton decided to avoid this place first. As for where to go next, the Nissla family is a good choice. Eaton asked Sarah that the current time is 1986, 13 years away from 1999, when the plot begins. At this time, the Nissla family is just a small local leader, currently operating in Lufab, a city near Yukizan. Right, Nissla's daughter Nyan is only 4 years old now, and her innate trait Nyan, which can predict what will happen within the next month, has not yet awakened. It would be a good choice to take her into your own hands at this time. What's more, Eaton is now a gangster, and he needs to use the power of the gang to create a new identity for himself. Chapter 007. After determining his goal, Eaton asked Sira to take him to see their boss. But he had to pack his things before leaving. Originally, he had nothing to deal with. He was all alone, and even his clothes were damaged in the previous battle with the muscular tree frog. But Nijozela and the others sent him a batch of equipment. At this time, Eaton also discovered that all the people on the ground were dead. With the idea of not wasting anything, Eaton took off the clothes of a person of similar size to him, put them on, and swallowed all their equipment into his stomach. With these equipment, he can now also play a guest role as a weapon fruit user. Eaton does this without any pretense. Seeing this scene, Sira realized that the man in front of her was an out-and-out monster. For the sake of his own life, his attitude towards Eaton became more and more respectful. So he agreed to Eaton's request without hesitation. He was still smart enough to know that he actually had no choice. He just hoped that Eaton would keep his promise and spare his life after meeting his boss. Eaton was led by Sarah to their camp at the edge of the forest. Eaton didn't let go of the equipment here either, and put them all into the stomach bag space. Maybe there will be a chance to use it in the future. Anyway, Eaton's stomach pouch space is large enough, and it's still expanding. Although he doesn't know why, it is always a good thing for him. On the way to the Nissla family, Eaton was extremely grateful that he had spared Sira's life. Otherwise, he might not even be able to find his way to the city on his own. It's not because he is a fool and doesn't know the way. Mainly because Eaton is illiterate. To be precise, I don't know the words of this world. Although the universal language of the Hunter world is Nyan, the universal text is not. The old thief Togashi was creative when he was creating comics. He created a unique universal text for the Hunter world based on the 50th syllables of Nyan language. Eaton has already read it. Although there are some traces of 50 tones in these words, he can't understand any of them. In order not to be regarded as illiterate by others in the future, Eaton had to ask Sarah to teach him Hunter's common writing. Anyway, you won't be bored along the way. Just when Eaton went to Lufabu, among Lufabu's Nissla family, right, Nissla, the boss of the family, was in his prime and ambitious to climb up the ladder. He put more energy into his career, so he did not stay with his daughter. At this time, Nyan, who was only 4 years old, was watching TV at home. Behind her was Arissa, Right's new maid to take care of her daughter. What was shown on the TV was a divination program. The host of the show is a fortune teller who claims to be the grandmother of the Milky Way. Divination exists to make people who are trying to live in this world happy. So I only try to predict bad things, so that everyone will pray and work hard not to become like that. When Yanhee's grandmother said these words, Xiao Niang's eyes were filled with light of expectation and longing. In fact, Yanhee's grandmother didn't have any real information, she was just making money in the name of divination. In a few years he might even go to jail for fraud. The innocent little Nyang didn't know this. She just thought that the ability of divination was very powerful, and she also wanted to have this ability. In Nyang's desire, invisible thoughts flowed out of her body, gradually forming a strange light green thought beast. Anyone who knows how to use condensation can see that it has a head the size of a wash basin and a pair of small wings on its head. It has squinting eyes, flaming red lips and a big mouth. and has no limbs like a caterpillar. It is attached to Nyang's right hand. The function of this mind beast is that when the divination subject writes down the name, either pen name or stage name, date of birth, and blood type on a piece of paper, the mind beast will put Nyang into unconsciousness and guide her to write on the same piece of paper. Divinations are written on it. Divination texts can predict what will happen to the object of divination within the next month. The only limitation is that Nyan himself cannot predict his own future, and he cannot read the divination texts he has written. This is Nyan's trait type. The trait system is different from the other 5 systems. The abilities of the trait system are usually mysterious and unpredictable, and Nyan is usually directly formed. Of course, there are also many capable people who need to supplement their abilities through acquired practice. In addition, occasionally there will be cases where the character is converted from other lines into a trait line due to acquired efforts. Everything is possible. Kurapika in the manga is somewhere in between the latter two. Unlike Kurapika, Nyan falls into the first category of geniuses. And he is a genius among geniuses. Normally, there are almost 0 people who can use mindfulness without any practice. However, some great artists in the hunter world will have traces of Nyan Chi remaining in their works. These remaining thoughts sometimes give their works some special abilities. Therefore, these great artists are usually called geniuses, rulers, superpowers, supermen, immortals, weirdos, etc. It can be seen from this that although Nyan's situation cannot be said to be unparalleled in the world, he is at least the world's first-class genius. Even though Nyan, who possesses the Nyan beast, doesn't know what Nyan is. He even couldn't see the mind beast because he didn't know how to use condensation. But as the master of the Nyan beast, she can sense the existence of the Nyan beast and understand its function the moment it appears. So she happily gave it the original name in the comics, Angel's Automatic Notes. Just when Nyan was happily looking for someone to test her new abilities, Right happened to return home. "Dad, you're back!" Little Nyan happily threw herself into Right's arms. "Hey! Dad is back! Did Xiao Niang behave like you did today?" Right also smiled and hugged Niang. "I'm obedient." Xiao Niang smiled and nodded, "And I also learned a new ability from TV." Unknowingly, Nyan thought she learned Nyan from TV. "Oh? What kind of ability is it? Can you let Dad see it?" Right still loves Niang very much. Although he is usually busy with gang affairs, he never forgets to care for his daughter when he returns home. He was quite curious about the new ability that Niang mentioned. Chapter 008. "Dad, it's divination." Nyan ran into her room, took out paper and pen, placed them in front of Right and said, "As long as Dad writes his name, blood type, and date of birth on a piece of paper, Niang can divine his future." The waxy voice of a 4-year-old child is really unconvincing. Right only thought that Niang wanted to play with him. But he was also happy with it. So Right took the paper and pen and wrote his own message on it according to Niang's instructions. "Okay, so what will Niang do next?" "The rest will be left to Niang." Niang took back the paper and pen from Right's hand and placed them in front of her. The next moment, Right saw Niang's eyes lose focus and her whole person entered a state of unconsciousness. The pen in his hand is writing something on the paper. After a moment, Niang stopped moving in her hand and handed it directly to Right without looking at the content on the paper. Right took the paper and found that there were several lines of prophetic poetry neatly written on it. "The tree of gluttony has sprouted. He decided to put down roots here. How you treat it depends on your choice. But be sure not to swing your axe at him. The growth of the tree is unstoppable. If you choose to be attached, climbing up will become an easy task. Even the scenery at the top of the world. It's not impossible to have a look." After reading this, Right's smile disappeared and his face was replaced with a solemn expression. Niang is only 4 years old this year and has not yet reached school age. Although he told the maid at home to teach Niang how to write. But he didn't think that Niang could write such words alone. Thinking of the enemies he had recently made due to developing a gang, Right felt that this was a warning letter sent to him by someone through the hands of Niang. Sensing something was wrong with Right's expression, Niang asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Right smiled, Can you tell Dad who taught you to write this? Nyan shook her head. No, Nyan learned this from TV. What did he learn from television? Wright said he did not believe such ridiculous things. Did Miss have contact with anyone today? Or did you teach Miss this thing? Wright shook the paper in his hand and asked Arissa, the maid on the side. Master, Miss has been watching TV all day today and has not come into contact with any strangers. And this has nothing to do with me. Sensing Wright's suspicious gaze, Arissa quickly defended, if you don't believe me, you can watch the surveillance. As a gang leader, in order to ensure his own safety, most places in Nissla's home are equipped with surveillance cameras. At this time, Nyan also heard that her father did not believe her. Humph! Doesn't Dad believe Nyan? As Nyan said this, she walked up to Arissa and protected her. No, no. Wright waved his hands repeatedly, but in order to prove that she didn't lie, let's go and check the surveillance together, okay? Nyan nodded and said, okay. But if it is proven that Arissa did not lie, my father will apologize to her. In addition to being her maid, Arissa is also her playmate. Unlike other maids, Arissa still has a certain status in Nyan's heart. Okay, okay, Daddy promises you. Wright agreed casually. The surveillance results he saw next were beyond Wright's expectations. Arissa didn't lie, Nyan really watched TV all day today. Wright has also confirmed the content of the TV. It is just an ordinary divination program. It has nothing to do with what Nyan wrote. It was as if she had actually suddenly learned fortune-telling from television. Moreover, Nyan's state when writing was not right either. Even though his eyes were unfocused, he wrote neatly written sentences. Before, Wright thought that Nyan was just pretending to be playful. Now Wright realizes that Nyang may have entered some mysterious state at that time. Of course, Wright still had doubts about the so-called divination prophecies. It's not that he doesn't trust his daughter. But this thing is so ridiculous that he can't believe it without being able to contact Nyan. Just when Wright was about to let Nyan try again to see if she could write similar specious words, the housekeeper of the Nissla family walked in. Sir, Sierra is here with a stranger. Sierra? Wasn't he sent with Langdon to find the muscular tree frog? Is there any news? It took Wright a few seconds to remember Sarah, the younger member of the gang. And the Langdon he was talking about was the unlucky guy who was accidentally killed by Eaton and took a shot. Tell him to report something to the gang station tomorrow. I don't have time to see him now. Wright waved his hands impatiently. He hasn't figured out his daughter's situation yet, so how can he bother to meet an unknown little brother? The old housekeeper bowed slightly when he heard this, and then walked out. Not long after, the sounds of fighting and a few sporadic gunshots were heard outside the door. Wright was so frightened that he thought his opponent was coming, and quickly asked Arissa to hide with Nyan. As a result, the sound returned to calmness shortly after. Just when Wright was hesitating whether to take Nyan and run away through the secret passage, the door opened again. You said you are so old, why are you so impulsive? I didn't want to kill people at first, but now it's fine. You've lost a lot of men in vain. Eaton walked in with the old housekeeper in one hand, followed by Sierra who was so frightened that she broke into a cold sweat. Seeing Wright sitting on the sofa in the living room, Eaton confirmed. Light Nissla. It's me. What did you want to do when you broke into my house? After all, Wright is a capable and ambitious gang leader, and he still has the determination to stay calm in times of crisis. But while speaking, his hand had silently touched the gun at his waist. Eaton explained calmly, actually, I don't want to break in. I came to see you for something, but your housekeeper told me that you don't want to see guests today. I asked him to help inform one more time. He refused and asked your little brothers to drive me away. I had no choice but to break in. Oh, by the way, I didn't control my strength just now and accidentally killed several of your younger brothers. Hope you do not mind. Eaton looked apologetic when he said this. He really didn't mean it. The muscular tree frog's life energy not only repaired his injuries, but also improved his physical fitness. Chapter 009. Sarah's previous companions, including his eldest brother Langdon, were all beaten to death by Eaton's failure to control his strength. So far Eaton hasn't fully adjusted to the rising power. It was the same outside Nissla's manor just now. Originally, he just wanted to knock Wright's younger brother unconscious. As a result, several were accidentally killed. Wright was not surprised by this result. There are many security guards in his manor, and Eaton's ability to break in such a short time speaks volumes. That's why Wright didn't pull his gun on Eaton. Because he knew that a pistol might not be effective against Eaton. In the early years, when Wright was still hanging out with others, he had seen powerful people like Eaton. His boss at the time went to a newly opened martial arts gym to collect protection money, but the gym owner refused to pay. During the dispute, the owner of the restaurant was accidentally killed. As a result, his gang at the time was wiped out within a few days. Wright escaped because he was out on business. After returning, Wright saw from the surveillance camera at the gang station that an old man in a martial arts uniform killed everyone in the gang with the firepower of dozens of guns. Frightened, Wright took up the gang's money and fled the city. Later, Wright found out that the old man was the master of the martial arts gym owner and came to avenge his apprentice. Since then, Wright has known that there are many people in this world who cannot be measured by common sense. He's been trying to recruit some of these guys over the years. It's a pity that I have never been able to reach that level. Now we finally met, and the result was a conflict. Wright didn't care about the deaths of several of his men. In contrast, he was more concerned about how to ease the current atmosphere. Better to win over Eaton. If it really doesn't work, you can just make friends with them. Don't worry, I should be the one to say sorry. I was the one who neglected you. Wright waved his hand and said, I don't know your name? What do you want to see me for? Seeing that Wright was so easy to talk to, Eaton put down the old butler in his hand. My name is Eaton, and I'm looking for you because, Eaton was mid-sentence when he suddenly saw the paper on the table. Can I take a look at that? Eaton pointed to the paper on which Nyan had written the prophecy. Please. Although he didn't know why Eaton wanted to read the paper, Wright nodded. After all, the initiative is not in his hands now. Eaton picked up the paper and saw the prophecy on it. Tuntun fruit strengthened his physical fitness, including his memory. Although the time was short, after being taught by Sira on the way here, Eaton could already recognize most of the characters in the hunter world. The tree of gluttony has sprouted. He decided to put down roots here. How you treat it depends on your choice. But be sure not to swing your axe at him. The tree's growth is unstoppable. The tree symbolizing gluttony should be him. Because he has the ability to swallow fruits, and he really has the idea of taking root in this city. Don't swing your sword at him was a warning to Wright. Is it possible that Wright spoke so nicely to me just after seeing this sentence? Eaton thought. What he didn't expect was that his growth would be described as unstoppable. But Eaton isn't inflated either. The muscular tree frog from before is a good lesson. What's more, Nyang's prophecy can only predict the content of the next month. And this future may still change. After reading it, Eaton raised the paper in his hand. Mr. Wright must have read the content above, right? How about it, do you want to do something for me? I don't quite understand what you mean. Wright's eyes were full of confusion, wondering why Eaton's topic was so off-topic. What was on the chat paper one moment, and let myself follow him the next moment? Eaton was also confused. Could it be that his expressive ability has deteriorated after staying in the forest for a long time, and Wright didn't understand? Or is it that he actually made a mistake and misinterpreted the content of the prophecy? Don't you know the function of this prophetic poem? Eaton suddenly thought of this possibility. After all, Nyan was only 4 years old at this time, so maybe Nyan had just awakened not long ago. Wright has not yet taken her prophetic abilities seriously. Eaton accidentally guessed the truth. Wright did not answer, but asked, from what you said, you seem to think this is a prophetic poem. Thinking of his daughter's previous strange behavior, Wright wondered if there was some hidden organization of strange people and strangers in the world. The Eaton in front of him was the person sent by the organization to recruit his daughter into the organization after detecting his daughter's awakening. Now he is beginning to believe that Nyan really has divination ability. Eaton didn't know what Wright had in mind. He bluntly said, if your daughter wrote this, it is indeed a prophetic poem. Right then asked, how did your excellency know? Don't worry about this. Can you let me see your daughter? Eaton couldn't explain it. He couldn't say he saw it while reading comics on Earth, right? Your excellency, you seem to be a little too unreasonable, don't you? Right frowned and said, you broke into my home and now you're going to take away my daughter without even giving me a reason. Huh? Did you misunderstand something? When did I say I would take your daughter away? Eaton's face was filled with questions. He didn't know how Wright came to this conclusion. Wright was also puzzled, since you won't take my daughter away, why do you want to see her? I just want to try her divination ability. Eaton waved his hand, now I'm more curious about what you have in mind, can you tell me a little bit? Well, it's like this. Wright awkwardly explained his inference just now. Eaton couldn't laugh or cry after hearing this. What a strange organization, why didn't he know that he was a person sent by the organization? This Wright is too clever. Maybe there really is such an organization that recruits Nyan people in the world, but it will definitely not be Eaton. After all, he hasn't mastered Nyan yet. Although on the way to the Nissla family, Eaton sorted out the memories of Nyan in his mind. But he hasn't tried it yet, or even thought about it. Mainly because there are no suitable conditions. He was in a hurry all the way and had to learn the Hunter World text, so he had no time at all. Chapter 010. In the world of Hunter, there are generally two methods of enlightenment. The first and most formal one requires continuous practice, using meditation and sitting meditation methods to feel the existence of qi in one's body, and gradually learn to use mindfulness. The second type is forced to read, and there are usually two situations. One is to be directly attacked by the enemy with thoughts. When the body is attacked by thoughts, it is easy to enter a state of entanglement, thereby stimulating one's own thoughts. Of course, this situation is very dangerous, and if you are not careful, you will end up with lifelong disability. The other situation is relatively gentle, in which the nervous person directly uses his own mind energy to open the pores of the non-nervous person's body, so that the non-nervous person can feel the existence of his own mind energy. Of course, there are dangers in this approach. If the person being enlightened does not master the method of keeping qi in the body before his own qi is completely dissipated, then the person being enlightened will die. As it stands, neither case of the second approach applies to Eaton. Because he can't find anyone who can help him. After he settles down, he can try some formal methods of enlightenment. If it doesn't work, he can only go to the sky arena to find someone for help. The fighters above the 200th floor there are all nemesis, and you can always find someone willing to help him enlighten his mind. Sir Eaton, can you tell me your purpose now, and how did you know that my daughter has divination ability? Wright's voice brought Eaton back to reality. Your daughter is a born nemesis. What is a Nyan? The so-called Nyan is the ability to freely manipulate the life energy in the body and develop various functions. Eaton simply informed Wright of Nyan's existence, and even used Gluttony's mouth to pretend to be Nyan and demonstrate it for him. Anyway, the Hunter Association has not restricted the spread of Nyan. In the comics, Kurapika even told everyone on the ship about Nyan on the ship heading to the Dark Continent. The reason why most people in the world don't know about it is just to avoid being used by evil forces, so they don't make it public. Although Eaton doesn't know the definition of evil forces in this world. Do you think Zaldik is evil enough for a family of killers? Almost all of them are capable. Is the Phantom Troop evil enough for a criminal gang? The Hunter Association even has dedicated crime hunters to hunt criminals. As a result, all members of the family were Nephilim, and they had been at large all year round before meeting Kula Pika. After seeing Nyan's existence, Wright's narrow eyes widened. Sir, do you think it's possible for me to master Nyan? Wright looked at Eaton expectantly. He also wanted to have such a magical ability. Nyan has no threshold limit. Everyone can learn it. It is just the difference in talent that leads to the speed of learning and ultimate achievement. At this point, Eaton changed the topic. Is it time to talk about me now? It's not impossible to let him teach Wright, but the premise is that he has to wait until he learns Nyan. In addition, Wright must surrender to him and truly do things for him. Otherwise, he might as well just take Nyan away like Right thought. Eaton doesn't want to raise any white-eyed wolves. After learning that he also had the opportunity to learn Nyan and step into the threshold of transcendence, Right's attitude towards Eaton became obviously much more respectful. Right suppressed the longing for Nyan in his heart and said, "Your Excellency, please tell me. I need you to help me get a legal identity. This is simple. Don't worry, I can get it done tomorrow. By the way, I would like to ask, what kind of identity do you need? I grew up in the mountains, and I didn't come out of the mountains until recently. You can make it up, just be normal." Eaton randomly gave himself an identity. Anyway, there are people like the Kuluta tribe who live in seclusion in the mountains all year round. The sudden appearance of an unidentified person is nothing unusual in this world. After stating his request, Eaton returned to the previous topic. "So Mr. Right, do you want to do something for me?" This was a question that required careful consideration, and Right fell into deep thought. They say they are doing things for Eaton, but they are actually dependent on him. There is no free lunch in the world. If Right didn't choose to attach, then Eaton would definitely not teach him Nyan. Although he can then continue to look for other people who know Nyan. With Nyan's prophetic ability, it might not be difficult to find such a person. But by that time, I don't know what happened in the year of the monkey and the horse. And maybe he won't be able to wait until that time. Right also didn't know what the consequences of rejecting Eaton would be. What if Eaton kills him and takes Nyan away directly? After all, no one would want the ability to predict. It can only be said that Right accidentally guessed the truth. Although Eaton won't kill him, he will definitely take Nyan away. Just when Right was still hesitating, Eaton suddenly said, "By the way, remind me, the ability I just showed is called the gluttonous mouth." It wouldn't hurt to tell Right the name of his ability. Anyway, the specific function is not mentioned. It doesn't matter if someone can guess a thing or two from the name. He doesn't belong to Nyan, and it's extremely difficult to target him. Moreover, speaking it can also remind Right of the contents of Nyan's prophecy poem. Unsurprisingly, Right thought of Nyan's prophetic poem as Eaton expected. "Your Excellency." "No, boss, I am willing to surrender to you." Right decided to take a gamble. If Eaton is really the tree symbolizing gluttony in the prophetic poem, then his day of prosperity may be now. Eaton nodded with satisfaction. He just likes to communicate with such smart people. "Just call me boss. You will still manage gang affairs. Come to me if you have anything you can't decide." Eaton just wants to find people who can help him with daily chores, not really want to run a gang. To put it bluntly, he just wants to be a hands-off shopkeeper. After hearing what Eaton said, Right understood what he meant and felt relieved. From now on, he will still be the boss of the Nissla family, but he will just have to do something for the boss in front of him when he requests it. Nothing unacceptable to Right. It's not like he's never been someone else's little brother. Chapter 011. After subduing Right, Eaton continued, "Can I see your daughter now?" "Boss, wait a minute, I'm going to call Nyan out right now." After saying that, Right walked towards the safe house at home. I have to say that Right is indeed a very motivated and far-sighted gang leader. Although the size of the Nissla family is not large at present, he has configured the security measures of the entire estate according to those of large gang bosses. Although it looks like a low-end version due to lack of manpower and funds, it is enough to illustrate Right's ambition. It is not unreasonable for him to climb to a level second only to the 10 old men in the comics. Although Nyan's divination ability helped, Right's own ability cannot be ignored. If he didn't have some ability, he wouldn't be able to save his daughter Nyan. After a while, Right came out holding 4-year-old Nyan. Wearing a pink and white dress, paired with Nyan's blue hair, and her big, watery light blue eyes, she is extremely cute. The image of Nyan in the new anime is used here. Just as Eaton was looking at Nyan, Nyan was also looking at Eaton. Despite spending a month surviving in the wilderness, Eaton's appearance is anything but scruffy. With the ability to swallow fruits, Eaton can keep his body clean at any time. It's nothing more than using the mouth of gluttony to swallow the dirty things on the body and then spit them out. Although it sounds a bit disgusting, it is not really eaten in the mouth and swallowed in the stomach. The stomach pouch space also has a dedicated area for digesting food, and the entire process is absolutely clean and hygienic. Eaton even tried shaving with Gluttony's mouth, which was really convenient. On the way here, Eaton also bought a suit of clothes that fit him. A slim-fitting trench coat matches Eaton's sharp-browed features and slightly longer hair that hasn't been cut in more than a month. Although he is not earth-shatteringly handsome, he still looks very good-looking and durable. After being strengthened with a large amount of life energy, Eaton's height has grown to more than 1.8 meters, and his body is also very well proportioned. The whole person looks like he has changed from an older young man who was about to enter his third year before time travel to an 18-year-old sunny boy. Nyan was attracted immediately. "Dad, who is this handsome big brother? This is your dad's boss, and Dad will work for him from now on. Come and say hello to him." "Oh, hello boss." Eaton waved his hand and said with a smile, "Hello, Xiao Nyan. My name is Eaton, just call me brother from now on." "Okay, brother Eaton." Nyan nodded obediently. Compared to boss, she prefers the more intimate title of brother. After saying hello, Eaton got down to business. "I heard that little Nyan can do divination. Can you give me a divination for my brother?" "Brother, do you want to have a divination?" "No problem." Upon hearing Eaton's words, Nyan's big eyes lit up. She was still depressed just now because her father did not believe that she had divination ability. Unexpectedly, the good-looking brother Eaton in front of him now actually needs her fortune-telling. This is undoubtedly a recognition of her ability. From this point of view, brother Eaton is much better than her father. Wright didn't realize it yet, but his little cotton-padded jacket started to leak from this moment. Nyan excitedly picked up the paper and pen on the table and handed them to Eaton. "Brother Eaton, please write your name, blood type, and the year, month, and day you made the sound on this." Eaton took the pen and paper and hesitated for a moment when writing the date of birth. Finally, he truthfully wrote down his future birthday. He is born in the 1990s, and the current hunter world is only in 1986, so it belongs to the future. "I don't know if Nyang's divination is useful to him, a person who does not belong to the hunter world. But since he can appear in Nyang's divination prophecy poem, it should be no problem to directly divination him." While Eaton was thinking, Nyang's divination had already begun. Although Eaton couldn't see it now, his intuition told him that there was something on Nyan's right hand that he couldn't resist right now. Reminiscent of the scene in the comics where Killua was so frightened that he didn't dare to move when faced with his brother Ilmi's evil thoughts. Eaton realized that no matter how strong his physical fitness was, there were two completely different worlds with and without Nyan. If Nyang's telekinesis beast were to exude malice towards him at this moment, I'm afraid he would be crushed like Killua and unable to move, right? I just don't know if Tuntun fruit can compete with Nyan. Eaton thinks it should be possible. The strength of the superhuman devil fruit depends on the user's own strength and the development of the fruit's abilities. What's more, the Tuntun fruit he ate was an enhanced version. It is not impossible to develop in the future to swallow Nyan, rules, and even concepts. After all, there is no limit to human dreams and wishes. Nyang's divination ended quickly, but there were only a few sentences on the paper. And it doesn't look complete. Xiao Nyan raised her head and looked at Eaton, her expression a little aggrieved. "Brother Eaton, Angel's automatic note said it can't write any more." Seeing this, Eaton reached out and rubbed her hair. "It doesn't matter. What Nyan can do is enough. After all, Eaton is a person who does not belong to this world, so he is not surprised by anything happening in Nyan's divination. Being able to write a few sentences was beyond his expectation. Eaton comforted Nyan for a few words, and then picked up the paper on the table. It reads, "Trees from other worlds have found soil to take root in. The hotbed for new shoots to sprout is right at your feet. Vines clinging to trees may spread to garbage dumps. If you follow the vines, you will definitely gain something. Only the tree itself knows what shape it will grow into." Eaton used his brain to make some inferences. The tree species outside the world should be him. The rooted soil refers to the city of Lefab, and Eaton has indeed decided to settle here temporarily. If sprout is compared to new abilities or powers, then it refers to Nyan. Eaton knows Nyan fairly well and is confident that he can read on his own without having to seek help from others. It does correspond to the 4 words right at your feet. As for the vines clinging to the tree, they are obviously the Nissla family that just surrendered to Eaton. And that's the only place in the entire hunter world that can be called a garbage dump, right? Chapter 012. Meteor Street, a place with a land area of about 6,000 square kilometers, has a population of about 8 million. But as early as 1,500 years ago, this place was already a world-recognized waste landfill. Garbage, weapons, corpses, babies, anything is allowed here. People who live in such a special environment will either be eliminated or climb out of the garbage dump and become the group of people who stand at the top of the world, the Nyan. Many members of the Phantom Troop are from Meteor Street, including Killua's mother. It can be said that there are many talents. Judging from the prophetic poem, the Nissla family may be related to Meteor Street next. Eaton isn't surprised. Meteor Street has its own management organization, the Elder Board. In order to obtain resources from the outside world, they cooperate with gangs around the world. For gangs around the world, Meteor Street is a good place to replenish their gang strength. As long as you have enough wealth, you can recruit good subordinates here. For ordinary people in Meteor Street, this may not be an opportunity to get out of Meteor Street. The expansion of the Nissla family will definitely involve recruiting people. In addition, Eaton had just accidentally killed a group of Wright's younger brothers not long ago. It's not surprising that Wright later went to Meteor Street to recruit Eaton. Eaton decided to go along and see what the harvest in the prophetic poem meant. Could he still be allowed to intercept members of the Who Brigade? Eaton thought about it carefully, and it seemed that it was really possible. Phantom Troop seems to have been established just this year. But there are only 8 initial members. Eaton couldn't remember who among these 8 people was except the leader Crollo. Mainly because he didn't pay attention to these when he was reading comics. But since there are not all the members, there must be someone still in Meteor Street. In this way, Eaton still has a chance to intercept Who. Of course, the specific situation will not be known until Eaton goes to Meteor Street. If those members who have not yet entered the brigade are not to his liking, Eaton will not recruit them. Among the brigade, only Maki and Shizuku are more interested in him. Forget it for everyone else. Neither does Pakunoda, who has a devilish figure. Eaton doesn't like the big hooked nose, and he doesn't like her Nyan either. Pakunoda is a trait-based Nyan. Her ability is to retrieve the memory of the other person just by touching their body. You can even materialize the memory into a bullet and drive it into the head of your companion, so that the memory can be shared. In addition, using the same method to fight back the extracted person can cause the other party to lose their memory and become like a baby. This thing is more convenient than the legilimency used by the old bee principal of a magic academy next door. Eaton, who has memories of another world, doesn't want to have contact with her at all until he has enough strength to protect himself. Eaton came back from his thoughts and turned his attention to the last line, or rather the half line, of the prophetic poem. Only the tree itself knows what shape it will grow into. This means that Nyan can only divine things related to him. Once it involves deeper levels, such as his own growth, memory, etc., this part cannot be divined by Nyan. Eaton felt relieved. Being able to divine that he comes from outside the world is already incredible. If it were possible to predict one's own growth or memory, then I'm afraid Nyan's talent would be unique in the entire hunter world. After reading the prophetic poem, Eaton stuffed it directly into the space in his stomach. The content on this is just his own date of birth, which is a shocking thing. It's better not to let others see it. As for Nyan, Hernan asked that she not be able to see what was on the paper. So actually she saw nothing. It was Eaton's move of stuffing the paper into the space in his stomach that caught Nyan's attention. Wow! Brother Eaton, is this magic? Where did you change the paper? No. Eaton explained with a smile, this is the ability called Nyan. Do you want to learn it, Nyan? Have you learned how to make things disappear like Brother Eaton? Not necessarily. It depends on how Nyan uses this ability. If the 6 departments of Nyan are placed on the 6 corners of the hexagon in a certain order, Then the farther away the department is from the system to which it belongs, the lower the possibility of acquisition and development. This is a matter of talent. Nyan belongs to the trait type, and the two adjacent types are emitter and manipulator. In these two categories, Nyan's talent is only 80% of the trait category. The further transmutter and conjurer are 60%. The farthest enhancer is only 40%. A person's talent and energy are limited, so poor people often choose their own department for development. But Nyan is different. Her trait system Nyan is a special case that is directly formed and does not require her to develop at all. So if she wants to develop another Nyan system, she can, but it will be more laborious. But with Nyan's talent, it shouldn't be a big problem. As Eaton said, it's up to Nyan to decide how to use it. He will only teach Nyan the basic, advanced, and combined uses of Nyan. As for the development of Nyan, you can continue to improve Angel's automatic notes, or develop a new Nyan. Of course, that's still the premise. All this requires Eaton himself to master Nyan first. Children are always interested in novel things. Nyan agreed without hesitation. At this time, Wright coughed a few times next to him. It seemed to remind Eaton not to forget himself. Eaton smiled, "Don't worry, I won't forget you. Well, let me tell you a few things. If you can complete it successfully, you and Nyan will study together when the time comes. Please give me your orders, boss." The first thing is the expansion of gangs. Eaton said as he took out a fist-sized piece of metal from the space in his stomach pouch. This is a new alloy I synthesized using Nyan. It can absorb thermal energy, kinetic energy, and other energy, and has both strong and light properties. You start a company or find someone to cooperate with to develop its value. I want 70% of the proceeds, and you can use the remaining 30% to develop the gang. In fact, this is a metal alloy synthesized by Eaton following Valpo's ability to swallow fruits. As the exclusive supplier, Eaton was kind enough not to split with Wright. Chapter 013. Eaton can guarantee that his alloy is the only one in the world. Even if others get samples for research, they will not be able to imitate them. Of course, except for those who are brave. Eaton thought of QB in Phantom Troop. His ability allows him to replicate all inanimate objects. Although the copied items will disappear after 24 hours. But during this time the replica has all the functions and effects of the original. Back to business. Faced with Eaton's unequal demands, Wright agreed without hesitation. Since this kind of metal is the only one in the world, and it has such excellent properties, then he is sure to use it to make a lot of money. Even if it is only 30%, there is still money to be made. By the way, boss, does this alloy have a name? Eaton really hasn't thought about this. After all, he had just synthesized this alloy not long ago. Eaton couldn't think of a good name for a while. You can't follow Valpo and name the alloy after yourself, right? Just call it vibranium. Eaton said casually. When he synthesized metal, he based it on the vibranium from the Marvel Universe next door. Also, I have to remind you, don't put all your eggs in the same basket. Eaton's words immediately put Wright off guard. Looking at Wright's confused eyes, Eaton suddenly realized that this saying might not exist in the hunter world. That means I want you to be prepared and try not to associate vibranium with gangs. Wright suddenly realized. Understand, it is necessary to develop at both ends, one light and one dark. The boss is really thoughtful. Boss, what is this second thing? The second thing is actually very simple, it's what you're doing now. You can also search for rare beasts, magical beasts, or huge beasts from all over the world. Just let me know when you find it. If Eaton wants to continue to improve his physical fitness, he cannot do without these animals that have a lot of life energy. And the foundation of Nyan is also the use of life energy. So it is very necessary to continue to eat living things. Don't I need to help you catch it? Eaton glanced at Wright with disdain. Do you think your men can beat the muscular tree frog? Wright shook his head in embarrassment. Isn't that enough? I don't know how you dare to send those people to find the muscular tree frog. Wright wanted to explain that what he sent people to find were the eggs or young of muscular tree frogs. He must have known that his team of men was no match for the adult muscular tree frogs. Who would have thought that this group of people did not die at the hands of the muscular tree frog, but were beaten to death by Eaton? Okay, just these two things. Once you finish the first thing, I will teach you, father and daughter, Nyan. It's getting late. Please arrange a room for me to rest. Don't worry, boss, I promise to get things done. I have just arranged the room for your rest. It's on the second floor, just ask the maid to take you up. Facts have proved that Eaton was definitely the right choice to conquer Right. Look, before he even opened his mouth, Right had already thought of arranging a room for Eaton. And prepared in advance. How thoughtful. Seeing how sensible he was, Eaton gave him a few more reminders. It's best not to spread rumors about Nyan, especially about Nyan's abilities. There are countless masters in this world. If you are targeted by too many people, I won't be able to save you by then. In the original work, Right relied on Nyan's ability to climb to a position second only to the 10 old men. In the comics, it is clearly mentioned that Nyan once performed divination for a certain gang boss. It seems that Right revealed Nyan's abilities in order to achieve some purpose. In this way, he can still climb to the position second only to the 10 old men. I have to say that Right is still somewhat capable. Right nodded repeatedly, indicating that he understood. He is very smart and naturally knows the importance of confidentiality. In the original work, this was done because the only way to climb up was to rely on Nyan's ability. It's different now. With the vibranium provided by Eaton, he will also join the ranks of Nyan in the future. There are many ways to grow a gang. Right will definitely not reveal his daughter's abilities again. After reminding Right, Eaton said hello to Nyan and then followed the maid at Nissla's house upstairs. Right, on the other hand, coaxed Nyan to go to bed and then continued working. He still needs to clean up the mess caused by Eaton outside. Later, a plan also needs to be drawn up for the development of vibranium. Anyway, Right is quite busy tonight. Look at Eaton again. Eaton did not rest after returning to the room, but began to think about Nyan. After all, Nyan and Right were promised to teach them Nyan. It's better for Nyan to take control as soon as possible. Don't let the time come when Right completes what he was told and he hasn't learned Nyan yet. The basic applications of Nyan are the 4 major lines, namely Tang, Ju, Lian, and Fa. Tangle is the technique of keeping the mind energy in the body, and it is the most basic skill. Absolute, the ability to completely stop the flow of qi out of the body. It can be used to restore the body's condition and hide one's own qi. Practice can increase qi. If compared to exercise, it is equivalent to basic physical training. Fa refers to the control and application of qi. According to each person's development of their own Nyan, the expression of Fa is also different. What Eaton has to do now is to sense the existence of mind energy in his body through meditation and meditation. Then, by manipulating these qi to open up the aura nodes throughout the body, you can initially master entangle. There is no way, who makes Eaton not know Nyan. Therefore, we can only use this step-by-step approach to enlightenment. Although there are many ways to meditate and meditate, Eaton has never understood them in depth. But the basics of it were understood by Eaton. What's more, Eaton has another 4 major lines for reference. These 4 elements are the disguise of mindfulness and are called burning. It is an inferior version launched to prevent the excessive spread of Nyan. It is also a basic training method for screening those who are qualified to become Nyan. The 4 major elements of burn are point, tongue, refining and Fa. Point, let your heart focus on one point, gaze at yourself, and set goals. Tongue, speak out the goal and engage in self-reflection. Refining, strengthen the insights gained from points and refining and improve the inner will. Fa, turning ideas into actions and realizing them. Chapter 014. Although there is no evidence, Eaton is 80% certain that the 4 major players burning come from Netero, the president of the Hunter Association. Because these 4 lines first appeared in the manga as Wing, the acting master from Shinjin Ryu Kenpo. And Xinyuan Liu is the genre of Netero. After seeing Netero's strength, the previous leader was willing to become his apprentice. Xinyuan Liu can also be carried forward in the hands of Netero. Therefore, Eaton has reason to guess that the 4 elements of burning are the basic training method spread by Netero combined with Xinyuan. Whatever the truth, the 4 elements of burning provide the method for Eaton's meditation. At this time, Eaton was sitting cross-legged, focusing on one point without distracting thoughts, staring at himself, and feeling the presence of qi in his body. As for the following 3 points of tongue, refining and fading, they are useless to Eaton. He does not need to use these methods to condense his will. Eaton himself is a determined person. As a fruit hunter, you usually have to overcome various difficulties when searching for various exotic fruits. Eaton's will has become extremely firm through various trials. Otherwise, just 1 month of survival in the wilderness in the Beal Mountains would be enough to break his spirit. Thanks to his strong physical fitness, the life energy in Eaton's body is also extremely strong. Only 1 night passed before Eaton began to feel the presence of qi in his body. In the original book, Zoisai, a disciple whom Wing calls only 1 in 100,000, spent 3 months doing basic training before learning Tangle. It took another 3 months to fully learn tangling. Judging from Eaton's performance, his talent is at least on the same level as Gon and Killua, a talent that only 1 person in 10 million has. It's just that Eaton encountered some difficulties in controlling his energy. Also because of his strong physical fitness, the energy in his body is very strong. No matter how hard Eaton tried, he couldn't mobilize them. Not to mention the aura nodes that open up the body. Eaton guessed that the qi in his body was like the difference between ice and water compared to ordinary people, and it was almost impossible to make ice flow. The step-by-step approach to mindfulness was not suitable for him. He needs external stimulation to open his own aura nodes. In the room, Eaton opened his eyes, looking slightly distressed. Is it really possible to go above the 200th floor of Sky Arena to get punched? Although he has the ability to swallow fruits, he doesn't have to worry about getting hurt at all. But it is always unpleasant to be beaten for no reason. What's more, the Sky Arena is located in the Republic of Bardokia, separated by a sea from the European continent where he is currently located. Even taking an airship would take more than 10 days to get there. A month has passed since then. Eaton also has to go to Meteor Street and can't spare the time. Nyan's divination predicts events within the next month. Eaton can't guarantee whether going to Meteor Street in a month will still reward something as mentioned in the prophetic poem. Wait. Prophecy poem. Nyan. Perhaps this is the true meaning of the hotbed for new shoots is right under your feet. Eaton suddenly realized that he did not know Nyan people. Although Nyan doesn't even know the basic use of Nyan, her Nyan is real and she is a genuine Nyan. The mind beast itself is composed of mind energy. So can he use Nyan's telekinesis to open up the aura nodes in his body? Thinking of this, Eaton couldn't wait to try it. But in the end Eaton resisted the urge. This matter still needs to be discussed with Nyan. And he hasn't figured out how to mobilize the energy in Nyang's body yet. It happened to be daybreak, and Eaton decided to go out to see if Nyan was up. When Eaton went downstairs, he found that the old butler who had passed out yesterday was already here. Seeing Eaton come down, the old butler bowed to Eaton respectfully. "Sir, I caused a lot of offense yesterday, and I deeply apologize." "It's okay, you are loyal to your duties." Eaton waved his hand, "Just don't be so impulsive next time. Otherwise, if you provoke people you shouldn't provoke in the future, they may not be as gentle as me." In Eaton's opinion, he didn't use much force when he hit someone yesterday. But the old housekeeper didn't think so. He only thought Eaton's move of killing someone with a single punch was extremely horrifying. The old housekeeper didn't dare to say anything more and kept saying yes. "Where is your master?" "The master said to complete the task you assigned. If you need anything, you can tell me." "Okay. Take me to have breakfast first. By the way, is Nyan up?" "Miss, you just got up and are having breakfast in the restaurant. I will take you there." As soon as Eaton walked into the restaurant, he saw Nyan having breakfast. The little guy was sitting on a chair that was taller than her, and his little feet were swaying restlessly. He was so cute. "Good morning, little Nyan." "Good morning, brother Eaton." Nyan swallowed the sandwich in her mouth and responded to Eaton's greeting. Eaton sat on the empty seat, and soon a maid served him breakfast. Breakfast is a sandwich with fried eggs and milk, and Eaton is not picky. After more than a month, he is very satisfied to be able to eat normal food. What's more, he didn't expect to fill his stomach with this. If he really started eating, a truckload of sandwiches wouldn't be enough. By the way, after coming out of the forest, Eaton adjusted the digestion speed of Tuntun fruit to the level of a normal person. Otherwise he would have been so hungry a few days ago that his chest was touching his back. After finishing breakfast in a few seconds, Eaton asked Nyan, "Does Xiao Nyan have anything to do today?" Nyan thought for a moment and said, "Today I'm going to learn how to write from Arisa. Then can you do me a favor?" "Okay, what does brother Eaton need Nyan for?" "Help my brother to do another divination, but this time the object of divination is Arisa." Eaton's idea is to use the mouth of gluttony to swallow part of the mind energy of the mind beast into the stomach space when Nyan's divination reveals it. After that, Nyan's mind energy was fused with his own body to achieve the effect of stimulating mind. It's like pouring a glass of hot water over ice. As soon as the ice melts into water, it's ready to start flowing. The reason why I chose Nyan to divine Arisa was because both Eaton and Wright had already divined it yesterday. The content of the prophetic poem will not change much in a short period of time. Arisa happened to be an insider of Nyan's divination ability, so Eaton chose her. Chapter 015. Speaking of which, I have to praise Wright. He really followed Eaton's orders. He didn't even tell the old housekeeper who had served him for several years about Nyan's abilities. Among those present last night, the old housekeeper was knocked unconscious by Eaton. As for Sarah, the younger brother, he was smart enough to retreat while Eaton was talking to Wright. He is also a smart young man who knows what he shouldn't hear. In short, none of them saw the scene of Nyan's divination. Only Arisa, who was present during Nyan's first divination, became an insider besides Wright and Eaton. Wright even explained this to her carefully. All coercion and inducement were used to ensure that Arisa would not tell this matter. As for why not get rid of Arisa? Naturally, it's because she is Nyan's playmate. Wright could see that Eaton valued Nyang very much, and he also liked his daughter very much. Therefore, Wright will be more tolerant of anything involving his daughter. Faced with Eaton's request, Nyan agreed without thinking. However, she also made a request for Eaton to play with her in the future. Eaton agreed. He quite likes children. Especially children who are sensible and obedient. Forget it, naughty kid. After breakfast, Eaton took Nyan to Wright's study, followed by the maid Arisa. No one usually comes into Wright's study, so it's a perfect place for divination. As Nyan's Nyan activated again, Eaton also felt the invisible angel's automatic note again. Eaton came to Nyan's side, and intuitively reached out with his right hand to where Nyan's telekinesis was. The mouth of gluttony in the hand opened slightly and bit forward. Although he saw nothing, Eaton could feel the gluttonous mouth eating a ball of special energy. Fortunately, Nyan's telekinesis does not have the ability to set attacks, otherwise it would be easy for Eaton's right hand to be interrupted by the telekinesis's counter-attack. Eaton didn't dare to let his gluttonous mouth bite too big, lest he accidentally eat the entire mind beast. No one knows what the consequences will be. Although the mind beast can be consumed again to condense it after it is killed, that is a normal situation. And Eaton uses the ability to swallow fruits. Who knows if Nyan's mind beasts can be condensed again after accidentally swallowing all the mind beasts? If it's gone, wouldn't it be a blood loss? Of course, it is also possible that Nyan's Nyan will be transferred to Eaton. After all, Tuntun fruit can turn what he eats into a part of his body. But Eaton won't try Nyan just because of this possibility. Even if it is later proven that the Tuntun fruit can capture other people's Nyan, Eaton will not use it on Nyan. He couldn't do anything like ruining the future of such a cute girl. Although Eaton only took one bite of Nyan's telekinesis, it still affected Nyan's divination. This divination, like last time, is an unfinished prophetic poem. Eaton did not pay attention to the content of the prophetic poem, but asked Nyan, "Nyan, how do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable in your body?" Nyan shook his head and said, "No, I just feel a little tired." It's normal for her to feel tired. Nyan Qi is a manifestation of life energy, just like human physical strength. Although children are full of energy, they still feel tired if they consume a lot of energy in a short period of time. But the recovery speed is also very fast. I think it won't be long before Nyan's telekinesis beast can replenish its telekinesis energy and recover. It's okay. Eaton breathed a sigh of relief, then Xiao Nyan and Arissa will go learn to write after taking a break. After learning, my brother will play with you, okay? He now has to prepare for a happy ending and has no time to play with Nyan. Nyan nodded obediently, okay, brother Eaton. After telling the old housekeeper not to disturb him, Eaton returned to his room. He sat down cross-legged on the bed, activated his ability to swallow the fruit, and began to integrate Nyan's thoughts into his body bit by bit. As Eaton expected, he can freely control the mind energy after the fusion. So he controlled this thought energy to travel throughout his body. As aura nodes continue to open, Eaton's own thoughts also join the team of initial thoughts, washing away those aura nodes that have not yet been opened. In less than 10 minutes, the aura nodes all over Eaton's body were opened. If there is a Nin who can concentrate his mind energy on his eyes, he can see that there is a large amount of mind energy dispersing irregularly around Eaton. Very good. Eaton nodded with satisfaction. Since the aura nodes in his eyes are also opened and are constantly escaping qi. So now he can also see the flow of his own energy. Then, the next step should be tang, right? Imagine qi flowing throughout your body like blood. Starting at the top of your head, flowing to your right shoulder, hands, through the back of your feet and to the left side. After a while, Eaton's thoughts no longer scattered randomly. Instead, it turned into an invisible veil and enveloped Eaton. Then slowly reduce the speed until it stops. This is extreme. The thought energy on the surface of Eaton's body disappeared, and his entire sense of existence began to weaken. After that comes practice. The next moment, the thought energy that had been completely restrained burst out, directly destroying the bed where Eaton was sitting. Practice is the moment when you can best see the potential of a wise person. In the comics, Gon's burst of practice when he first started to practice can make the energy of thought leave the body 1 meter away, and he was praised by Wing as having amazing potential. And Eaton's outburst of thought energy almost enveloped the entire room. At this moment Eaton realized that he might be a genius. Eaton returns his status to entangle. Eaton, the last of the 4 major banks, is not going to try it here. He had dismantled the bed. If it were to be taken down further, Wright would start to wonder if Eaton was dissatisfied with the place he lived. As for the subsequent advanced and combined use of Nyan, fine control of Nyan is required, and it is not suitable to try it in a room. With his control over Nyan just beginning, Eaton was afraid that he would accidentally tear down the entire room. But it would be a good idea to test his nervousness. Eaton walked out of the room and asked the old housekeeper to change a bed for his room and prepare a glass of water and some leaves for him. Chapter 016. In the room, Eaton sat in front of the table. There is a fully filled glass of water on the table. There is a leaf floating on the water. This is the way to test the relationship, the Mizumi style. Put your hand close to the cup and activate practice to identify the patient's gender based on the changes in the water. Enhancer will increase the amount of water, conjurer will change the taste of the water, manipulator will have impurities in the water, transmutter the color of the water will change, emitter leaves will move, and other changes belong to the trait system. As soon as Eaton's thought energy came into contact with the water glass, the water in the water glass quickly decreased as if someone drank it. In the end even the leaves disappeared. Seeing this scene, Eaton can already confirm that he belongs to the trait system. It is not difficult to see that Eaton's mind system is greatly affected by the swallowing fruit, and even the performance of the water view style is related to swallowing. The category of an able person is determined by the natural ability, the wishes of the person concerned, and the environment in which they live. In addition, the Nyan category is usually linked to the Nyan person himself. Enhancer is a pure and dedicated man who is a passionate man with strong will. Such as Gon and Phantom Troop's Yuvajin. Conjurer is moody, deceitful, and unpredictable. The representative character is Hisoka, the god of toilet war. Manipulator is neurotic and rigid in doing things. Representative character Kula Pika. Transmutter is impatient, rash, and emotional. The representative character is Leorio, who is 18 years old and has an uncle's face. Emitter likes to be logical and does things at his own pace. Shulnark in the representative brigade. The trait type is individualist and usually has a leadership temperament. Krollo, leader of the representative brigade. Although this set of judgment methods is not necessarily accurate, it is suitable in most cases. Just like now, Eaton knows that his personality is indeed somewhat individualistic, so it is not surprising that he is a trait type. Eaton put the cup aside and began to focus on the training of Tang and Lian. As I said before, practice is equivalent to basic physical training. If you want to strengthen your mind energy, practice is a necessary element. As for Tang, which is the most basic means of manipulating mind energy, the more proficient it is, the better. Although the life energy in Eaton's body is huge, because he has just opened the aura nodes throughout his body, the amount of manifest energy in his body is not much. The so-called gas volume is equivalent to the blue bar in the game. Eaton is only at level 1 now, and is still far from being at full level, that is, fully developing his potential energy. But just like the game, anyone who opens aura nodes for the first time will have a novice period. During this period, the character's apparent energy increases very quickly. What Eaton is doing now is equivalent to upgrading his liver experience. In this way, a morning passed. During this period, Eaton accidentally activated Tangle and Lian at the same time, which actually allowed him to master the use of Ken. Firm is a combined use of Nyan. It requires activating practice all over the body and at the same time using Tangle to maintain the mental energy on the surface of the body to form an invisible armor. It sounds quite armed and domineering. In addition, activating practice and Tangle at the same time can also make the mind energy expand outward with itself as the center of the circle, so as to detect intruders within the range covered by the energy. This combination of usage is called circle, which is somewhat similar to the haki of knowledge and color. But at most it can only be called a low-end version. Because even a powerful Nin can only cover the circle with a radius of about 1 or 200 meters. Generally, a disabled person can only expand the circle to more than 2 meters, and the maintenance time is measured in minutes. Compared with the domineering look and feel, it stretches the crotch very much. People see and hear the domineering power of color, predict the future, sense emotions, and listen to the voices of all things. Well, the last one probably doesn't count. But the first two alone sound much more powerful than UN. Moreover, the perception range of the hegemonic hegemony is also wide, and Anaro combined with the thunder fruit can even cover the entire Sky Island. Hit circle in all aspects. Of course, this does not mean that circle is weak, it just means that individuals have different application methods and needs for circle. After all, the old thief Togashi also said, there are infinite ways to use Nyan. Not to mention the 6 types of Nyan, there are 3 advanced applications of Nyan, Jo, hidden and condensation, and high-level combination applications include UN, hard and flow. Unlike One Piece, where there are only 3 types of haki, you can focus more on exploring the depth of haki abilities. Of course, compared to UN, Eaton still prefers seeing, hearing, and domineering. So he planned to find an opportunity later to try to see if he could awaken his sense of sight. It is best to awaken the armed color and overlord color at the same time. After all, he has eaten all the Tuntun fruits, so it's not too much to make him domineering in 3 colors, right? At noon, Eaton came out of the room and asked the old butler to order 10 roasted whole lambs for lunch. Practice is an extremely physically demanding job. What's more, Eaton just tried hardness, which consumes even more energy. Even though Eaton had adjusted his digestion speed to the level of a normal person, he still couldn't withstand this morning's exercise. He was very hungry now. When the 10 roasted whole lambs arrived, Eaton devoured 9 of them with his gluttonous mouth. After it slows down, you can eat the remaining 1 with your mouth. Although Wright had told the old butler yesterday not to panic no matter what he saw in Eaton. But the old butler was still shocked by Eaton's actions. Eaton ignored the old butler and was thinking about life energy. Thought energy is the expression of life energy. The Tuntun fruit can convert digested food into life energy. In other words, as long as there is enough food, his own mind energy can increase indefinitely. In addition, the Tuntun fruit can directly use life energy to strengthen his body. One day Eaton will grow to an incredible height, and it will not be impossible for him to become a god in the flesh. But all this is based on the premise of having a lot of food. And as Eaton's physical fitness improves, more life energy is needed to strengthen the body, and the requirements for food quality and quantity become higher. In the later stage, there may be a situation where Eaton swallowing a Godzilla will not bring much improvement to him. Although the hunter world is vast and rich in resources, it probably cannot withstand his consumption. What's more, there is not always food for him to eat. Therefore, Eaton needs to plan ahead and find a way to have a steady stream of water that can continuously provide him with life energy. Chapter 017. Fortunately, Eaton already has a clue about this approach. He set his sights on the development of Nyan. Theoretically, the development of Nyan will be affected by the needs of Nyan users and their own subconscious influences. The trait type ninja is the most special category among the 6 major systems, which means that everything is possible. Therefore, Eaton is confident that it will not be a problem to develop a Nyan that can continuously provide him with life energy. If it doesn't work, he can still try restraint and oath. The oath is the goal to be achieved, and the restriction is the price to be paid to achieve the goal. Set strict rules in your heart and swear to strictly abide by them, thereby gaining great strength or special abilities in a short period of time. And once you violate the rules you set, you will pay a heavy price. This is the so-called restrictions and oaths. Of course, the premise is that you must have enough potential. Otherwise, you will not be able to achieve your goal even if you pay the price of your life. This method is somewhat similar to the exchange of equivalents in alchemy. As for the method of activating constraint and oath, Eaton has also mastered it. It is the 4 major lines of burning mentioned before. Point gazes at oneself and sets goals, tongue transforms it into verbal self-suggestion, refines improves one's will, and fa puts it into practical actions. Does it sound similar to constraints and oaths? The entire 4 major industries are a process of continuously strengthening self-awareness, execution motivation, and will training. And restrictions and oaths are abilities driven by self-willpower. Eaton suspects that this is the core of the 4 major practices of Xin Lu Ran. This also explains why Wing clearly did not teach Gon constraint and oath in the original work, but Gon still used it when facing Catwoman. But it's too early to tell, and Eaton hasn't decided what kind of Nyan he wants to develop yet. In the short term, it is still necessary to focus on increasing the apparent energy volume. At least you have to get through the novice stage first. Of course, if there is a goal during this period, Eaton will also start developing it. As for now, Eaton is ready to play with Nyang. After all, he had promised Ni Wang this morning, and he was quite faithful to his promises. 20 days later, in the Beer Mountains, Eaton swallowed the muscular tree frog in front of him into his stomach. This is another muscular tree frog that Wright's men found in Beer Mountain. According to them, this is the wife of the muscular tree frog that Eaton killed more than 20 days ago. Eaton didn't know where Wright and his men got the information from, and he didn't really care. What he cared about was that things were exactly as he thought. This muscular tree frog had strengthened his physical fitness to a lesser extent than the previous one. Just like upgrading a game, the further you go, the more experience you need to level up. This is reasonable and within Eaton's acceptance range. Over the past 20 days, Eaton has gradually mastered Nyan's advanced combination applications. Weak hidden condensation round hard flow. The first 3 are advanced applications, and the last 4 are high-end combined applications. Among them, Zhou is the extension of Tang. Use the technique of Tang to wrap your thoughts around the object in physical contact, strengthening the properties of the object. To put it bluntly, it is armed color entanglement. Hidden is an applied skill of absolute, which can make one's own mental energy more difficult to be discovered by others, in order to achieve the effect of concealing one's own attacks. However, this trick is usually of little use. Because you only need to use condensation to focus part of your mind energy on your eyes to see through it. As for the last 4 types, Yuan and Jian have been introduced before. Hardness is an advanced application technique that is a combination of 5 techniques: tangle, absolute, lien, fa and condensation. Although it sounds complicated, it is actually a method of concentrating and compressing all your own thoughts on a certain part of the body. Hard can unleash 100% of a person's mental energy in an instant. But Eaton doesn't like that. Because concentrating the mind energy of the whole body on a certain part means that other parts lose the protection of mind. If the enemy seizes the opportunity to attack, it will be very fatal. Therefore, Eaton would not use this technique to fight unless he was 100% sure, or when it came time to fight for his life. Of course, hard does not necessarily mean that 100% of the thoughts must be concentrated on a certain part. The specific percentage can be adjusted by the user himself. This adjustment method is flow, which is a method to quickly adjust the distribution of one's own mental energy during battle. In addition, Eaton also divided the strength of Nyan in the world. He roughly divided the poor into 5 stages. Level 1, Nyan people who only know how to tangle, are rookies who have just learned Nyan, and most people who are forced to open Nyan but don't know what Nyan is. Level 2, a person who has learned the 4 elements and developed Nyan. The strength is far stronger than ordinary people. Level 3, a person who possesses and uses Nyan proficiently, and has learned some advanced combination skills. The third level covers the widest range. Ninjas at this stage still have major deficiencies in terms of mind size, ability strength, experience, and combat skills. Level 4, possess Nyan and can skillfully use various high-level techniques, have rich combat experience, and are first-class Nyan users in terms of Nyan strength and total amount. Some people from the 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association and the Phantom Troop belong to this stage. Level 5, superclass Nyan masters who have reached or are close to the human limit in terms of mental energy, Nyan, physical skills, physical strength, combat experience and other aspects. The representative figures are the world's top 5 Nyan, including Netero. Of course, at this time, there was no concept of the world's top 5 talents. After all, Jin Freaks, who is also one of the top 5 Nyan, is only about 20 years old now, which is still a bit too young. Eaton is currently in a situation where it is barely reaching level 3. Although he has mastered Nyan's various advanced techniques, his energy is still lacking. Nyan has not been developed yet, and in terms of combat, he only has experience fighting wild beasts. From the perspective of a 4th level Nyaner, Eaton is now full of shortcomings. But Eaton is not in a hurry. He just needs to find the best teacher in the hunter world, Biscuit. Based on her character in the comics who loves to polish rough stones into precious stones, Eaton couldn't believe that she was willing to miss such an excellent rough stone like him. Chapter 018. Biscuit is a 2-star gem hunter of the Hunter Association, and is also a master of Shinjin Ryu. Nyan's guidance on spiritual practice is superb. In the comics, Biscuit once served as Gon and Killua's teacher, teaching them various application skills of Nyan. The teaching method is very clever. Therefore, Eaton plans to follow the example of many predecessors in time travel and find Biscuit to polish himself. But that's all for later. The top priority is to develop your own Nyan first. Eaton sat down cross-legged and planned to develop Nyan right here. This place is the nest of muscular tree frogs. Normal wild animals will not come close to it, and it is just quiet enough. After thinking about it these days, Eaton came up with an ability that suited him very well from the anime before time travel. That is the immortal thief of Ryoku in one person at a time. The so-called Ryoku immortal thief, also known as the Saint Thief, is based on the 6 organs of the large intestine, small intestine, stomach, triple burner, gallbladder, and bladder, and then creates a perfect absorption and digestion system. It is based on the 6 digestive organs in the human body, and then digests and decomposes the absorbed things through these digestive organs, and finally turns it into its own qi, which can then be used on oneself. Although it sounds similar to his ability to digest fruits. But the uniqueness of Ryoku's Yen Thief is that it allows the digestive system to absorb the nutrients between heaven and earth, the essence of heaven and earth, and use them for its own use, thereby achieving the effect of filling one's stomach without eating. It is equivalent to converting natural energy into life energy for the body to absorb. This is the method that Eaton pursues to continuously provide life energy. In addition to the above-mentioned abilities, the Lyoku Immortal Thief can also absorb and convert the chi that is attached to the user's saliva, which can have a fatal corrosive effect on all objects, especially organic matter. Although spitting sounds a bit unsightly, who can care about that in a real fight? Off-board moves are usually the magic weapon to win by surprise. Since Lyoku Immortal Thief can perfectly absorb nutrients, the user will hardly age and will become more energetic. It will also make the user's odor disappear, and it has an excellent effect when used in conjunction with Ju. After conceiving the abilities of the Lyoku Immortal Thief in his mind, Eaton began to activate his own mind energy. Trait systems are usually so unreasonable. Nyan can directly form Hernan without thinking at all. Eaton, who is very talented, is no exception. His Lyoku Immortal Thief was formed directly from the 6 digestive organs in his body. It's this digestion that is incredibly slow. The original Lyoku Immortal Thief can instantly decompose the ingested substances, but it takes 10 minutes for him to take a breath, natural energy, to digest it. Think about it carefully. After all, the Lyoku Immortal Thief is one of the 8 wonders of the world. It is a technique that has been competed by various sects as soon as it appeared. Eaton only knows the principles of Lyoku Immortal Thief but not the techniques. It is natural that the Lyoku Immortal Thief created by using mind energy is completely different from the original version. Eaton is very satisfied to be able to fully develop the abilities of the Lyoku Immortal Thief. As for the issue of digestion speed, isn't there restrictions and oaths? The content of the oath is very simple, that is, to speed up the digestion speed of Lyoku Immortal Thief to the greatest extent. As for the content of the restrictions, Eaton thought about it and listed the following conditions in his mind. 1. Under no circumstances can you use the Lyoku Immortal Thief to eat people. In the world of one person, psychological changes have become a major flaw of the Lyoku Immortal Thief. Whether it is Ruan Feng among the 36 thieves or Baron, the successor of the immortal thieves in Lyoku, they have gradually forgotten emotions over a long period of time and have transcended the fundamentals of being a human being. Ruan Feng couldn't stand the torture of time and ate people. Baron activated the Lyoku Immortal Thief when he was seriously injured, and at that time someone happened to be within the range of him absorbing life. It's like eating someone unconsciously. To prevent himself from violating the first constraint, Eaton established a second constraint. 2. Only nutrients swallowed through the mouth and nose can be absorbed and digested by the Lyoku Immortal Thief. This ensures that Eaton will not mindlessly eat people like Baron. And even if he accidentally eats it, he can spit it out through the ability to swallow the fruit. 2 constraints were established, and Eaton found that there was still a little to be desired in fulfilling the oath. He thought for a while and established the third restriction. 3. The Immortal Thief of Lyoku can only function if all 6 digestive organs are intact. The Lyoku Immortal Thief originally requires 6 organs to work together to achieve a perfect digestive system. Strictly speaking, this restriction is not a restriction for Eaton. After the 3 constraints were determined, the digestion speed of Eaton's Lyoku Immortal Thief had a qualitative change. He could feel that there was an invisible substance in the air that was digested and absorbed by the Lyoku Immortal Thief with his breathing, and the decomposed impurities were spit out again with his breathing. Although the feeling was very weak, his mental energy was indeed growing continuously. Eaton estimated that a normal person's meal would not last half a minute in front of the Lyoku Immortal Thief. Fortunately, he didn't develop this Nyan just for eating. Absorbing nutrients from heaven and earth is the main function of the Lyoku Immortal Thief. Of course, it doesn't mean that Eaton, the Immortal Thief of Lyoku, doesn't need to eat. Tuntun fruit can convert a large amount of food into life energy in a short period of time. Although the life energy provided by Lyoku Immortal Thief is relatively small, it is more stable than before. The 2 abilities complement each other and are the foundation of Eaton's growth. Of course, the potential for swallowing fruits is greater between the 2. Although Nyan will grow and evolve according to the purpose of the Esper, it is still no match for the Tuntun fruit, which has no upper limit. Just look at the tyrant bear next door. He has developed the meatball fruit to the extent that it can bounce away conceptual things such as pain, memory, and soul. Eaton is confident that one day he will be able to develop the Tuntun fruit to a level that goes beyond the concept of swallowing. After all, Tuntun fruit is his golden finger. With the help of Lyoka's yen thief, Eaton's usual food intake has returned to the level of a normal person. It would allow Wright to stop searching for phantom beasts in Warcraft. After all, the Nissla family is just a small gang. They were not professionally qualified and searched for phantom beasts in Warcraft with extremely low efficiency. Chapter 019. Rather than letting the Nissla family work hard, it would be better to wait for Eaton to join the Hunter Association and use the association's intelligence network to hunt fantasy beasts and magical beasts. As for the Nissla family, let Wright focus on expanding the gang's size. Thinking of this, Eaton got up and returned to Nissla Manor. These days, the company Wright used to exploit the value of vibranium is on track. We don't know how long it will take for the company to get on the right track. Let's just assume that Wright has special channels to move very fast. It's time for Eaton to fulfill his promise to teach Wright Nyan. Leicester Manor. Eaton heard Nyang's voice as soon as he entered the door. Brother Eaton, you are back. In the past 20 days, Eaton has only gone out once to hunt muscular tree frogs. The rest of the time, he stayed at Nissla Manor to exercise his control over his mind energy, and spent his free time playing with Nyang. Although Eaton had no children before traveling through time, he was raised in an orphanage. After work, I would occasionally go back to see the director and the nursing staff to help take care of the children. So Eaton is very good at taking care of children. In just half a month, his status in Nyang's heart has surpassed that of the maid Arissa, and has reached the level of Nyang's father Light. So when Nyan heard the sound of him entering the door, she ran downstairs happily and even threw herself into Eaton's arms. Eaton picked up Nyan and said, "I'm back." Is Nyan obedient at home? Yes. If you don't believe me, you can ask Arissa. No need, I believe Nyan is a good boy. To reward Nyan, how about my brother teaching you Nyan? Is it the ability that my brother used to do magic? Okay. Children are innocent and carefree. They forget about things they are not interested in, but they can remember things they are interested in for a long time. Apparently Nyan was impressed by the abilities of Eaton's gluttonous mouth. Nyan, wait a minute. Your father also wants to learn Nyan. When he comes back, I will teach you together. Okay. Then I'll call Dad and ask him when he'll be back. No need, I have already informed him and I believe he will be back soon. Eaton stopped Nyan. He had informed Wright on the way back. After learning that he could study Nyan, Wright would drop all work and come back immediately. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Wright to push open the door and enter. Eaton could even see the eager expression on his face. Boss, are you back? Well, how's the company doing? The company is initially on the right track. As for the seller, I contacted an industrial company in Yukizan City. They expressed their interest in this new type of metal material and I believe they will be able to sell it at a high price. Yukexan? That's a gangster city. Be careful not to overturn. On the surface, Yukizan belongs to a country on the Ulabian continent, but in fact it is secretly controlled by the 10 old men. Compared with Yukexan, Luo Fabu's gang can only be regarded as a small effort. Eaton would not believe that he could operate an industry in a mixed city like Yukizan without any background. Don't worry, boss, what I'm going to talk about next is related to this. Didn't you say on the phone that you found the egg of a muscular tree frog? I plan to sell it, then recruit a group of people, and buy some weapons to strengthen my arm. When Eaton contacted Wright before, he mentioned muscled tree frog eggs. Seeing that this thing didn't have much life energy, Eaton remembered that Wright needed these frog eggs to sell for money, so he simply brought them back and sold them to Wright. Of course, the selling price is still 73%. Although it was only 30%, considering how precious the muscular tree frogs were, it was enough for Wright to use the money to raise a team to serve as the company's security. Are you going to Meteor Street to recruit people? The boss is wise. Eaton ignored Wright's flattery, waved his hand and asked, how did you get connected with Meteor Street? It is true that Meteor Street has cooperation with gangs, but that is limited to the 10 old men and the large gangs second only to the 10 old men. It stands to reason that the current size of the Nissla family should not be able to come into contact with Meteor Street. After all, Meteor Street's policy is we don't reject anything, but don't try to take anything away from us. A few years later, a Ronin from Meteor Street was illegally arrested in a certain country. After being proven innocent, none of the more than 30 people involved in the matter could escape the revenge of Meteor Street. People born in Meteor Street have their own pride. Even if they accept employment from gangsters, that is only on the premise that gangsters do not treat them as cannon fodder. In their view, in order to meet this premise, the size of the gang cannot be too small. Obviously the current Nissla family does not meet this condition. Eaton found out after Wright explained. It turns out that Wright's search for strange people and strangers a few years ago was not without success. By chance, Wright met a subordinate of an elder on Meteor Street. That person is responsible for external cooperation and transactions with gangs. At that time, the man also asked Wright if he wanted to hire people from Meteor Street. Wright felt that the employment amount was too expensive, so he refused. If he had spared the money and agreed earlier, he might have come into contact with Nyan long ago. However, Eaton feels that even if Wright is willing to spend money, he may not be able to contact Nyan. This is the case in the original book. Although there are several Nyanists in Wright's escort group, Wright still doesn't know how to Nyan. Remember to inform me when you go to Meteor Street, and I will go with you then. Eaton is curious about what Meteor Street, a place where so many talents are born, is like. What's more, Nyan's prophetic poem also said that if he goes along, he will gain something. Also, there is no need to collect information about phantom beasts and magical beasts in the future. Okay boss. Wright agreed without hesitation. The Meteor Street group has this big boss following them, and he also has a lot of confidence. Moreover, he no longer has to collect information about the phantom beasts, so he can concentrate on developing and expanding the gang's size. Wright thought to himself that such a boss was the right person to be attached to. Seeing that Eaton stopped talking, Wright looked at Eaton expectantly. Noticing Wright's look, Eaton didn't know what he was thinking. Okay, I can teach you now if you have time. Chapter 020. The so-called reading is. In the study room of Nissla Manor, Eaton is teaching Nyan and Light the basics of Nyan. That is, the 4 elements of burning. Eaton didn't care how much Nyan could listen and understand. He just wanted Nyan to have a concept and understanding of Nyan first. After all, Nyan is only a 4-year-old child now, and it is the time when she is ignorant, lively, and active. Ask her to meditate and practice chanting, but Nyan may not have the concentration yet. But things are always unexpected. After Eaton finished introducing the 4 major elements of burning, he also introduced the basic application of chanting. Ni Wang's body suddenly felt fluctuations of mental energy. Eaton used condensation to condense qi into his eyes and looked at it, and found that there was a thin layer of qi flowing on the surface of Nyang's body. Although it is very weak and cannot even wrap around the whole body, it is indeed in a tangled state. It is obvious that Nyan has initially mastered the control of mind energy. Eaton shook his head and laughed. He had forgotten that Nyan was a genius in his own right. In addition, children have fewer distracting thoughts, so the meditation effect is far better than that of adults. The reason why Nyan Qi cannot cover the whole body is because Nyan is still too young and the body can hold very little Qi. You must know that in the original book, Gon and Killua were both 12 years old when they started reading, while Nyan is only 4 years old now. Another reason is that Eaton teaches a step-by-step approach to mindfulness. The aura nodes, part of Nyang's body, have not been opened yet. She is currently just controlling the energy flowing out of the aura nodes that rushed away when the Nyan beast was formed. He looked at Wright, who appeared to be meditating, but was actually restless and thinking wildly. Eaton begins to wonder if Wright is Nyang's biological father. Why is it that while his daughter is so talented, as a father, he is so crotch-stretching? Eaton doesn't have high demands on Wright either. But at least you have to be able to calm down and meditate, right? It turned out that Wright couldn't even do this. Although his eyelids were closed, his eyes were still moving around, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Eaton was about to speak when he suddenly noticed that the energy in Nyan's body was developing toward practice. He quickly stopped Nyan's move. Nyan, don't rush to activate practice yet. Why, brother Eaton? Did Nyan do something wrong? Nyan stopped meditating, her big eyes full of doubts. That's not true, Nyan did a great job. Eaton explained, it's just that Nyan's body is still too fragile right now, and the aura nodes are not fully opened. In order not to hurt your body, you can't try practice yet. Do you understand? It is precisely for this reason that Eaton did not force his mind on Nyan even though she was a genius. Nyan knows. Although she didn't quite understand, Nyan realized the importance of this matter from Eaton's serious tone. So she nodded obediently. Right on the side looked suspicious of life since Eaton opened his mouth. He hasn't even finished meditating yet, and his daughter has already started? This was the first time he realized how big the gap between people could be. And it's also the gap between him and his daughter. Eaton also noticed Wright's expression and knew what Wright was thinking right now without having to guess. Okay, there are more ways to open your mind than this. Come to me after you master meditation and enter concentration, and I will help you force your mind to open. Considering that Wright has to run a company and develop a gang, if he were left to figure it out on his own, he might not be able to do it in 3 to 5 years. So Eaton decided to simply force him to read. Knowing that there are other ways to open up thoughts, Wright was happy for a moment, and then asked cautiously, isn't there any danger in forcing out thoughts? Eaton rolled his eyes and asked, otherwise, why do you think I want you to master meditation and enter concentration? I understand, boss. Wright smiled coquettishly, I still need to contact the buyer of the muscular tree frog eggs. If you have nothing to explain, I will go and get started first. Now he was eager to finish what he was doing and practice meditation. Go ahead. Eaton waved his hand. After Wright left, Eaton told Nyan some precautions in practicing mindfulness to prevent Nyan from hurting herself while practicing. 5 days later, Wright processed the batch of muscular tree frog eggs that Eaton had brought back. Although the value has declined due to the large number, it was still sold for 1 billion denim. Rings are the currency of the hunter world. Although 1 billion sounds like a lot, its actual purchasing power is about the same as Earth's neon coins. The amount converted into red banknotes is only over 60 million. After deducting the 700 million belonging to Eaton and subtracting the part used to manage relationships, the final amount in Wright's hands was less than 300 million. I don't know if the money is enough to hire a group of people from Meteor Street. Anyway, Eaton followed Wright on the airship to Meteor Street. To be precise, it should be the airship heading to the Meteor Street area. After all, Meteor Street is not officially recognized and is not even marked on the map. So they can only go to cities near Meteor Street and then drive there. After stepping onto the airship, Eaton circled around the airship with great interest and took a look at the scenery outside the airship. The flying altitude of airships is far lower than that of airplanes, and their speeds are relatively slow. But airships also have advantages that airplanes don't have. That is, there are many huge glass windows in the airship corridor. Standing on the edge of the glass window overlooking the earth, Eaton can see the scene on the ground clearly with his excellent eyesight. A feeling of relaxation and joy arose spontaneously, which was something Eaton had never experienced before flying. After the airship arrived at its destination, Wright rented a car in the city where he settled, and his younger brother drove slowly toward Meteor Street. Originally, Wright planned to bring more people to fill the queue, but Eaton stopped him. It is useless no matter how many non-Nin people you bring with you in front of Nin people of level 3 or above. They didn't come here to fight with anyone, so there was no point in bringing so many people. Instead of wasting money on taking people on public trips, it is better to let them continue working at home. So this time Wright only brought a boy to drive for them. Thumbs up from capitalists. It is worth mentioning that the driver Wright brought with him was Sarah, who originally guided Eaton. Not only was this clever young man not held accountable by Wright, he even went one step further and became the leader of the team. Chapter 021. The car carried Eaton and others forward slowly. When entering Meteor Street, you can see mountains of garbage everywhere. This reminded Eaton of a doomsday game he played before time travel, 7 Days to Die. Some areas of the game map are just like the scene Eaton sees now, full of garbage, with almost no green plants in sight. Looking around, although all the garbage mountains are of different colors, they give people a depressing feeling overall. It's hard to imagine how people in Meteor Street can survive in such an environment. The stench from the garbage forced Eaton to close the windows in the car. As the car continued to drive deeper into Meteor Street, Eaton saw many people with skinny faces and ragged clothes wandering around the garbage mountain, rummaging for something. The men work in small groups and sometimes get into fights over items they find in the trash. Wright told Eaton that these were residents living at the bottom of Meteor Street. I usually rummage through the garbage pile to find valuable items to exchange for food. Stronger people can often occupy fresher garbage mountains. There is only one city in Meteor Street. If you say that Ukexen's gang will cover up a little and put all the darkness underground, then the city of Meteor Street puts everything on the table. This is a city completely composed of gangs. The entire city, large and small, is controlled by various gangs. The group of elders who oversee everything lives in the central area of the city. Of course, where darkness thrives, there is also light. Meteor Street has certain social welfare facilities. There is a church here that regularly distributes free food to the children on Meteor Street. The residents of Meteor Street, especially the female residents, will also spontaneously raise these children who were abandoned in Meteor Street. In a sense, Meteor Street is more united than the people of any other country. Wright's current status in the underworld is not enough to make an appointment with the elders. He made an appointment to meet with a member of the elders he knew in a bar in the city. It is close to the city center, but the business in the bar is extremely deserted. If you think about it carefully, most residents of Meteor Street are in a state of starvation. How can I have money for entertainment? It is estimated that these entertainment and dining facilities can only be afforded by the leaders of medium and large gangs. Although the bar was sparsely populated, Wright and Eaton opened a private room. After all, discussing business requires a quiet place. Not long after the two sat down, a middle-aged man with a flat head pushed open the door and entered. This man looks ordinary, but has a pair of cunning fox-like eyes. At first glance, he looks like a shrewd type. It's no wonder that he would become the external contact person under the Elder Council. Ha 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 ha, long time no see, Brother Stig. Wright stood up first and said hello. Long time no see, Wright. It's been almost 5 years since we last said goodbye. Stig smiled slightly and responded with a nostalgic tone. I don't know how sincere this tone is. Eaton looked at it with condensation from the side. This man was surrounded by thoughts, and he was obviously and he is most likely a deceitful conjurer. After all, shrewdness is often linked to interests. Stig is a person who strives for the interests of the elders, and it is common to deceive others for more benefits. Steger also noticed Eaton's behavior. A qualified nin must learn to stay vigilant at all times. The most basic requirement is to practice condensation to normal state. This is to guard against sneak attacks from other Nephiles. From this point of view, Stig is still a qualified nin. Who is this? Stig asked Wright. Wright introduced, let me introduce to you, brother, this is my current boss. I came together this time because I want to see the scene of Meteor Street. Oh? What is this little brother's name? Steiger is quite familiar with Wright, he is a man with ambitions and means. When Wright did him a favor, Steiger thought that Wright might be qualified to cooperate with him in the future, so he left his contact information. Unexpectedly, when they met again, Wright had become someone else's subordinate. And this person is also a ninja. Just don't know what the other party's abilities are? If he is just a lucky person who happens to have an idea, he will be able to dominate after acquiring superpowers. Then he wouldn't mind helping Wright escape from the other party's control. You know, he still thinks highly of Wright. But Steger also knew that this was unlikely. After all, Eaton just used condensation. From this point of view, Eaton at least has someone to teach him. What Stig didn't know was that his guess was completely wrong, and Eaton was a pure wild nin. And what Eaton said next would surprise him. Eaton, the mind killer. Eaton briefly introduced himself. It's not that Eaton is pretending to be cold, but that's his nature. He will be taciturn when facing strangers, but will talk more in front of acquaintances. To put it bluntly, it's a bit boring. Eaton's self-introduction was only 5 simple words, but it set off a storm in Steger's heart. Nyan removing masters are also called spiritual removing masters and spiritual purifying masters. They are nirvana practitioners who can remove Nyan from others. Due to the difficulty of developing Nyan like this, it is almost impossible to practice in other categories. Therefore, most mind-killing masters belong to the trait system. This also results in a very small number of mind-killing masters in the world. In particular, there are no more than 10 experts in the world who can remove the strong residual thoughts of the deceased. Just like some alchemists in the world of cultivating immortals, the Nyan expelling master is sought after by many spiritual practitioners. After all, Nyan is full of strange things, and some are so strange that they are like curses. Once it is contaminated, it is like a gangrene attached to the bone and is difficult to get rid of. At this time, you need the help of a mind-removing master to remove the thoughts that do not belong to you. In the original work, Krollo was captured by Kurapika, and was forced into a zero state, unable to use Nyan. It wasn't until he later found the Mind Eliminator on Greed Island that he got rid of the state of being unable to use Nyan. It can be seen from this that the Master of Elimination is of great significance to the wise. Steiger had to take Eaton's words seriously. If Eaton is really a mind-killing master, it would not be an exaggeration to let the elders of Meteor Street come to receive him. Chapter 022. Meteor Street is an abandoned place where garbage from all over the world accumulates all year round. Sometimes even the bodies of dead people are dumped in Meteor Street. Therefore, this is also the place where all kinds of evil thoughts are most likely to breed. If you want to ask which place in the world has the greatest demand for mind-killing masters, then Meteor Street definitely deserves it. However, due to various reasons, Nyan rarely cooperates with Meteor Street. On the one hand, most of the evil thoughts left behind by the dead are terrifying, and ordinary mind-killing masters cannot deal with them. On the other hand, although Meteor Street cooperates with gangs, it is ultimately a land with poor resources. Moreover, there are millions of Meteor Street residents who need to be supported, and there is simply no way that much money can be spent to hire a mind killer for a long time. You should know that the cost of a single thought elimination by a moderately capable mind-eliminating master can be as high as tens of millions. Those top mind-killing masters are even like the top killer families like Zaldik, and their appearance fees are calculated in hundreds of millions. Even though Phantom Troop made hundreds of billions in just one operation in Yukizan, that was just an example. Although Krollo will fund Meteor Street, it is impossible for him to spend all the money he robbed on this. Members of the brigade also need to share money. Others may not care, but don't forget that Maki is a money addict. A group of people shared the profits, and in the end there was very little money that could be used to fund Meteor Street. What's more, the Phantom Troop was just established this year and has not found all the members yet. The members of the brigade are still very young, and they are not yet the notorious A-level wanted criminals that they will be more than 10 years later. Judging from the fact that Krollo wanted to find a mind killer on his own in the original work, Meteor Street still had not found a stable mindbuster partner until more than 10 years later. Stig also didn't expect that a mind-killing master would appear in front of him like this. He thought to himself that if he could win over the person in front of him or reach a stable cooperation, his status in Meteor Street might be raised again. As long as Eaton does not die in the future, it is not impossible for him to sit in the position of elder. Of course, the premise of all this is based on the fact that Eaton in front of him is really a mind killer. So is Eaton really a mind bender? Not strictly speaking. But Eaton has the ability to swallow the fruit and can swallow other people's thoughts and even use them for his own purposes. It wouldn't be wrong to say that he is a mind-killing master. It is precisely for this reason that Eaton calls himself a mind killer. After all, between a nameless ninja and a mind-killing master, the latter is undoubtedly more popular. And it's not easy to be targeted, so it's a real hit. Nice to meet you, my dear Stig Baziano. Stig introduced himself and extended his hand to Eaton. There was a lot of mind energy attached to his hand, obviously he wanted to test Eaton. Eaton was not upset when faced with Steiger's temptation. It's empty talk, and it's normal for Stig to not believe that he is a mind killer until it is confirmed. Hello Mr. Baziano. Eaton also extended his hand to Stig. However, there was not much thought energy attached to his hand, but he quietly opened the mouth of gluttony and bit into Stig's thought energy. The moment his hands touched, all the energy in Stig's hands disappeared. Stig's pupils shrank, and he could clearly feel the thought energy in his hand disappearing, as if he had been eaten. He could already initially confirm that the Eaton in front of him was indeed a mind killer. I don't deserve that, sir. If you don't mind, just call me Stig. After confirming Eaton's identity as a telepathic master, Stig's title of Eaton changed from little brother to sir. I wonder why Mr. Eaton came to Meteor Street. You still have to be called sir, so I'll call you Mr. Stig. Eaton is not the kind of person who likes to rub noses with each other, and they are not familiar with each other to that extent. The purpose of my coming to Meteor Street was just mentioned by Wright. I just wanted to see it. Your Excellency, you are joking. What's so interesting about a place like Meteor Street that's been abandoned in the world? It's full of garbage. No, Meteor Street is a place full of talents. Hearing Eaton's words, Steiger immediately understood that Eaton, like the Zaldik family, regarded Meteor Street as a talent market. That's right, it's the talent market. In the Zaldik family, Killua's mother was from Meteor Street, the Zaldik family's butler Wutong was also from Meteor Street, and even the butler trainee Kanalia was also from Meteor Street. It's like treating Meteor Street as a talent market. Moreover, it is a talent market where lifetime contracts are signed. This is an operation that only the top black industries can afford. Those with lower levels can only spend a lot of money to hire people from Meteor Street like Wright, and the contracts they sign are not lifetime contracts. However, the purpose revealed by Eaton inadvertently once again proved his identity as a telepathic master. After all, if you are not a mind-killing master, you will not be able to perform such high-end operations. Then I'll take you around Meteor Street. Steiger's implication was to take Eaton to pick someone. There's no rush to do this. We'll wait until you and Wright finish discussing the business. Eaton temporarily declined Steiger's invitation. Okay. Then please wait a moment. After Stig finished speaking, he looked at Wright and asked, how many people do you need to hire this time? If there are more, I can make the decision and give you a 10% discount. Brother, why don't you tell me the price first? Wright said with an awkward smile. Eaton's identity as a telepathic master finally surprised Stig and disrupted his thoughts. Steiger even forgot that this was Wright's first time working with Meteor Street. The hiring fee for the top personnel is 20 million for 1 year. These people have undergone professional training and their physical fitness is at the peak of ordinary people. Even the special forces kings of some big countries are no match for them. The next level is 10 million per year, and the average level is at the level of special forces. The lowest level is 5 million a year, and the average level is about the same as that of outside security companies. I don't know which one you want. The actual conversion of 20 million Nihad into red banknotes on Earth is just over 1 million. Before Eaton traveled through the country, the annual salary in domestic security companies was around 300,000 yuan, one-third of that in Meteor Street. Although it sounds expensive, people's physiques cannot be generalized. In the original book, the old guard at Killua's house can push a 2-ton stone door just by virtue of his physical fitness. This shows that there is a huge gap in human physical fitness between the two worlds. Chapter 023. If Steiger is not lying, the physical fitness of these people is really at the peak of ordinary people. Then an annual salary of 20 million is not a big problem. The problem is that Wright probably can't afford that much money to hire people. The annual salary of 20 million that Steiger mentioned refers to one person, not a team of people. Wright probably has more than 500 million in funds. There were originally more, but because of Eaton's request, Wright used them to start a company to manage his business. In other words, if everyone chooses the highest employment level, then Wright will not be able to hire even 30 people if he spends more than 500 million on it. And it can only be employed for 1 year. Wright thought about it and finally decided to hire 2 people at the highest level, 10 people at the next level, and 40 people at the bottom level. The top 2 people were responsible for his safety, and Wright was only going to be employed for 1 year and not renew after that. He didn't forget what Eaton said when he taught Nyan, as long as you mastermind, you can fight 1 against 100, and it's easy to block bullets with your body. Wright is confident he will master Nyan within a year. At that time, these 2 bodyguards will have to be replaced by Huainan. The remaining 50 people belong to the company's security personnel. This is already the number of security guards for many large companies. Wright considered that the company that operates vibranium would become a monopoly in the future and would attract the covetousness of many people, so he hired so many people at once. As for the addition of Nissla family gang members, have you ever seen a gang whose personnel were expanded by recruiting people from security companies? What's more, this is Meteor Street. If you really dare to use the people under the elders as cannon fodder, I guarantee that you will not see the sun the next day. After the business was settled, Steiger asked his men to take Wright to select people. As for himself, he took Eaton sightseeing in the city. The elders have put a lot of thought into the development of Meteor Street. The city has a stable power supply and even trams with fixed routes. Through Steiger's introduction, Eaton learned that Meteor Street was also a place with serious class divisions. At the bottom are the homeless scavengers Eaton saw in the garbage mountain before entering the city. Most of them are zombies who have lost their dreams, surviving day by day. According to Steiger, he used to be one of them. In addition to these homeless people, the communities of Meteor Street are distributed in the form of settlements on the outskirts of the city. Abandoned babies and children born on Meteor Street will be raised by older women in the colony. Men will work in factories, shops, and other places opened in Meteor Street. The church is a very important facility for Meteor Street, undertaking the functions of social relief and education. It is one of the few places in Meteor Street that is not mixed with any darkness. The Board of Elders will not interfere with the development of the church, and may even provide financial support. For the residents of Meteor Street, it is better to have a spiritual belief than to be like the homeless wanderers on the garbage hill outside. By the way, Crollo is so familiar with Bible stories because he grew up around churches as a child. Although the logo of Phantom Troop is a spider, it also references Jesus and his 12 apostles. It was the church that Steiger took Eaton to. He is good at observing people and situations and knows what kind of people to introduce to different customers. Like right before him. Although there are Nyan people who are employed in Meteor Street, Stig knows that the price is not affordable for Wright. So he didn't introduce it at all. Although Eaton did not state his requirements, Steiger knew that what he wanted was to look for qualified talents to train like the Zaldik family. A person like this is undoubtedly the most suitable person to choose from the children of Meteor Street. After reaching an agreement with outside gangs, Meteor Street does not prohibit them from taking away children or even adults here. But the premise is that these people need to leave with them voluntarily, and people from the outside need to pay a sum of money for the people who are taken away, and help them solve their identity problems in the outside world. In addition, if Meteor Street knows that the people of Meteor Street have been treated unfairly outside, Meteor Street will seek justice for them. As Stig explained, he led Eaton to the door of the church. The children here happened to be praying. The tender and innocent children's voices came out from the church, giving people a faint feeling of purifying the soul. The 2 Eatons came to the door of the chapel, and Stig asked, "Sir, do you need to stop them?" Steiger's original intention was for the church people to gather the children together and let Eaton choose. But the question is, how does Eaton know this? He doesn't really have a method of selecting talents like the Zaldik family. The reason why he came to Meteor Street was just because Nyan's prophetic poem told him that he would gain something here. No need, let's take a look here first. This sight really made Eaton see something. Among the children of various ages, Eaton noticed a girl about 7 years old. She was wearing plain jeans and a black turtleneck, with a cross necklace around her neck. If you don't look carefully at the short dark green hair, it's easy for people to mistake it for black. A pair of large black-rimmed glasses almost covered half of her face. Behind the glasses is a pair of big indigo eyes. The eyes reveal a natural and dull temperament, as well as an indifference buried deep in the eyes that is indifferent to everything. This familiar outfit reminded Eaton of someone. Shizuku Murasake, the future Phantom Troop No. 8, the embodiment of Nyan. Nyan is a vacuum cleaner with a unique shape, a fish with bulging eyes. The bulge-eyed fish can inhale anything that does not contain Nyan at Shizuku's command. Because of this characteristic, he is mainly responsible for the aftermath and transportation in the brigade. Of course, Shizuku's fighting ability is not weak either. During combat, she can flexibly summon and remove the bulging fish, inflict bleeding wounds on the enemy's body, and then use the bulging fish to drain the enemy's blood. Although his wrist strength ranks second to last in the brigade, it is still on par with the 12-year-old enhancer gone. Although Shizuku looks cute, he is polite. But he is naturally forgetful, and his actual personality is unexpectedly calm and ruthless, and he is indifferent to many things. In the original work, Shizuku acted very calmly even when he read the prophetic poem and learned that he might die next week. The only thing that matters is abiding by the rules of the brigade. The concrete strictness of her eyes is clearly reflected in her body. Chapter 024. What's that kid's name? Eaton pointed at the little girl who looked like Shizuku. Stig called the church staff, and after some questioning, he got the name Shizuku Murasake. The character information also matches Eaton's impression of Shizuku. Eaton made a decisive decision. It's her. Okay, sir, what else is there? What else? Here, don't you choose a few more? Stig was a little confused and didn't know how Eaton picked people. When a martial arts master selects a disciple, he or she must undergo some bone-crushing and other operations. Killer families like Zaldik also have their own screening methods, and every time they come, they select a group to train together. How come you came to Eaton and only looked around to find someone to choose from, and you chose just one person? Eaton thought the same thing. They are already here, so why not bring a few more back to teach Nyan? There are a lot of talents in Meteor Street, and maybe if he is lucky, he can select one or two more talents. You're right. Then you go and ask which children are willing to come with me, and I will pick a few to take away. As for Shizuku, let me see her alone. The last two sentences are addressed to the clergy of the church. The teacher glanced at Steger and saw him nodding before walking into the chapel to gather the children. From this point, it is not difficult to see that although the elders will not interfere with the church, not everyone is qualified to take people away from Meteor Street. In a room in the church, Eaton didn't wait long before Shizuku pushed open the door and entered. Hello, my name is Shizuku Murasake. Shizuku greeted politely. Hello Shizuku, my name is Eaton. You can call me Eaton or brother. Do you know why I want to see you? Shizuku nodded and said, I heard Sister Gloria said you want to take me away. How do you say that word? Lead. Adoption. Eaton guessed. Yes, adoption. Shizuku nodded again. Yes, I want to adopt you. How about it, are you willing? Shizuku did not answer, but asked, why did you choose me? I have a sister named Nyan, who is about 3 years younger than you. I want you to be her playmate. Can I have enough to eat with you? Shizuku is a child who was abandoned as a child and brought to Meteor Street. Although the church provides relief, it cannot take care of all the children. So she usually has a full meal and a hungry meal. She is more concerned about having enough to eat than being a so-called playmate. Of course. You can have a full meal anytime you want. As Eaton spoke, he opened the space in his stomach pouch and took out some cakes and other pastries. There is everything in the space of his stomach pouch. Of course, as a foodie in the Great Celestial Dynasty, the most abundant thing in his stomach pouch is food. The aroma of the cake immediately caught Shizuku's eyes. The big, dull eyes flashed with desire. Didn't even notice where Eaton got these pastries from. Shizuku looked at the pastry in front of her. Although she wanted to eat it, she held back. Ask politely, are these for me? Can I eat them? Okay. Eaton nodded. After getting permission, Shizuku grabbed the cake, changed his previous quiet image and ate it. Eaton said softly, eat slowly, I still have some here. With that, he took out a glass of juice from the space in his stomach pouch and handed it to Shizuka so she wouldn't choke on the cake. In less than a few minutes, Shizuka had completely destroyed the cake. She drank the juice in one gulp, breathed a long sigh of relief and said, "Thank you." Eaton waved his hand and said, "You're welcome, I told you I'd make sure you're full." Shizuka tilted his head and asked, "Is this the promise Sister Gria said?" Seeing Shizuka's confused look, Eaton couldn't help but reach out and rub her hair. "Yes, this is my promise to you." "Okay, I promise to leave with you. But can you lend me some money first? I will return it to you later, this is my promise to you." Shizuka put his knowledge to use and asked Eaton for money. "Can I ask what you want the money for?" "I want to buy a vacuum cleaner for Sister Gria. That way she won't have to worry about cleaning after I leave." This is the third time Eaton has heard Sister Gria's name. It seems that this nun usually treats Shizuka well, but she can actually make Shizuka, who has a cold personality, be so attracted to her. After some questioning, Eaton learned that Sister Gloria usually asked Shizuka to help clean the church. But rather than saying it was a favor, it was more like paying Shizuka some remuneration in this way so that she would not go hungry during the days outside of church relief. After all, with a character like Shizuka's cuteness and even a bit naturally forgetful, it's really not easy to support himself. Eaton even suspected that Shizuka's future development of the vacuum cleaner bulging fishman was also related to Sister Gria. Because he learned from Shizuka that the reason Sister Gloria hired Shizuka to clean the house was because she complained that she didn't have a vacuum cleaner. After hearing the cause and effect, Eaton said, "I won't lend you the money. How about I just ask someone to buy a vacuum cleaner and give it to Sister Gloria?" This era is not like before Eaton's time travel. Vacuum cleaners have just begun to become popular in this world, and the price is still very high. Meteor Street is a mixed bag. If Eaton handed such a sum of money to Sister Gloria would probably be targeted. They may not dare to take action when they are in church, but this is not necessarily the case outside church. But the vacuum cleaner is delivered directly and becomes part of the church's property. No one in Meteor Street is bold enough to take advantage of church property. Eaton told Shizuka the trade-offs. Shizuka nodded in understanding, not sure if she understood. But she should have understood that Eaton would give Sister Gria a vacuum cleaner. "Thank you, brother." This is the first time Shizuka has called Eaton brother since she came into this room. This means that she has initially approved of Eaton. "You're welcome, let's go out." Eaton tried to hold Shizuka's hand, but she didn't object and let Eaton hold her hand. "I want to choose a few more people. If you know anyone you can recommend them. Are they like me?" Eaton thought Shizuka was asking if other people would become Nyang's playmates like her. He replied casually, "It's not the same. Shizuka is the most special." Eaton didn't know that his unintentional words would be remembered by Shizuka for a lifetime. Chapter 025. Finally, Eaton chose 5 more children on Shizuka's recommendation. Not that Shizuka was familiar with these 5 children. The only reason why Shizuka recommends them is that they are strong and capable of doing the job. These 5 children were just a make-up, and Eaton didn't really care. If you have talent, cultivate it. If not, teach them how to read it and then throw it to write as a thug. Eaton found Steiger and paid the fees needed to take the children away. By the way, Stig was entrusted to buy a vacuum cleaner for Sister Gloria and asked him to take more care of the nun. It was a trivial matter, and Steiger naturally agreed in order to make friends with Eaton. Eaton also knew what Stig was thinking, so he left his contact information and said he could contact him if he needed help. It can be regarded as a preliminary cooperation. After taking Shizuka and others to join Right, Eaton left Meteor Street. Since he only drove 1 car when he arrived, Eaton only took Shizuka with him in the end. As for the rest, Steiger said he would make arrangements. Time flies, and it's the end of 1986 in a blink of an eye. During this period, Shizuka and Nyan, who were brought back by Eaton, became good friends. One of these 2 little girls is naturally dull and a little forgetful, and the other is lively, cheerful, and cute, very much like Kikai and Kelly from the Taivat continent next door. The most important thing is that these two little guys also like to cling to Eaton. It gave Eaton, who is still unmarried, an early experience of the joy of an old father. Regarding Nyan's practice, Eaton has not given up either. 1 month after returning from Meteor Street, Eaton's telekinesis reached Hunter's average level. The so-called average level is to maintain hardness for at least half an hour. Because a person with a slight degree of Nyan will remain in a hard state almost throughout the battle. Usually whoever cannot maintain the firm state first will become the loser. Among the children brought back by Eaton, only Shizuka told Nyan without reservation. As for the remaining 5 children, Eaton only taught them the 4 major skills of Ran, and then threw them away to receive basic education. After all, he is still one of his subordinates, so he cannot be illiterate no matter what. After they have received a certain amount of ideological education and matured in their 3 views, they can be taught Nyan. As for Nyan and Shizuku, one of them is a daughter of the underworld, and the other is born with forgetfulness. They are both in special situations. Therefore, teachers hired by Wright came to teach in person. Eaton also asked Wright to find several cultural teachers for him. Most of his knowledge of this world still lies in the anime and comics he read before traveling through time. In order to gain a deeper understanding of the world, it's always good to learn more. The all-round enhancement of physical fitness includes the improvement of brain width, which greatly enhances Eaton's memory and understanding. This gave Eaton a photographic memory. From the time he left Meteor Street to the end of the year for more than half a year, Eaton has been settling down. During this period, no one came to trouble Eaton, leaving Eaton with no strength to display. But it doesn't matter, if the mountain doesn't come to see me, I will go and see the mountain myself. Eaton has registered for next year's Hunter Association exams. As long as you become a hunter, you will have plenty of opportunities to fight against the enemies. Eaton also thought about whether to wait until the hunter exam when the plot begins before taking the exam. After all, he still wanted to participate in the original plot. But Eaton gave up on the idea after careful consideration. Because once you become a hunter, you can get all kinds of preferential treatment. In addition to free trial access to 95% of public facilities, you can also enter 90% of countries generally prohibited from entry and 75% of restricted areas. It can be said that after becoming a hunter, Eaton can freely travel around the world to hunt rare beasts and magical beasts. Having a hunter license is convenient in every sense of the word. Although time is not valuable to Eaton, who is both a Tuntun fruit and a Lyoku immortal thief, he cannot waste more than 10 years of his time just to participate in the plot. What's more, if you become a hunter early, you can also become an examiner when the plot begins. With the Tuntun fruit and the Lyoku immortal thief, Eaton's goal is naturally to become a food hunter. He remembered that the examiners for the second hunter exam in the plot were 2 gourmet hunters. Replacing one of the examiners will certainly not be a problem at that time. With this idea in mind, Eaton signed up for the hunter exam next year. It is worth mentioning that when they learned that Eaton was going to take the hunter exam, Nyan and Shizuku also wanted to sign up. But Eaton rejected it. He knew these 2 chicks didn't really want to be a hunter. It was just because I knew Eaton was going on a long trip and felt that staying at home would be boring, so I wanted to follow him. Wright is currently busy with both the gang and the company, so busy that he doesn't have much time to return to Nissla Manor. It is already in a state where Nyan is completely left to Eaton to raise. His real father's status in Nyan's heart has already dropped to 3rd place. The first was Eaton and the second was Shizuka, who was 3 years older than Nyan. I don't know how Wright will feel when he realizes this. Although Wright neglected his family, his career was prosperous. The company that operates vibranium has reached cooperation with a number of large industrial companies, providing Eaton and Wright with a large amount of capital. During this period, it was not that no one coveted the vibranium produced by Eaton. However, these people's overt and covert attacks were blocked by the people Wright hired from Meteor Street. The strength of Meteor Street is still trustworthy. With continuous financial support, the Nissla family has also squeezed into the top ranks of the gangs in the city of Lufab. It was precisely because he was too busy that it took right half a year to master the ability to meditate quickly. Things became much simpler after that, with Eaton helping him forcefully read. As Nyang's father, Right still has some talent. After forcing the thought to open, it didn't take long to control the scattered thoughts. Eaton tested his system, and it turned out to be conjurer as expected. I have to say that the theory of mind and personality is really useful. Eaton couldn't help Right with the development of Nyan. After telling Right the characteristics of conjurer, he left it to him to figure it out on his own. Chapter 026. January 1, 1987. On the first day of the new year, Eaton did not continue to stay in Nissla Manor, but embarked on the journey to the Hunter examination venue. Yes, you read that right. The Hunter exam is held on the first day of each year by the Hunter Association. This made it difficult for Eaton to spend his first new year in this world. The prototype of the Ulubian continent is North America, so let's just say it doesn't have a lunar calendar. The so-called hunter is a group of people who are attracted by the unknown to challenge the unknown. They are destined not to be in a comfortable environment for a long time. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that the hunter exam is set in the new year, a happy day for the whole family. For Eaton, the content of the hunter exam was not difficult. He can even follow Killua's example when he took the hunter exam for the second time and beat everyone who took the exam down. In this way, he is the only qualified person. What was more difficult was finding the pre-selection section before the exam venue. In the original book, Gon went through 3 levels: setting sail, question and answer, and pilot before arriving at the examination venue. What tests the applicants is their determination to become a hunter and their ability to respond to emergencies. To put it bluntly, you need to rely on your own strength to find the tips given by the Hunter Association, and follow the tips to go to the real examination room. The most difficult part is that there will be no Nyan players in the pre-selection part. So Eaton can't find the examiner by judging who is the Nyan. Fortunately, Eaton's job before traveling through the journey required him to search for fruits in the tropical rainforest, which gave him good observation skills. Coupled with the improvement of physical fitness, the observation ability has been further improved. In just 2 days, Eaton successfully passed the Hunter Association pre-selection test with his meticulous observation skills. Much of that time is spent on the road. Finally, Eaton found a real guide in a shopping mall with thousands of people. Eaton followed the guide to an employee elevator. When Eaton learned that the exam venue was underground, he felt a bit sad. He took the 274th Hunter exam, which was 12 years apart from the 286th in the original work. The first exam in the original work is also underground. However, the Hunter exam location varies every year. If the Hunter Association opened an underground examination room every year, wouldn't all parts of the world have already been poached by the Hunter Association? Just as Eaton was thinking wildly, the elevator door opened. Eaton walked out and looked around. Before he could make any move, a number plate suddenly stretched out from below his field of vision. "Sir, this is your number plate, please keep it." Eaton looked down and saw that the person speaking was a strange species that was no taller than his thigh. The bean-faced man is short in stature, with a face shaped like a mung bean, no nose and ears, and a green body. He wears a black suit and bow tie, and wears a pair of white gloves on his hands. In the original work, he often stays by President Netero's side and is President Netero's secretary. Unexpectedly, he was already working in the Hunter Association during this time. My first reaction when I saw Eaton was, what would he taste like? The idea only existed in Eaton's mind for a moment, and then he threw it out of his mind. Not to mention that the word bean-faced man contains the character personal in it, his intelligence is no different from that of ordinary people, and he is also a human being in a strict sense. Eaton has made a restriction and oath before, and he must not eat people under any circumstances. What's more, Nyan belongs to the Hunter Association and is also the secretary of the president. Eaton has not grown to the point where he feels he can compete with the entire Hunter Association. The bean-faced man shuddered for some reason. He always felt that the person in front of him was thinking something bad at that moment. "No, thanks. Eaton didn't take the number plate from the bean-faced man. Eh? But if you don't get your number plate, you won't be eligible to take the exam. The bean-faced man thought Eaton was unclear about the situation and patiently explained. I know. Please help me get it. It will be over soon. After Eaton finished speaking, he slowly walked towards the candidates in the underground square. He clasped his hands together and patted twice, making a sound that attracted the attention of most candidates in the square. Although this is a bit excessive, can you please give up this hunter exam? I promised someone to go back early, so I wanted to finish the hunter exam as soon as possible. Eaton's inquiry did not receive positive feedback, and the crowd burst into jeers. Ha 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 ha, little brat, do you think the hunter exam is just a game of house? That's right, you just want us to quit with just one sentence. What are you dreaming about? It's better to go home and drink milk. If you can't, you can just go back and find a rich woman to rub the steel wool, ha 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 ha. At this time, a middle-aged uncle who looked like a fat tiger suddenly walked out of the crowd. He had a square nose and a distinctive broom head. He came to Eaton, took out a can of drink and said, "Brother, are you too nervous? Come and have a can of drink to relax." On the surface, this fat tiger is caring about Eaton, but in fact he is harboring evil intentions. Eaton already recognized this guy's identity. Rookie killer Tonpa. He was also nicknamed the Tonpa God by netizens before time travel. The reason for this title is that Tonpa takes the hunter exam every year in order to implement the villain spirit. Its purpose is to take pleasure in eliminating opponents by various despicable means in the exam. He is good at using his acting skills to pretend to be weak or good, and frame his opponents when they are not prepared. Before the time travel, Eaton only thought that Tonpa was a joking name. But when he actually saw Tonpa in person, Eaton's instinct told him that this guy was not simple. It is mentioned in the original book that Tonpa has taken the hunter exam every year since he was 10 years old and has continued for 35 years. Of these, 35 stayed to take the official hunter exam. Although he was eliminated every time, he still escaped unscathed every time. With such a record, Eaton doesn't think Tonpa will be an ordinary person. Eaton glanced at Tonpa with condensation. The thought energy in the bodies of non-inner people will escape at a slow speed as their life energy is consumed, but it is irregular. But Tonpa's status is different. His energy dissipated very regularly. It's like casting Ju first, and then opening some aura nodes to let the energy escape. Chapter 027. If Eaton hadn't been very observant, he might not have been able to detect the abnormalities in Tonpa's mind energy. Preliminary confirmation is that Tonpa is good at Nyan. Eaton ignored the spiked drink from Tonpa in front of him. He had just confirmed it with Nyan. Except for Tonpa, none of the candidates present knew how to Nyan. Then the next thing will be easier to handle. Eaton crossed Tonpa and came to the crowd and spoke again, "Since none of you are willing, I can only say sorry here." At this time, the candidates did not realize the seriousness of the matter, and were still laughing at Eaton unabashedly. The next moment, Eaton unleashed the Nyan Chi he had been practicing for more than half a year with all his strength. The thoughts mixed with malice came out of the body along with Lian. For a moment, everyone present felt as if they were being targeted by wild beasts, and they did not dare to move at all. Some were even so frightened that they became incontinent on the spot. People nearby who were smelled by the stench kept retreating, away from the source of the smell and at the same time escaping from Eaton's aura. But the underground square is so big, where can they escape to? Now I ask again, does anyone want to withdraw voluntarily? If not, I will take action. It's not a big deal when I move my hands. It would be a pity if I accidentally beat you to death. Eaton's last sentence is just to scare the candidates. After more than half a year of training, he has been able to control his strength very well. But the candidates don't know this. Suppressed by evil thoughts, they had no doubt about Eaton's words. Some people even regarded him as a terrifying murderer and called the police immediately after escaping. I quit. The first sound of exiting came from the crowd, followed by responses from countless people. Me too. I'm quitting too. Among them, some people who did not believe in evil said, "Don't be fooled by his tricks. He looks like a pretty boy. He might not even be able to withstand my punch. Those in the crowd who originally shouted to quit suddenly hesitated. Looks like I need to use some more explicit expressions. Eaton didn't try to refute, but picked up a stone from the ground and threw it in the direction of the person who just spoke. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and the stone scraped across the man's scalp, giving him a Mediterranean hairstyle. Then the entire underground square trembled. Everyone turned around and saw that the small stone thrown by Eaton had created a large hole of nearly 10 meters in the wall. The entire wall was covered in cracks. Gudong. The only sounds left in the square were the sounds of swallowing. Quit. I want to quit now. 10 seconds later, everyone came to their senses and rushed into the elevator behind Eaton. Ignoring whether the elevator would be overloaded, I scrambled to leave this dangerous place as quickly as possible. Eaton ignored them and turned back to look at Tonpa. Although he was covered in cold sweat at this time, Eaton knew that he was pretending. Before, when he broke out practice, he also used circle to observe Tonpa behind him. The moment he was affected by evil thoughts, Tonpa's thoughts fluctuated for a moment, and then he suppressed them again. At that moment Eaton was absolutely sure that Tonpa would definitely Nyan. And certainly the conjurer who loves to trick people the most. I can only say that he is worthy of Tonpa, the master who carries out the spirit of the villain to the end. Eaton didn't want to embarrass him. There is an old saying that goes well, it is better to offend a gentleman than a villain. Especially for a real villain like Tonpa, Eaton usually keeps away from him. I'm sorry, Mr. Tonpa, for interrupting your fun. As soon as Eaton said these words, Tonpa knew that he had seen through his disguise. His expression changed without any trace, and then returned to his frightened, flustered, and honest expression. No, it's okay. It will be the same if I come back next year. I won't bother you, I'm leaving. After saying that, Tonpa left here with his short legs. After witnessing all this, the bean-faced man finally knew what Eaton meant when he said it will be over soon. At this time, the examiner who jumped out of nowhere stood beside him. Most likely he was frightened by Eaton's evil thoughts. The bean-faced man could not help but complain to the examiner on the side, "This is troublesome." "What's the trouble? Is it the damage to the wall? I can compensate." Eaton stepped forward to say hello. The examiner on the side replied, "You should know that this is not what the bean-faced man said." The examiner's tone was unkind, as if he was dissatisfied with Eaton for sabotaging the hunter exam. Eaton took a look at the examiner. He had carefully groomed his neat mustache, symmetrical eyebrows, and even his slicked back hair. This serious look is definitely a manipulator. Eaton doesn't really like communicating with people like this. To put it nicely, one can say that they abide by their duties, to put it at worst, they are rigid and do not know how to be flexible. Then you should also know that these tests are useless for people like us, and I am also in a hurry. Eaton responded casually to the examiner. Then Chow Dumianren suggested, "Mr. Dumianren, would you like to contact the president and ask him how to solve this matter? I believe I should not be the only one to do this in previous hunter exams." Eaton couldn't believe that no one in the previous hunter exams had mastered Nyan in advance like him and started speed running on the hunter exams. The bean-faced man sighed and said, "This has indeed happened before, but this is the first time during Chairman Netero's tenure. Your Excellency is right, you really need to contact President Netero about this matter." After saying that, the bean-faced man took out a mobile phone and started dialing the number. After the call was connected, the bean-faced man walked away a little. It's not to avoid anything, it's just a personal habit of making phone calls. Just like some people like to walk around when talking on the phone, and there are some unconscious movements on their hands. Eaton curiously asked the examiner on the side, "What brand of mobile phone is that? The signal is so good? It can be connected underground." The examiner glared at him angrily, and finally replied to Eaton, "It has nothing to do with the mobile phone. There is a special signal base station near the Hunter Association examination room." After finishing speaking, the examiner also walked aside and made a phone call. Eaton could vaguely hear that the examiner was informing other examiners of what was happening here. Chapter 028. After a while, the bean-faced man came back from the phone call. Mr. Eaton, President Netero said he would like to conduct an interview with you before deciding whether to issue you a hunter license. Eaton looked weird. Before he traveled through time, he became a fruit hunter because he didn't want to interview for a job. Unexpectedly, after traveling through time, becoming a hunter would require an interview. Seeing Eaton's strange expression, the bean-faced man thought he was in some trouble. Any questions? Mr. Eaton? No, it's nothing. Eaton shook his head. I just don't know how long this interview will take. You also know that I am in a hurry. Don't worry, President Netero is already on his way. He will be there in half an hour at most. Eaton raised his eyebrows and asked, are all Hunter Association presidents so idle? The bean-faced man looked surprised. Huh? Why do you ask that? The president's work is quite busy. The Hunter Association headquarters is not here. Logically speaking, President Netero shouldn't have rushed here so quickly after receiving your call. But as you just said, President Netero can arrive in half an hour at most. In other words, President Netero himself is near the Hunter exam venue. That's why I ask, are all your presidents so idle? Even the Hunter exams were attended in person. Well, the main reason is that President Netero pays more attention to the infusion of new blood into the association. The bean-faced man smiled awkwardly. He didn't even believe what he said. Doesn't he know what Netero's temperament will be? An old naughty boy who is full of energy and has a very bad personality. I often put work aside under various excuses and go have fun on my own. In the end, it was him, the president and secretary, who worked hard. If nothing unexpected happens this time, President Netero must have abandoned a lot of things in the association and ran out to play. The bean-faced man felt that even if he had any hair, it would have fallen out due to working overtime all year round. Eaton didn't expose the bean-faced man's explanation. After changing the topic and chatting for a few words, Eaton approached the examiner on the side. What do you call Mr. Examiner? The examiner glanced at Eaton and said, just call me Moritani. Okay, Mr. Moritani. Do you want to come and spar? It was still half an hour before Netero arrived, so Eaton wanted to move around first. The two blows that scared the examinee away just now aroused his desire to fight. Moritani's face darkened. He had also felt it when Eaton broke out practice before. Eaton's Nyan chi was much stronger than him. If you want to bully him, just say so. Why are you looking for an excuse to spar? Moritani decisively rejected Eaton. Little did he know that Eaton really wanted to compete with him to test his own strength. After all, Eaton has never fought against an in-person after mastering Nyan for so long. Combat experience is his biggest shortcoming. Seeing Moritani's refusal, Eaton curled his lips in disinterest, and then went to chat with the bean-faced man. Half an hour later, Netero and other examiners arrived hand in hand. They probably met on the road. Eaton glanced around and found that there was no familiar face except Netero. If you think about it carefully, there are more than 600 people in the Hunter Association. How could there be such a coincidence that he could meet the examiner who appeared in the original work? After finding that there was no familiar examiner, Eaton set his sights on Netero. A loose white martial arts uniform covered his powerful and muscular body. The hairstyle is a very unique braid. The reason why it is unique is that Netero only has this bunch of tied hair. There are 2 large, 2 small, and 4 earrings on the wide earlobes, which looks quite trendy. The long eyebrows droop to the beard. The beard on the chin is not too long, but it is shaped like a fishhook. The tip of the beard is a black tuft without transition. Eaton suspected that Netero had a hobby of writing calligraphy with his beard. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why his eyebrows and beard are all white, but the tip of his beard is abnormally black. Even though Netero's eyelids were drooping, Eaton could see the sparkle in his eyes. Just looking at his appearance, who would have thought that the Netero in front of him is already an old man over 100 years old? When Eaton was observing Netero, Netero was also observing Eaton. At this time, Eaton had already ceased to be in the practice state, but Netero could still feel the good mental energy in Eaton. Ho ho ho, is this the Eaton guy who made a big fuss in the Hunter exam? Brother, I don't dare take it. President Netero just calls me Eaton. Although it's quite novel to be called brother by a centenarian, especially since this centenarian is the strongest ninja in the world. But Eaton is not used to hearing this name. Okay, Eaton. So are you ready for the interview? Netero stroked his beard and made a serious expression. Eaton rolled his eyes and said, not to mention that I don't even know what the interview is about. Besides, there doesn't seem to be anything here that can help me prepare, right? Netero's expression changed and he returned to his previous kind expression. That's right. Let's get started. First of all, the first question, why do you want to become a hunter? Faced with this question, Eaton almost didn't think about it and answered directly. Because it will be convenient to do many things with a hunter license. Oh? Then why don't you just go to the black market and buy one? Netero's words are not without purpose. Typically 20% of those who pass the hunter exam lose their hunter license within 1 year. The Hunter Association will not issue another copy. If you want to have a hunter license again, you can only take the hunter exam again and pass it. Some of those who lost their licenses had their hunter licenses revoked by the Hunter Association because they failed to pass the secret test, that is, the test before Professor Nyan. Another part is that the hunter license is really lost due to various reasons. After being circulated several times, it fell into the black market and was sold as a special collection. Eaton half squinted his eyelids and said, don't think I don't know, the hunter license is bound to the corresponding hunter. Even if others get a hunter license that is living abroad, they cannot use it at all. Hunter licenses are processed through various means to prevent forgery. Eaton even suspected that the Hunter Association used Nyan in this regard. Otherwise they wouldn't claim that the hunter license cannot reproduce fakes. Chapter 029. Ho ho ho, do you even know this? Netero said the words of surprise with an expression that showed no surprise at all. Eaton finally figured it out. The old man said it was an interview, but he was actually just here for fun. Next question. No matter what kind of hunter they are, they all have their hunting goals. Can you tell me what your goals are? Good food, all the good food in the world. As a foodie in Daxia, this was Eaton's dream before he traveled through time. Now that he has the ability to swallow fruits, Eaton feels that his dreams can be bigger. For example, eating all the edible and inedible delicacies in the world, or trying the taste of the creatures in the Dark Continent. Oh? Wanting to become a food hunter is an unexpected answer. This time Netero's surprise was genuine. He was genuinely surprised by this. Food hunter pursues cuisines and ingredients from all over the world and is determined to create new delicious food. This is destined to spend most of their time on corresponding things and relax their practice of Nyan. Therefore, food hunters' mental energy is usually at a lower level in the association. But Eaton's tyrannical power of thought is totally inconsistent with this. Either Eaton had been focusing on the practice of Nyan before this, or Eaton did not forget to practice Nyan while pursuing delicious food. But no matter what it is, Eaton has considerable talent. Realizing that Eaton might be a genius, Netero also became interested. Last question. Do you mind playing with me, old man? As soon as he said this, Eaton knew that the old man was probably just as playful as Gon in the original book. This is the world's strongest Nyan as a sparring partner, and Eaton wants it. It just so happens that he also needs an opponent to confirm his strength. However, Eaton did not rush to agree, but asked, is this part of the interview? Ho ho ho. No, you have passed the interview. This is just a request from the old man. Before Eaton could speak, Moritani stood up and objected, President Netero, how can the hunter exam be such a child's play? Oh? But Eaton has already fulfilled the first 2 of Hunter's 10 commandments. Netero said nonchalantly. The so-called Hunter 10 Commandments are the 10 association regulations of the Hunter Association. The first one is what Netero just said, Hunter must have a hunting target. The second rule is that Hunter must have a minimum level of martial arts experience, which is the mastery of Nyan. Eaton also recalled the 10 Commandments in his mind. He echoed, yes, Mr. Moritani, don't forget the 9th of Hunter's 10 Commandments. Article 9. The President has the right to decide on the selection method for new compatriots. However, when the method is significantly changed, it requires the trust of more than half of the compatriots before it can be implemented. Eaton brought this up to remind Mauritani, do you want to change the content of the exam? Dad is right, use magic to defeat magic. For people like Mauritani who abide by the rules, we must use the rules to defeat him. Sure enough, Eaton's words immediately silenced Mauritani. Although Mauritani is still dissatisfied with Eaton, he no longer opposes the granting of Eaton Hunter's license. It seems that Eaton, you are quite knowledgeable about the Hunter Association. Netero smiled again and asked, how do you think about the last question? Eaton nodded and said, that's what you wish for. Netero was a little surprised, I didn't expect you to know the ancient language from Azima Federation. The Azima Federation is located in the south of the Ichen continent. Everyone may be unfamiliar with the Ichen continent, but I believe those who have seen Hunter should be familiar with the Kajin Empire. This empire, which plays an important role in the later period of the original work, is located on the continent of Ichen. The world map of the Hunter world is actually the product of the old thief Togashi, who disrupted and reorganized the major sections of the Earth's world map. After more than half a year of cultural study, Eaton also discovered that there are many cultural similarities between the Hunter world and Earth. The Azima Federation, in Netero's words, is actually equivalent to the Great Celestial Empire before Eaton's time travel. Eaton is also planning to go there later to see if he can find any sense of familiarity in this federation with a similar culture. Akama Federation should be considered my hometown. Oh? But your registration information shows that you are from the Ulabian continent. Eaton's identity in this world was determined by Wright. Eaton didn't ask for much at the time, so Wright got him a nearby identity from the European continent. Although the formalities for this identity were complete, it appeared suddenly after all. Eaton's experience before this was completely blank, leaving no trace in this world. Although the Hunter Association does not pay attention to the identity of its members, it still needs to collect a file and register it. Eaton's little page dossier is sure to attract the association's attention. And now it has also attracted Netero's temptation. Of course, it's not so much a test, but Netero's satisfying its own curiosity. Although the Hunter Association will pay attention to Eaton's file, it will not pay too much attention to it. The world is so big, there will always be some people who live in isolation, even isolated from the rest of the world. The Hunter Association will generally not care about such people as long as they ensure that they will not cause significant harm to the world. So Netero's trial was just to satisfy his curiosity. Eaton also realized this and dealt with it calmly. I don't know. I used to live in the mountains and listened to what the elders said. Netero asked, what about your elders? Everyone died, so I came out of the mountain. Eaton casually brought up the topic, speaking of which, President Netero, you haven't said what I want to play with you yet. How about volleyball? Netero suggested. Eaton is right. In the original book, he was also happy to see Li Xin and played a game of volleyball with Gon and the others. He pretended to be ignorant and asked, volleyball match? I'm not good at this. No, no, no. Netero shook his finger, it's just a simple game of grabbing the ball. When the time comes, you have to give in to me, a helpless old man. Shouldn't it be the president who lets me go? Eaton's head is full of black lines. Everyone is a naughty person, just playing the trick of respecting the old and loving the young. Now he has experienced firsthand how bad this old man's character is. Chapter 030. That's not okay. Since it is a game, it must be fair and just. When Netero said this, his face was filled with regret that he had not deceived anyone. Eaton silently clenched his fists. If he couldn't beat him, he would hit him with 2 punches now. He just said that he came from the mountains, but it doesn't mean that he has never seen the world. Are you going to treat him like a fool? Moreover, who asked others to give way first? Now we are talking about fairness and justice. The strongest Nin in the world bullied him to Master Nin. He is a newbie who has only been half a year old. It's fair to say that he is a hammer. Eaton was too lazy to continue talking and just stared at Netero silently. I wanted to make Netero uncomfortable, but the old man played a staring game with him. In the end, Eaton was defeated and spoke first. Where is the playing field? Netero said with a smile, how about this underground square? Wait a minute, old man, I'm going to get some balls. Netero turned around and dismissed the examiners who were present, and by the way, he also tricked the bean-faced man back into helping him with his work. Then the volleyball carrying a basket in one hand appeared in front of Eaton again. With his arm strength, who would believe that he is a helpless old man? Netero casually put down the iron basket, took out a volleyball, and twirled it with one finger. Do you need to warm up first? Certainly. Before he finished speaking, Eaton launched himself towards Netero. Due to the excessive force, it even caused cracks in the ground. There was no way around it. Although he was able to control his own strength freely, he was still not able to do so with ease. Eaton pounced on Netero like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Just as the two were about to come into contact, Netero easily sidestepped and dodged Eaton's attack. He even had the time to complain, young people don't respect martial arts ethics, so what about the promised warm-up? This is of no use, Nyan, what is it if it's not a warm-up? Eaton didn't stop moving as he spoke, turning around and continuing to grab the ball in Netero's hand. They almost bumped into each other several times, but were dodged by Netero at the last moment. No matter how slow Eaton was, he realized that Netero was not serious at all. In other words, his current strength is not enough to make Netero take it seriously. Eaton calmed down and launched another attack on Netero. This time he chose to accelerate suddenly when approaching Netero, trying to catch Netero off guard. Unexpectedly, the final result was the same as the previous attack. Netero dodged it at the last moment. Obviously the opponent's movements are not as fast as his own, but he can always dodge the attack at the last moment. Eaton's brain was working rapidly, thinking about the principle. Netero definitely didn't use Nyan. Because Eaton could feel that there were no fluctuations in Netero's body, and he was as silent as a plant. Suddenly, Eaton remembered an ability mentioned in the original work about Netero, heart drop fist listening. Heart drop boxing listen is similar to the time illusion that real masters have when they fight each other. It's a bit like the revolving door of life before death. In the moment before death, time will feel extremely slow. Heart drop boxing listening can allow people to enter this state, and even further detect the opponent's attack thoughts, so as to make predictions. Netero's martial arts realm must have reached the point where he can enter this state at any time. After recalling the ability of Netero, Eaton felt that he had found a development direction for his idea of seeing and hearing haki. If you can combine Yuan and heart drop fist listening, you can sense the breath of the surrounding creatures and at the same time see through the intentions of the creatures and react in advance to avoid danger. Isn't this the introduction to the domineering power of seeing and hearing? But now is not the time to test your conjectures. The game with Netero continues. Even though he knew his attacks were ineffective, Eaton continued to attack Netero tirelessly. In order to learn more about Xin drop Quanting, Eaton even closed his eyes on his own initiative and launched an attack based entirely on his own instinct. After losing his vision, Eaton's attacks became much slower. Even sometimes the direction of the attack is not towards Netero. But in the eyes of ordinary people, Eaton's attacks are still so fast and violent that only after images can be seen with the naked eye. However, Eaton's heart had completely calmed down at this time. He concentrated entirely on the attack with his fists and discarded other distracting thoughts in his mind. This state lasted for who knows how long. The moment Eaton threw his next punch, he subconsciously moved the punch to the left. The next moment, he heard a bang. When Eaton opened his eyes, he realized that the volleyball in Netero's hand had been blown up by him. Netero looked at the scene in front of him and showed a clear smile for the first time. There was uncontrollable surprise in his eyes. At the beginning, Eaton's offense was full of flaws and unorganized in Netero's eyes. At that time, Eaton felt to Netero like a beast that only knew how to squander its power through instinct. This unintentionally confirmed what Eaton said before. Now Netero really thinks of Eaton as a man who just walked out of the mountains. In fact, it was the wrong choice for Eaton to seek out Netero to confirm his strength. Because Netero's martial arts level is too high, so high that Eaton can't understand it. It's like two ordinary people fighting and one of them is blindfolded. The blindfolded person didn't know how the other party beat him, so it was impossible to confirm his own strength. Fortunately, the blindfolded Eaton is not an ordinary person. He knows Netero's way of beating him, which is heart drop quanting. Moreover, Eaton still has enough talent to support him in understanding the realm of heart drop quanting. In addition, after Netero noticed Eaton's actions, he actively cooperated with Eaton and slowed down his own speed. Let Eaton use Netero as a reference to touch that realm. The combination of all aspects led to the miracle that Eaton entered Zindi quanting in such a short period of time. You must know that Netero practices grateful fist thrusts 10,000 times a day. It took more than 10 years of persistence to reach the state where I can enter Xin Di Quanting at any time. And what about Eaton? It has only been more than 2 hours since the game of grabbing the ball, and we have entered this realm for the first time. Netero found this talent incredible when he saw it. Chapter 31. Eaton's talent made Netero feel a little envious. Although he is known as the strongest nin in the world, being the strongest does not mean that he is also the strongest in talent. Netero represents the ceiling that most people in the hunter world can reach. The reason why he can become the strongest is because he is a person who spends his whole life pursuing the ultimate in martial arts. This kind of sincere and unstoppable will allow him to break through his own limits and achieve the strongest reputation in the world. Netero occasionally thinks about what it would be like if his talents were like monsters like Eaton. What achievements will you have now? He remembered that the last time he had seen such a ridiculously gifted young man was Kim Freaks. In some ways, King is even more outrageous than Eaton. This guy joined the Hunter Association and became a hunter when he was 12 years old, and it has been 8 years now. During these 8 years, King left a legacy of significant achievements in many areas. This is inseparable from his incredible learning ability. It is also officially recognized that Jin has the highest IQ in the hunter world. He is proficient in biology, linguistics, geology, archaeology and many other disciplines. His talent in Nen is astonishingly high. As for Nen, who is a strike type, he can imitate Nen almost exactly after being attacked once. It can be called the copy ninja of the hunter world. Although in different forms, Eaton's talent reminds Netero of King. In the past 2 years, Jin has been very quiet. Netero intuitively told him that Jin was holding back and preparing to make a big move. If Eaton knew Netero's thoughts, he would definitely praise his hunch as quite accurate. This year is the year Gon was born, and it is also the year the hunter-specific hunting game Greed Island was released. A completely real game specially designed for Nin people. Isn't this a big move? Back to business. Netero came back from his thoughts and asked Eaton with a smile, "How is it? Do you want to continue?" "Of course." Eaton nodded decisively. At this time, he had forgotten what he said before about being in a hurry. He has just entered the realm of Xin drop quanting and is in urgent need of some consolidation. How could such a good opportunity be wasted? Netero changed the ball and the game continued. This time the game lasted only half an hour. It's not that Eaton can't get into shape. On the contrary, Eaton spends most of his time in a state of Xin drop fist listening. It's just that this time Netero didn't let it go. Although he didn't use his full strength, Netero rarely became serious. Faced with Netero in this state, Eaton needs to devote himself more seriously to heart drop boxing listening. This will undoubtedly increase the mental and spiritual investment. In just half an hour, Eaton was already exhausted. He exited directly from the state of heart drop fist listening. At this moment, Eaton realized that Netero had given himself more than water before. That's like releasing a huge ocean. Netero still looked like he was smiling. He asked again, "Do you want to continue?" Eaton still responded as before, "Of course." He has not forgotten his original purpose, to confirm his strength. Nen is part of his strength that Eaton has not used yet. Although the previous battle consumed a lot of mental energy, it did not consume much physical energy. After all, it was just 2.5 hours of constant punching. Netero can throw 10,000 punches in an hour every day. It's not a problem for Eaton who has monster physical strength. Eaton mobilized his mind energy to form strength and rushed towards Netero again. At this time, Eaton no longer cared about grabbing the ball or not. He raised his fist wrapped in mind energy and hit Netero. Something to mention here. Throughout the entire battle, Eaton had no intention of integrating some of the animal's characteristics into himself, an ability to swallow fruit. Mainly because he was afraid that Netero would act impulsively and shoot him to death as if he were a creature from the Dark Continent. Netero dodged Eaton's attacks, occasionally blocking twice. From time to time, take the initiative to attack twice to knock Eaton back. There was still room for him to say, "Hoo ho ho, young people today really don't know how to feel sorry for the elderly." He could already tell that Eaton was trying to practice tricks on him. In other words, he was familiar with the various techniques used by Nyan. Although Eaton spent more than half a year practicing Nyan's various techniques, he never experienced actual combat. It was only during actual combat that Eaton discovered that he still had so many problems. The conversion between Nyan's skills is too stiff and cannot be perfectly converted according to one's own wishes during battle. I have too little actual combat experience and don't know when to use what techniques. The use of Nyan techniques is too monotonous and only stays at the most superficial application. In actual combat, the use of various techniques is different from usual practice. The differences were not yet fully grasped by him. These are his shortcomings. Netero also discovered many problems with Eaton. After playing for a while, Netero got bored. This was not as fun as before when Eaton used Heart Drop Fist Listen to fight him. Netero admitted that Eaton's talent is indeed impressive. After dozens of rounds of fighting, Eaton has corrected many of his problems. But in Netero's eyes, Eaton is still an rookie. His goal in life is to find a worthy opponent and have a hearty fight with him. But the current battle made him less interested. Maybe Eaton will be a qualified opponent in the future, but he's not good enough now. Now Eaton still needs time to grow. Although Netero is a person who likes to cause trouble for himself, he is limited to the trouble he creates for himself. Like now, Eaton is using him to practice his moves, and Netero obviously sees it as trouble that is not of his own making. Such troubles were like the documents that he needed to deal with in the Hunter Association, which made him lose interest. So after playing with Eaton for a while, Netero decisively ended the game. "The game ends here, old man, I'm tired too." Eaton was in the mood to correct his mistakes, so it was a bit uncomfortable to be interrupted like this. "Do you think I believe this?" Eaton looked at Netero, who hadn't sweated a drop from the beginning until now, and was extremely speechless. Chapter 32. Netero pretended not to hear what Eaton said. "Forgive me as an old man for not having more energy than a young man like you." Eaton knew he just didn't want to fight. The old man didn't even think of a decent excuse when he came up with it. He originally wanted to try to see if he could force out the opponent's Nyan 100 Styles of Guanyin. It's a pity that he couldn't do it, otherwise he would take a bite high and low to test the taste. Despite all the complaints in his heart, Eaton still bowed respectfully to Netero. In this game of grabbing the ball, Netero helped him tremendously. First, he taught him Xin Di Quan Ting, and then cooperated with him to consolidate his realm. Although Nyan finally stopped halfway through the actual battle, Eaton was already very satisfied. Eaton's heart is full of gratitude for the other party's teachings. Of course, it would be better if the old man didn't have such a bad character. "Thank you, President Netero." "There's nothing to thank you for. It was the old man who proposed the game in the first place." Netero waved his hand nonchalantly. "You performed well at the beginning, but you stretched your hips too much at the end, which made me not want to play anymore." Eaton's face stiffened. He really shouldn't expect this old man to say anything nice. Earlier, she said that she was tired and didn't want to play, but now she said that his crotch was stretched. What kind of truth are you talking about? Can Eaton not know that Nyan actually pulls his crotch? He is a wild newbie with no one to teach him, what can he do? Eaton gritted his teeth in his heart and secretly vowed that one day he would take 2 bites of Netero Baishi Guanyin. He decisively changed the subject and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." "Well, since you know all about Hunter's 10 commandments, I won't say more." Just remember to ask Nyan to get your hunter's license before you leave. Netero waved his hand and left before Eaton could react. Eaton was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered that Nyan had been sent back to work by Netero. Groove. He asked why this smelly old man ran so fast. Don't forget to trick yourself before leaving. Fortunately, the bean-faced man is a reliable person. He did not forget to issue Eaton a hunter's license and stayed outside the underground square without leaving. In the end, Eaton successfully obtained his hunter license and boarded the airship back to Nissla Manor. Unfortunately, this airship is privately owned by the company and is not a public facility. Otherwise, he would be able to use his hunter license to engage in prostitution for free. Although Eaton is not short of money, how can it be better to charge for free? Eaton sat in his seat and summarized what he had gained from this trip. Needless to say, the hunter license was the purpose of taking the hunter exam. Heart drop boxing listening, this is the biggest and most unexpected gain of Eaton's trip. This is the realm that many martial arts masters pursue, but he, a novice in martial arts, unexpectedly mastered it. Finally, it's Nyan's actual battle. This aspect did not meet Eaton's expectations. He originally wanted to fight with some of the examiners in the hunter exam, but unexpectedly he ended up fighting against Netero. Although playing against Netero also made Eaton aware of many problems in himself. But just knowing is of no use. This is just like a student handing over the questions he or she has completed to the teacher for revision. The teacher Netero only pointed out the errors and did not mark the correct answers. Eaton realizes when something is wrong and works out the correct answer himself. But there are some places where Eaton doesn't know how to correct them even if he knows the mistakes. But Eaton is not disappointed, he has plans for this. When the time comes, ask about Biscuit at the Hunter Association, and bring a few precious gems to ask her for advice. As the teacher of the protagonist in the original work, Eaton believes that she can definitely teach him the correct answer. Some people may ask why Eaton didn't use the swallowing fruit or the ability of the Lyoku immortal thief in his previous battle with Netero. First of all, it wasn't a battle, it was just a game proposed by Netero. Whether it is Tuntun fruit or Lyoku immortal thief, it mainly provides Eaton with strong battery life. And this game of grabbing the ball ended before Eaton's energy was exhausted. So the battery life is useless. As for using Lyoku immortal thief to spit, it is definitely useless against Netero. Whether it's hiding or blocking, Netero has a way. This trick can only be used to surprise someone. The gluttonous mouth was not applicable to the situation at that time either. The thought energy on Netero's body did not fluctuate at all, and was as dead as a plant. Eaton has no way of judging how the opponent will attack based on the fluctuations of his mind. On the contrary, Netero can predict his movements every time. Whenever Eaton wanted to activate the gluttonous mouth, Netero seemed to feel the danger and directly avoided Eaton's attack. I really don't know how far this bad old man has practiced XIN drop fist listening. Eaton fell asleep after thinking about it. Heart drop fist listening is an ability that consumes a lot of mental energy, especially when Eaton is still just beginning to master it. Now the whole person relaxes and naturally falls into sleep. When Eaton woke up again, the airship had arrived at Lufabu. Unlike other people who packed bags with small bags, Eaton walked out of the airship empty-handed. Otherwise, storage space is a must-have for time travelers. Just put things inside and free your hands directly. It is simply a must-have artifact for home travel. Feeling impressed by the convenience of the stomach space, Eaton got into the car sent by Wright to pick him up. Back at Nissla Manor, as soon as Eaton entered the door, he found Nyan making a fuss about packing his luggage to find him. Although Shizuku didn't speak, he was also packing his luggage silently. It seemed that Wright was busy enough and didn't even notify the manor that he was back. If she had been informed, Nyan wouldn't have made such a fuss. "Where is our little Nyan going?" Eaton joked. "Brother Eaton." After seeing Eaton, Nyan lost her temper. Stomping her feet, she rushed straight towards Eaton, even using her telekinesis to speed up. Eaton quickly opened his arms to catch her. Nyan threw herself into Eaton's arms and said coquettishly, "Brother Eaton, you are finally back." Eaton pinched her little nose and said, "I've only been gone for a few days, and you miss me so much. Nyan nodded repeatedly, yet. Brother Eaton hasn't been here these days, and it's been so boring at home. Don't you have Shizuka with you? Shizuka is bored just like me. Chapter 033. Speaking of Shizuku, she still looks that dumb. However, after seeing Eaton, although she was not as excited as Nyan, she still came to Eaton's side. Brother, welcome back. Eaton could see the joy in Shizuka's eyes, which showed that Shizuka still cared about him. Eaton changed his arms to hold Nyan with one hand, and held Shizuka with the other hand. He sat on the sofa and chatted with the two little ones about what happened in the past few days. Shizuka listened quietly, while Nyan took on the role of admiration and exclaimed from time to time. For a time, the whole scene was extremely harmonious and filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Perhaps even Eaton himself didn't realize that he already had a sense of belonging in this world. During the conversation, Nyan raised a question. Brother, are you going to travel far in the future? Of course. I have other things to do later, so you have to get used to the days when I'm not at home. Not to mention the distance, Eaton will definitely go to Biscuit later. The departure this time is not a matter of 2 or 3 days. So Eaton gave Nyan a vaccination in advance to prevent her from making troubles like this time and looking for him. But Nyan doesn't care about that. Originally, her father was so busy with work that he couldn't see him more than a few times a month. Now Eaton told her that he would have to travel far away and would not have time to spend with her. How could Nyan be willing? She put on an aggrieved expression and looked at Eaton pitifully. No. Brother Eaton, where are you going? Can't you take me with you? Please. More than half a year of getting along was enough for Nyan to figure out Eaton's weaknesses. She knew that Eaton was just doing her own thing. Unless her request is excessive or the matter is non-negotiable. Otherwise, as long as she puts on this expression, Eaton won't reject her. Seeing Nyan's expression, Eaton really couldn't bear to refuse. He thought for a moment, and it seemed that he could indeed take her with him, and even Shizuka could be brought with him. After more than half a year, all the aura nodes in Nyang's body were opened by herself. The same goes for Shizuku. After half a year of meditation, he sensed the chi in his body and successfully opened his mind. Unlike the hunter exam, going to Biscuit is not a dangerous thing. Then maybe Biscuit can teach them both. After all, teaching one person is also teaching, and teaching 3 people is also teaching. Both Nyan and Shizuka have good talents, and I believe Biscuit will be happy to polish these 2 high-quality rough stones. Okay then, I'll take you with me next time I go out. Great! Nyan almost jumped with excitement. Shizuku on the side tugged at the corner of Eaton's clothes and whispered, Brother, I want to go too. Eaton smiled and ruffled her hair, Don't worry, I won't forget you. Shizuka felt relieved and said politely, Thank you, brother. Just as Eaton was planning to go find Biscuit, Netero happened to be talking to Biscuit about him. Netero returned to the Hunter Association and dialed Biscuit's number. Hello? Why did the old man remember to call me? Ho ho ho, don't you miss my apprentice? Stop coming. You will only think of your disciples and grandsons when they are needed. Biscuit on the other end of the phone rolled his eyes. Tell me, what happened this time? Here's the thing, I'm going to let you conduct a secret trial on this year's newcomers. Doesn't the association have someone specifically responsible for this? Why did they find me? The main reason is that this year's situation is somewhat special. What special method? There is only one candidate who passed the hunter exam this year, and he is an. Huh? He is already a nemesis, why do you want me to do it? Biscuit's voice was full of surprise, and she once wondered whether her master was suffering from Alzheimer's disease. That's what makes him special. Netero explained unhurriedly, although he is an, he even has a comprehensive grasp of various extended techniques of Nin. But he looked like a complete novice, as if he had never played against anyone before. Speaking of which, Biscuit has become interested in Eaton. In addition to her love of gems, beautiful men, and restricted magazines, her favorite thing is polishing rough stones. Biscuit enjoys the process of polishing rough stones into exquisite gemstones, which gives her an unparalleled sense of accomplishment. The so-called rough stones can be various unprocessed natural ores, or they can also be people with extraordinary talents that have not yet been developed. Now, in her eyes, Eaton is just a rough gemstone that has just taken off its shell. After all, what Netero can recommend to her is definitely not trash. The other party doesn't have any disciples. Just to be on the safe side, Biscuit asked. No. The file shows that he came out of Beer Mountain more than half a year ago, and the previous information is blank. You shouldn't have recommended a savage to me, right? Biscuit called him a good guy. This was the first time she had seen him with such a background. Savages don't know how to Nyan. Netero's words made Biscuit raise his eyebrows. So his file is fake. I can't tell for sure. His various attack methods really look like wild beasts. Netero said in an uncertain tone, when I fought with him, he tried to bite me several times. Biscuit guessed, do you think it's possible that he learned Nyan after he came out of the mountains? For a moment, Netero fell into silence. It seems that this is possible. In addition to a surge in a person's chanting power when he first starts chanting, if he wants to increase it, he can only increase it through continuous training. And Eaton's Nyan Chi capacity doesn't look like someone who has just started practicing Nyan Chi. So Netero subconsciously thought that Eaton had been practicing Nyan for many years. Now being awakened by Biscuit, Netero also reacted. Eaton's talent is already so incredible, so it seems that it is not unacceptable for him to have such a huge telepathy after only practicing for half a year. Chapter 034. The two people talking on the phone fell into an eerie silence. Finally, the question of Eaton's parentage was easily dismissed by Biscuit. Old man, it shouldn't be that easy for you to recommend this person to me, right? Listening to Netero's description, Eaton is indeed a rare and top-quality rough stone. But if it was only to this extent, Netero would not recommend it to her. Unless Netero's tendency to cause trouble for himself breaks out again. Wait, cause trouble? Biscuit seemed to have thought of something. Then she heard a shocking fact from Netero. Of course, you must know that that boy learned Xin drop Quanting in more than 2 hours. What? It took more than 2 hours to learn Xin de Quanting. Biscuit's tone was full of shock. The state of heart drop boxing listening Netero also taught her back then. But she is not a pure warrior, so she has not reached that level yet, let alone mastered it. You must know that Netero uses the word learn. Biscuit would not be so shocked if he meant entering the state of heart drop quan listening. Are you sure? Biscuit asked in disbelief. I don't like lying to people. If Netero's words meant something, Biscuit always felt like he was cursing her in a roundabout way. Because she is a conjurer Nyan, and she also loves to lie. Hey, who loves to lie? Although you don't have that hobby, your character of making things difficult for others isn't much better. Netero didn't answer and brought the topic back. How about it, do you want to teach him? Biscuit was silent for a moment and then said, tell me his location. Although the Eaton rough stone was first carved by Netero, this cut did not cause any flaws. On the contrary, it was because of this knife that the value of the rough stone rose to another level. She was still happy to take the job. Okay. I'll send you the address later. Hang up first. Wait a moment. Biscuit remembered his guess just now and asked quickly, old man, you don't want to realize your life goals with this person, do you? She also knew Netero's goal in life, which was to find a respectable opponent and have a hearty battle with him. Now that Netero has given her such a gifted person, it's hard for her not to think about it this way. It's just a possibility. Netero did not refute, that boy's dream is to become a food hunter, and maybe he will be you again by then. What do you mean, maybe it's me again? Is me a derogatory term? Smelly old man, send me the address quickly. That's it, it's over. Biscuit cursed and hung up the phone. She regretted it after she trained her body to the extreme under Netero's guidance. No girl wants to be more than 2 meters tall and full of muscles. Although her breasts are really big in that state, she looks like a King Kong Barbie. Biscuit didn't like himself in that state at all, he could even say he hated it. So she spent a lot of effort and used Nyan to transform herself back into her cute teenage appearance. In Netero's opinion, Biscuit's behavior means that his account has been destroyed. Eaton, who wants to become a food hunter, also has this possibility. Netero could tell that Eaton, like Biscuit, was not a pure warrior. But everything is still uncertain until things develop to that point. That's why Netero said it only considered Eaton as a possibility. Not long after Biscuit hung up the phone, Netero sent Eaton's location, and by the way, a copy of the information. Looking at Eaton's handsome appearance in the information, Biscuit felt much better. I didn't expect him to be a handsome man. Now I'm even more interested. Time goes by, and half a month passes in the blink of an eye. In the past half month, Eaton logged into the official website of the Hunter Association and only found information about the Biscuit 2-star gem hunter's identity. There was no information about her movements or location. This situation was within Eaton's expectation. In this era, the internet has just emerged and has not yet fully entered the public eye. Information updates are not as frequent as in the future. Eaton also posted a message asking for help. But maybe because everyone sees him as a newcomer who just passed the hunter exam, not many people pay attention to him. Even if someone replies, it won't be useful information. The search for Biscuit has stalled. Unfortunately, Netero ran so fast that Eaton didn't even have time to ask him for Biscuit's contact information. Eaton regrets it every time he thinks about it. In the days that followed, Eaton exercised Nyan every day to improve his state of Guanyin. Eaton has not given up on cultural knowledge and takes time to study every day. In my free time, I play with Shizuku Nyan and the others, and check their Nyan training. Although he himself was a halfway monk, he could still give them some guidance. In addition, Eaton also asked Right to pay attention to what rare gems there are in the world. It doesn't have to be expensive, but it must be beautiful and unique enough. The best thing is to have an eye-catching background story. When he gets these gems, he won't believe that Biscuit, a 2-star gem hunter, won't come to his door. On this day, Eaton was thinking about how to combine Guanyin and Yuan to create his own domineering style. The old housekeeper of the Nissla family suddenly walked in. "Sir, there is a blonde girl outside who wants to see you." Since the Eaton incident, the old butler has been much more polite to all visitors. At least he did the most basic etiquette well. Mainly because he was afraid that if one day he met someone with a bad temper and as strong as Eaton, he would be beaten to death. Eaton was puzzled. He has traveled to this world for more than half a year, but he still doesn't know any blonde girl? Curious, he decided to go out and meet the girl who wanted to see him by name. Chapter 035. Eaton came outside the manor and saw the blonde girl the old butler mentioned. She was wearing a red and pink tutu dress, and a small fluffy red shawl on her upper body. She is about 1.6 meters tall, with her hair tied into a pair of ponytails and burgundy eyes, which makes her look cute. But this one cannot be described as a blonde girl. Eaton has already recognized it. Isn't this Biscuit? He seems to be only 13 to 16 years old, but his actual age is already in his 40s. He is an out-and-out senior in the Hunter Association. Before Eaton could say anything, Biscuit said first, "Wow, handsome guy. Meet me, my name is Biscuit. Do you want to make a friend?" She clenched her hands into fists in front of her chest, making a coquettish look. Eaton looked at the corners of his mouth and twitched. If a real teenage girl did this to him, he would think it was cute. But when thinking about Biscuit's original body shape, Eaton just felt that people couldn't, at least they shouldn't. "Senior Biscuit, what do you want from me?" Biscuit retracted his cute expression and curled his lips in displeasure. "Tch, it's boring. So you know me. Senior, if you haven't paid attention to the association's official website these days, you may not know that I posted a post on it looking for you." Eaton was interrupted by Biscuit before he finished speaking. "Don't call me senior, you're calling me old." Eaton was speechless for a moment. Sure enough, the older a woman gets, the more she cares about her age. "Boy, are you thinking about something bad?" Biscuit looked at Eaton with an evil look. Eaton quickly shook his head, "No problem. Then I'll call you Biscuit." Biscuit nodded with satisfaction, "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Eaton complained in his mind, "It was you who came to the door, shouldn't I be the one to ask you this question? I heard Biscuit that your teaching ability is very good, so I want to ask you for some combat skills. Humph, I didn't expect you to be quite discerning. By the way, Biscuit, why did you come to me? It's not that stinky old man. He said that you are so bad at Nin skills that even a 3-year-old child can use it better than you. So please let me teach you. By the way, you should know who I'm talking about, right? Eaton nodded with a dark face. Did he really say that? Certainly. Biscuit looked like you have to believe me. But the more she behaved like this, the more Eaton didn't believe it. How could he not know Biscuit's deceitful character after having read the original work? Netero probably never said anything like this. Eaton didn't expose Biscuit either. People came all the way to teach him, how could he not give him face? I have received Netero's kindness. I will repay, beat him properly if I have the opportunity in the future. Although he knew that Netero had never said such a thing, it did not prevent Eaton from being unhappy with his bad temper. If there is a chance in the future, Eaton will definitely beat him up. It's better to take 2 more bites of his Beishi Guanyin. By the way, Biscuit, would you mind teaching 2 more? Eaton remembered that he wanted Nyan and Shizuka to be taught together. Originally, he wanted to take the 2 little ones with him to find Biscuit, but to his surprise, Biscuit came directly to his door. This saved him a lot of effort. However, the collection of gems can continue. He later gave it to Biscuit as a gift to thank her for teaching her. You kid, don't you think that everyone is worthy of my teaching? Biscuit was somewhat dissatisfied with Eaton's attempt to increase her workload. Don't worry, it won't take up much of your time. Moreover, their talents are not bad. How about you take a look first? Eaton said as he stepped aside. Take Biscuit to the manor. When Eaton called Nyan and Shizuka to Biscuit, Biscuit was so angry that he wanted to curse. Done. Do you know what you are doing? Are you trying to kill them by enlightening them so early? Although the sooner you start reading, the better, but that is based on the premise that your physical fitness is strong enough. The physical fitness is not strong enough, and the capacity of the mind energy is not enough. If the mind energy developed through exercise cannot be contained, it will escape. Even if they have good talents, it's a complete waste of their talents. In Biscuit's view, Eaton's behavior is equivalent to cutting a good rough stone into 2 parts without any polishing. After dividing it up, half of it was thrown away. And there are still 2 rough stones like this. For a moment, Biscuit didn't want to pay attention to Netero's request and just turned around and left. She said she couldn't teach such a stupid person. Eaton was scolded so much by Biscuit that he couldn't say anything for a long time. When Biscuit got tired of scolding and took a breath, Eaton found a chance to speak. Biscuit, do you think there is a possibility that they started it on their own? Biscuit's breath hitched. Before she could react, Eaton continued, and I didn't teach them much, I just taught them how to use Tangle Rhyme to maintain their health. This shouldn't have any impact on them, right? There is a hammer effect. Tang is one of the 4 basic elements of mindfulness, it can use mindfulness energy to strengthen the body and even prevent aging. Just look at her, Biscuit. I am in my 40s, but my skin is still as good as that of a teenage girl. This is the benefit of tangling. Just when Biscuit was at a loss for words, Eaton added another shot. By the way, Nyan is an Nin with special characteristics. She awakened Nin first, and then fully opened her mind. Biscuit admitted that she made a misjudgment when she saw that Nyan and Shizuka were too young. I thought Eaton was trying to make things happen. But it's not like he's going to hit her like this, right? What kind of monsters are in this room? The first is Eaton, who learned Xin Di Quan Ting in just over 2 hours. Now here comes another trait-based person who naturally awakens at the age of 4 or 5. Is there something special about this little girl of 7 or 8 years old? Biscuit looked at Shizuku. Maybe he sensed Biscuit's thoughts. Eaton explained on the side, Shizuku is not that special, just a manipulator. Biscuit asked, how long did it take for her to read? More than 3 months. Have to. She shouldn't have asked more. Chapter 036. In the original work, it took Zoisai 6 months to fully learn Tangle. And Shizuku only took him half the time. In other words, Shizuku's talent is stronger than Zoisai's talent, which is only 1 in 100,000 people. Such a talent has become not that special in Eaton's words. Biscuit didn't know what to say for a moment. She always felt that Eaton might have some misunderstanding about human talents. It took Biscuit a long time to find the topic again. What do you want me to teach them? How about fighting? The latter question was just a casual question from Biscuit. She also knew it was unlikely. Fortunately, Shizuku can barely teach her martial arts at this age. But Nyan was only 4 or 5 years old, and she was so ignorant that even if Biscuit really wanted to teach her, she wouldn't be able to learn. They are too young and fighting is not for them. Biscuit, you just need to teach them Nyan's various skills, and I happen to be learning from the sidelines. Eaton replied. I heard from the old man that you know Nyan's skills, don't you? I'm doing some wild things here. I need to verify whether I'm practicing correctly. Okay, let me first tell you about Nyan's various techniques. Biscuit sighed. She originally thought she could save Nyan's teaching. I didn't expect that I would have to start from here in the end. The first is Tang, which is the most basic of Nyan. Biscuit starts from the most basic Tangle and explains all Nyan's techniques. During the narration process, mind energy will also be used for practical demonstrations so that the 3 Eatons can understand. Throughout the day, the 3 Eatons listened to Biscuit's teachings. Eaton corrected some of his understanding of Nyan based on Biscuit's description and demonstration. I also have a deeper understanding of Nyan's various application techniques. He didn't know how much Nyan and Shizuku understood on the sidelines. One of these 2 little guys is too young to understand anything too profound. The other one is naturally forgetful and doesn't know how much he can remember. Eaton didn't force it, he had already memorized everything Biscuit said. At worst, he will slowly teach the 2 little guys later. In this way, Biscuit temporarily lived in Nissla Manor. To put it bluntly, Nyan doesn't have many skills, and he can cover them all in one day. Moreover, Eaton is also a very talented person, and he can thoroughly understand what Biscuit said in just one day. So Biscuit isn't going to let Eaton rest either. Early the next morning she walked into Eaton's room carrying a bucket of water. Prepare to use this bucket of water to wake Eaton up to start training. However, when she got within 2 meters of Eaton, Biscuit noticed the circle coming from Eaton. Unexpectedly, Eaton still maintained his round state even when he fell asleep. Biscuit's evaluation of Eaton has once again risen to a new level. This talent is indeed ridiculously strong. You must know that her original training plan for Eaton included a plan to keep Eaton tangled while sleeping. Unexpectedly, Eaton skipped tangle and directly reached the level of circle before she taught him. How can you be a genius if you can master it on your own without a teacher? This is simply a monster, a monster. In fact, the reason why Eaton maintains Yuan even when sleeping is because he is exploring ways to combine Xin Di Quan Ting with Yuan. Entering the state of heart drop boxing listening requires a lot of mental effort. In this state, let alone combining the two, it is difficult to just maintain the state and use circle at the same time. So Eaton thought about making circular into a skill. In this way, he can focus on the state of heart drop fist listening and no longer have to be distracted to maintain the circle. So there was this scene Biscuit saw after entering the door. When he sensed someone entering his circle, Eaton opened his eyes. He sat up and asked, Biscuit, what are you doing? Biscuit dropped the bucket in his hand with a bored expression. Tisk, that's boring. How can someone still maintain a round state when they fall asleep? The most important thing is that I didn't sleep. Biscuit said the last sentence very quietly. If Eaton's body hadn't been greatly strengthened, he might not have been able to hear it. Eaton's face turned dark. He almost forgot that Biscuit also liked beautiful men. He possesses the Tuntun fruit, which allows him to swallow unwanted fat from his body at any time. It can even adjust the state of muscles to maintain the body in perfect shape. It's normal for Biscuit to be greedy for his body. No, Biscuit was so shameless that he didn't leave when Eaton changed his pajamas. After beating her and refusing to listen, Eaton didn't bother to care about her. He changed out of his pajamas and drank Biscuit's mouth full of saliva. After Eaton put on his clothes, Biscuit's SY expression subsided slightly. Eaton didn't tease Biscuit about this, lest she get angry and beat him up. He silently walked out of the room to eat breakfast, leaving Biscuit alone in the room laughing. After breakfast, Biscuit returned to normal. Eaton asked, "What is today's training content?" Biscuit said without thinking, "Find a place to test your strength first, and then it's time for actual combat." It seems Biscuit has a plan for how to train Eaton. Huh? I thought that after testing the strength, there would be martial arts training. Eaton was surprised and a little lucky at the same time. Fortunately, he didn't tease Biscuit just now. Otherwise, in the later battle, Biscuit might avenge his personal vendetta and strike harder. "Do you think that rigid technique will work for you?" Biscuit rolled his eyes. "If you were an ordinary person or someone with some talent, you should really start learning martial arts moves. But that approach doesn't work for a genius like Eaton. Asking him to learn those rigid moves would only be a waste of his talent." Now Eaton has learned various techniques from Nyan, and even learned the hard drop fist listening that she has not yet mastered. The strength of Nyan can only be developed by Eaton himself, and the intensity of Nyan can only be developed by himself. All she can currently teach Eaton is combat skills and experience. Practice is the best teacher. Eaton has enough talent, and Biscuit is not afraid that he will not learn anything in the battle. Rather, actual combat is the fastest way for a genius like Eaton to grow. Chapter 037. Eaton thought so. He had asked Wright to invite several martial arts masters to teach him in the past 6 months. But I always felt that the moves they taught me were useless. The main thing is that these martial artists don't know how to Nyan. The moves they taught Eaton always felt awkward when used with Nyan. In the end Eaton simply stopped learning and relied on his own instinct. Later, Netero said he was a beast. Eaton came back from his thoughts and said to Biscuit, "Okay, there is a special martial arts gym in the manor, let's go there." The martial arts gym was built by Wright after Eaton opened his mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a place to train. The entire martial arts dojo is made entirely of enhanced vibranium produced by Eaton. The so-called enhanced version of vibranium is a modified and upgraded version of vibranium after Eaton opened his mind. The transformed vibranium has the ability to absorb thought energy. Although the absorption capacity is limited, it is much stronger than those metals that will break when attacked by mind energy. This enhanced version of the vibrator is not for sale, and Eaton does not intend to sell it to anyone else. Ordinary version of vibranium and enhanced version of vibranium are two completely different concepts. The former is just a new type of alloy metal, which Wright uses to make profits, which arouses the covetousness of those businessmen. The latter is a magical metal that has many uses for the Nyan. Once exposed, Eaton will definitely be targeted by many people. And these people are all nemesis. Therefore, Eaton will not let this enhanced version of vibranium be known to too many people before it is strong enough. As for Biscuit, she's not interested. Even if he discovers something strange about the martial arts field, he will not make it public. In the martial arts field, Eaton and Biscuit stand opposite each other. The difference is that Eaton's expression is serious and serious, while Biscuit's face is full of casualness. Biscuit waved to Eaton and said, "Come here." Eaton's whole body of mind energy exploded, and he still attacked in the hard form. Biscuit easily dodged Eaton's left hook. Although the expression on his face did not change, he was shocked in his heart by the power of Eaton's thoughts. This amount of energy is so much that he doesn't look like a newbie at all. But Eaton's poor offensive skills show that he is indeed a newbie. At first Biscuit didn't fight back. After dodging Eaton's attacks several times, Biscuit received a punch from Eaton. After doing this, she almost understood Eaton's strength. After that comes the teaching session. Biscuit is different from Netero. Netero only played against Eaton for fun, while Biscuit went to teach Eaton. Biscuit seemed to be a different person when he entered teaching mode. She transformed from a deceitful nympho to a martial arts master. While fighting, Biscuit would point out Eaton's mistakes. She dodged Eaton's attack while attacking the weak spot Eaton exposed. In her words, "Only if you feel enough pain will you not make a second mistake." If Eaton makes a slight mistake, what awaits him is a reprimand from Biscuit. "What are you doing jumping so high? Do you think you are a monkey? Don't use so much Nyan chi here." You don't use this place to attack. Are you a pig? Why do you make such a simple mistake a second time? How many times have I told you not to raise your elbows so high? Are you opening the door so wide to make the enemy laugh to death? Raise your legs and raise your legs quickly. Otherwise, don't attack with your legs. That will only expose your lower body. Did you eat your loo? Why didn't you defend yourself? Do you think you are rough-skinned and thick-skinned? Try using Joe here. What? Joe can only wrap around objects. Then what is your Wang doing? Joe is an extended skill of Tang. Faced with Biscuit's merciless words, Eaton was not angry. He knew this was Biscuit's teaching style. Biscuit was not trying to embarrass him, but was seriously pointing out his mistakes and shortcomings. Eaton is quickly correcting his wrong attack methods and power techniques. At the same time, his combat experience is getting richer and richer. Now, even if he doesn't enter the state of heart drop fist listening, he can still predict some of Biscuit's attack moves. Biscuit was secretly shocked that such progress was too fast. It was so fast that she felt unreal. It's like a rough stone. She just flushed it with a high-pressure water gun, and all the outer skin of the original stone fell off, revealing the gems inside. The most outrageous thing was that as the high-pressure water cannon continued to wash away, the gem slowly turned into the shape she wanted to carve. This makes Biscuit feel very unfulfilled. It made her seem like a sparring partner. The entire practical teaching lasted for more than 2 hours. Although Eaton made rapid progress, he never touched Biscuit during the entire battle. Oh no, Biscuit took the initiative to take a move from Eaton at the beginning, so he still encountered it. What Eaton didn't know was that Biscuit wasn't easy either. He's improving so quickly that Biscuit is already feeling the pressure. If he enters the heart drop fist listening state during the battle, then he will have the opportunity to attack Biscuit. But this battle is to correct one's mistakes, so Eaton is useless. The reason for the end of the battle is simple: Eaton's strength could no longer withstand it. No matter how powerful his thoughts were, he still couldn't withstand the exhaustion of such a fierce battle. Being able to last for so long is already due to the endurance of the Lyoku immortal thief. At this time, Eaton was lying on the ground limply, breathing heavily. The top was thrown aside during the previous battle because it was in the way. His muscular upper body was exposed to the air mixed with sweat. Biscuit's eyes lit up when he exited the teaching mode, and he almost pounced on him. Although there was no pounce, Biscuit's actions were no different from those of Pounce. When she came to Eaton, she didn't mind the sweat on Eaton's body. He poked and touched Eaton's muscles left and right, mumbling some terrible words like "so good." Eaton was too tired to move and glared at Biscuit. "Can you explain what you are doing? Don't get me wrong, I'm giving you a massage to eliminate muscle fatigue. You don't want to be unable to get out of bed due to muscle pain tomorrow, right?" Biscuit's last neon words almost knocked Eaton out of his mind. Eaton complained, "As long as you can wipe your saliva when you say this, I can believe what you say." Chapter 038. Biscuit wiped the corners of his mouth subconsciously and found that there was no saliva. She wasn't embarrassed, mainly because the touching just now made her satisfied. "Okay, let's stop making trouble, the next step is the real treatment. Miss Cookie, please." As he finished speaking, a beautiful girl with pink hair appeared next to Biscuit. She was wearing a red and white dress that covered her hips, and there was a pink heart on her collarbone. It is beautiful, sexy, and cute at the same time. It's just the sign hanging on the chest that's a little weird, making Eaton subconsciously think of a massage technician at a foot bath shop. Of course, this cookie lady is much more professional than those technicians. Introducing you to Nyan, the magical beautician cookie. She can give you an extremely comfortable massage, help you burn excess fat, and bring your body and mind into a supreme paradise. In addition to this, she can turn her chi into a special cleansing agent that can be applied to the skin to rejuvenate it. By the way, there are many types of massage techniques, and the effects are also different. For example, acupressure massage can make the body radiate youthful vitality from the inside out, and eliminate your troubles of constipation, sore shoulders, and cold hands and feet. In addition, there are holistic massages, meditation massages, doll massages, and more. Seeing Biscuit's expression getting more and more excited as he talked, Eaton actually wanted to ask, "Is this supreme paradise of yours serious?" In order to avoid being beaten, Eaton suppressed the idea in the end. "Can I interview you?" Ask, as long as there is any massage technique in the world, Miss Cookie knows it. It's not about that aspect. What I want to ask is, what is the difference between your mind beast and a real person? Although Miss Cookie is Biscuit's telekinesis, she looks exactly like a real person. That's why Eaton is curious about this question. Didn't I say it yesterday? The mind beast does not have real life. Biscuit looked like a fool, wondering how Eaton could ask such a stupid question. Could it be that her brain was damaged? Eaton didn't know that Biscuit was slandering him. He explained, the main reason is that he is curious about whether someone will have a mind beast as his wife. And if the Nyan beast has no life, how can we explain the colorful eggs in the 7 beauties? The so-called 7 beauties are the 7 most beautiful items in the world in the hunter world. Leaving aside the others, colored eggs are one of the 7 beautiful colors. Its shell is extremely thin and appears in various colors irregularly, with each egg having a different color. The most important thing is that the colored eggs are the eggs of a kind of mind beast. If the Nyan beasts have no life, then where do their eggs come from? This is what Eaton doesn't understand. Since you asked this, let me explain it to you. While controlling Miss Cookie to massage Eaton, Biscuit explained, the essence of the mind beast is something created with mind energy. Different types of mind beasts have different effects. The embodied mind beast has a clear appearance and independent consciousness. The disadvantage is that it cannot be accurately controlled without its owner. Emitter's mind beast master can control it accurately, and the control distance and appearance are quite satisfactory. It is the most suitable type for cultivating a mind beast. Transmuter's telekinesis control range is extremely long, but it is difficult to create a complex and clear appearance. Changes and enhancements are almost impossible to create, and the effects are relatively limited. As for the trait system, it is the most special system and cannot be measured by common sense. It's okay not to mention it. Eaton asked, "But Biscuit, aren't you the conjurers?" "Huh? Where did you find out my gender?" "I didn't inquire, I just judged it based on your character." Biscuit. Character. Eaton suddenly realized that Hisoka seemed to be still a minor at this time. Other methods of judging relationships based on personality have not yet been summarized. So this time it was his turn to explain to Biscuit. Sometimes we can infer the type of the Nyan person based on their personality. After listening, Biscuit used this method to compare the personalities of the Nyan people she knew, and found that most of them were right. Not to mention, your method is quite effective. I really don't know how a novice like you came up with this method. Eaton can't answer this question, so he can't say he saw it in anime, right? He laughed and dropped the topic. Biscuit, you haven't said why you, a conjurer, can create a mind beast. Seeing that Eaton didn't want to say more, Biscuit didn't ask further questions. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Actually, the answer is very simple, because I also studied side majors. That's it. Eaton suddenly realized. Next to conjurer are enhancer and manipulator. These 2 departments have an 80% success rate for Biscuit. With her talent, studying in one department at the same time would definitely not be a problem. Speaking of which, Eaton suddenly discovered that Nyan powerhouses like Biscuit and Netero didn't seem to specialize in one department. Netero is a conjurer like Biscuit, but his 100 Styles Guanyin is obviously the Nyan beast of manipulator. So why do they take other departments concurrently? Eaton asked his doubts. Biscuit didn't expect Eaton to notice the problem so early. She explained, there are generally 3 situations in which you can study other departments concurrently. The first one is the most direct one. The candidate studied other departments concurrently due to personal needs. The second type is when a person in a department has reached the end of his life. His development of Nyan, his genre, has reached the ultimate level of what he can achieve. So I put my energy into other departments. The last type is developed by Nyan. Nyan itself needs the assistance of other systems. The Nyan developed in this case is a comprehensive Nyan. Although Biscuit didn't say it, Eaton knew she was in the first situation. Miss Cookie was developed because of the need to maintain the beauty of the body and appearance. Talking about Nyan's classification, Biscuit also suddenly remembered a question. She asked Eaton, speaking of which, I don't seem to know what your Nyan relationship is. Eaton was stunned for a moment and said, didn't I say that? No. Biscuit shook his head. It seems to be true. Somehow, they seemed to have subconsciously ignored this issue before. Maybe it's because although the gender of the patient is not a secret, it would be a bit impolite to ask about it, right? Chapter 039. Now that Biscuit asked, Eaton had nothing to hide. I'm an in of the trait system. That's the type you said you didn't want to talk about before. I didn't expect you to be an individualist. Biscuit learned and applied it to Eaton, applying the other methods of character judgment he had just learned to Nyan. But that's right. If you don't have some leadership qualities, you won't be able to conquer the Nissla gang. Eaton suddenly realized a question, speaking of which, aren't we talking about whether mind beasts are alive? Why did the topic end up in my department? Biscuit rolled his eyes angrily, that's not why you interrupted. Eaton thought about it for a moment, and it seemed that it was really because of his interruption. He smiled and brought the topic back. So does the mind beast have life? Strictly speaking, mind beasts are lifeless. Because they are products created by people using mind energy. But Nyan beasts possess some characteristics of living beings, so they behave as if they are alive. When Biscuit said this, Eaton understood. Life and life characteristics are two concepts. Only when it has complete characteristics of a living body can it be called life. The mind beast only possesses part of it, so it does not belong to life in the strict sense. Eaton then asked, what about the colored eggs? The situation of the colored egg is special. The Nyan beast that produces it is a natural Nyan beast formed by chance, and is fundamentally different from the artificial Nyan beast. This is also the reason why colored eggs have become the 7 most beautiful colors in the world. So it doesn't apply to the concepts I mentioned before. Eaton said it was a great experience. After Eaton's question, it was Biscuit's turn to ask. Speaking of which, I've been wanting to ask you, what's going on with your body? Although it's very weak, I can feel it getting stronger all the time. Even Materi can't strengthen the body so quickly, right? Eaton had already realized that Biscuit would find this out when Miss Cookie was massaging his body. I just didn't expect Biscuit to ask the question now. The reason why this is happening is related to my Nyan. Eaton briefly explained his Lyoku immortal thief. This is not something that cannot be said. Although Nyan people don't reveal their Nyan easily, Eaton's real trump card is not this. If you really want to talk about it, Tuntun fruit is his golden finger. This is the existence that he will not tell anyone. Of course, Eaton was not stupid enough to tell Biscuit all the abilities of the immortal thief Lyoku. He only talked about the basic abilities of the Lyoku immortal thief. Even so, it still surprised Biscuit. It can continuously and perfectly absorb various nutrients to strengthen the body, and can also excrete unabsorbable impurities from the body. This was the first time she had seen such a perverted Nyan. The most outrageous thing is Eaton's definition of nutrients. Even the energy between heaven and earth can be counted as nutrients. Difficulties Eaton's body is getting stronger all the time. It's no wonder that Eaton has only learned Nyan for half a year, and his energy has reached this level. The Nyan of Lyoku immortal thief is equivalent to keeping Eaton in a state of physical exercise, and it is an exercise without any side effects. Over time, Eaton's physical fitness and mental energy will probably reach a terrifying level before long. The trait system is really unreasonable. Biscuit sighed. For a moment, she felt a little unbalanced. I remember how much hardship she endured in order to train her body to the extreme. In the end, I managed to achieve that King Kong Barbie look. As a result, when it came to Eaton, strengthening physical fitness became a matter of eating and drinking to become stronger. It's so easy. Where can she go to reason with this? If Biscuit knew about it, Eaton's Lyoku immortal thief could also keep him young and extend his life. I wonder if she will beat Eaton to death out of jealousy? Biscuit does not know the other functions of the immortal thief of Lyoku. She was thinking about developing a training plan for Eaton. Originally, Biscuit wanted to develop a training plan based on Eaton's physical fitness. As a result, now Eaton's Nyan can't deal with her directly. Eaton doesn't seem to need her to develop a training plan. This guy can become stronger by eating, drinking, and even lying down. What the hell is this training? In the end, all she could teach Eaton seemed to be practical experience and various Nyan application techniques. This time Biscuit was even more unhappy. It's not easy to come across a top-quality rough stone. It turned out that the material was so good that she turned the rough stone into a beautiful gemstone before even carving it a few times. No sense of accomplishment at all. Fortunately, Eaton's gem is beautiful enough, so she can look at it with ease. No, she can still touch it. Thinking of this, Biscuit rubbed the oil on Eaton twice more. Eaton was suddenly attacked by Biscuit and was a little confused. Looking at Eaton's confused expression, Biscuit didn't intend to explain. She changed the subject and said, "Okay, you've almost recovered. Get up and continue." Miss Cookie's massage has a strong resting effect, allowing the massaged person to get the equivalent of 8 hours of high-quality sleep in 30 minutes. After some adjustments by Miss Cookie, Eaton's body returned to its best condition. Biscuit's practical teaching begins again. Throughout the day, Eaton was beaten, recovered, and beaten again. But by the end of the day, Eaton was able to barely fight Biscuit for a few moves. Even though he had personally experienced Eaton's terrifying growth rate, Biscuit was still surprised by it. If this trend continues, it seems possible that her master's life goal will be realized in Eaton. That night, when Biscuit saw Nyan, he suddenly remembered that this little girl also seemed to have a special trait. Eaton's trait Nyan is already perverted enough. Wouldn't it be even more terrifying if Nyan's trait system, Nyan, awakens by itself? Biscuit asked her question curiously. The result was that Nyan remained silent about it, saying that he could only tell her after Eaton agreed. So Biscuit, who became more and more curious, approached Eaton again. After some consideration, Eaton decided to tell Biscuit about Nyan's divination ability. Just like he wasn't worried that Biscuit would publicize the existence of enhanced vibranium. I believe that Biscuit will have a sense of proportion after knowing Nyan's Nyan and will not leak it out. Chapter 040. Time flies by like a flash, and in the blink of an eye it's another month. Eaton said goodbye to Biscuit at the airship station in Lufabu, recalling the experience of the past month. That day, after Biscuit learned about Nyan's Nyan, she asked Nyan to perform a divination for her. Because Biscuit avoided revealing her age, Eaton was unable to see the content of her prophetic poem. But Biscuit told him that she would teach him for a month and then leave to find the whereabouts of a gem. It is said that Biscuit has been looking for the gem for several years. This time, I finally found a clue in Nyan's prophetic poem, and she said she couldn't miss it. As for Eaton's teachings, Biscuit feels that 1 month is almost enough. Biscuit's judgment turned out to be correct. In just 1 month, Eaton was able to play back and forth with Biscuit. Even if they fight for hundreds of rounds, they will not lose. Eaton is not proud of being able to do this. He knew that there was still some distance between him and the real strong man. Biscuit didn't show his full strength when he fought against him. After all, Eaton knew that Biscuit also had a 2-meter-long King Kong Barbie form. That form is her peak strength. In the past month of fighting, Biscuit has not entered that state. In other words, Eaton didn't force Biscuit into that form. This shows that he still has a long way to go before becoming a truly strong man. In Biscuit's words, he has now reached a plateau. Although physical fitness is still improving, the advancement of combat experience has stalled. This is inevitable. After all, Eaton has only played against Biscuit this month. There's only so much he can learn from Biscuit. If you want to continue to improve, you can only find other people to fight with, hone your skills on them, and summarize your own fighting style. Biscuit also suggested that Eaton go to the Sky Arena when he has time and play against more different people. After bidding farewell to Biscuit, Eaton had nothing to do and decided to follow her suggestion and go to the Sky Arena. Eaton plans to take Nyan and Shizuka with him on this trip. After all, he had promised these 2 little ones before that he would take them with him on his next trip. Although the Sky Arena is a mixed bag, Eaton has no worries about the safety of Nyan and Shizuka. No matter how young they are still genuine nuns. With Nyan Chi wrapped in it, killing an elephant with one punch is definitely not a big problem. If someone really dares to take advantage of them, it should be those people who should be worried. Some people may say, what if it is the elderly who are trying to get their idea? Although there are none in Sky Arena, most of them are concentrated above the 200th floor. Eaton doesn't plan to let Nyan and Shizuka participate in the Sky Arena competition. The chance of them facing these none is very slim. To put it another way, if you really encounter this situation, Eaton is also confident of protecting them. With his current strength, even if he meets a 4th level ninja, he is confident to protect them. Don't forget that Eaton has the ability to swallow fruits in addition to Nyan. The space in his stomach pouch can be connected to the outside world to allow oxygen to enter. In other words, the stomach pouch space can also hold living animals. When the time comes that we really encounter some unstoppable danger, Eaton will put Nyan and Shizuka into the stomach bag space, and they will be absolutely safe. After returning to Nissla Manor, Eaton told Nyan and Shizuka about the upcoming trip. Originally, Nyan was a little depressed because of Biscuit's departure, but when she heard that Eaton was going to take her on a long trip, she jumped up with excitement. Shizuka's eyes also flashed with yearning. Obviously she is also looking forward to this trip. He asked the maid at home to pack his luggage, and the next day Eaton took Nyan and the 3 of them directly on the journey. Yes, you read that right, Eaton brought 3 people. Considering the age of Nyan and Shizuka, it is not convenient for Eaton, a grown man, to take care of them. So he took his maid Arisa with him. Eaton is not in a hurry to get to the Sky Arena. He is ready to take a good look at the world, appreciate the scenery along the way and discover the delicious food from various places. You must know that he is now a food hunter, and exploring food and ingredients from around the world is his main business. As for the Sky Arena, as a paradise for fighting fans, there is never a shortage of people participating in battles. Eaton does not have an agreement with Hisoka like Gon in the original work. It doesn't matter to him anytime he goes to the Sky Arena. So Eaton regarded this trip as a cross-country, or even cross-continental trip. Every time you go to a place, stay for a few days to see the various attractions and taste the local specialties. Sometimes Eaton would log on to the official website of the Hunter Association to check whether there are any rare beasts or magical beasts near his current location. If there was any, he would buy some food and cook for Nyan and Shizuka himself. Don't underestimate Eaton's cooking skills. In his words, as a gourmet, how can Hunter only know how to eat but not cook? The strengthening of his physical fitness also includes his brain, and he can now learn anything very quickly. In terms of cooking skills, it only took Eaton a few months to reach the level of a star-rated hotel chef. Nyan and Shizuka were full of praise for the dishes he cooked. Whenever they go to a new place, the 2 little cats will pester Eaton to cook. As an old father, Eaton naturally dotes on them. If rare beasts or monster meat are not available, local specialty ingredients will be used instead. If there are no special ingredients, Eaton will discover them himself and make sure to let the 2 little ones taste something unique and delicious. As for whether the ingredients he discovered are edible, this was completely out of Eaton's mind. He can use the Tuntun fruit to strip away impurities, toxins and other inedible substances from food, turning originally inedible food into edible delicacies. What I have learned on paper is ultimately shallow, and I know that I have to do it in detail. I have to say that Eaton has indeed gained a lot of knowledge along the way and has a better understanding of the world. Even his cooking skills have improved a lot in the process of constantly using various novel ingredients to cook dishes. If Eaton were to travel to the world of Little Master now, it would not be a problem to win the title of Special Chef. Chapter 041. Eaton and his group walked like this for more than a month, and finally arrived at the Sky Arena. The Sky Arena is located in the Republic of Bardokia. The entire arena is 991 meters high. What is the concept of 991 meters? Before Eaton crossed over, the tallest building on Earth, the Burj Khalifa, Dubai Tower, was only 400 to 500 meters high. Sky Arena is almost twice the size. But even so, the Sky Arena is only the 4th tallest building in the world. From this perspective, the construction technology tree in the Hunter world is far more developed than that on Earth. This is also what puzzles Eaton. It is obvious that the internet in the hunter world has just begun to enter the public eye, and home appliances such as vacuum cleaners have also just begun to become popular. But they can build buildings so tall that they reach the sky. I really don't know where people in this world have gone with technology. There are 251 floors in the Sky Arena, and each floor has a fighting arena. The audience from all over the world exceeds 1 billion every year, and more than 4,000 challengers queue up at the registration office every day. The entire Sky Arena is divided into 10 floors until the 200th floor, and only the victors can advance upwards. After level 200, the application for battle system will be adopted. Each person has a 90-day battle preparation period, and can choose to apply to participate in the competition any day during this period. Every time you fight, you will get a recalculated 90-day battle preparation period. However, if you do not participate in the battle within the stipulated 90 days, you will lose your qualifications and start from the first level again. You only need to win 10 games at level 200 to pass, but if you lose 4 games before winning 10 games, you will also be disqualified. If you can win 10 games on the 200th floor, you can challenge the posters above the 200th floor. After successfully completing the challenge, you can monopolize the floor and become the new landlord, enjoying a reputation and a worry-free life. Each floor from 230 to 250 is owned by a building owner. In addition, there is a biennial fighting competition in the Sky Arena, and the winner can live on the top floor, the 251st floor. Eaton is not interested in becoming a host, he just comes here to find a Funin to fight against. Sky Arena will only provide private rooms for challengers above level 100. Eaton, who is new here, has to find a hotel near the Sky Arena. However, due to so many spectators from all over the world, hotels near the Sky Arena are full all year round. In the end, Eaton launched a money offensive and won 2 rooms from a group of tourists. After settling in, Eaton went to the Sky Arena to sign up. Before Eaton even reached the Sky Arena, he saw teams queuing up to sign up for the competition from afar. The entire queue stretched from inside the Sky Arena to outside the street. Eaton has even seen surrogate queuing. Not wanting to waste time waiting in line, he also asked someone to order one. He himself went back to take Nyan and Shizuka shopping. With so many tourists coming to the Sky Arena every year, the city's tourism industry will naturally not be much worse. It would be better to say that this is the most prosperous city that Eaton has seen along the way, almost catching up with the major economic cities on Earth. All kinds of novel gadgets directly dazzled Nyan and Shizuku. If it hadn't been for the fact that they had gained a lot of knowledge during this more than 1 month of travel, their current performance would probably be no better than when Grandma Lu entered the Grand View Garden. It wasn't until late afternoon that Eaton received a message from someone waiting in line. Originally, Nyan and Shizuku said they were going to watch his game. As a result, he played too crazy during the day and fell asleep in Eaton's arms. Eaton had no choice but to send Shizuku, Nyan, and the others back to the hotel. Arriving at the Sky Arena, Eaton took over the seat of the person who helped him line up, and he happened to be next. After casually filling out the registration information, Eaton received his number plate. Number 9527, it's a good number. Fortunately, it's not a smelly number. Eaton casually made a joke that only he knew, and then stepped into the competition hall on the first floor. There are more than a dozen arenas on the entire first floor, which is a rather special floor. The referee will decide which floor each contestant should be sent to based on the contestant's performance within 3 minutes. The stronger the person, the higher the level he is sent to. Of course, no matter how good a first-time participant is, they will only be sent to the 50th floor at most. Like Gon in the original work. He slapped his opponent and pushed him dozens of meters away, and in the end he was only sent to the 50th floor. Killua has been here once before, and even reached the 200th floor. So when he climbed the stairs again, he was directly assigned to the 180th floor. However, he did not accept it in order to accompany Gon, but chose to climb up from the 50th floor with Gon. Eaton didn't have to wait long before the radio announced his number. Eaton came to a ring. His opponent is a passerby-looking uncle. Judging from the way this uncle is dressed, he seems to be a martial artist. The bright mirror is also the spring that stops the water. Please give me some advice. The uncle performed a martial arts ritual towards Eaton. Eaton looked strange. I would like to ask, is the leader of your sect called Tuntun? Oh? Have you ever heard of our leader? Is it really called that? Doesn't your leader still have the eye of God? Sorry, I don't understand what you mean. It seems this is just a coincidence. Eaton waved his hand and said, nothing, let's start the game. Izumi was confused, but after hearing the start of the game, he still took a stance. Then he was slapped dead by Eaton. Even without using Nyan, Eaton's current physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people. If he punched it with all his strength, the muscular tree frog he encountered at the beginning might not even be able to bear it. What's more, Quan is just an ordinary person who doesn't know Nyan. Of course, Eaton didn't use all his strength and just knocked Izumi unconscious. The other party had no grudge against him, so he couldn't commit such cruelty. Although the initial chatting wasted more than 10 seconds, his result was still judged as an instant kill by the referee. So Eaton successfully got a ticket to the 50th floor. With the note, Eaton exchanged it for 152 genie on the 50th floor, which is equivalent to the price of a can of drink. You can get this money no matter you win or lose in the game on the first floor. Chapter 042. Sky Arena has cash prizes for winning contestants. The higher the floor, the richer the bonus. At level 50, you can probably get 50,000 nuns, at level 100, you can get about 1 million, and at level 200, you can get 2 small goals. Therefore, if you are short of money and confident in your own strength, coming to the Sky Arena to participate in the competition is undoubtedly the fastest way to make money. Eaton did not stop and continued to sign up for the competition after reaching the 50th floor. Still killing his opponent with one move, Eaton successfully reached the 60th floor. In order to prevent anyone from actually using their place as a cash machine, the Sky Arena also imposed restrictions on contestants before the 200th floor. Before level 200, everyone can only participate in a maximum of 2 games per day. After 2 games, Eaton realized he couldn't continue, so he simply went back to the hotel to rest. In the following days, Eaton's life was very regular. During the day, I walked around the city with Nyan, Shizuku, and the others, and at night I went to the Sky Arena to play 2 games. 3 days later Eaton hit level 100. In every match, Eaton kills his opponent with one move. Eaton estimates that before the 200th floor, he will not encounter an opponent who can compete with him. After reaching level 100, Eaton did not move into the private room provided by Sky Arena. The private room provided by Sky Arena before the 200th floor was a single room not much larger than a university dormitory. Eaton also has to take care of Nyan and the others, so it's not very convenient to live there. After another 5 days, Eaton successfully cleared the 190th floor and gained the qualification to enter the 200th floor. Taking the elevator to the 200th floor, a young lady with lazy eyes was waiting here. It is easy to tell from the fist logo on her clothing that she is an employee of Sky Arena. Are you Mr. Eaton? Eaton nodded. After confirming her identity, the young lady continued, I am the commentator on the 200th floor. Now let me introduce to you the rules above 200 floors. The first is the issue of identity registration. The registration office is at the corner of the corridor. Please complete the registration within today. If it times out, you need to start the game again from the first level. If you fail to register twice in a row, you will be permanently disqualified from participating in the competition. You can use any self-contained weapon from this level onwards. In addition, no bonuses will be given from this level on. Even if you win, you will only get reputation. However, the Sky Arena will provide the highest quality food and accommodation services for challengers above the 200th floor, so that challengers do not have to worry about this aspect. Eaton asked curiously, can you really bring any weapons? Yes. The young lady nodded. Can I bring 2 guns? Eaton's problem directly put the young lady to death. The young lady came to her senses and said, sorry, Mr. Eaton. Illegal possession of guns is not allowed in this city. The implication is that if Eaton has a legal gun certificate, it will not be a problem for him to take 2 guns to participate in the competition. Eaton smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, just kidding. I'm going to register first. We'll talk when we have time." After bidding farewell to the young lady, Eaton came to the registration office to register his information. Eaton is different from Gon in that he does not encounter invisible barriers built by evil thoughts here. But his Yuan sensed that many people were peering at him from the corner. Eaton figured out what was going on after a moment's thought. These people all have some disabilities and shortcomings. Presumably they are all people who experienced a failure on the 200th floor and were forcibly enlightened. Such people belong to the weakest level among Nin. It is not easy to win a game above the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. So they can only bully the newcomers who have just reached the 200th floor. Those who are peeping at Eaton are probably about to finish the 90-day battle preparation period. So wait for the newcomers to come up at the entrance of the floor, and follow them to sign up for the competition to win, so as to refresh the battle preparation period. Eaton pretended not to notice these people and left the Sky Arena after applying for a fight at the registration office. He was going back to the hotel to bring Nyan and Shizuku over. When he registered just now, Eaton specially applied for a room with 3 bedrooms. Battles above 200 floors will not be as frequent as those below 200 floors. The game time will not be notified until the decision is made by Sky Arena. In order to avoid missing the notice, it is better to live here directly. After Eaton left, the peepers rushed to the registration desk. "I want to apply to fight." "Get out of the way, I was here first." "Go away, you still have more than 10 days to prepare, can't you wait for the next one?" "Let me do it, I'm due tomorrow." During a chaotic dispute, a clever young man with a broken arm took advantage of the chaos and was the first to apply for battle registration. After realizing this, everyone stopped quarreling. Most people cursed and left the registration office, except for the person who just shouted that it was due tomorrow and stayed to apply for a battle. After all, if he doesn't apply, he will be kicked out of the 200th floor tomorrow. After taking Nyan, Shizuku, and the others to live in the Sky Arena, it didn't take long for Eaton to receive a notification of the date of the battle. The time is set at 3 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. By setting the time so quickly, Eaton didn't have to think twice to know that as soon as he left, the people who had been peeping at him jumped out to sign up. Eaton is somewhat looking forward to tomorrow's battle. After all, this was his first time fighting against an other than Netero and Biscuit. But this sense of expectation is not much. After all, most of his opponents are disabled people who have been forcibly converted by the initiation. The next afternoon, on a stage above the 200th floor of the Sky Arena, the commentator is arousing the emotions of the audience. Today's game was an eye-catching one. On one side of the contestants are poly players who have maintained a good record of 5 wins and 1 loss so far. On the other side is the Eaton player who defeated his opponent with 1 move every time and reached the 200th floor with overwhelming momentum. So, can player Eaton maintain this momentum and win his first victory on the 200th floor? Let us wait and see. Now let's invite 2 contestants to enter. Chapter 043. Hearing the voice of the commentator, Eaton walked onto the ring from the competition tunnel. He said hello to the 2 little guys who were cheering for him in the audience, and then turned his attention to the boy with a broken arm named Polly opposite. Eaton even used condensation to observe it. As a result, Polly didn't notice what he was doing. Eaton has basically determined that this Polly is a rookie who was kicked off after the initiation. "I haven't received any training in Nin, so I use Nin completely based on instinct." Eaton's anticipation for the next battle suddenly dropped a lot. And his opponent Polly was still talking nonsense. "Boy, I've also watched your game on the floor below. You are really capable of killing people all the way up. But don't think I'll be the same as the opponent you met down there. You don't know yet, right? Challengers who reach the 200th floor or above usually need to go through initiation before they can gain a foothold here. Let me tell you today what it means to be truly strong." Polly's last words almost made Eaton laugh. As expected, this guy is just a frog in the well with only a little knowledge. "I thought that if I mastered Nin, I would become a strong person. Perhaps the referee on the side didn't really want to hear Polly's trash talk, so he directly interrupted Polly's chatter. Please, two players, get ready. The game officially begins. As soon as the words fell, Polly rushed towards Eaton quickly. He thought he was very fast, but in Eaton's eyes his speed was almost the same as slow motion. Looking at Polly's left hand wrapped with thought energy, Eaton thought to himself, can't you even do strength? Eaton turned sideways and easily avoided Polly's fist attack, and then saw Polly's expression of success. The next moment, Eaton felt a fist coming towards the back of his head. Without looking back, he raised his hand and directly grabbed the fist behind him. Looking at Polly's disbelieving expression, Eaton said calmly, is this your ability? Using mind energy to construct an arm invisible to ordinary people to attack the enemy. And I conduct a feint attack in front to attract the enemy's attention. That's a good idea. Did you develop Nyan like this because you lost your right arm? Pity. At this time, Polly had the words "this is impossible" written all over his face. How come you can read chi? He didn't understand why Eaton was an ordinary person 1 second and turned into an Nyan like him the next second. This is the disadvantage of Yaluza's lack of knowledge. A Nyanner like Polly who cannot use condensation cannot realize that the opponent is also a Nyanner before the opponent emits a wave of mental energy. A very simple question, but it became a huge confusion in Polly's heart. And Eaton is not so kind as to help him solve his doubts. Polly's punch just now was aimed at the back of his head. If it were an ordinary non-Nyan person, it would be difficult to survive this punch, let alone the initiation. In other words, Polly was ready to kill Eaton from the beginning. For such a person, it's a good thing that Eaton didn't beat him to death. Since the other party's methods were so ruthless, Eaton had no intention of just letting him go. He had an idea that he had wanted to try for a long time, but he had not been able to find the experimental target. Now it's time to experiment with this guy Polly. Eaton activated the ability to swallow fruits, opened his gluttonous mouth and swallowed the telepathy arm he held in his hand. After doing all this, Polly on the opposite side suddenly fell into panic. He asked Eaton excitedly, "What have you done to my invisible hand?" Just now, Polly felt that he had lost contact with his Niankai arm, the invisible hand as he called it. Eaton did not answer him, but pretended to comfort him, "Don't panic, try quickly to see if you can gather your hands again. Otherwise, I will attack you." After saying that, Eaton punched Polly. To ensure that Polly could react, Eaton slowed down the speed. Seeing Eaton attacking him, Polly hurriedly used his mental energy to resist. But Polly was obviously doing a useless job. Because he didn't even use Jian, or he didn't know how to use Jian at all. Polly's half-empty practice didn't even have a second to parry, and was directly punched away by Eaton. The referee in the audience saw this and shouted, "Clean hit. Player Eaton gets 1 point. Player Polly, please come back to the stage within 10 seconds, otherwise Eaton will be declared the winner." The competition in Sky Arena adopts PKO system. Whoever gets 10 points first or successfully KOs the opponent wins. Clean hit is an excellent attack and scores 1 point. Critical hit, a very good attack, worth 2 points. In addition, knocking the opponent to the ground will also result in 1 point if the opponent does not stand up until the referee counts down the number. Eaton used another method to win before the 200th floor, knocking the enemy out of the field. The opponent did not return to the ring within the time specified by the referee, and he was directly awarded the victory. But this time Eaton didn't knock Polly unconscious. He hasn't finished his experiment yet. "Young man, is it possible that you are dying?" Eaton came to the edge of the ring and said, "If it doesn't work, just admit defeat and find a nursing home for the disabled and stay there." Polly is a young man in his early 20s, when he is young and energetic. Faced with Eaton's ridicule, how could Polly bear the grievance? "You guy, stop looking down on others." Polly got up from the ground, jumped back into the ring with a kick, and rushed straight towards Eaton. At this moment, his speed was much faster than at the beginning, and he was about to get serious. Eaton could see that as Polly rushed toward him, a large amount of mind energy was condensing on his broken right arm. When he arrived in front of him, his mental energy had already condensed into a new mental energy arm. This time Polly learned the lesson and attached his invisible hand to his broken arm. As soon as Eaton tried to grab his invisible hand, he immediately withdrew this part of his mind. Prevent Eaton from using unknown means to cut off the connection between him and the invisible hand. However, Eaton had no intention of grabbing Polly's telekinetic arm. He was dodging Polly's attack while thinking about his experiment. Chapter 044. It seems that Nyan who was swallowed by the Tuntun fruit can still regenerate. So if I digest the Nyan I swallowed, can I get the other person's Nyan? Eaton's eyes seemed careless as he was thinking about the problem. Such a look stimulated Polly again, but he could only be helpless and furious. He has now exerted 100% of his strength, but he can't even touch the corner of Eaton's clothes. Polly also saw that Eaton was completely playing a trick on him. But he was unwilling to give in, and for a while the situation was at a stalemate. The commentator was not a weak person. She couldn't see the situation on the field. She thought the two were inseparable and was excitedly explaining to the audience. And Eaton wasn't actually toying with Polly. Well, Eaton admits he does have thoughts on that. But the main reason was that he was distracted by the mind energy arm he had just swallowed. After swallowing the Nyan Chi arm into the stomach pouch space, Eaton activated the digestion and absorption ability of the swallow fruit. At this time, the Chi arm has been almost digested. Eaton could feel that the amount of thought energy in his body had increased slightly. But not much, it is equivalent to 1 drop of water in a bucket of water. It seems that the quality of Polly's thought energy is quite poor. After being digested, only this drop is left. But that's not the point. What Eaton is focused on is whether he got Polly's Nyan. He felt it carefully and found that he really had an extra Nyan. Eaton tried to mobilize this Nyan, and an arm made of mind energy appeared in front of him, but it was far from what Eaton expected. Because he found that he could not control the Nyan Kai arm well after it was separated from the body. This is the same as whether it is true or not. Eaton can already mobilize his mind energy to change into various shapes. This is a method Biscuit taught him to enhance the precision of his mind energy control. Before having this Nyan, Eaton's ability to mobilize his mind energy to form his mind energy arm still required a stroke-by-stroke operation like writing. After possessing this Nyan, the process of forming the mind arm became an instinct for Eaton. There is no need for Eaton to put any effort into controlling his mind energy. This is probably the only benefit this Nyan brings to Eaton. Eaton summed it up, Tuntun fruit can indeed turn other people's Nyan into one's own use. However, the degree of this transformation is limited, and it can only allow oneself to possess part of others' Nyan. Or is it that the amount of absorption is not enough to obtain all the other party's development experience for Nyan? Eaton withdrew from his thoughts and focused on the battle in front of him. He wasn't sure about the last question yet. But looking at Polly's defensive look, he probably wouldn't give Eaton another chance to swallow his telekinesis arm. But Eaton had another approach. As Polly kept trying to hit Eaton, Eaton dodged and came to him. The left hand wrapped in the hard state of thought chi pinched Polly's neck and directly lifted Polly up. As Eaton continued to increase the force in his hand, Polly gradually fell into a state of unconsciousness due to lack of oxygen. Seeing this, Eaton activated the ability of gluttony mouth. A suction force came from Eaton's hand clasping Polly's neck, trying to extract the thought energy from Polly's body. The unconscious Polly was completely unable to resist. A large amount of thoughts continued to emerge from Polly's aura nodes, and were then sucked into Eaton's stomach space by the gluttonous mouth. In the end, Polly passed out. Thought energy is the expression of life energy, and life energy is the foundation of a person. After losing a lot of thought energy, Polly became visibly weak. Eaton didn't drain Polly's life energy, and killing someone in a non-life and death arena was not a good idea after all. But with so much life energy lost, Polly wouldn't live much longer. Judging from the remaining life energy in his body, Eaton estimated that Polly would not survive this year. No, maybe this time is shorter. Eaton discovered that after his rough extraction just now, the aura nodes on Polly's body had been destroyed. Now Polly is the equivalent of a leaky bottle. If the leakage is not blocked in time, the water, life energy, in the bottle will soon leak out. Within a month Polly would die suddenly. And Polly obviously didn't know how to plug the leak. Unless he can find someone related to healing. Eaton throws Polly off the ring. After the referee announced the result of the game, Eaton took Nyan and the others back to the room provided by the Sky Arena. As for how Polly will feel when he wakes up and finds that he is a disabled person, that's not what Eaton cares about. If Polly hadn't tried to kill Eaton from the beginning, Eaton wouldn't have made Polly what he is now. All this is the result of Polly's own fault. After returning to the room, Nyan approached Eaton and said, "Brother Eaton, congratulations on another victory." "Thank you for the congratulations, Xiao Nyan." Eaton smiled and ruffled her hair. "Hey, you're welcome." Nyan blinked her big eyes. Eaton knew that whenever Nyan made such an expression, she must be thinking of something else. As expected. The next second Eaton heard Nyan suggest, "To celebrate my brother's victory, let's have a big meal." Shizuku nodded silently, indicating that she agreed with Nyan's words. Eaton knew that although he said it was a big meal, in fact, this girl was craving for her own cooking. Since knowing that his cooking is delicious, Nyan has come up with various reasons to let Eaton cook more times. In most cases, unless Eaton really doesn't want to cook, he usually agrees to Nyan's request. Today is no exception. Eaton said dotingly, "Okay, so Nyan, do you want to eat here? Or do you want to go out to eat?" Nyan thought for a moment and said something that surprised Eaton. "Let's go out to eat." "Oh? Why? Doesn't Nyan want to eat the food I cook?" "Of course I want to eat. But brother Eaton must have been very hard after the battle just now, so Nyan can't trouble brother Eaton anymore." Eaton couldn't stop smiling after hearing this. That's why he dotes on Nyan so much. The little guy is lively and cute, has his own little cleverness, and will act like a spoiled child when he is willful. But he is also very obedient and well-behaved, and knows how to think about him. How could Eaton not love such a little girl? Chapter 045. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry Nyan, the battle just now was not hard at all. Tell me what you want to eat, and I will cook it for you later. Brother, are you really not tired? Nyan confirmed again. Really? Eaton nodded affirmatively. Then I want to eat sweet and sour pork ribs, braised squab, lemon duck, salt-baked chicken and chestnut stewed chicken soup. Okay, I'll have the ingredients delivered in a moment. Eaton looked at Shizuku aside, where's Shizuku? What do you want to eat? I just want a vegetable with garlic paste. The food Nyan just ordered was enough. Even with Eaton around, no matter how much food you cook, it won't go to waste. But the sensible Shizuku did not cause any more trouble for Eaton. Eaton nodded in agreement, got up and contacted the staff of the Sky Arena. Sky Arena does a good job in providing food and accommodation services, and they will provide most of the ingredients for free. Although Eaton has collected a lot of food in his stomach space during his travels. But since the food provided by the Sky Arena is free of charge, why doesn't he just do it for free? In the kitchen, Eaton is working on the chicken needed to make chestnut chicken soup. Suddenly, Eaton felt that Tuntun fruit had completely digested the thought energy extracted from Polly. He was multitasking, handling the chicken in his hands while feeling some changes in himself. First of all, the maximum capacity of his thoughts has been increased. Although the quality of Polly's thought energy was poor, Eaton swallowed so much in one breath. After some digestion and absorption, even if not much is left after purification, there is still a little bit. In addition, Eaton's understanding of Nyan, the invisible hand, has also deepened a lot. This confirmed Eaton's previous suspicions. It is true that you can get other people's Nyan by swallowing the fruit, but the strength of the Nyan gained is related to how much mind energy you have absorbed from the other party. Although life energy has no attributes, everyone's mind energy is unique. The mind energy in a person will record part of the user's information as the user develops Nyan. Just like a person will leave various traces as long as he lives in this world. After swallowing the fruit, he digested Polly's thoughts and kept the parts that were beneficial to Eaton. So Eaton gained experience in developing Nyan, the invisible hand. In other words, the Tuntun fruit re-recorded the information of the invisible hand onto Eaton's mind. This is why Eaton can obtain Nyan from others by swallowing fruits. After understanding the principle, Eaton couldn't help but feel excited. Doesn't this mean that as long as he swallows enough Nyan chi, he can get the opponent's Nyan? This is even more domineering than Crollo's thief's ultimate will. Although the thief's ultimate intention can steal other people's Nyan, there are many restrictions on its use. Even after the original Nyan owner dies, the stolen Nyan will disappear. But Tuntun fruit has no such restrictions at all. Eaton can only say that he is worthy of his golden finger, his ability is powerful. Of course, such a powerful ability is not without limitations. This restriction is not due to the swallowing fruit, but from Eaton itself. Nyan chi is like paper. The content that can be recorded on a piece of paper is limited. If Eaton wants to get more Nyan, he has to get more paper, which means increasing his energy. Although there are Tuntun fruit and Lyoku immortal thief, it is not difficult to increase the amount of mind energy. But Eaton doesn't want to blame Nyan for everything. Only Nyan with sufficient value are worthy of his collection. As the first Nyan collected by Eaton, the invisible hand still has certain value. After digesting and absorbing most of Polly's thoughts, Eaton also obtained all the information about the invisible hand. The invisible hand is actually Emitter's Nyan. Eaton discovered that this thing was actually a mind beast with a certain degree of consciousness, and could assist in combat to a certain extent. It is estimated that Polly himself did not know this. Nyan is a very idealistic thing. Polly may just hope that the invisible hand can be more flexible and does not require him to spend too much effort to control it. Then the subconscious gives it consciousness. By the way, a person's relationship is also recorded in the mind. Eaton also learned that Polly actually belonged to Enhancer. Judging from the fact that Polly couldn't beat Eaton before and still refused to surrender, this guy is indeed very stubborn. There is a transmutter between Enhancer and Emitter. In other words, Polly only has a 60% chance of becoming an Emitter, and the developed Nyan can only use 60% of his own strength. No wonder this guy is so weak. Even Nyan was taken down by Eaton before he had any effect. If you have cultivated all the nexus in the wrong way, how can you not be weak? But Eaton is different. Emitter and trait are close together, and Eaton can exert 80% of his strength. Moreover, the invisible hand was already in shape from the beginning. This means Eaton can develop it even further. Eaton thought of telekinesis or telekinesis in many film and television works. Unlike Nyan, telekinesis is the ability to use invisible forces to manipulate objects from a distance. This is the development direction Eaton envisioned. In contrast, telekinesis is the real invisible hand. As for Polly, Nyan might as well forget it. Anyone who can use condensation can see it. Even if hidden is used, it just makes it more difficult to detect. Eaton thought for a moment and changed the name to Nyan, Mage's Hand. Wait until he really develops it to the point where no one can see it and then changes the name back. After understanding the ability of the Mage's Hand, Eaton returned his attention to the ingredients in front of him. Eaton called out the Mage's Hand and manipulated it to process the ingredients. It can be regarded as familiar with the use of this Nyan. He is now equivalent to acquiring a new skill, and he needs to increase his proficiency to better utilize this skill. Not to mention, Mage Hand is a very useful Nyan in every aspect. It's like having an extra hand, which is very convenient. Even the cooking speed has sped up a lot. Overall, Eaton is quite satisfied with this Nyan. Chapter 046. Time flies and another month passes. During this month, Eaton signed up again as soon as possible after each competition. But even so, he doesn't have games to play every day. Since Eaton killed Polly, those who were initiated also knew that Eaton was not easy to mess with. Except for one or two unbelievers who fought against Eaton at the beginning, no one signed up after Eaton applied to fight. Counting the initial game against Polly, Eaton only played 7 games in a month. In 4 of the games, his opponents were initiated. Without exception, these people have not survived 10 strokes here at Eaton. The opponents Eaton faced in the next 3 games were all people who had mastered Nyan before entering the 200th floor. These 3 games gave Eaton a lot of fun. Among them, the one who impressed Eaton the most was one of the young martial artists. The other party is an Enhancer's Ener. He looks a bit naive, and at first glance he looks like a newbie. Before the fight started, Eaton chatted with the opponent for a few words and heard him say that he was thrown here by his master to practice. This is similar to the purpose of Eaton coming to Sky Arena. In the whole game, Eaton exchanged more than 200 moves with his opponent. After getting familiar with the attack rhythm, Eaton deceived the opponent's Nyan. As expected, it's a special move like Gon's rock guessing punch and Yuvajan's super destructive punch. Since the opponent's Nyan was deceived, Eaton was naturally not harmed in any way. On the contrary, Eaton took advantage of the opponent's lack of stamina after using Nyan to win in one fell swoop. This was the only satisfactory opponent Eaton faced in the Sky Arena. As for the other games, it's okay not to mention them. Eaton didn't even bother to take a second look at their Nyan. Can you believe that some of these people think playing marbles is Nyan? And he is still an old man over 50 years old. For a moment, Eaton didn't know what to complain about. Although Eaton still wants to stay in the Sky Arena to see the strength of the landlord above the 230th floor. But Eaton knew it was time to leave. On the one hand, Nyan and Shizuku have already passed the freshness. They have already visited most of the tourist attractions in this city. After watching too many battles in the Sky Arena, they gradually began to feel bored. Moreover, Nyan felt a little homesick after being out for so long. On the other hand, Eaton received news from Wright that he had obtained a hunting game specifically for Hunter. Although Wright is not a hunter, he has paid attention to Hunter's Circle after becoming an Nyan. So after learning that such a game was released, he immediately ordered a copy and prepared to give it to Eaton. Now that the game was in hand, Wright contacted Eaton. After hearing the name of the game, Eaton knew he had to go back. Because the name of that game is Greedy Island, a magical game created by Kim Freaks and his companions. Eaton remembers that although a game software of Greed Island sold for as high as 5.8 billion. But this game, which was limited to 100 copies, attracted more than 200 times the orders when it was released. It was not easy for Wright to get a set among so many orders. Eaton heard from Wright that he got it because of his connections. Sure enough, Wright had never let him down in terms of connections. After learning that Wright had obtained the Greed Island game, Eaton took Nyan and Shizuku on the airship home. On the airship, Eaton recalled the information he had seen about Greed Island before traveling through it. Greed Island is a game created by King and several of his companions. They poured their thoughts into 100 pieces of software. Games include hardware joystation, which is a game console, game software or game cartridges, and finally a memory card as an archive. Each game console has 2 interfaces, and 4 memory cards can be inserted into one interface. In other words, Greed Island can be played by up to 800 people at the same time. By the way, the memory card used as an archive is bound to the user who logged in, and once it is inserted into the game console, it cannot be removed. Unless the person logging in dies. In the original work, the Gon card belongs to special circumstances and was specially left to Gon by Jin. This game requires no screen or power supply. Just insert the software and memory card into the game console, put your hands on both sides of the game console and perform practice. Once the game is started, the mind on the game console will be activated and the player will be pulled into the game. It was said to pull players into the game, but Eaton knew that it was actually the thoughts on the game console that teleported people to Greed Island. Greedy Island is an isolated island located in the sea due east of Yukiksen City. It is real. It was just transformed into a game by Jin and his companions. With the power of more than a dozen people, they can transform such a large island into a game and even build several cities on it. Eaton also admires Jin as a leader. Before traveling through time, Eaton saw some netizens saying that Greed Island was a gift prepared by Jin for Gon after he became a hunter. I don't know if this statement is true. Originally, Eaton had no intention of contacting Greed Island so early. After all, he doesn't need to test his strength on Greed Island like Gon. In this regard, Sky Arena can meet Eaton's requirements. But now that Wright has gotten this game, it's okay to go in and play it. There are many magical cards with different effects in the game, and Eaton wants to see if swallowing them will gain their effects. For example, the golden pink girl with serial number 46 will get about 500 grams of gold after taking a bath once a day after turning into a physical entity. Eaton said that if he had this card before time travel, he could earn more than 200,000 a day while lying down. There is also the Archangel's Breath numbered 17, which is said to be able to cure serious injuries and incurable diseases in one breath. And the even more perverted Witch's Rejuvenation Pill numbered 65. Taking one pill will reduce your age by 1 year. And only the physical body is affected, knowledge and memory will be retained. The key is that there are a total of 100 pills in a bottle of this stuff. Eaton would like to call it Qin Shuang's ecstasy medicine. But this thing has no effect on him. With the Tuntun fruit and the Lyoku immortal thieves around, Eaton's lifespan has long been reduced. What's more, the effect of this drug is to make the body regress back to a year ago. Chapter 047. In other words, if Eaton takes a witch's rejuvenation pill now, his body will return to the state it was in a year ago. A year ago Eaton had not yet eaten the Tuntun fruit. Maybe his biggest foothold in this world is gone. When the time comes, he won't be able to find a place to cry. Eaton shuddered at the thought. He reminded himself in his mind that when entering the Greed Island, he must stay away from the card witch's rejuvenation potion. King really put a lot of thought into creating Greed Island. On this island, players need to collect intelligence, explore, fight, and more. In short, all the qualifications required by hunter can be fully tested on this island. If you can become a hunter by passing the hunter exam, then you can become an excellent hunter by clearing Greed Island. From this point of view, Greedy Island is not only a gift from Jin to Gon to become a hunter, but also a trial place prepared by Jin for Gon to become an excellent hunter. Since there was no need to stop during the return journey, it only took Eaton and others 5 days to return to Lufab. After learning that Eaton was back, Wright made a rare return to Nissla Manor. One is to give Eaton games, and the other is that he hasn't seen his baby daughter in a long time. I just took this opportunity to spend some time with Nyan. Boss, welcome back. After returning to the manor, Wright first said hello to Eaton. Eaton nodded and said, "Okay, I know you are anxious to spend time with your daughter. Give me the game." "Thank you for your understanding, boss." Wright handed the package in his hand to Eaton, then turned around to catch up with Nyan. Eaton took the package and opened it. Inside was a game console, a piece of game software, and a memory card. It seems that this game is really popular. Even Wright only got a memory card. But other things are quite complete. In addition to these things, the package also contains a game instruction manual and a ring. Of course, what is said to be an instruction manual is actually just a piece of paper. There are several warnings written on it. Once the game is launched, it cannot be interrupted. It is only recommended for those who can spend at least a week in the game. This game carries the risk of actual death. This game carries the risk of being unable to escape from the game world for the rest of your life. We are not responsible for any problems arising from this game. At this time, there was no so-called game review department. Otherwise, based on this warning, whether Greed Island can pass the trial is a question. On the back of the paper are instructions on how to start the game. Eaton already knew this and didn't pay much attention to it. Eaton took out the ring and put it on his hand to examine it. This thing is a game tool in Greed Island, which is equivalent to the system panel and backpack in the game. Various cards obtained in the game can be placed here. After learning about various items related to Greed Island, Eaton rewrapped the package and threw it into the stomach space. Eaton has no plans to enter Greed Island right away. He didn't go there just to clear the customs, so there was no need to be in such a hurry. What's more, he just went on a long trip and needed a good rest. Afterwards, Eaton lay in bed at Nissla Manor for 2 days. Of course, it's not just about lying down. Eaton also reviewed and summarized the battle in the Sky Arena. As the saying goes, it is better to travel thousands of miles than to read thousands of books. Eaton agrees with this statement. Sometimes going out more often can really broaden your horizons. Just like after returning from this trip, Eaton naturally figured out his understanding of the haki. Seeing and hearing color haki is essentially the embodiment of spiritual energy and the power of listening. Listening here does not only refer to the ears, but also includes a person's 5 senses, 6 senses, and even the heart. Eaton has been trying to combine Xin de Guanyin and Yuan before, but this is actually a wrong idea. Of the two, heart drop boxing listening is a realm that requires spending one's mind to enter. In this state, you have the ability to sense the enemy's attack and predict the opponent's next move. It is equivalent to having the ability to partially see and hear haki. But circle is different. Yuan, although he can sense intruders within the range, he has nothing to do with seeing, hearing, and color. Because Yuan is a method of using mind energy. And thought energy belongs to life energy. Eaton's desire to combine heart drop Guanyin and Yuan is tantamount to wanting to fuse spiritual energy and life energy. If this thing is really produced, it will become chakra. Eaton doesn't know how to extract chakra, so it's normal that he can't get any results. After thinking about this, Eaton started with Xin de Guanyin. He lowered the level of concentration when entering heart drop fist listening, and radiated all his senses to sense things further away. 1 meter, 2 meters, 5 meters, as if things came naturally, Eaton's perception range soon covered 100 meters in radius. He could hear Nyan and Hisoka watching the TV in the living room, and he could feel birds flying over his head. Even the ants carrying food underground, Eaton, know exactly where they are. Eaton opened his eyes, a red light flashed in his pupils. At this moment, Eaton felt that the world was clearer than ever before, as if everything was under his control. Of course, Eaton knew that this was just an illusion caused by the initial awakening of SC Haki. But from now on, he can kick Yuan aside. This mental energy application skill not only has a short duration and a small range of perception, but also reduces one's own defense after dispersing the mental energy. It is completely incomparable to the domineering power of seeing and hearing. Eaton now sees, smells and has a perception range of 100 meters in diameter just after awakening. And he felt that there was no problem in maintaining this level of perception for an hour. The most important thing is that the hegemony of seeing, hearing, and color belongs to spiritual energy, and it is more difficult for the Nin to detect than the energy of thinking. Unless he encounters people with keen senses, in most cases Eaton can scan others unscrupulously without being discovered using his sense of domineering. Eaton was in a great mood after finally solving something that had been on his mind. After explaining to the people in the manor, Eaton opened the Greed Island in his room. He plans to enter the game to test and exercise his knowledge. Not to mention reaching the level where perverts like those in the pirate world next door can easily cover the entire island. At least it should be trained to the level of covering several kilometers in radius. Chapter 048. In Eaton's perception, he only felt that he was wrapped in a ball of thought energy, and then his eyes blurred and he came to a strange place. This is a polygonal room with many blue lines on the black walls and door, full of a sense of technology. When Eaton approaches the gate opens automatically. Oh, it's quite high-tech. Eaton sighed casually. In this era, sensor doors are indeed very technologically advanced products. Behind the door is a corridor. After walking down the corridor, Eaton entered the reception hall. In the center of the hall is a pedestal that is also full of technology. Sitting on the pedestal is a cute girl. The most eye-catching thing about the girl is the strange helmet on her head. There is a hole on each side of the helmet, and the girl's hair protrudes from the hole, forming a shape similar to twin ponytails. In addition, there are many eye-like patterns on the helmet. Eaton always felt like these eyes were scanning him. He reached out for the sight color that he had just awakened, but his domineering power was actually blocked by the surrounding walls. Eaton concentrated on sensing the strangeness of the wall, and found that the inside of the wall was filled with a type of writing that he did not recognize. Although Eaton didn't recognize these words, they were very familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere. Eaton thought about it carefully and remembered where he had seen such words. When Eaton picked up the Greed Island ring a few days ago and looked at it, there were similar words on the inside of the ring. Combined with the memory before the time travel, Eaton felt that this was most likely a divine word mentioned a few times in the original work. The shape of the divine characters is very special, and the whole thing looks like a pattern on a circuit board. Its function is indeed the same as that of a circuit board. Depending on the pattern, it will behave differently after encountering Nyan. In the original book, Yungu tied a so-called oath rope to Gon in order to ensure that he would not use his mind energy when he was holding it. There are patterns of divine characters on the rope. The function of the oath rope is actually very simple. Once it comes into contact with the chanting energy, it will be disconnected. If Gon violates the agreement and uses telekinesis within the agreed time, Yungu will notice it immediately. In addition, the sealed box containing the Greed Island memory card left by Jin to Gon is also full of divine words. There is no way to open the box other than reading Qi. There is also a ring on Greed Island. The divine words on it were carved by a boxer. The boxer can move across the ring instantly with the help of the divine word. Eaton dug deep into his memory and found that there were many places where the divine word appeared. Bayan's handcuffs were on the floor of the room with 14 coffins in the Cajun Empire. Kate's scythe also has a similar pattern of divine characters on it. It can be seen that the word is widely used among the poor. Eaton even doubted that King was able to create a game like Greed Island, and God Word definitely played a major role. No need to doubt it. Look at the inner walls of this initial hall, aren't they filled with divine words? Sir, are you okay? The girl's voice brought Eaton back to reality. The girl sitting on the pedestal had an expressionless face and her tone of voice did not fluctuate. If someone doesn't know the truth about Greed Island, they might just think of her as an NPC running according to the program, right? Sorry, just thinking about something. Eaton thought for a while and asked, are you Eta or Elena? Eta and Elena are twins, companions of Jin, and 2 of the 11 creators of Greed Island. One of the 2 sisters is responsible for the reception when entering the game, and the other is responsible for the commentary when leaving the game. Eaton didn't pay much attention to it when he first watched the anime, so he really didn't know which of the 2 sisters the girl in front of him was. I didn't expect this gentleman to know our sisters. I am Elena. What about you, sir? Can you tell me your name? The girl named Elena showed a surprised expression for the first time since Eaton came in. Clearly surprised that Eaton knew about her. My name is Eaton. Nice to meet you, Mr. Eaton. Could you tell me how you heard about us? Eaton gave a casual reason. I was curious about Jin, a senior hunter, so I did some research. Then I learned the names of several of Jin's companions. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Eaton, for clarifying the matter. After learning the reason, Elena returned to her expressionless working state. Then, here are the rules of the game. Do you want to listen? To make sure his memory was correct, Eaton chose to listen to the rules of the game again. In this game, as long as you bring the ring in your hand, anyone can use 2 kinds of magic, namely end gain. Please try it first. Eaton did as he was told, and a ball of thought energy emerged from the ring, forming a large book several centimeters thick. The cover is a pattern composed of several concentric circles and 4 triangular icons pointing in different directions. Although Eaton knew that this pattern represented exploration, he wanted to complain that this thing really looked like the direction keys on the controller. Elena continued, if you want to pass the level, you must collect 100 cards with specific serial numbers. What you have in your hand is the card collection book that contains the cards. The card collection book is divided into 2 parts, designated pockets and free pockets. There are 100 designated pockets from 0 to 99, and they can only store cards with corresponding serial numbers. There are 45 free pockets, which can be used to store various prop cards. Any item you get in the game can be turned into a card. If you want to use a card, just hold the card in your hand and say gain, and the card will automatically turn back into the corresponding item. But it should be noted that once the props are released from the card status using gain, they can no longer be turned into cards. At this time, if you want to get the card, you must get the prop again. In addition, if the number of items reaches the card limit, they can no longer be turned into cards. For example, if the card transformation limit of item A is 3, then there can be at most 3 cards transformed from this item at the same time. Chapter 049. Another thing to note is that if the card is not put into the book for more than 1 minute, the card will automatically turn back into a prop and can no longer be turned into a card. Finally, I need to remind you that if the player dies in the game, all the information in the book and ring will disappear. If you leave the game and do not return to it for 10 days, all cards will disappear. Perhaps because Eaton recognized Elena's explanation was very detailed. She even demonstrated it herself by showing objects. That's it for the explanation. Elena concluded, these are just the minimum instructions. For detailed information, please try to obtain it by yourself during the game. Mr. Eaton, do you have any questions? Eaton shook his head, no, thanks for explaining. Then, the game officially starts from now on. I wish you a happy game. As Elena's words fell, the ground beside the reception hall sunk, revealing the spiral staircase leading below. Saying goodbye to Elena, Eaton went down the stairs. It didn't take long to reach the ground. Eaton looked back and realized that the building he was in was a nearly 10-story cylindrical tower. The most outrageous thing is that the top of this high-tech tower is actually paved with straw. For a moment, Eaton didn't know what to complain about. Taking his eyes away from the tower, Eaton took in his surroundings. In front of us is an endless grassland. Greed Island has just been released not long ago, so most people are still new to it. The gaming environment is not as bad as it will be in the future. Therefore, Eaton did not encounter the situation in the original book where new players were targeted by old players with various spell cards as soon as they entered the game. Choosing a random direction, Eaton planned to visit nearby cities first. After walking for less than half an hour, Eaton saw the shadow of the town ahead. Eaton's excellent eyesight allowed him to see the banner at the entrance to the town from a distance, "Welcome to the Bounty City of Andochiba." Walking into the city, there are people coming and going on the streets, and the whole city looks extremely prosperous. But Eaton knew it was just an illusion. Most of the residents on Greed Island are mind beasts created by Jin and his friends. It is equivalent to an NPC that only runs according to fixed procedures. When it comes to questions outside the program, their unanimous answer is that they don't know. Along the way, the walls of the street were covered with various bounties. It can only be said that it is a hunting game exclusively for hunter. The corners of Eaton's mouth raised slightly, then, let me experience this game. The first step to experience the game is naturally to earn in-game currency. In the original book, Gon and Killua didn't know that there was a special currency system in the game, and they still wanted to use the ring to settle the bill. Eaton was considered a game enthusiast before traveling through time, so he would definitely not make such a common-sense mistake. He casually accepted a few bounty tasks that rewarded money, and in one afternoon, he had tens of thousands more J in his hand. J is the currency unit in the game. Eaton complained slightly when he got the money at first. Because these currencies also exist in the form of cards. There are 8 denominations of J: 10, 50, 100, 500, 1000, 2000, 5000, and 10,000. Each denomination will form a card, and the free pocket has only 45 card slot positions. In other words, Eaton can't put too much money on him, otherwise there will be no room for other cards. This is where Eaton gets upset. The currency in other games is in a separate column, how can it be like Greed Island? You even have to be careful about your budget and don't have too much money in your hands. But this can be regarded as Jin's good intentions. This approach undoubtedly greatly ensures that there will be no data expansion and hundreds of millions of J in the later stage of the game. It can be regarded as extending the life of the game in disguise. No wonder no one has finished the game in the original book after it has been running for more than 10 years. After solving the money problem, it was almost time for dinner. Although there is a lot of food in the stomach space, Eaton wanted to try the food in this game. Coincidentally, Eaton came to the restaurant where Gon and Killua visited in the original book. The main thing is that this restaurant has a challenge. As long as you eat the designated food within half an hour, you can get a card. When it comes to eating Eaton, I have never been afraid of anyone. The store is not that big, with only one owner who is both a waiter and a chef. What surprised Eaton was that the boss turned out to be a fat cat without a nose. Or can we call it a cat person? The mind beasts created by Jin are really weird. Eaton sighed, and then began to destroy the food served by the Catman boss. In just a few moments, Eaton eliminated a wash basin-sized portion of food. successfully obtained a card called Garuga. The serial number of this card is 1217, which is obviously not the 100 cards required to pass the level. There is also the F185 number to the right of the card name. F represents the difficulty of obtaining the card. There are 10 difficulty levels in total, divided according to SS, S, A to H. The number after F represents the maximum number of cards this card can have. In other words, there can only be a maximum of 185 cards played by Garuga. Eaton looked at the introduction on the card. One of the 3 most precious delicacies of this island, the taste is so delicate that you can't imagine it based on its appearance. The eggs of the female fish are believed to have longevity effects and are delicious boiled or grilled. Eaton took a look at the pattern on the card. It looked like a combination of stonefish and monkfish. He really couldn't imagine the taste based on the appearance. With nothing to do, Eaton went straight to a place to grill the fish named Garuga. Not to mention, although this thing looks ugly, it tastes really good. The meat is tender and smooth, and paired with Eaton's homemade barbecue sauce, the taste is very layered. Eaton couldn't help but go back and challenge it several times, and had a great time. By the end Eaton left a card in his free pocket. He remembered that one of the designated cards was called Incredible Pool. 1 more fish will be added to the pool every day, and fish in any water area can live in this pool and swim together. Eaton plans to get the card and use it to raise fish. Otherwise, he can't come here to challenge every time he wants to eat Garuga, right? Chapter 050. The next day, Eaton left Chiba with the newly purchased map. There is still some time left before Chiba will hold its monthly meeting on the 15th of every month. So Eaton plans to go to the magical city of Masadora. Masadora is the only city on Greed Island that sells spell cards. It is worth mentioning that the purchase of spell cards also costs the in-game currency, which is J. There is no money-making channel in the entire Greed Island, as if Jin and his partners made this game purely to generate electricity for love. Not really. The money just from selling game consoles is enough for them. The price of Greed Island is as high as 5.8 billion, and a total of 100 copies were issued. In other words, Jin and the others earned at least 580 billion. Eaton felt hot looking at this number. Fortunately, Eaton is not a poor person. In the past year, Vibranium has brought him tens of billions of profits. Masadora is about 80 kilometers away from Anjakaiba, and you need to climb a mountain to reach it. The boss who sells the map said that there are bandits and monsters that can rob people in the mountains. Eaton is looking forward to it. After all, if there are no monsters to fight, how can it be considered an RPG game? After walking for more than 2 hours, Eaton saw a group of thieves dressed like ninjas. Originally, Eaton thought he could stretch his muscles. Unexpectedly, this group of bandits paid homage and immediately gave Eaton a seat. He was still shouting, "Please help us!" Eaton saw this and decided to bypass the group on the spot. With his knowledge, he could sense that these thieves were not real people at all. So this must be some kind of plot mission or something. He was now on his way to Masadora. Since this group of people did not come to fight with him, he had no time to deal with them for the time being. After bypassing the bandits, Eaton came out of the forest not long after walking. Behind the forest is a rocky area with many stone piers more than 10 meters high. Eaton soon realized that it was not a stone pier, but a seat for the monsters in front of him. A group of cyclops tens of meters tall suddenly appeared in front of Eaton. They held stone clubs and struck at Eaton without saying a word. After Eaton dodged, he raised his hand and punched. However, these cyclops seemed to be very rough-skinned and fleshy. The cyclops, who was knocked down by Eaton, got up immediately. Eaton's eyes flashed red, and his domineering look swept away. It turns out that the eyes are a weak point. It is indeed an obvious weak point. Eaton called out the mage's hand and punched all the cyclops in the eyes. The cyclops covered their eyes after being injured, and then they turned into cards and fell from the sky. Eaton picked up these cards and took a look. 572, Cyclops, G333. The largest race among the giants. They like to act in groups and will attack creatures that invade their territory. He has low intelligence and his weak point is his eyes. Once hit, it becomes surprisingly vulnerable. The corner of Eaton's mouth twitched. For a monster that would actively attack people, the difficulty of acquiring cards was actually one level lower than Garuga. I really don't know how the entry levels are divided. Could it be because Cyclops has more maximum cards than Garuga can play? Or is it that Cyclops has obvious weaknesses and is much easier to obtain than Garuga, which requires eating a lot of food within 30 minutes? Eaton thinks there are two reasons. Eaton doesn't need the Cyclops card, but he can sell it for money. Putting away several Cyclops cards in his hand, Eaton continued to move towards Masadora. As a result, he encountered other monsters after not taking a few steps. This is a giant lizard that is even bigger than a Cyclops. Its big mouth can easily swallow a cow in one bite. But Eaton thinks it's more like a salamander than a lizard. Because this guy doesn't have those scales of a lizard. Eaton also immediately found its weak point, which was a mole on its back. To cover up this weakness, the lizard developed many spots on its body. But there's nothing to hide from Eaton's knowledge. After getting the card, Eaton discovered that the monster was actually a lizard. Along the way, Eaton encountered many monsters one after another. There are green algae that are furry and look like chocobos. A bubble horse that can spit red and white bubbles, and the bubbles can also explode. Huge earth-burrowing worms without eyes, beholder-like monsters with only eyes and tentacles. And the timid emitter mouse who can use Nyan to manipulate objects to defend himself, but will be scared to death after encountering other creatures. I have to say that Greed Island has a rich variety of monsters. It's just that there are still a few players. Moreover, in the early stages of the game, everyone was immersed in exploration and had not yet started to snatch other people's cards because the number of designated cards was limited. Perhaps we have to wait until a year later, when the wealthy Butra offers a reward of 17 billion for the Greedy Island game itself and a reward of 50 billion for the memory card that completes the game, then this isolated island will become lively. Eaton doesn't really care. Single-player games also have the gameplay of standalone games, and Eaton enjoys it. After a day's work, Eaton finally arrived at Masadora. This city is indeed full of magic. Various buildings look as strange as cacti, and pedestrians wear strange costumes related to magic. Next to the department store, Eaton found a card shop selling spell cards. Here you can purchase a card pack for 10,000 J. There are 3 spell cards in the card pack, and which spell card you get is completely random. I have to say that this does have the flavor of a card game. It costs 10,000 yuan to buy 3 cards. That is to say, what is collected here is not real currency, otherwise this game would have been criticized as a black-hearted scammer. But this also puts an end to Eaton's idea of quickly collecting all 40 spell cards. After collecting 40 spell cards, you can exchange them for the Breath of the Archangel mentioned before. The difficulty of getting this card is the highest level SS, and only 3 of them can exist at the same time. Eaton naturally wanted to get it as quickly as possible. But Greed Island doesn't accept Krypton money, so he can only make money from scratch. Fortunately, Eaton collected a lot of monster cards on the way here, so there is no problem in exchanging them for some money. Chapter 051. Originally, Eaton wanted to try out the flavor of the monster in the card. As a result, he found that most of the monsters on the cards were composed of mind energy and could not be eaten at all. After these monsters are restored to their original form again from the card and receive a fatal attack, they disappear like the monsters in other games. Eaton has used the haki of sensing and hearing to sense that after the monster disappears, it will turn into Nyan Chi and be absorbed by the ground beneath its feet. It is estimated that it will turn into a monster again after a while and refresh. Eaton is no stranger to this kind of game mechanic. The monster card brought Eaton a lot of money, but Eaton was not too happy. There is no way, who told these monsters not to eat? After getting the money, Eaton changed hands and used all the money to buy card packs. Otherwise, keeping it in your hand will only take up space. The effects of spell cards are very comprehensive, including offensive and defensive support, and the classification is very detailed. Such as peeping and perspective. One can see all the cards in a challenger's free pocket. One can see all the cards in a challenger's designated pocket. The same goes for pickpocket and theft, which correspond to free pockets and designated pockets respectively. In addition, there are many cards about mobile. Rewind can fly to designated cities that you have visited, only in the game, and traveling can fly with people within a radius of 20 meters. There is also Leave, which can fly out of the Greed Island. This is a spell card that Eaton values relatively. After all, he couldn't really stay on the Greed Island for a long time. It wouldn't be a problem for him to leave Nissla Manor for a short period of 1 or 2 months. But once time passes, Nyan will definitely make trouble to find him again. Moreover, Eaton also needs to provide right with a batch of vibranium every 3 months, otherwise there will definitely be problems with the company's operations. Eaton was pretty lucky and opened 2 leave cards. In addition, there is also a Divine Eye that can be obtained with difficulty S. The effect of this card is that you can know the analysis and list of all designated cards with serial numbers 001 to 099. The effect lasts until the player using the card leaves the game. The so-called analysis is the introduction of the content written on the card. Roster is also the effect of a spell card. After using it, you can specify a prop and know the number of people who own the prop card and the maximum number of this card. The explanations on many cards will include the location or method of obtaining the card. With God's Eye, Eaton knows how to collect most of the designated cards. Eaton was not in a hurry to act. It was already getting late and he was going to find a place to rest for the night. By the way, test his guess before entering the game. In a hotel room, Eaton holds a rewind card. Then, it's time to verify. Can the ability on the card be obtained after swallowing the Tuntun fruit? Eaton will pour it back into the stomach pouch space and start digesting and absorbing the fruit. Meanwhile, somewhere on Greed Island. Here is a reception hall similar to the one when you first entered the game. The difference is that this is the reception desk for leaving the game, and the person in charge here is Elena's twin sister ETA. In addition to being responsible for explaining to players who leave the game, ETA is also responsible for maintaining the normal operation of Greed Island. In the original novel, she was the one who noticed that the people from Phantom Troop entered the island through abnormal means. Then he contacted Razor, who was also one of the game producers, and went to expel him. And now, ETA discovered that there was an anomaly in Greed Island's data. This situation is obviously not something that Razor, a former death row inmate, can solve. So ETA dialed Kim's phone number. After the call was connected, Jin's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey, ETA? Didn't you tell me not to come to me if you have nothing important to do during this period? Jin's voice sounded a little worried. There was also the faint sound of a baby crying on the other end of the phone. It's not hard to deduce that Jin was taking care of Gon, who was just a newborn. ETA ignored this and said, I really have something important to do with you. Wait a moment. Jin on the other end of the phone coaxed his son and finally stopped Gon's crying. Tell me, what's the matter? Greed Island is experiencing some data loss. What? Ada's words surprised Jin so much that he yelled. Then Gon was so frightened that he started crying again. Jin quickly put down the phone and went back to coaxing people. While coaxing Gon, he thought about what ETA had just said to him. Greed Island was tested by 11 of them and there were no problems before they decided to release it. As a result, ETA now told him that the game had a data loss problem less than a month after it was launched. Is it possible that the players in Greed Island did something illegal? Jin, who has a very high IQ, quickly thought of this possibility. After coaxing Gon to stop, Jin picked up the phone again. This time he was farther away from Gon. ETA, tell me the specific situation. The database shows that just now a rewind card disappeared out of thin air. The thought energy on it has not returned to the library. Can you find out who did it? After investigation, it was found that the last owner of this card was a player named Eaton. It is worth noting that this player is a new player who has just become a professional hunter this year, and he seems to know us. Elena had mentioned Eaton to ETA before. So ETA also has an impression of Eaton. Oh? Do you actually know about us? Jin was also a little curious. You must know that since he investigated and repaired a certain royal cemetery a few years ago, his personal file authority has been elevated to the level of the president of the country. Whether you want to get his information or contact him, you will be restricted. Even the professional hunter couldn't find out his details. And now this sudden Eaton not only knows about him and his companions. He even entered the game he designed together with his companions. It is even possible to lose part of their game data. Jin suddenly became curious about Eaton, whom he had never met before. Kim, you haven't said how to handle this yet. Ada's voice brought Jin back to reality. Leave this matter to me. King decided to meet Eaton himself. ETA reminded, then you move quickly, otherwise I'm afraid there will be another data loss. I know, I'll leave right away. Chapter 052. Jin has a personality that he will do immediately if he thinks of something. His style of doing things has always been his own way. Now he said he was going to find Eaton, and set off immediately. And he still took Gon with him. There's no way, if you don't take Gon with you, no one will take care of him. What? Where is Gon's mother, you ask? No one knows this kind of thing. As one of the unsolved mysteries in the hunter world, no one knows who Gon's mother is. Perhaps only Jin himself and Togashi Lattai, the creator of the manga, know the answer to this question. On the other side, Eaton's side. At this time, he didn't know that Jin was coming to him. Eaton is closing his eyes and feeling the new abilities he just gained. After absorbing the rewind card, he does gain the ability of this card. But this ability is not as simple as he imagined. The first is that the activation of the rewind ability requires the assistance of the divine word. This is the information analyzed after Tuntun fruit digested and absorbed the return card. At the same time, the divine word that assists the rewind ability was also analyzed. However, although Eaton memorized the pattern of the divine word, he could not understand the meaning of the divine word. Now Eaton is absolutely sure that King and his companions must have used a lot of divine aid when making Greed Island. Using the divine words to create the desired effect, and then driving it with thoughts, this is how Greed Island operates. In layman's terms, Jin and others used Shenzit to complete the core programming of the game. The driving method of the game is thought. The rewind ability Eaton gained is equivalent to a low-end version without the core programming. Although it can also be driven by mental energy, the amount of mental energy required is tens or hundreds of times that of the original rewind card. And the farther the distance traveled, the greater the energy consumed. The only advantage is probably that the rewind ability is no longer limited to moving within the city in the game. Now as long as Eaton has enough telekinesis, all the cities he has visited can be reached. But the problem lies in the volume of thoughts. Originally, the energy to run the rewind card was supplied by the Greed Island. King and company certainly put a lot of thought into the core of the game when they created it. Eaton even suspected that Greedy Island had the ability to collect telepathy. By absorbing the thoughts emanating from game players, it is used to maintain the operation of the game. Regardless of whether this is the case or not, the amount of thought energy required to keep the game running is absolutely massive. Eaton feels that even after growing up for 7 or 8 years, his maximum mental capacity may not be able to catch up with the capacity of Greed Island. What's more, his rewind ability is still a low-end version, and the energy required to consume it is dozens or hundreds of times that of the rewind card. Eaton's original idea of using this ability to travel long distances was put aside for the time being. This was the first time that Eaton felt that his energy level was still too low. Just as Eaton was sighing, a figure fell from the sky and penetrated the roof of Eaton's room. Amidst the dust, a figure slowly walked out. The person who came was a young man about 20 years old, with a well-proportioned figure and strong muscles. Wearing a white vest on the upper body, a belt around the waist, bloomers on the lower body, and black leather boots on the feet. With his short black hedgehog hair and bright eyes, anyone who looks at him will call him handsome. It's just that some women may feel a little regretful after seeing it. Because he was holding a baby in his hand, he was obviously a married person. Eaton recognized the person almost immediately. Kim Freaks. Although it was a question, Eaton's tone was extremely positive. Except for being younger, this guy looks exactly like the image Eaton has seen in anime before. Before Jin could respond, Gon burst into tears in his arms. Jin hugged Gon nervously. Son, what's wrong with you? Are you hungry? Or do you want to go to the bathroom? Eaton said quietly, do you think there is a possibility that he was frightened by you? Eaton said, pointing to the big hole made by gold in the ceiling. Such a big movement would make any baby cry. For a moment, the scene fell into awkward silence. Gon's cries continued to sound in the room. Jin coaxed and teased him, and it took him a while to get Gon to calm down. At this moment, Jin was free to greet Eaton. Hello, it seems you really know me, so I don't need to introduce myself. Eaton responded, hello, my name is Eaton. Ah, I know you. In fact, I'm here just for you. I can see it. Eaton glanced at the big hole in the ceiling. What do you want from me? Kim jumped right into the topic. What happened is, ETA detected that part of Greed Island's data was missing. And this part of the data is in your hands before it is lost. Can you tell me what's going on? Eaton pondered for a moment and said, this matter does have something to do with me. Minen's name is Lyoku Immortal Thief. He repeated the words he introduced to Biscuit about the immortal thief Lyoku. Finally, he said, I found that when I use the spell card, mind energy will appear, so I want to try to see if I can absorb it after eating the spell card. Jin's mouth twitched after hearing this. At this moment, he felt the same as Biscuit did. There is only one word in my heart, outrageous. Jin really wants to ask Eaton, is Nan's definition of nutrients too broad? Food is nourishment, thought energy is nourishment, and even the essence of heaven and earth is nourishment. Can such an outrageous definition be established? How did he develop Nan in the first place? But when it comes to Nan's secrets, Jin is embarrassed to ask more. Now the two have just met for the first time, and their relationship is not good enough to tell each other everything about themselves. How should I deal with this situation now? Do I need to compensate? Eaton asked. After all, someone else's game data was destroyed without consent. Eaton is not an unreasonable person. If he was asked to make reasonable compensation, he would be able to accept it. Ah, that's not necessary. Jin was about to wave his hands and say no, but realized he was still holding Gon, so he shrugged instead. Compensation or something, Jin felt that it was enough to see such outrageousness as Eaton. As for the lost data, as the authority, he can write data at any time to make up for it. But this kind of thing is too troublesome, he also has to take care of Gon. It's better to leave it to his companions. Jin only thought for less than a second before deciding to leave the matter to his companions. Chapter 053. However, please don't swallow cards from Greed Island anymore, otherwise I will ask my companions to expel you from the game. King reminded Eaton. Don't worry, I won't do that again. Eaton nodded and promised. That's good. Jin nodded with equal satisfaction. After talking about the main topic, the atmosphere suddenly became silent. Eaton remembered that it was mentioned in the original book that Jin seemed to be very awkward and even a little shy to people around him. So now it's because the two are not familiar enough that Jin can't find a topic? Seeing this, Eaton took the initiative to pick a topic. He pointed to the baby in Jin's arms and asked, your son? Yes, his name is Gon. Jin looked at Gon with soft eyes. Can you please tell me who Gon's son is? The smile on Jin's face froze. He didn't expect Eaton to suddenly ask such a question. This is not very convenient. Eaton joked, there is a designated card on Greed Island called Pregnancy Stone. It is said that as long as the stone is carried on the body for a month, both men and women will be pregnant in 1 week. Isn't that the one you used? After hearing this, Jin was furious and shouted angrily, there is no such thing. Eaton waved his hand and smiled, don't be angry, it's just a joke. Since Jin didn't want to say anything, Eaton didn't ask any more questions. But at this time, Jin had no time to talk to Eaton. Because Jin's roar just now scared Gon again, and Gon started crying again. Jin scrambled to coax. It seemed to Eaton that his movements were somewhat stiff. Obviously he has no experience as a first-time father. Eaton couldn't help but remind him, when holding a baby, place one hand gently under the baby's neck. Open your fingers and use your palms to wrap the entire head, and at the same time support his neck to support his head. The other hand should reach under the baby's buttocks, support his buttocks with your arms, and support the baby's back with your palms. This position is the most comfortable for babies and the easiest to coax them into. Jin subconsciously did as Eaton said, and after a while Gon stopped crying. Phew, thank you. I didn't expect you to have such experience in raising children at such a young age. I'm not young. I'll be 30 in 2 years. Being called young by someone younger than himself, Eaton's mood was somewhat subtle. Jin looked shocked. Are you 28 years old? No wonder Jin was so surprised. Eaton's 18-year-old appearance was so confusing. Eaton nodded. I'll be 29 after my birthday. There was no need for him to lie about this kind of thing. I really didn't expect it. Jin sighed. But then I thought about it, the age of the elderly cannot be identified simply by appearance. Like the old man Netero, who would have thought that he is already over 100 years old. Netero, who was far away at the Hunter Association office, suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and said to himself, who is arranging old man me again? Forget it, I don't want to anymore. Netero returned his attention to the report on the desktop. The content of the report happened to be about the Greed Island created by Jin Zheng. Netero's previous hunch was indeed correct, Jin indeed made a big move this time. This side of Greed Island. After some small talk, the relationship between Eaton and Kim became much closer. By the way, Jin. Can I learn the divine word from you? After learning about the magic of divine characters, Eaton wanted to study them systematically. As the saying goes, having many skills does not overwhelm the body. What's more, his rewind ability also requires the help of divine words. However, Jin declined Eaton's request. You should go to the Hunter Association to find someone to learn about this matter. You also know that I have to take care of Gon, so I don't have time to teach you. Eaton then asked, what about your companions? Are they free? They probably don't have time. Not all of my companions know how to write, and those who do know how to write are responsible for the maintenance of Greed Island. You know, Elena and Eta. Eaton finally figured out that Jin actually didn't want to teach him. There are 11 people working on Greed Island, and even if not all of them know the word, Elena and Eta are not the only ones. He knew that there were 2 game makers living in a certain castle on Greed Island. Those 2 are also professional hunters, so they can't possibly be responsible for game maintenance, right? But Eaton is not incomprehensible. After all, he had just destroyed someone else's game data, so it was already good that he wasn't kicked out of the game. How could he still agree to his request? Seeing that Jin refused to teach him, Eaton was not discouraged. He has other methods. Eaton sighed in mock regret. Oh, what a pity. I originally wanted to use this metal that can store mind energy as tuition. With that said, Eaton took out an enhanced version of vibranium. The next second, Eaton's eyes blurred, and Jin came in front of him. Eaton held the enhanced vibranium in his hand and shook it, and Jin's eyes followed suit. What? Want it? Jin stared at the enhanced vibranium in Eaton's hand and nodded. You can tell me if you want. If you don't know, you might think you want to steal my things. Eaton rolled his eyes and threw the enhanced vibranium at Jin. Jin freed one hand and took it in his hand to look at it carefully. Finally, he injected a stream of thought energy into the enhanced vibranium, and found that the thought energy was really stored in the metal in his hand. King looked at Eaton and asked, how did you discover this metal? As soon as he said this, Jin realized his abruptness. He quickly added, don't worry, I have no intention of going around you to get it. Eaton didn't care, I didn't discover this metal, I made it. The first half of the sentence disappointed Jin, but the second half took a turn for the worse. Jin's mood went through a series of ups and downs. Jin looked at Eaton ghostly, do you know that you can easily get beaten if you talk like this? Eaton said with a smile, it's okay, most people can't beat me. Those who can beat me, I usually don't fight them. Jin gritted his teeth secretly. If he hadn't been holding Gon in his arms, he would have dragged Eaton into a fight no matter what. Jin took a deep breath and then asked, "You said you made this metal? Can you tell me how you did it?" Chapter 054. Not that King had any idea of Eaton's method of making the metal. He simply wanted to know how Eaton did it. Hunter is like this, full of curiosity about everything unknown. Eaton has already decided not to reveal the existence of the Tuntun fruit no matter what. So he attributed the origin of the enhanced version of vibranium to the immortal thief Lyoku. Although my Lyoku immortal thief cannot digest and absorb metal, it can still transform it. Jin's hand that originally held the enhanced version of vibranium shook unconsciously, and he silently placed it on the table beside him. Eaton was curious about his actions, and then heard Jin ask, "So you swallowed the metal and transformed it?" No wonder Kim thought so, after all, Eaton had a criminal record. Eaton just had his game data eaten not long ago. Eaton nodded. "Any questions?" The enhanced vibranium was indeed created in the space of his stomach. In a sense, King was right. "Then did you wash the metal after you made it?" King's words were tactful. It took Eaton a few seconds to realize that Jin was suspecting that the enhanced version of vibranium he created had saliva. Eaton thought that Jin was mistaking him for Orochimaru. He asked why Jin suddenly put the enhanced vibranium on the table with a look of disgust. But since Jin misunderstood, Eaton decided to tease him. "I just made this. It hasn't been washed yet." After hearing this, Jin's face froze, and he quickly turned around and walked to the bathroom. The next moment, Eaton's laughter came from behind Jin. "Ha ha ha ha, I was just teasing you." Realizing that he was being tricked, Jin was about to get angry and explode. But when he thought that he might scare Gon again, he could only secretly tighten his fists. King vowed that he would fight Eaton if he had the chance. Eaton didn't know what Jin was thinking. After laughing enough, he continued. "Don't worry, the immortal thief Lyoku has a special digestion space, so it's fine without going through my esophagus." With that said, Eaton demonstrated to Jin and put the enhanced vibranium on the table into the stomach space. Of course Eaton's words were lies, but Jin didn't know the truth. Nyan, who only thought Eaton had spatial abilities, secretly cursed as a pervert. Even though he learned that there was no saliva on the enhanced vibranium, Jin still went to the bathroom and washed his hands. After returning, Jin didn't feel embarrassed and naturally changed the topic. "I suddenly remembered that one of my companions was still free, and he happened to know the divine word. I can contact him for you." Kim does have a need for Eaton's enhanced version of vibranium. On the one hand, he is very interested in this metal, and on the other hand, this metal has a great effect on Greed Island. As Eaton thought, the operation of Greed Island is indeed driven by thoughts. And there is still a lot of thought energy. Jin and his companions have been unable to find a way to increase the amount of mind energy stored. So they started with the utilization efficiency of mind energy. A mind chi circulation system is set up to increase the utilization efficiency of mind chi. But no matter how the efficiency is improved, the use of Nyan chi is consumed. It is necessary for Jin and the others to inject mind energy into the core of Greed Island every once in a while to maintain the operation of Greed Island. Jin's companions stayed on the island most of the time, and even Eta and Elena stayed here all the time, just for this reason. Now with Eaton's enhanced version of vibranium, Greedy Island's energy storage core has the potential to be greatly improved. That means Kim's peers have more time to do what they want. Although Greed Island is their labor of love, they are happy to keep the game running. But they also have their own things to do. Jin's companions often complained to Jin about this matter. Although Jin spends most of his time as a hands-off shopkeeper, he is also considerate of his companions. So for the enhanced version of vibranium, gold is bound to win. This time the initiative came to Eaton. "Oh? But didn't you say before that your companions should maintain the game?" Jin said without changing his expression. "Isn't it because I was too tired to take care of Gon recently, so I remembered it wrong for a while?" Eaton thought to himself, "Good guy, one pregnancy makes you stupid for 3 years, right?" Not seeing the expression he wanted on Jin's face, Eaton stopped teasing. "Okay, then please contact your companions. By the way, how much enhanced vibranium do you need?" "Enhanced vibranium?" Jin asked. It's the metal you just saw. It was modified by me based on vibranium. I was too lazy to give it another name, so I just called it enhanced vibranium. What a random name. Jin complained in his heart, but said on the surface, of course, the more, the better. The more enhanced vibranium there is, the greater the energy storage capacity of Greed Island can be. Do you think this is Huxia cabbage? The more, the better. Eaton rolled his eyes angrily. I'll give you 10 kilograms at most. Jin frowned slightly, feeling worried. Judging from the enhanced version of vibranium that Eaton just took out, 10 kilograms is more than enough to store his entire mind energy. But this is still not enough for the entire Greed Island. King wanted more volume from Eaton. I have never thought of buying this method directly. In his opinion, the enhanced vibranium must be very precious. After all, it is a metal that can store a large amount of mind energy, and it certainly cannot be measured in terms of money. Otherwise, there would be no circulation on the market. In other words, Eaton didn't know what Kim was thinking. Otherwise, I would definitely tell him, this thing is on several walls of his house, and it's really not that precious. The reason why Eaton does not sell the enhanced vibranium to the outside world is because it is too troublesome and does not want to be targeted because of it. As for King himself, Eaton knew him fairly well. I know he's not the kind of person who goes around telling other people's secrets. If King really wants to buy, Eaton wouldn't mind selling him some. It's a pity that Jin didn't ask more and just misunderstood. Otherwise, Jin and Eaton discussed, I invite you to become one of the producers of Greed Island, and you can provide me with more enhanced vibranium. How about it? King's proposal was one he had carefully considered. The enhanced version of vibranium provided by Eaton solves the problem of energy storage in Greed Island. It makes sense to give him a producer status. Chapter 055. Jin has a character that he will do immediately if he thinks of something. But that doesn't mean he's a reckless person. He had investigated Eaton before coming, and he only set out after having a general understanding of Eaton's character. Otherwise he wouldn't have brought Gon with him. It was precisely because he knew that Eaton was not a bad person and that there was no danger to Gon that he did not entrust Gon to others to take care of him when he came. Of course, part of the reason is that Greed Island is his territory. Jin also doesn't take the ordinary bad guy seriously. This is why after Eaton said about the enhanced version of vibranium, Jin didn't ask what vibranium was. He had already found relevant information about Eaton. It was so easy to expose Eaton's destruction of Greed Island data because Jin knew that Eaton had no malicious intentions. Some might say that Jin couldn't find much in such a short period of time. Don't underestimate Jin's ability in this area. You know, the name of Greed Island is taken from the initials of the English names of Jin and his 10 companions. Among the 11 producers, the professional hunter named Duan is D, one of the game producers. But the initials of his name were not D, but W. King forced him to change the spelling of his name to match the game's title. Despite Duan's reluctance, Jin only took 1 minute to complete the procedures for Duan via phone and the internet, making Duan's name change legally binding. It can be seen that Jin's ability in this area is unimaginable. Although rights connections are good, they are not on the same level as Kim. This is the gold content of the national presidential level. From the fact that Jin forced Duan to change his name to suit the game, it is not difficult to see that Jin is actually a very willful person. Now, in order to obtain more enhanced vibranium, he is preparing to recruit Eaton into his group regardless of the opinions of his companions. No way, who made him the top person in charge of Greed Island? In this regard, Eaton asked curiously, as far as I know, the name of Greed Island is spelled out from the initials of the 11 producers of you. It seems like there is no place for me now, right? To put it bluntly, if I really join, you won't want to change my name, right? Eaton looked at Kim suspiciously. Jin didn't expect Eaton to know that he changed Duan's name. Obviously not many people knew about this except his companions. The mystery Eaton displayed made King want to recruit him more and more. Jin was about to burst into laughter when he suddenly remembered that there was Gon who had just fallen asleep in his arms. Then he smiled and said, I didn't expect you even knew this. Don't worry, I won't change your name. The name of Greed Island has been finalized, and I have no plans to change it. But if you really care about this, I can add your initials to the end of Greed Island when the version is updated. Just think of it as a feature of the new version. The so-called update is actually to replace the energy storage equipment of Greedy Island. Eaton also knew this, and he took out the enhanced version of vibranium because he believed that gold would need it. But he still pretended to be confused and asked, "New version? Do you plan to update this game?" Jin nodded and said, "Yes, I won't hide it from you either. The reason why I need more mind metal is for the update of Greedy Island, Eaton interrupted Jin's speech, "Wait a minute, what the hell is Nyan Chi metal? Good guy. You won't change my name, so you change the name of the metal I made, right?" Jin shrugged his shoulders and said, "Don't worry about those details. Don't you think it would be better to call it Nyan Chi metal? What a willful guy." Eaton complained in his mind. However, mind metal does sound better than the enhanced version of vibranium, so Eaton just let him call it that. "Okay, keep talking. Let's talk about whether you want to join or not first. After all, only the producers of Greed Island are qualified to know what will happen next." King suddenly changed his mind and planned to use what he had just wanted to say to seduce Eaton into joining. Although he roughly knew what Jin originally wanted to say, Eaton finally decided to agree to join the partnership after some careful consideration. "I can join your team, but I need to be able to freely enter and exit Greed Island. Although there are several ways to leave Greed Island, those ways to leave the island are all time sensitive. If the player does not return after a certain period of time, the cards in the player's hand will be cleared." Eaton didn't like this restriction very much, so he planned to ask King to remove it for him. Jin agreed, "No problem. This is one of the rights that the producer has. Without further ado, let's make restrictions and oaths. This time Eaton was really confused. Constraints and oaths? Isn't that something that Ninners can use to improve their own Nin effect? Why do you want to establish that thing?" Jin explained, "This is another use of restriction and oath. A number of nuns made an oath-like agreement under mutual witness. Once the oath is fulfilled, the effect of Nin's Nyan will be strengthened. As for the consequences of breaking the oath, I don't need to say more, right?" Eaton nodded. The consequences of breaking the oath are naturally the same as breaking the restriction, and may even be more serious. After all, it was an oath made by several worthy people together. Should it be said that it is the IQ ceiling of the hunter world? He actually thought of using restraint and oath like this. Eaton has reason to suspect that Jin will later become one of the top 5 ninjas in the world because of the strengthening of this restriction and oath. And he felt that this was most likely a unique method that Jin had thought of. Otherwise, Biscuit would have told him this method when he taught him. To be on the safe side, Eaton asked one more question, "What is the content of the oath?" Jin replied, "This is the agreement we made when we made the game." Jin introduced the original agreement with his companions to Eaton. Eaton listened carefully. It was indeed an agreement related to the game. For example, all card effects can only take effect inside Greed Island, and the only ones that can take effect outside the island are the 3 cards brought out by the passer. Chapter 056. Jin listed a lot of restrictions related to Greed Island to Eaton and explained them for more than half an hour. The total content of restrictions is enough for the author to update 3 chapters. Eaton was amazed. No wonder King and his companions created Greed Island with just 11 people. Such a huge real game would not be possible without this restriction and oath. After making sure that there were no deceptive terms, Eaton and Jin made a restriction and oath. Finally, in order to prevent Eaton from eating game cards again, Jin added an extra line. The game data cannot be destroyed under any circumstances. Once it is damaged, it must be repaired by yourself as soon as possible. The restraint restriction was not too serious, so Eaton accepted it. Furthermore, since he has become one of the producers of the game, can he just learn how to make the cards he wants? Eaton thought this way and silently gave up the idea of stealing cards with the producer's permission in the future. After completing Constraint and Oath, Eaton felt that his power of thought had increased a lot. The change in the quality of his mind energy is relatively small. After all, the immortal thief Ryoku is refining his mind energy all the time. With his current level of telepathy, Eaton feels that it will not be a problem for him to enter the 4th level of Nyan. No wonder Jin would use his identity as the creator of Greed Island to exchange the mind metal with him. This is indeed a great opportunity for Eaton. After Eaton carefully felt the changes in himself, Jin said, "Can you provide more mind energy metal now?" Eaton waved his hand and said boldly, "No problem, you can have as much as you want." For him, making mind energy metal is just a matter of consuming physical energy to combine mind energy with vibranium. P.S. In case someone doesn't know, I'll mention it here. Activating the devil fruit ability consumes physical strength. Eaton's bold gesture made Jin suddenly feel that his identity as a producer had been lost. However, the restriction and oath has been made, and Jin has no intention of going back on it. Exactly how much is needed is unclear. "Let's go, I'll take you to meet my companions, and discuss with them the demand for mind energy metal." Eaton thought to himself, as expected of his character, he does whatever comes to his mind. He didn't rest in the middle of the night and was preparing to get people to work. "Are you afraid that you are not a capitalist?" But Eaton didn't object. With his physical condition, it wouldn't be a problem to go without sleep for several days. Now that there is such a big hole in the room, Eaton can no longer sleep. Simply go meet Jin's companions. After all, these people will also be his companions in the future. King takes out the Come Together spell card. Use Peer and head to Raimai Road. A stream of thought energy enveloped Eaton, Jin, and Gon in Jin's arms, and then flew towards the sky. It also left another big hole in the hotel. Raimai Road, also known as the city under the castle. It is the final place that the breaker will come to. The huge castle rumored to be the residence of the Lord is the symbol of the city. Of course, that's not a rumor. Dwun and Lee Site, 2 of the game's producers, both live in this castle on the top of the mountain. King took Eaton directly to the gate of the castle. Eaton scanned the castle with his sense of knowledge. There was a strong mental energy defense around the castle, and ordinary ninjas could not break through it. It was probably for this reason that Jin Cai did not break through the ceiling directly like before. Below the castle is the dimly lit city. Jin greeted, "Let's go in, there's nothing to see outside at night." He took Eaton with him, and without seeing any movement from him, he passed directly through the mental energy protection around the castle. The moment Jin pushed the door open, a bucket of water fell directly from the sky. Of course, Jin couldn't fall for this level of mischief, so he directly used his mind energy to bounce the water away. A man suddenly appeared at the end of the corridor. This man was wearing bloomers and his t-shirt was rolled up like a vest. The hair is loose and naturally curly. Because it's too long, it looks a bit like an afro. The face shape looks very similar to Crayon Shinchan's father, Hiroshi Nohara. With such an iconic face, Eaton immediately recognized his identity, the unlucky guy whose name was changed by Kim. Or should I call him Lucky? After Jin changed his name in the original novel, he became healthy, won the lottery, and got a girlfriend. It is said that Dwun even specifically checked with Life Hunter. Adding W in front of his name will indeed shorten his life. I don't know if Jin noticed this and changed Dwun's name. Dwun took out cigarettes from his pocket and lit one for himself. Then he said in a regretful tone, "Tisk, what a pity. It's a pity that I couldn't get gold." Dwun is straightforward and unpretentious, but his hobby is teasing others. The bucket of water just now was obviously his work. Jin wasn't angry at Dwun's teasing, he was probably used to it. He asked curiously, "By the way, how did you know I was coming?" Jin didn't notify Dwun and the others even in the middle of the night. Unexpectedly, Dwun discovered his arrival and prepared a prank for him. Jin was almost hit without warning. Dwun took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one for himself. Just as he was about to walk towards Jin, Jin reminded him, "Hey, don't go near children when you smoke." Only then did Dwun notice Gon in Jin's arms. He stopped and put out the cigarette he had just taken a puff of. Then he explained, "The castle's defense system showed that someone had touched it, so I got up and took a look. I didn't expect it was you." Jin's face was full of confusion. "That's not right, I didn't trigger the castle's warning just now. Eaton silently raised his hand from behind. That one seems to have been touched by me. I just used a skill similar to circle to scan the surrounding area. Eaton didn't expect that this castle could also detect haki. But when he thought that Jin's companions were all masters in various fields, Eaton felt that this was not surprising. Jin exclaimed, "Awesome! Even I didn't notice your movements." Eaton smiled and was not arrogant at Jin's compliment. The reason why Jin didn't notice it was partly because Eaton didn't use his knowledge to sweep him away. The other part is because King wasn't too guarded against Eaton. If Jin becomes serious, Eaton doesn't think that his actions will not be discovered by him. Chapter 057. After figuring out the source of the warning, Dwun didn't dwell on this topic. "By the way, who is this?" "Jin, won't you introduce me?" King introduced, "This is Eaton, my newly invited partner. He will be the 12th creator of Greed Island." "What did you say?" Dwun felt like he was hearing hallucinations. "I said, this is Eaton." "No, I'm asking about the latter part." "He will be the 12th creator of Greed Island." Dwun took a deep breath and looked at Eaton. "This is Mr. Eaton, right?" Eaton nodded, "Just call me Eaton." "Okay, Eaton. Could you please take Jin's child aside first? I have something I want to discuss with Jin." Eaton looked at Kim. "Then please take care of Gon, and I'll talk to Dwun," Jin said, handing Gon in his arms to Eaton. Eaton took it and watched as Dwun carried Jin away. I thought the two of them had something to talk about that was not convenient for him to know, but what happened next opened Eaton's eyes. When Eaton saw Dwun raise his hand, he punched Jin. From a distance, Eaton could hear Dwun's roar, "UBD. You made your own decision again, didn't you?" Subconsciously, Eaton blocked Gon's ears with his mind energy to prevent him from being awakened. From the fact that Dwun uses the word you, it is easy to see that Jin's willful decision is not just once or twice. Jin knew he was in the wrong and neither dodge nor fight back. And Dwun has actually become accustomed to Jin's style. It's just that habits have become habits, and Dwun will still be unhappy with Jin's behavior of killing first and then showing off. So he went straight to making a fortune and venting his inner dissatisfaction. Jin was knocked away more than 10 meters by Dwun's punch. He got up from the ground and was not angry. "Isn't this what I'm planning to discuss with you?" "Discuss? I think it's a notice," Dwun said angrily. After saying that, he rushed forward and punched a few more times. Eaton was watching from a distance and had no intention of stopping him. Dwun didn't even use his thoughts, and was obviously not serious about it, so Eaton just looked at it for fun. After a beating to vent his anger, Dwun felt much better. He didn't care about Jin, who looked embarrassed but only suffered a slight superficial wound. He returned to Eaton and extended his hand. "Hello, Eaton. My name is Dwun, that BD sidekick of Kim's. Welcome to join us." Eaton freed up a hand to shake Dwun's hand and asked curiously, "You accept me like this? Aren't you afraid that I'm not a good person?" Dwun waved his hand indifferently, although this guy Jin is very willful and often makes decisions without regard to other people's feelings. But we still believe in his vision. And we have all kinds of people in this team, there is even a former death row prisoner. So, no matter what kind of person you are, we can accept you. Eaton nodded understandingly, having a deeper understanding of Jin's charisma. With such excellent charisma, coupled with his unique and willful personality, it is hard for Eaton not to suspect that Jin's Nyan type is also a trait type. Eaton also knows that the death row prisoner Dwun talks about is the razor mentioned before, the transmuter Nyan. He was originally a death row prisoner caught by Jin, but he was saved because Jin trusted him and hired him. So Jin agreed to stay on the Greed Island. As a gatekeeper, he was also responsible for expelling those who entered the Greed Island through irregular means. Jin got up from the ground again, dusted himself off, and came to Eaton. Eaton was about to return Gon to Jin, but Jin spoke first and said, "Gon, please hold him for me first. It's not convenient for me to hold him because he's covered in dust." After saying that, Jin looked at Dwun. "Dwun, please contact everyone on the island and meet our new partners. I'm going to change clothes first." Without giving the two a chance to answer, Jin walked directly into the castle. Watching Jin leave, Eaton turned to Dwun and asked, has he always been talking to himself like this? Dwun nodded, just get used to it, that BD never considers other people's feelings. Okay, please wait in the lobby for a moment. I'll contact my friends on the island and ask them to come and meet you. Not long after Eaton sat down, a blonde boy came down from upstairs. The polite blonde boy is completely opposite to the sloppy and casual Dwun. Hello, are you the new partner Dwun mentioned? My name is Lee Site. Hello Lee Site, just call me Eaton. Eaton greeted Lee Site. I also have an impression of Eaton, another producer who lives in this castle with Dwun and is responsible for explaining the clearance rewards to players who clear Greed Island. In the original work, Lee Site was a polite young man when Gon met him. Unexpectedly, Lee Site already had this image more than 10 years ago. Sure enough, the age of the elderly cannot be judged purely by appearance. Eaton and Lee Site chatted for a while, and then Jin's friends arrived one after another. Greed Island's spell cards are all about convenience. In fact, not many people came. Eaton had noticed before that Dwun was talking about contacting his friends on the island. In other words, some of the 11 producers of Greed Island are not on the island. These people will definitely not be able to come over in a short time. The first to arrive were Eta and Elena, the twin sisters. Perhaps to make it easier for people to distinguish them, the two of them were dressed differently. Elena greeted Eaton after entering the door. Mr. Eaton, I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Eaton responded, yeah, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. By the way, just call me Eaton from now on. Elena nodded and then shook her head. Eaton, if you want to apologize, you should tell Eta that she is responsible for data maintenance. So Eaton turned around and said hello to Eta, saying sorry by the way. Eta graciously forgave Eaton. It doesn't matter. Since Jin can trust you and invite you to be our partner, I believe you didn't mean it. Before they exchanged a few words, a tall and muscular figure pushed open the door and entered. At over 2 meters tall, he is a head taller than Eaton. The oversized white t-shirt looked like a tights on him. The lower body is a pair of burgundy men's sports shorts. If you ignore his purple mohawk, he looks like a fitness instructor. Chapter 058. The person coming was none other than Razor, whom Dwun had mentioned to Eaton before. At this time, Razor had just been transformed by Jin, and he was still not the kind-hearted and narrow-eyed person he was more than 10 years later. Now Razor has a pair of ferocious red phoenix eyes, and the evil aura on his body cannot be restrained well. This made him look fierce, and he didn't look like a good person at first glance. Razor quickly noticed the unfamiliar face of Eaton after entering the door. Oh? Are you Jin's new companion? Eaton nodded and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Eaton. Razor raised the corner of his mouth and said with a slightly ferocious smile, although Jin may have approved of you, it is not an easy thing to get my approval. Razor said as he reached out his hand to Eaton. Eaton knew that Razor wanted to test his strength. Eaton was not timid and extended his hand to meet Fusa. The moment their hands clasped together, 2 powerful thoughts came out from their bodies. This is a pure competition in momentum and capacity. The gap between the two is not obvious, it can be said that they are on par. If it were someone else who had such a confrontation with Razor, Razor would definitely have the advantage. Because as a transmutternan, the control of air conditioning is second only to the emitter. It's a pity that Razor met Eaton. Whether it is transmutternan's attack or the mind beast, it can be directly swallowed into the stomach space for digestion by Eaton. It can be said that Tuntun fruit naturally restrains all transmutternan and Nyan beasts. As time passed, Razor could feel the energy on his hands that were in contact with Eaton disappearing. It's like being eliminated by Eaton. Upon seeing this, Razor took the lead in putting away his thoughts. He knew he had lost. Not to mention that he didn't understand how Eaton eliminated his mental energy. Just because Eaton could still protect the baby in his arms while competing with him, he was inferior to Eaton. Yes, Eaton still holds Gon. I don't know if Eaton's arms were too comfortable. Eaton wanted to put Gon down before. As a result, as soon as he put Gon on the sofa, Gon suddenly woke up from his dream and started crying. Helplessly, Eaton hugged Gon again. Most transmutters are straightforward types, and it seems that Razor is no exception. After discovering that Eaton's strength is not weaker than his own, Razor said bluntly, "You are very good, I recognize you. My name is Razor, and I have a chance to fight." 11. Eaton smiled, "There will be a chance." At this time, Jin also came out after washing up, and he took Gon from Eaton. Then he said, "It seems that you already know each other, so I won't introduce you further. Then, I officially declare that Eaton will be our partner from now on." Eaton asked curiously, "Are these the only companions on the island?" "Yes, several other people are busy with their own affairs all over the world. I will introduce them to you when I have the opportunity. Oh, by the way, there's another one available." Jin suddenly remembered something and came to the TV in the living room. I don't know what operation he did, but a line suddenly appeared on the TV. "Well, it should be called a human figure?" Eaton looked at the figure on the TV. A strange semi-oval face with two panda ears on his head. The mouth is full of fangs, and the eyes look up and down in different directions. There is also a capital P and a lowercase e on the forehead. Eaton didn't know whether this was a person or not. "Old P, come and say hello to our new partner," Jin said to the person appearing on the TV. The man called Old P seemed to be unable to speak. He raised a piece of cardboard with what he wanted to say written on it. "How many times have I told you, my name is Ikshant Kataka. Don't give people random nicknames, UBD. Also, UBD, don't run away every time you win. Come here and compete again. Otherwise, I will forcefully pull you in. Finally, welcome to join us, Eaton." Eaton searched his mind carefully before finding the memory about him. In the original work, when he appeared, it was already after Netero's death. In the election of the new president of the Hunter Association, IHAMP has received good results in the top 5 in votes many times. However, he himself was not interested in running for president. In his view, the real world is not the real world. So he developed Nyan, which allows him to live in a computer or online world. His identity in the Hunter Association is a one-star hacker hunter. Unexpectedly, he was also one of the producers of Greed Island. This is something Eaton just realized. But when Eaton thought about it carefully, he realized that this was normal. As a computer expert, it is reasonable for Ikshant to be targeted by Jin and be roped in. IHAMP is worthy of denying the existence of the real world. When he showed up, he just said hello to Eaton, and then chatted with Kim. It seems that as long as it is something in the real world, even if it is a companion, Ikshant will not care too much. I really don't know how Jin invited him to join the team. Eaton soon learned the answer to that question through a conversation between King and Ikshant. It turns out that the winning and losing in Ikshant's words refers to the game. In addition to Greed Island, IHAMP has also produced numerous video games. Of course, for IHAMP, these video games are the real world. King got Ikshant on board by beating him in one video game after another. Being defeated in the field in which he is good at, Ikshant was naturally unconvinced. So now he is thinking of dragging Jin into the online world to compete again. The two chatted, and eventually Eaton joined in. The reason was that Kim rejected Ikshant on the grounds that Ikshant's video game was too boring and he didn't want to play it a second time. Although Eaton doesn't know how to make video games, he has played many games. So he made some suggestions on how to play. What action games, adventure games, simulation strategy, role-playing, etc. Gameplay concepts that were 20 or 30 years ahead of this world were developed by Eaton. IHAMP introduced Eaton as a confidant on the spot. "When I pull Eaton, I want to become sworn friends, and even want to invite Eaton to escape from the real world." Eaton politely declined. After being rejected, IHAMP was disappointed for a while, and then continued to discuss the game with Eaton. Even the matter of competing with Jin was thrown aside by him. Jin Jian couldn't get a word in, so he had to hold Gon and sit back on the sofa. The other companions gathered around and chatted for a few words, and then Dwun got to the point. "Jin, you gathered us not just to meet new partners, right?" Dwun thinks he has a certain understanding of Jin. If it was just to meet new friends, This guy wouldn't care so much. The most he could do was send them a message. Ah, indeed. Here's the thing. Jin told everyone present about the Nyan Chi medal. He had asked Eaton's opinion before. How much of Eaton's secrets could he reveal? Eaton felt that they would all be partners from now on, so he just followed Jin's advice. Of course, the main reason is that one of the previous restrictions and oaths is that the secrets of the companions must not be revealed in any way. Once it is revealed, all the energy in the body will escape and die. With this restriction in place, Eaton is not afraid that his secrets will be leaked on a large scale. When Jin finished telling the story, everyone present looked shocked. Even Razor's eyes widened, and Dwun was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. Being able to create large-scale metal that can contain mind energy, no wonder Jin would invite Eaton to be their companion. The two girls, Eta and Elena, thought more. Since Niankai metal can store Niankai, can we use Niankai metal to create a portable prop? I usually store my excess mental energy in props and take them out when I need to use them. It is equivalent to indirectly increasing one's own maximum volume of thought energy. If used properly, it can be a winning weapon that can turn the tables in battle. Or combine the characteristics of the divine characters to directly create weapons and props that can be used by non-individuals. Wouldn't that be the first of its kind to produce Nin props on a large scale? Although Greed Island also allows people to use Nin items on a large scale, it is only limited to the island. Once they obtain a large amount of mind metal, their skills will no longer be limited to Greed Island. Even if it can't be done to that extent, it is still excellent to simply use it to store the energy of Greed Island. This way they have more time to do their own things. At this moment, the twin sisters' thoughts were highly consistent with Jin's. Only Razor took a fancy to the fact that the metal of mind energy was strong enough and would not be easily destroyed. He was going to ask Eaton to get some telekinesis metal and put it in his usual training place. Of course, it would be better if the mind energy metal could be made into exercise equipment. Although Ikshamp was talking to Eaton, he was also paying attention to what was happening on Jin's side. As a resident of the online world comparable to artificial intelligence, multitasking is just a basic operation for him. Eaton, can you give me some of your mind energy metal? In exchange, I will help you summarize the best teaching materials for learning divine words. When Jin introduced Niankai metal, he also mentioned Eaton's desire to learn the divine word. So Ikshant gave corresponding chips based on this point. Eaton is indeed very moved. However, before agreeing, he still asked one more question: what do you need Nyan Chi metal for? The text on the cardboard on Ikshant's hand changes: for games, of course. With the mind metal, I am sure to create a more realistic game world. Even if it surpasses Greed Island, it is not impossible. It can be seen that Ikshant is indeed very excited. They even began to use the words more real to describe what he considered to be a real game world. But Greed Island is a real island that exists in the real world. If Ikshant really used mind energy metal to create a virtual reality game, then it is indeed a more real world for him. Okay, I can provide you with some spirit metal. But when you finish the game, remember to give me a copy. Eaton agreed to IHAMP. Before he traveled 140 degrees, virtual reality technology had not been able to restore the physical sensation. He is looking forward to whether Ikshant can surprise him. Ikshamp's cardboard changed again. No problem, I will help you organize the learning materials for the divine characters right away. After Eaton finished reading the words on the cardboard, Ixink disappeared from the TV screen. Jin has almost reached an agreement with Dwun and the others. Noticing IHAMP's departure, he came over and asked, "Why is old P gone?" I also plan to ask him to help calculate how much Nyan Chi gold is needed for Greedy Island. It belongs. Eaton explained, I promised IHAMP to provide him with some mind metal, and he was going to make a game beyond Greed Island. Jin Zixin said, Humph, it's impossible. Greed Island is a game that we all worked hard to create, and old P himself also participated. Now if he wants to create a game that surpasses Greed Island by himself, how is that possible? Eaton cautions, don't forget that the online world is real to him. In other words, as long as he creates a real virtual reality game, he will win. The smile on Jin's face froze, realizing that Ixchamp might actually be able to do it. He is a smart man with a very high IQ, so he can naturally see the trend of rapid development of the internet. The virtual reality games Eaton said will definitely appear with the development of the internet. Now that Ixchamp has the assistance of Eaton's mind metal, it will undoubtedly speed up the emergence of this type of game. However, Eaton was not done yet. Speaking of which, I've been wanting to ask since just now. Why didn't you agree to compete with Ihamp again? Is it really because the game type is too monotonous and I don't want to play it a second time? Or are you actually not sure you can beat him a second time? Jin broke into a cold sweat when asked by Eaton, and argued loudly, of course it's because his games are too simple, and I have no desire to play them a second time. Am I the kind of person who has no chance of beating him a second time? You know, I am the top person in charge of the Greedy Island. Besides, I have to take care of Gon, so where can I find the time to play games with old P? Just look at King's performance and Eaton will know what's going on. People who are shy at heart are usually a bit duplicitous. This kind of behavior also has a special name, called tsundere. Eaton did not expose Jin, but patted him on the shoulder and pretended to comfort him. Don't worry, Ixchamp and I have exchanged a lot of gameplay tips. Coupled with the mind energy metal I provided, I believe you will be able to play a wonderful game soon. Chapter 059. Jin secretly thought that something was going to happen. He had just withdrawn from the topic when he saw that he could not get anything to say, and did not hear what Eaton and Ihamp said later. If Ihamp really implements the gameplay that Eaton mentioned, he may not necessarily be his opponent by then. We have to find a way to hold old P back. I have it. After Jin Lugia thought about it, he came up with a way, which was to hand over the replacement of the Greedy Island's mind energy storage equipment to Ixchamp. Originally, he just wanted Ixchamp to calculate the amount of mind metal they needed. Now he decided to leave the matter entirely to Ihamp. Yes, let's do it. Jin nodded with satisfaction. Eaton looked at Jin's face and didn't know what he was thinking. Then he heard Jin change the subject abruptly. Okay, you go and rest first, and I'll let Dwun teach you the divine words tomorrow. By the way, I'll tell you the demand for Niankai metal. After saying that, without waiting for Eaton's reply, Jin worked in front of the TV and disappeared in front of Eaton. Apparently he was looking for Ihamp. Eaton, Dwun, and others were left looking at each other. No, he's going to humiliate you like this. Eaton looked at Gon, who had been placed on the sofa by Jin at some point. That BD is like this, he thinks about it every time he thinks about it. Dwun sighed and looked at Li Sight. Li Sight, please take care of Gon first. As for the rest of you, it's already very late now. Let's go back and rest. Eaton can find a vacant room in the castle to stay in first, and then go to the city below to buy whatever he needs tomorrow. Although Dwun looks sloppy on the outside, he is still very reliable and arranges everything at once. After everyone greeted each other, they left the hall. Early the next morning, King knocked on the door of Eaton's room. Eaton's waking up anger is not serious, but he also hates people disturbing his sleep. However, Jin had no self-awareness about this. In Eaton's eyes, which wanted to punch him, he stated the demand for Ling Chi metal. Then he was punched out by Eaton. This time Jin didn't hold Gon in his arms, so Eaton naturally didn't have to worry about anything. After being woken up by Jin, Eaton had no intention of going back to sleep. He simply took the permission card Jin gave him and went back to Nissla Manor. Jin's demand for Niankai metal is quite large, and Eaton doesn't have enough reserve space in his stomach bag, so he has to go back and ask Right to prepare some raw materials. In addition, he hadn't seen Nyan and Shizuka for several days, so he just happened to go back and have a look. As a result, Eaton was pestered by Nyan after returning. The little guy missed him a lot after not seeing him for a few days, so Eaton simply stayed at Nissla Manor for half a day. While accompanying Nyan and the others, I also made the Metal of Mind Energy. Eaton did not return to the castle on Rhyme Road until evening. Dwun, who originally wanted to ask Eaton to teach him the divine words, even teased Eaton, saying that he thought he had run away with the permission card for Greed Island. After getting enough mind energy metal, the natural next step was to replace the mind energy storage equipment on Greed Island. The person in charge is naturally Ikshamp, who was entrusted with important tasks by Jin. Of course, Ikshamp, who said he was asked to take responsibility but refused to appear in the real world, only provided a plan. The real executors are Dwun and Lee Site. Eaton went with him. Although he can't understand their operations now, it doesn't mean that he won't be able to understand them in the future. Eaton has long planned to learn all kinds of knowledge that Jin and others used to create Greed Island in addition to the divine words. After all, he is still greedy for the cards with different effects in Greed Island. Now Eaton can no longer swallow the cards in the game due to the constraint and oath, so he can only rely on him to learn it and do it himself. With Ikshanpi's design plan, the replacement process of the Greedy Island's mind energy storage equipment went very smoothly. During the process, Eaton discovered that although Greedy Island has a mind energy circulation system, it can only recycle the mind energy on the card, and does not have the ability to absorb the player's escaped mind energy for use. So he took the opportunity to put forward this idea. IHAMP made another design modification and added this ability to Greed Island. Since then, the producers who stayed on Greed Island have had more free time. Of course, the main reason is that ETA and Elena have more time, and they no longer have to wait for the game to enter and exit the lobby. As for the others, they already have a lot of free time. For example, Dwun, who often lives in the Raime Road Castle, and Razor, who can only stay in the seaside city of Sufurabi. Eaton didn't know how to complain about the former. After in-depth contact, he found that Dwun was really sloppy. The entire personal room was like a garbage dump, filled with various garbage bags and cardboard boxes. I heard that Dwun's room was painted by the old thief Togashi based on his own doghouse. So much so that Eaton insisted on learning the divine word in his room. As for the latter, Razor, he had approached Eaton several times and wanted to discuss matters with Eaton. It's a pity that Eaton is busy learning all kinds of knowledge and has never been able to spare time. In this way, as Eaton continued to acquire all kinds of knowledge, time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Perhaps because the world has not yet reached that magnificent era, very few things have happened in the past 3 years. In 1988, the rich man Butra offered a reward of 17 billion for the Greedy Island game itself and a reward of 50 billion for the Greedy Island game with a memory card. After receiving the news, Jin released a batch of memory cards and rings, making another huge profit. Only then did Eaton learn that Jin Xiao still had a large number of memory cards and rings that had not been released. When the game was first released, Jin only released 100 copies, whether it was game consoles, rings, or memory cards. It's no wonder that Eaton never met any players when he first entered the game. Eaton can only say that King understands hunger marketing. In 1989, Eaton heard that Kim had brought Gon back to Whale Island, Kim's hometown. Later, in arbitration, Kim gave custody of Gon to his cousin Mito. After leaving a box containing the Greed Island ring, memory card, and cassette, Jin once again embarked on his hunter's journey of exploration. Eaton made little comment on King's behavior. Perhaps the blood of freaks is born with an adventurous factor that is unwilling to settle for the ordinary. Eaton thought of King's ancestor, Dong Freaks. He explored the Dark Continent alone more than 300 years ago and wrote the eastern and western parts of the new continent. Dongpengui will be discovered by Jin He V5, the 5 major countries in the world, soon after. The western chapter is only mentioned at the end of the eastern chapter, and no one has found it yet. Maybe the eastern part has disappeared, or maybe the eastern part of Freaks has not been finished yet. Eaton prefers the latter theory. Because East Freaks is not dead yet. Yes, Kim's ancestor, Dong Freaks is still alive today. There is an ultimate longevity food in the Dark Continent called Nitolamia. One plant of Nitolamia can extend a person's lifespan for hundreds of years. So there is a high probability that Dong Freaks is still alive. Recalling what happened to East Freaks, Eaton contacted Wright to help find Journey to the New World. Unexpectedly, he actually found it. Eaton was fascinated by Freaks' records about the Dark Continent. But Eaton knew that his strength was not enough to break into the Dark Continent. Bob, the Dark Continent is a very dangerous place. The level of strength of a third-order ninja there is only equivalent to that of a floor tile. Eaton has always been a stable person, so he would naturally not take that risk. However, he did give Jin a copy of Journey to the New World. After all, this is something that belongs to his ancestors, and it can be regarded as returning to the original owner. Jin has disappeared since he got the book, and even Ikshamp, who is proficient in the internet, can't find his whereabouts. If Eaton hadn't asked Nyan to divine Jin from time to time, he would have discovered that Jin was not in any danger. Eaton almost thought that Jin had died on the way to the Dark Continent. Nyan's prophetic poems are always full of all kinds of obscure metaphors. Since King himself was not present, Eaton could only guess roughly what King was doing. The results of the divination showed that Jin did not go to the Dark Continent, but Jin was indeed preparing to go to the Dark Continent. I just wish Jin's preparation speed could be slower. Otherwise, when Gon grows up, he may not be able to meet his unreliable father like in the original book. By 1990, Eaton had learned a lot about creating Greed Island. Don't think 3 years is too long. Each of Jin's companions has made achievements in one or more fields, and Jin himself is a genius. They integrated their respective knowledge and the Greed Island was born. It is not easy for Eaton to fully learn this knowledge. Especially when not all partners are willing to teach Eaton, Eaton can only ask Ihamp to help him collect information for self-study. In 3 years, Eaton has only learned a little bit. But it's enough for Eaton. After all, he doesn't need to recreate an island of greed, and some knowledge is useless to him. After completing his studies, Eaton felt it was time to return to his job. What is his job, you ask? Of course it's a professional hunter. Eaton has not forgotten that as a food hunter, he has a dream of eating all the delicious food in the world. In this way, Eaton embarked on a journey around the world. Eaton didn't take Nyan and Shizuka with him on this trip because he didn't know how long the trip would last. Of course, for Eaton who has mastered the divine word, it is only a matter of time to come back anytime. Since learning all about Greed Island, Eaton has begun customizing his Nyan. Eaton developed the ability to teleport by referring to the special permission card expulsion in Razor's hand, combined with the rewind he originally mastered. No matter where in the world it is, as long as Eaton has been there before, he can activate his ability to reach it instantly. Of course, the further the distance traveled each time, the more gas content needs to be consumed. But that's not a big deal for Eaton. He directly stored a batch of mind energy metal in the stomach pouch space, specifically to store his usual excess mind energy. And it is also engraved with divine characters to assist in the consumption of his various abilities. As for the other abilities developed by Eaton, we will not list them for the time being. We will talk about them when they are used. Anyway, that's how Eaton set off. The first stop was naturally the Azuma Federation, which was somewhat similar to the country he traveled through. It can only be said that they are indeed countries with similar cultures, and the various kinds of food are as countless as the stars in the sky. This reminded Eaton of what he saw before he traveled through. A passing joke. It is said that a foreign boy came to Daxia and made a bold ambition to eat all the delicacies of Daxia within a year. As a result, 3 years have passed, and he has not even left the Sichuan and Chongqing areas. Eaton is more efficient than the young man, focusing on enjoying the food and not having to work. In other words, tasting food and learning how to make food is Eaton's job. So it only took him half a year to leave a province. Just when he was about to eat province after province, the Hunter Association contacted him. Ask him if he wants to be an examiner for the Hunter exam. As mentioned before, Hunter is also divided into levels. A 1-star Hunter requires a profession. A Hunter must have great achievements in a certain field or leave many achievements to be promoted. The promotion conditions for the subsequent 2-star and 3-star Hunters are even more difficult. Although Eaton doesn't value his Hunter level very much, a higher level often means higher authority. Just like Kim, after having presidential level authority, it will be very convenient and quick to do many things. Serving as an examiner for the Hunter exam is not a hassle, and it is a good performance for Eaton, so he agreed. As the examiner and question maker, Eaton was responsible for the second exam. Although the content of the test questions is determined by the examiner, the Hunter Association still needs to know in advance. After all, the Hunter Association needs to judge whether the examiner's questions are reasonable. Another reason is that the Hunter Association needs to arrange the venue in advance according to the examiner's exam content. When Nyan asked Eaton for test questions, Eaton didn't want to do anything fancy. Simply refer to the original work and let the candidates cook a dish as an assessment. Of course, Eaton did not copy it completely. He planned to provide recipes to the candidates for this Hunter exam to see how well these candidates can do it. It doesn't have to be how delicious they are, what Eaton is testing is whether they take unfamiliar things seriously. You must know that Hunter himself is a challenger to explore the unknown. If they don't take even small things like cooking seriously, then they are undoubtedly not qualified to be a hunter. Chapter 060. Time came to January 1, 1991 in a blink of an eye. It's another Hunter exam day. This time, the Hunter Association set up the examination venue in the Azuma Federation, which saved Eaton from traveling to other continents. According to the address given by the Hunter Association, Eaton came to a mountain forest. Not long after, a middle-aged man who looked like a good guy came to Eaton with hundreds of people. At a glance, I saw that there were about 300 people there. Eaton couldn't help but complain to the middle-aged uncle, "Uncle Harvey, I just said your assessment was too easy." A middle-aged uncle named Harvey was the examiner of the first exam. They, the examiners, had all met before the exam and discussed their respective exam contents with each other. Harvey has a good-natured character, and the assessment given was not too difficult. As a result, of the more than 400 people who took the Hunter exam this time, there were still nearly 300 people left after the first round of assessment. Faced with Eaton's complaint, Harvey rubbed the back of his head and smiled kindly. "This is not my first time as an examiner and I have no experience. Besides, we still have you, Eaton. Your assessment is not easy." Eaton thought the same thing. It didn't matter if the first test was simple. "Uncle, please rest first. I will take over from now on." Harvey nodded and stepped aside to let Eaton come to the front of the candidates. Eaton looked around and unexpectedly found a familiar face. "Hey, Mr. Tonpa. Are you still playing with this?" Eaton didn't specify what Tonpa was playing. Having this new killer around would make Hunter's exam more fun. Eaton left a deep impression on Tonpa at first, so Tonpa still remembers this werewolf who instantly killed all the candidates. Tonpa smiled, a few drops of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, thinking about whether to quit now. He didn't want to fall into the hands of this ruthless man. Before Tonpa could make up her mind, Eaton spoke first. "Don't worry, just take your time and play." The implication was that he had no intention of exposing Tonpa. However, Eaton's words also made the candidates present pay attention to Tonpa. Whether Tonpa can continue to enjoy the fun of eliminating newcomers depends on his own ability. "Okay, the chatting time is over." Eaton amplified his voice so that everyone could hear. "Next, I will announce the content of the second exam. That is, cooking." As soon as the words fell, the candidates remembered the laughter in the hall. They had listened to the conversation between Eaton and Harvey and thought the second exam would be difficult. "I didn't expect it to be cooking." Many people started laughing. Of course, some people frowned because they didn't know how to cook. Eaton ignored the laughter of the candidates and waved out a blackboard with a recipe written on it. "Don't worry if you don't know how to cook. There are recipes provided by me here. However, you need to obtain the main ingredients yourself in this mountain forest. By the way, just a reminder. The exam will last until 8 o'clock the next morning, and I will announce the list of successful candidates at that time." Eaton's operation of removing the blackboard from the stomach space shocked many people. There are also people who think Eaton is just doing magic and don't take it seriously. But all the candidates focused on the content on the blackboard. The above describes a method of roasting chicken in detail. Everything from how to handle the ingredients to how long it takes to bake is clearly written. It can be said that anyone can make delicious roast chicken as long as they follow the steps. Except General Thunder. After a cursory look at the recipe, everyone hurried into the forest. After all, Eaton has said that they need to obtain the main ingredients themselves. So they have to find chickens in this mountain forest. What these candidates don't know is that there is only one kind of pheasant in this mountain forest called the white phoenix pheasant. The white phoenix pheasant is not only extremely powerful, but also very fast, and its feathers are also very hard. If ordinary people want to catch them, they need to use extremely strong traps, or directly hunt with a shotgun from a distance. Unfortunately, the Azuma Federation bans guns. Candidates who have not yet become hunters are not allowed to hold guns. Therefore, they can only rely on their own strength and wisdom to capture the white phoenix pheasant. This is the first test Eaton gives these candidates. Seeing all the candidates walking into the forest, Harvey walked up to talk to Eaton. The white phoenix pheasant is difficult for even ordinary hunters to catch. Can they do it? The hunter Harvey mentioned here does not mean the people in the Hunter Association, but those who make a living by hunting wild beasts. Most people definitely can't. The white phoenix pheasant is a creature that can counterkill hunters, and Eaton wants this effect. The dangers they will face after becoming a hunter are far greater than this. If they can't even handle a chicken, then they should go home and play basketball. I don't know how many people can pass your test. Harvey sighed with emotion. There should be dozens of them, right? Eaton calculated. He just scanned it with his knowledge and found that some people were pretty good. And he also gave them plenty of time to hunt. As long as you have enough strength or wisdom, there is absolutely no problem in getting a white phoenix pheasant before 8 o'clock the next morning. After the two chatted for more than an hour, candidates came out of the forest one after another. Some people were holding white phoenix pheasant tail chickens in their hands, while others were covered in scars from being scratched by chicken claws, but their hands were empty. The latter is clearly someone who wants to quit the exam. Outdoor cooking is also part of the assessment. Eaton is only responsible for providing auxiliary ingredients such as spices, and the cooking space needs to be arranged by the candidates themselves. Then Eaton saw how the 8 immortals across the sea showed their magical powers in making roast chicken. Some strictly follow the instructions on the Eaton recipe, while others are perfunctory. There are even those that don't even remove the internal organs and feathers, but just put the white phoenix pheasant tail chicken directly on the fire. Eaton's blood pressure went up. Are these people blind? The tutorials on his blackboard are clearly written, so why can these people still behave in such confusing ways? Or did you know that you were destined to fail this level, so you decided to disgust him before leaving? Whatever the case, these people have been eliminated in Eaton's mind. People who don't even take the assessment seriously are not qualified to become a hunter. Out of sight, out of mind, Eaton looks away from those who are doing outrageous things. Hi! Eaton suddenly noticed that there was a child of about 12 years old among the candidates, and she was also a girl with pink hair. The most important thing is that the little girl is also holding a large white phoenix pheasant tail chicken, which is half her body. Judging from its size, it is estimated to be a white phoenix pheasant that is 2.5 years old. The meat of white phoenix pheasant-tailed chicken at this age is the most plump. I don't know if this little girl is a knowledgeable person, or if she just got lucky and happened to catch a chicken of this age. Eaton prefers the former. Because the little girl's handling of the white phoenix pheasant-tailed chicken was as smooth as if she had handled it many times. Roast chicken needs to be marinated for at least several hours, which also gives the candidates time to rest. With nothing going on, Eaton decided to chat with the little girl. "Kid, what's your name?" The little girl rolled her eyes and said, "Don't call me kid, my name is Menchi." Eaton raised his eyebrows and looked at Menchi carefully. With pink hair and green eyes, you can vaguely see her future beautiful appearance from her childish face. It was confirmed that it was indeed the Menchi he knew. Later, when Gon took the hunter exam, he was the examiner for the second session. I didn't expect to meet her in her youth here. There are two versions of the hunter anime. The old version of Menchi has pink hair, while the new version has green hair. And it's still green. Eaton was a little glad that this was an old version of Menchi, he really couldn't appreciate the green hair color. "Hey, you guys don't know it's rude to stare at girls all the time." Menchi's voice brought Eaton back to reality. "Sorry, I was distracted just now." Whack. Eaton's apology was met with comments from Menchi. You obviously took the initiative to talk to someone, but you were distracted from the beginning. You don't have any good ideas for the little girl, do you? Menchi suddenly became alert and looked at Eaton suspiciously. Faced with Menchi's misunderstanding, Eaton was not angry. Zero request flowers. Calmly explained, you are thinking too much. I am just wondering why you are so skillful in handling the white phoenix pheasant. When talking about cooking, Menchi showed a confident expression. I have been working as a cook in my mother's restaurant since I was 6 years old. Dealing with a mere white phoenix pheasant tail chicken is a piece of cake. Oh? I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Eaton praised. Humph, don't talk to me in such a coaxing tone, I won't do it. After all, she was just a child, and the raised corners of Menchi's mouth directly betrayed her duplicity. Eaton, who has many years of experience in raising children, Nyan and Shizuku, easily handled Menchi, a arrogant little girl, without much effort. The cooking topics that Menchi is interested in have successfully brought them closer together. It's not that Eaton really has any bad thoughts about Menchi. He just saw the cute little girl and the old father's soul in his heart broke out. Time passed quickly during the conversation, and several hours had passed in the blink of an eye. Menchi stood up, patted the dust on his body, and said, the chicken is almost marinated, it's time for me to grill it. Let's talk later, uncle. Go ahead. Eaton smiled. During the chat just now, Eaton asked about Menchi's age. Menchi said personal information must be exchanged fairly, she told Eaton, and Eaton told her. After learning that Eaton was 32 years old, Menchi began calling Eaton uncle. 0. Eaton didn't care much about his age, so he just let Menchi call him whatever he wanted. Soon, candidates came to Eaton holding various kinds of roast chicken. The roasted chicken looks edible, but even if it doesn't taste very good, Eaton will finish it seriously. And those who can't eat it at first sight, and don't even know where to start eating. Eaton didn't even think twice and declared the man a failure. His recipes are so detailed that you need to teach them step by step. You can't produce a decent work like this, and it's obvious that you don't have any intention at all. In this way, Eaton ate dozens of roast chickens in front of the surprised eyes of all the candidates. When it was the turn of a roasted chicken that looked good, Eaton didn't taste it and directly eliminated the person who made the roasted chicken. The candidate asked, why? My roast chicken is obviously good, why did you eliminate me without eating a bite? Why, you know it yourself. Eaton looked at the candidate coldly, his gaze was as real as if he had seen through the whole person of the candidate. It wasn't until he saw the candidate feeling uncomfortable that Eaton spoke again, you use a knife that has killed people to process the ingredients. Do you think such food will be approved by me? When everyone present heard this, they all turned their attention to the knife that the examinee had pinned behind his back. The examinee's eyes were panicked, and he defended without confidence, I don't even know what you are talking about. This knife of mine is an ancestral kitchen utensil. How could I have killed someone? Eaton's eyes narrowed slightly, oh? So your ancestor is the murderer Bni Doran more than 100 years ago. Bni Duolong was a murderer more than 100 years ago. He was originally just a knife maker and created the Bien style knife brand. But I don't know when he started to develop a hobby of killing people. And every time a person is killed, a knife will be cast and numbered. According to him, the victim's cries and expressions can bring him creative inspiration. Before he was imprisoned, Bni Doran had forged a total of 288 knives. These knives, like his other swords, were placed in the shop for others to buy, and then they spread. At that time, some people were interested in collecting his works. The knife in this candidate's hand is one of the 288 knives. As I have said before, there will be traces of thought left in the works of some great artists or craftsmen. It would be okay if these remaining thoughts were not evil thoughts, they would only make the work more charming. However, if the thoughts remaining on the work are evil thoughts, they will affect the holder's mind and lead the holder to evil. Ordinarily, the elderly have their own thought energy protection and will naturally not be affected by these remaining evil thoughts. It's a pity that this candidate is not a weak person, and it is inevitable that his mind will be corroded by the sword. Especially since he always carries this knife with him. Chapter 061. Both his sight and his keen sense of smell told Eaton that the candidate's knife had killed someone just a few days ago, and more than one. The blood stains on the knife were not even cleaned. Eaton wouldn't care if it was just killing people. After all, that's a criminal hunter's job. But this candidate should never use a knife that has killed people to handle ingredients, and he also wanted Eaton to taste it. This is an insult to any food hunter. Therefore, this candidate is directly unqualified here at Eaton. The candidate became furious when Eaton pointed out the origin of the knife. Damn it! You guy, stop slandering people. Whether I kill or not is none of your business. And I'm here to take the hunter exam, why should I play this kind of cooking game with you? As the examinee said this, he took out the bean knife from his back and rushed towards Eaton. Uncle, be careful. Menchie on the side quickly reminded him. Then she saw Eaton smash the knife in the candidate's hand with a slap, and even the candidate himself was slapped away by Eaton. Menchie was a little embarrassed, as if she was worried for nothing. Tonpa, who saw this scene in the crowd, thought to himself, this man may have killed more people than you. Why did you say you had nothing to do to provoke this werewolf? Eaton looked at the candidates present and said, do you think I'm playing some kind of cooking game? Without waiting for the candidates to answer, Eaton continued, in fact, this exam tests your abilities in many aspects. First of all, the hunting of white phoenix pheasant-tailed chicken requires you to have certain strength or wisdom. Secondly, I have provided you with the recipe for roast chicken 0ba-san. As long as you follow the recipe, the roast chicken will not be too unpalatable. This part examines whether you take unfamiliar or familiar things seriously. You must know that after becoming a hunter, you will face many unknown challenges. Even in areas you are familiar with, there is a risk of death if you do not take them seriously. If you can't even take simple cooking seriously, I don't think you are qualified to be a hunter. Everyone looked at the candidate who was lying on the ground in despair. No matter what they were thinking, they all showed expressions of agreement with Eaton's statement. To refute Eaton now is to simply seek death. After Eaton finished speaking, he came to the examinee and gave him a kick. This guy won't survive this time. After doing all this, Eaton looked at the time and found that it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. Eaton announced, okay, time's up. The person who eats the roast chicken that I eat will pass, and the rest will be eliminated. His round of assessment directly eliminated 3/4 of the candidates. If you have any opinions, you can complain to the Hunter Association, and we will reason with you one-on-one. The candidates present were all ashamed. I am afraid this is not to reason with them, but to talk to them about physics, right? Those who are qualified will follow me and take you to the third exam. After Eaton finished speaking, he walked directly to the next examination room without waiting for their reaction. Harvey followed up and asked with concern, Eaton, is it really okay for you to kill the candidates like this? What if the association holds you accountable? Don't worry. Eaton waved his hand indifferently, it is normal for some casualties during the hunter assessment. No one cares how a trash died. At this time, Menchie suddenly came out, Uncle Eaton is right, it is not a pity to die for the garbage that tarnishes the cooking skills. Eaton was stunned and reminded, I just killed someone, aren't you afraid of me? You must know that those qualified candidates only dare to follow Eaton from a distance, and do not dare to get too close to Eaton at all. What they were afraid of was that Eaton would suddenly attack them. Menchie shook his head and said, I know Uncle is a good man. Caught off guard by a good guy card, Eaton smiled and ruffled Menchie's hair. Ha ha ha, don't use the word good person casually to describe people. Menchie slapped Eaton's hand away and asked curiously, why? On the one hand, it's because humans are complex and multifaceted creatures, and you never know how many faces a person has. What about the other side? On the other hand, you will know when you grow up. Damn smelly uncle. I told you not to treat me like a child. But you are just a minor child now. I don't care, tell me now. Ha 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 ha. While laughing, Menchie suddenly said to Eaton, Uncle, I'm sorry. Huh? Why do you say this suddenly? Eaton was confused as to why Menchi suddenly apologized. I misunderstood you before. I thought. After Menchi explained, Eaton understood the reason. It turns out that when Eaton eliminated the candidate who had killed someone, Menchi was angry and thought Eaton didn't take food seriously. I came here to rectify the injustice of that candidate. Unexpectedly, the person who really disrespected food was the examinee. She felt very embarrassed because she misunderstood Eaton, so she apologized to Eaton. In the original work, Menchi showed a very strict attitude towards food requirements. After getting angry, her demands for food became even higher, so much so that she almost failed the hunter exam that period. Eaton also didn't expect Menchi to develop a serious attitude towards food at such a young age. But there's nothing wrong with that. Perhaps it was because of this attitude that Menchi became a one-star food hunter in his early 20s. After the explanation, Eaton said he had forgiven her. But Menchi still looked a little gloomy and seemed to be troubled by this matter. Seeing this, Eaton stretched out his hand to rub her hair again and said comfortingly, "Life is a process of making mistakes and growing at the same time. Don't be too harsh on yourself, just remember your mistakes and correct them. Also, when you encounter something, you must carefully look at the truth and don't be fooled by the appearance of the matter." This time Menchi didn't slap Eaton's hand away. She felt the warmth from Eaton's palm and murmured in a low voice, "I know, why are you like my mother?" Eaton smiled and said nothing, thinking that he was a little rusty since he hadn't taught a big lesson to a child in a long time. The two children he met after time travel were both well-behaved and sensible types, so he didn't need to put any thought into it. Now he meets the arrogant and willful Menchi, which gives Eaton a completely different experience of raising a baby. Eaton and Menchi walked and chatted, and soon they led a group of candidates to the venue for the third-level exam. Menchi has returned to his brutish demeanor. "Uncle, I'm going to take the test first." Eaton waved his hand, "Go ahead." After handing the candidates to the next examiner, Eaton stood watching the assessment from a distance. Joining Eaton is the kindly good old Harvey. "You seem to like that little girl very much." "It's appreciation, not liking." Eaton corrected, "Uncle Harvey, please pay attention to your wording, I don't want to be regarded as a person with strange habits and then be arrested." Harvey smiled and said, "You know, I didn't mean that." Eaton naturally knows that, but having experienced the era of information explosion, some unreasonable associations often pop up in his mind. Menchi is very talented in food and will definitely be an excellent food hunter in the future. Harvey was a little surprised, "I didn't expect you to have such confidence in her. You know she is still a child, and it is not certain whether she can pass the hunter exam. It is precisely because she is still a child and still has a sincere heart that I have confidence in her." Harvey recalled what he saw in the Hunter Association about the list of previous hunter exams. Although he couldn't look up some of them, there were indeed quite a few people who became professional hunters between the ages of 12 and 18. The next hunter exam lasted for several days, and Eaton did not stay near the exam room. Instead, I went to a city near the examination room to enjoy delicious food. Eaton didn't appear again until the hunter exam was completely over. "Uncle Harvey, what's the result?" Eaton asked Harvey, holding a bag of street food in his hand. "You were right. Menchi did pass the exam, and she was the only one who passed it," Harvey said, taking out a ring worth 10,000 yuan from his pocket. This was the bet Eaton made with Harvey a few days ago. "I bet 10,000 nuns on whether Menchi can pass this hunter exam." Eaton naturally chose Menchi, who could pass .0. Having read the original work, he said that unless Menchi did not become a professional hunter after taking the hunter exam for the first time, he would definitely win. But even Eaton didn't expect that only Menchi passed the hunter exam this time. Eaton recalled what Netero said in the original book. Occasionally, no one can pass the hunter exam for several years, and then the talent concentration will occur in a blowout situation in 1 year. If the hunter exam that gone took a few years later was a blowout, then the next few years will probably be a dry period with a lack of talent, right? But these have little to do with him. Eaton put aside the thoughts in his mind, took the money from Harvey, and asked casually, "Where is Xiaonazai now?" "What a coincidence! The kid also asked about your whereabouts after passing the exam. Harvey pointed to the door with a smile and said, she should be listening to the bean-faced man explaining about the hunter license now. Okay, I'll go talk to her. By the way, Harvey reminded, President Netero asked me to tell you that you are responsible for Menchie's secret trial. Eaton clicked his tongue. That smelly old man doesn't do business, but he's very lenient in taking care of other things. Harvey didn't say anything. He was not the kind of person who arranged things behind others' backs. What's more, Eaton was talking about President Netero. Eaton said I got it and left. When Eaton found Menchie, the bean-faced man had just finished his explanation. Uncle, look, I have obtained a hunter's license. After Menchie saw Eaton, he excitedly came to Eaton and showed off his hunter license. I saw. Eaton said hello to the bean-faced man, and then praised, I heard that you are the only one who passed the final trial. You are really awesome. Menchie's tail was about to reach the sky after being praised by Eaton. Humph, that's right. Don't even look at who I am. After chatting with Menchie for a while, Eaton asked, what are you going to do after you get your hunter license? Go home. Menchie smiled for a moment, then stopped his smile and said, I don't know, I'll probably walk around. Eaton was a little confused, what's going on? Weren't you quite happy just now? Could it be that you are having trouble with your family and don't want to go home? Menchie looked expressionless and pretended to be nonchalant and said, I wanted to make trouble, but unfortunately my mother is no longer here. Just because I don't want to be there. I came out of nowhere to take the hunter exam. As if he knew what Eaton was going to ask next, Menchie said first, as for my dad, my mom said he died when I was born. 11. Eaton looked stunned and suddenly reacted. Except for bastards like 5.0 Jin and weird families like Zaldik, whose parents would allow a 12-year-old child to take such a dangerous hunter exam. Try it? Unless the child's parents are gone. And that's clearly the case with Menchie. Children who have lost a parent tend to behave more maturely than their peers. Eaton sighed, he should have thought of this earlier. Eaton gently touched Menchie's head, sorry for bringing up your sadness. Nothing. Menchie shook his head, not very excited. Seeing this, Eaton suggested, well, I'm traveling around and tasting delicious food from all over the world. Do you want to come with me? Anyway, I have to teach Hernan later, so why not just take her with me? Eaton has decided to skip the so-called secret trial and teach Menchie directly. Menchie's mood improved slightly when it came to food. Although she was very moved by Eaton's proposal, she still pretended to be defensive and said, I said, Uncle, you are so kind to me, don't you really have any thoughts about me? Eaton was not annoyed, and said as if unintentionally, oh, some newcomers who have just become hunters don't know this yet, right? 11. Actually, there is a secret trial link at the end of the hunter exam. Only after passing it can you master the magical power and become a real professional hunter. Then guess who is in charge of the secret assessment this time? Eaton said at the end, looking at Menchie with a smile. Although Eaton has decided to teach Menchie directly, this does not prevent him from teasing Menchie about the secret trial. Chapter 062. Don't underestimate girls' curiosity about secrets. When he heard that he could master magical powers after passing the secret trial, Menchie's eyes lit up, full of curiosity. But due to her arrogant personality, she was embarrassed to ask. So she said in a very reluctant tone, I don't have anywhere to go anyway, so traveling with you is not impossible. But let's talk first. All expenses during the trip are AA, don't try to take advantage of me. Okay, all expenses are AA. Eaton chuckled to himself, not knowing what this girl's expression would be like when she found out he was a billionaire. Menchie asked, when do we leave? She was actually a little impatient. Eaton replied, that's all right now. Where to go first? How about we start from this city? Okay. Let's go. Menchie walked out of the Hunter Association's stronghold with a swaggering step. Eaton followed her with a smile in his eyes. Harvey, who was standing in front of the window upstairs, saw the scene below and smiled knowingly. Eaton seemed to realize something, turned back to look at Harvey, and waved goodbye. Menchi followed Eaton and ate all the way from one city to another. 5 meals a day was considered a small amount. In just half a month, Menchi gained several kilograms. If Eaton hadn't told Menchi that she would lose weight quickly once she passed the secret test, allowing her to eat freely, Menchi has already entered a state of dieting and weight loss. At first, Menchi was surprised that Eaton could eat so much without gaining weight. Especially since she can sometimes see Eaton depositing and withdrawing various things out of thin air. But she soon thought of what Eaton once told her about the magical power that could only be mastered through secret trials. Then she started hinting about it to Eaton 10 every day, consciously or unconsciously. Eaton pretended not to understand what Menchi meant every time. It's not that he went back on his word and didn't want to teach Menchi. Eaton just wanted to see when Menchi would stop beating around the bush and be honest about his request. Another half-month passed like this. Menchi came to Eaton angrily. Well, drumming in every sense of the word. After half a month, Menchi gained weight again, with obvious baby fat on his face. When will you conduct a secret trial on me? Menchi could no longer tolerate her gradually losing shape. She desperately needs to master that magical power to lose weight. Eaton pretended to just remember this. Huh? Secret trial? I have no plans to do that kind of thing. Menchi gritted his teeth and asked, what did you say? Eaton looked at her with a smile and said, actually, I had planned to skip the secret trial and teach you that power directly. But since you haven't mentioned it, I thought you weren't in a hurry, so I didn't say anything. Menchi was so angry that she blushed. She always thought that secret trials were to be conducted secretly, so she did not take the initiative to disclose this matter. She even thought for a while that Eaton making her eat fat was a so-called secret test. As a result, Eaton now told her that he had no intention of conducting a secret trial on her at all. She can even learn the magical power Eaton talks about just by asking. Then why did she spend the past half-month making insinuations and eating nonsense for a month? Although she is happy to be able to eat all kinds of delicious food. Menchi felt his blood surge and his reason no longer mattered. She jumped on Eaton, grabbed Eaton's hand, put it in her mouth and took a bite. As a result, she felt like she had bitten into rubber, which was not only hard but also elastic. Menchi's move has no impact on Eaton. When Eaton saw that she was about to bite him, he wrapped his arm in mind energy. Fortunately, Eaton knew that he was in the wrong and did not use his mental energy to form hardness on his body surface. Otherwise, Menchi will definitely lose his teeth. Eaton pinched Menchi, who refused to let go, and stopped teasing her. Okay, I'm kidding you. The reason why I didn't teach you chanting before was just because your physical fitness was not up to standard. Menchi let go of Eaton and asked, is that magical power that Rei has? Yes. Then my current physical fitness is up to standard. Yes, not only did it meet the standard, it even exceeded it a little bit. Menchi looked at Eaton resentfully. Who do you think I am like this because of? Eaton smiled and said, don't worry, you will lose weight soon. Haven't you heard a saying? What words? Every fat person has potential. Menchi said nothing and just looked at Eaton. Eaton looked a little embarrassed. Okay, here's the thing. Eaton reveals the real reason Menchi gained weight. The reason why he let Menchi eat fat was to better adjust Menchi's body proportions in the future. That is to say, the body's endurance, explosive power, muscle proportions, nerve responses, body coordination, etc. can reach a state of perfect balance. In this state, the human body can perfectly exert every power in the body. This is what Biscuit originally taught Eaton. As for why Menchi is asked to eat fat, this is Eaton's own understanding. And the effect has been verified on Nyan and Shizuku. To use Biscuit's favorite gem analogy, the larger the size of a rough stone, the higher the error tolerance when polishing it into a beautiful gemstone. Menchi eats fat so that Eaton can adjust her body proportions. To convince Menchi, Eaton also brought up the example of Biscuit. It is said that Biscuit failed to find the right path at the beginning and kept exercising his body to the extreme. As a result, he trained himself into King Kong Barbie. When he said this, Eaton silently apologized to Biscuit in his heart. After all, while he taught Menchi the knowledge summarized by Biscuit, it was really not polite to use Biscuit as a negative example. At this moment, Biscuit, who was searching for gems on another continent, suddenly sneezed. After learning that Eaton had been laying the foundation for her this month, Menchie's anger dissipated. Then she asked curiously, "Have you also experienced the process of eating fat?" "No, I can adjust the status of various parts of my body independently." Eaton gives a thumbs up, "Swallow the fruit and you will be blessed forever." "Menchie, give me back my emotion, UBD." Eaton showed a standard smile with 8 teeth, and Menchie fell silent on the spot. Menchie decided to skip this topic. "When can you teach me that power called Nyan?" Eaton said, "You can do it now if you want." "Real?" "Of course. But I don't know when you will be able to master this power." Eaton plans to start Menchie's education gradually. Anyway, Menchie is not as eager to challenge Hisoka as Gon, and it also takes time to adjust her physical condition. So it's better to do it step by step. Menchie is full of confidence in this. "I will definitely be able to master the power of mere thoughts very quickly." Confidence is a good thing, and Eaton doesn't push her too hard. "Okay, let me briefly talk about the practice you are going to do next." Eaton taught Menchie the concept of Nyan and the 4 elements of burning, and gave her a brief overview of the next training. Menchie looked sad after hearing this. Eaton's training covers all aspects, and it can be said that almost every muscle in her body is exercised. Faced with such high-intensity training, Menchie's confidence in whether he could successfully master Nyan was shaken. Eaton wondered what Menchie was thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely comfort her. "Don't worry, his training has nothing to do with whether he can successfully master Nyan." In the days that followed, Eaton took Menchie on a trip while training, and went to many places one after another. During this period, Eaton also took Menchie back to Nissla Manor. It was very lively when Menchie, Nyan, Shizuku, and the others met. 3 children with different personalities came together without any conflict. Instead, they quickly became familiar with each other because of the common topic of Eaton. It also made Menchie feel the warmth of home for the first time in a long time. Menchie was shocked to learn that both Shizuku and Nyan had mastered Nyan. Especially after learning that it only took 3 months for the 2 of them to master Nyan Chi, Menchie almost became autistic. Because 3 months have passed, she has barely found her sense of energy. Menchie didn't stay long at Nissla Manor before dragging Eaton away. "Probably because I feel that I haven't mastered Nyan yet, and it seems a bit out of place to continue to stay here." In short, after leaving Nissla Manor, Menchie's practice became even harder. Half a year later, in the unknown forest, Menchie sat cross-legged on the ground, his figure already back to the slender shape it had been more than half a year ago. No, it should be said that it is a step further. The figure is well proportioned and the proportions of the various parts of the body are perfectly coordinated. Suddenly, a burst of thought energy burst out from Menchie. Then, under Menchie's control, it turned into an invisible veil and wrapped around her body. Menchie opened his eyes, looked at the stable tang on his body, and smiled happily. Ba bang bang! Eaton's applause came from the side. "Congratulations, I finally mastered the state of tang." "I just said, how can it be so difficult for Nyan to get you?" Eaton emphasized the word merely. The smile on Menchie's face froze, which reminded her of herself who said she could master the attitude very quickly after half a year. Fortunately, Eaton has often teased her over the past 6 months, and her face has become much thicker. "Humph, no matter what, I have mastered Nyan now. You can only be considered a beginner at best. It's still early to say you have mastered it." Eaton poured cold water on her. "You haven't learned Nyan's advancements and combinations, so what's the point of mastering it?" "Menchie, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Eaton spread his hands. "You won't be able to learn if I tell you, and it will easily distract you from your practice, so I didn't tell you." Menchie was speechless for a moment. It seemed that this was indeed the case. Immediately her mood became a little depressed. She even spent so long on Nyan's basic 547 moves. Wouldn't it take more time to advance and combine the strings? Eaton saw her thoughts and comforted, "Don't worry, you have mastered the most basic tang, everything will be much easier from now on." "Really?" Menchie was doubtful. Eaton flicked Menchie's forehead with his finger. Why do you think I've been laying the foundation for you for the past 6 months? In the past 6 months, while Eaton was practicing and traveling with Menchie, he collected many dietary supplement methods, and then summed up the following. A fitness menu. Specifically used to enhance Menchie's physical fitness. Of course, the 2 little ones at home also participate. After half a year, with basic exercises, their physical fitness has become equivalent to that of well-trained strong adults. Note that this refers to adults in the hunter world, the kind who can push open a 2-ton door with their bare hands. The most important thing is that their body shape has not changed into the shape of muscles. Biscuit, who do you mean? Faced with Eaton's rhetorical question, Menchie responded, are you sure you're not using me as a guinea pig? Just like traditional Hyuxia medicine prescriptions have been blended dozens or hundreds of times to achieve the desired effect, Eaton's food supplement menu has also gone through countless attempts. And Menchie, who was with Eaton, was the guinea pig he used for his experiments. What does it matter? It's just food anyway, and it won't kill anyone. It was said that Menchie was used as a guinea pig, but Eaton only let Menchie eat these tonic vegetables after testing that they would not kill him. But it tastes really bad. Can't you use your superb cooking skills to make those tonic dishes more delicious? Menchie couldn't understand how a person with such superb cooking skills could make something so unpalatable. She remembered the most terrifying time, when her sense of taste was completely disabled for half a month. Eaton explained, do you know that good medicine tastes bitter? Some ingredients just need to maintain their original taste to be effective. Why are Nyan and Shizuku okay? Because they know Nyan. As long as they wrap their thoughts in their mouths and isolate the food from their mouths, they won't taste the food. Menchie, sunk. She didn't expect that the topic of Nyan would come back again. But when he thought that he had mastered Nyan and no longer had to be tortured by unpalatable food supplements, Menchie felt much better. Let's quickly start practicing Nyan's advanced combination application. Don't worry, let's test your personality first. Eaton held out a glass of water with leaves. Chapter 063. Menchie's eyes lit up. He was so happy after mastering Tang that he almost forgot to test his ability to do other things. She put her hands on the cup and started thinking. Some crystalline objects appear in the water, which is a characteristic of manipulator. This result was expected by Eaton. After all, Menchie's character neither belongs to enhancer, who prioritizes physical action, nor does he have the habit of lying. He is also not as straightforward and careless as transmutter, nor does he have idiosyncratic leadership abilities. So the neurotic manipulator suits her best. Tisk, it's not a special type. Menchie is not satisfied with his Nyan series. After seeing the power of the Eaton Ryoku Immortal Thief, Menchie always hoped that he could also belong to the trait type. In this way, she can develop similar abilities and never have to worry about gaining weight in the future. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a manipulator. Manipulator is also good. At least you can display various kitchen utensils at any time. You no longer have to worry about not having kitchen utensils when cooking in the future. Eaton half-joked. He remembered that Menchie used 2 kitchen knives as weapons in the original work. Never. Menchie said she didn't want to use such a magical ability to manifest something so superficial. Apparently after meeting Eaton's Nyan, Menchie had different ideas for his own Nyan development than the original work. Eaton asked curiously, what kind of Nyan do you want to develop? I haven't thought about it completely yet. I'll tell you when I think about it. Menchie also knows the importance of Nyan development. So she didn't hide the idea of developing it herself from Eaton. Instead, we plan to consult Eaton for development after Nyan is finalized. Eaton nodded with satisfaction at Menchie's attitude. He was really afraid that Menchie would mess up and destroy his Nyan. Well, let me explain to you the concept of manipulator in detail. Eaton also sat cross-legged in front of Menchie and began to speak. The Nyan of the manipulator can transform the form of his thought energy into what he wants, that is, materialize his thought energy. Be careful to use condensation to look. Eaton reminded, for example, if I need a knife now, then I only need to use my mind energy to outline the shape of the knife, and then use my mind energy to output it. Just like that, a knife took shape. As Menchi watched, the knife appeared in Eaton's hand. Wow! How did you do it, uncle? Aren't you a traitor? Eaton gave Menchi a headache. Forgot what I said about the Nyan system not being hexagonal? The manipulator is right next to the trait system. How do you think I did it? Also, don't interrupt, listen to what I have to say and then ask. Oh! Menchi rubbed his head in pain. Eaton continued, the weapons created by mind energy have all the characteristics it should have, but usually the physical object will disappear as soon as it leaves the body. Eaton let go of the knife in his hand, and the next moment the knife turned into mental energy and returned to Eaton's body. Through practice, you can set the conditions for the disappearance of physical objects by yourself, but the price is that you will lose the advantage of freedom of movement. So you must think carefully when choosing your main manifestation, and then set various conditions for it. By setting conditions, various unique abilities or characteristics can be attached to the displayed items. The specific situation depends on the user's own needs. In addition, Manipulator Nyan is good at dividing and covering space, and can even create various laws in space. Having said this, Eaton thought of IHAMP, who is a typical example. Directly carve out the online world and let yourself live in it. All the rules in the online world are made by IHAMP. This operation is not to say unprecedented, at least it is unprecedented. Of course, there will be restrictions. After all, IHAMP is not really the god of the internet. However, IHAMP has created several virtual reality-like games with his own Nyan and the gameplay proposed by Eaton. Unfortunately, due to technical limitations, only the rich can play these games. So IHAMP didn't think about promoting these games. Although he really wants to use these games to prove that the online world is the real world and the real world is fake. As for why it is not sold to Nyan people? Nonsense, everyone who is interested in games has gone to play Greed Island. Who would play this kind of virtual game with no rewards for completing the level? Eventually, these games became a pastime for King's friends, and a challenge for IHAMP. Eaton retracted his thoughts and asked, yes, these are roughly the concepts. Do you have anything to ask? Menchi asked, can Manipulator really do what you say it does? Eaton nodded and said, matter, space, consciousness, etc., theoretically speaking, the manipulator can manifest anything. But there is a premise for all this, that is, objects beyond human capabilities cannot be realized. For example, you can't manifest a knife that can cut through anything, nor can you manifest a gun that extends infinitely. After Eaton's talk, Menchi had a more comprehensive understanding of Manipulator. Especially after learning that Manipulator was good at space, Menchi was overjoyed. She had long been envious of Eaton's stomach space for everything. Menchi decided that her Nyan must also be related to space. In the days that followed, Menchi perfected his vision for Nyan while learning Nyan's advanced combinations from Eaton. Eaton also gives Menchi advice from time to time. It was not until 3 months later, after Eaton had taught all the advanced combinations of Nyan, that Menchi developed his own Nyan. Menchi's Nyan is called Chef's Food Space. Once activated, Nyan will force an opponent into an independent space. In this space, they cannot cause any harm to each other, and the only way to determine the outcome is through a duel between eating halberds. Before the showdown between shoji, both sides need to put forward conditions for the showdown, and then the 3 mind beast judges in the shoji space will randomly select the questions for this shoji. Then both parties need to complete the relevant dishes within the specified time. Finally, the 3 mind beast judges will start the tasting and then vote. The one with the most votes will be the winner. After the game is over, the losing party must fulfill the previously agreed conditions as agreed. In addition, if you enter the shoji space without an opponent, the shoji space will become Menchi's private kitchen to study cooking skills. The 3 mind beast judges will also transform into chefs to help Menchi. To be able to create such a powerful Nyan, Menchi naturally used restraint and oath. First of all, Menchi cannot pull a being that is much stronger than himself into the halberd space. Secondly, only ingredients, kitchen utensils, tableware and other items related to cooking can be stored in the shoji space. No other items can fit inside. Also, the conditions proposed by both parties must be equal to a certain extent. For example, if the opponent only wants Menchi's money, then Menchi cannot kill the opponent. Unless the money Menchi has is enough to buy the other party's life. Then, the shoji questions drawn by the three Nyanju judges are completely random, which means that it is very likely that Menchi will be drawn a question that Menchi is not good at. In the end, the evaluation of the dishes by the three mind beast judges was fair and impartial, and Menchi could not interfere in any way. When Eaton heard Menchi's name, he felt a little sick. Didn't he just tell Menchi the cooking animations like Little Master and Shikoku that he watched before time travel as stories in his spare time? How did Menchi develop such nin? No wonder Menchi kept asking him about the rules of Shokama before developing nin. What surprised Eaton even more was that such an outrageous nin could be developed by Menchi. Yes, outrageous. In the past, others used these two words to describe Eaton's nin. Unexpectedly, it was Eaton's turn to use these two words to describe Menchi today. Other places are fine. The ingredients for the food halberd can be placed in the space in advance and prepared, and the questions for the food halberd can also be prepared in advance and wait for the Nyan beast judges to draw them. But those three mind beast judges were really outrageous. The most unreasonable thing about Menchi, Nyan, is her three mind beasts. Whose Nyan beasts and cats can be used as food judges. But Menchi did it. After Eaton suppressed his own strength, he experienced Menchi's Nyan personally and many times. It can be confirmed that the evaluation level of these three Nyan beasts on food has indeed reached the level of professional gourmets. When Eaton asked Menchi how she did this, Menchi told Eaton that she just found a lot of books about foodies and then created the three mind beasts based on the contents of the books. This answer is just like such and such, such and such, which does not solve Eaton's confusion at all. Until Eaton asked Menchi to take another Nyan test, Eaton no longer struggled with these issues. Because Menchi's type has become a trait type. This is even rarer than the natural trait system, which is transformed from other systems into the trait system due to acquired efforts. Manipulator is originally located next to the trait system in the telepathy system hexagon. In addition, Menchi was influenced by Eaton, so he longed for the special system. In the end, she became the Nyan of the trait system. As we all know, trait-based abilities are completely unreasonable, and nothing that happens is surprising. Eaton, who has experienced the chef's food space many times in order to test Menchi's Nyan, has a deep understanding of this. The most domineering thing about Nyan is that both Menchi, the Nyan holder, and her opponents must abide by the rules in the space. Once a winner is decided, space will enforce the conditions proposed by the winner. It can be said that as long as Menchi grows up, not many people will be her opponents. After all, there are not many good people in the world who are strong and good at cooking. Of course Eaton definitely counts as one. With this Nyan, your future achievements may exceed those of those geniuses. This is Yi's evaluation after getting to know Menchi's Nyan. Uncle, although I know my Nyan is outrageous, it's not that strong, right? Menchi didn't know why Eaton rated it so highly. You're so dumb. Eaton flicked Menchi's forehead with his finger and then explained. You can completely use your opponent's qualifications as a condition for defeating the halberd, and constantly obtain other people's qualifications to add to your own body, so that you can pile yourself up to the level of being untalented or even a monster. However, Menchi shook his head, I developed Nyan to better improve my cooking skills. This is not in line with my original intention. Eaton hit Menchi on the head again. Explain. You are stupid and you still don't believe it, and I don't ask you to put forward such conditions to every opponent. Besides, if you didn't have any ideas in this regard, how could you develop Nyan like this? Menchi was hesitant to speak. She wanted to remind Eaton that her Nyan was developed based on what he said about the shoji rule. Even if you really have this idea, it's because of Eaton. But Menchi was afraid that Eaton would hit her on the head again, so she thought about it and let it go. Menchi decisively changed the subject. Uncle, where should we go next? Wang Qinhao, it hasn't been long since I learned how to use Nyan's advanced combinations, and I just developed Nyan. Menchi actually wanted to find a place to try his skills. Eaton saw the excitement in Menchi's eyes. Let's go to the sky arena to find someone to fight. Menchie's eyes lit up. You can have this. Looking at the excited Menchie, Eaton thought to himself that he didn't believe that this girl didn't have a bit of violence. After that, Eaton brought Menchie to the Sky Arena again. Several years have passed, and Eaton's qualification to fight on the 200th floor has long been cancelled. If you want to participate in the battle again, you can only register on the first level again. Although you can climb up from the 180th floor after passing the first level strength assessment, Eaton did not sign up again. First, because he came with Menchie this time, mainly to test Menchie's strength. Second, Eaton thought it would be too troublesome to go up from the 180th floor. If he really wanted to find someone to fight with, he might as well go directly to the 230th floor and find those posters to invite them to fight privately. After all, with his current strength, ordinary weak people are not enough to be his opponent. With that skill, he might as well walk around and expand the range that his teleportation ability can reach. So Eaton threw Menchie in the Sky Arena, and he himself went to a city near the Sky Arena that he had never been to. Of course, that doesn't mean Eaton is completely ignoring Menchie. Every time Menchie plays, he teleports back to watch. After the game, he will also help Menchie summarize the battle. When he first arrived at Sky Arena, Menchie threatened to surpass Eaton's record and would never leave until he reached the standard. So she stayed on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena for 3 months, with a record of 8 wins and 3 losses, surpassing Eaton's original 7-game winning streak in terms of number of wins. Chapter 064. Menchie also wanted to keep the winning streak going, but she couldn't use her Nyan in battle, so she lost a few games. Chef's food space will pull the opponent into a separate space, so that the referee can't see anyone and can't score. So after using it once at the beginning, Menchie never used his Nyan again. Although he could set the conditions for the Shokyuchi duel to make the opponent lose resistance, that was not in line with her original intention of coming to the Sky Arena to fight. She is here to test the results of her practice, not to test Nyan. Although he failed to surpass Eaton's 7-game winning streak, Menchie was satisfied. At least she has more wins than Eaton. Menchie doesn't plan to continue fighting after that. After so many battles, she also needs a certain amount of time to settle. It just so happened that Eaton was a little tired after being out for so long. The tiredness mentioned here does not refer to physical fatigue, but psychological fatigue. Just like a person who has been away from home for too long will miss his hometown. Eaton realized that he had a sense of belonging to Nissla Manor, to be precise, to Nyan and Shizuku in the manor. Although he occasionally went back during the 2 years he was traveling abroad, it was only a short stay at that time. This time, Eaton decided to go back and rest for a while. Menchie naturally followed. Her originally empty home, except for going back every year to worship, she had long since stopped living there. Eaton wants to go home and rest, but some people don't seem to want to let him. As Wright's Vibranium Company's business grows, some business competitors are also eyeing the interests. But because Wright's security facilities were in place, they made several secret attempts but failed. So they chose to find another way and targeted Eaton. As for why not attack Nyan and the others? Maybe it's because it's not harming the family? I don't know how these people did it, but they actually found out that Eaton was the person who provided vibranium to Wright. So they contacted the killer and prepared to kill Eaton. In fact, they originally wanted to capture Eaton for their use. As a result, these people discovered that Eaton was a professional hunter, and they couldn't grasp it. So they chose to hire murderers to kill people. Unfortunately, Eaton traveled abroad all year round, and these people could not find him for a while, so they sent people to guard near the manor. After Eaton returned to Nissla Manor, the person responsible for monitoring the manor spread the news. Of course, Eaton sees all this, but after all, his knowledge, and color are not ordinary. As early as the first time he returned to the manor, Eaton discovered the sneaky behavior of these people. But Eaton took no action. On the one hand, it was because he came back to rest and was too lazy to bother with these people. On the other hand, he hasn't figured out the situation yet and doesn't want to alert others. What Eaton didn't expect was that someone knocked on his door that night. It can only be said that these people are indeed good at business, they are efficient and they also know how to strategy. While hiring assassins to assassinate Eaton, they also hired a team of mercenaries to attract the manor's defense forces head-on. Listening to the fierce gun battle outside, Eaton was about to go out to see what was going on outside, but he bumped into the killer who came to kill him. "Eaton. It's me, who are you?" Eaton looked at the fat man in front of him who was about 12 years old, wearing a white shirt and with a middle-parted hair, and he always felt a little familiar. "It doesn't matter. What matters is that someone wants to buy your life." The little fat man has long and narrow eyebrows, and his eyes are cold and sharp. He walked towards Eaton step by step, making a knife-like shape with his right hand, and the nails on his hand suddenly became extremely sharp. Seeing the little fat man's movements, Eaton suddenly said, "Are you Miji?" "Miji Zaldik." Eaton recognized the little fat man. He is the second brother of Killua, the second son of the Zaldik family, the world's top hacker, and also a wonderful child of the Zaldik family. Because Miji is obese, loves to eat snacks, and rarely goes out to work, he doesn't look like a killer at all. Eaton didn't expect to meet him here, and it seemed that the person he was working for was himself. "Huh? You know me?" Miji was also surprised to be recognized. "You must know that he never leaves home once in 800 years. And the Zaldik family has always been mysterious. Although they openly disclose their address, this does not mean that outsiders know what the Zaldik family looks like. This can be seen from the fact that photos of Zaldik family members cannot be purchased on the black market for even 100 million ringgits. That's why Miji was particularly surprised that Eaton actually knew him. "But it's useless even if you know me, you still have to die. It's better to say that since you know me, you deserve to die even more." After being surprised, Miji returned to his previous expression. Eaton asked in a funny tone, "Didn't your parents tell you not to take orders from professional hunters casually?" Eaton even suspected that Miji took the order to assassinate him this time, maybe it was just for extra money? No wonder Eaton thinks so, because Miji's behavior is completely inconsistent with the Zaldik family's family motto. One of the Zaldik family mottos is that before taking on a task, you must carefully weigh the strength between yourself and your opponent before making a decision. Eaton could tell that Miji in front of him had not yet mastered Nyan. Therefore, the Zaldik family would not allow him to accept the assassination profession hunter's order. After all, the average number of professional hunters is poor. Eaton accidentally guessed the truth. Miji had other reasons for going out this time. Taking the order to kill Eaton was indeed a natural choice. Mainly because Miji found out that Eaton had a Greed Island game console. As a hardcore otaku of the Zaldik family, the game Greedy Island is naturally very attractive to him. So he took the order to assassinate Eaton and came excitedly. Facing Eaton's question, Miji did not stop. "Of course I know you are a professional hunter. I have already investigated it before you came here. Then you still dare to accept the order to assassinate me. It's just because I'm curious about how a professional hunter is different from ordinary people, that's why I took your order." Now Eaton is certain that Miji will definitely get extra money by assassinating him. Otherwise, the Zaldik family would never let him act like this. In the original work, Miji's grandfather Zeno Zaldik commented on Miji, "He has a good mind, but he is a little out of line." Now it seems that Zeno's evaluation is indeed correct. If Miji had to keep his mind straight, he wouldn't do such a thing. If you want to know what is the difference between a professional hunter and ordinary people, just ask his family members and they will know. Why really find a professional hunter to try assassination? Since you are curious, let me show you. Eaton said, releasing his cold air. The thoughts mixed with malice pressed towards Miji, making Miji feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. This feeling was all too familiar to him, as he had felt this way several times at home when facing his angry eldest brother, Ilmi. Damn it! So are all professional hunters like Ilmi? Miji thought. Eaton didn't even think about actually killing Miji. After all, the Zaldik family has a great business and everyone is a master. Eaton is also afraid of beating the younger ones and hiding them. Although he himself is not afraid, he is not alone. If the Zaldik family targets the people around him, the gains will outweigh the losses. Of course, there are still small punishments. Eaton's evil thoughts continued to put pressure on Miji, and it was only when Miji couldn't hold on any longer that he put his thoughts away. Miji sat down on the ground, sweating all over his body, breathing heavily like a drowning man breathing fresh air again. Eaton just watched with a smile. After Miji calmed down a little, Eaton asked, "Now do you know the difference between the hunter profession?" Miji looked up at Eaton and asked, "What exactly is that power?" How else to say that Miji is off the line? Seeing that the other party was much stronger than him, he didn't know how to run away quickly, so he didn't even take the initiative to ask questions. Of course, Miji is not stupid. He knows that Eaton has no murderous intention towards him, so he dares to stay. Eaton also didn't expect that Miji would ask himself questions. He thought for a moment and said, "I can tell you, in exchange, how about you tell me who hired you?" Kin. The Zaldik family had no rules about keeping the identities of their employers secret, so they did not hesitate to tell the names of those people. "The person who hired me is the chairman of these companies." Seeing Miji's cooperation, Eaton simply said, "This kind of power is called Nyan. Generally speaking, it is the ability to manipulate life energy. Can you teach me?" Miji looked at Eaton expectantly, while Eaton's face was full of question marks. "How do you make the fourth little brother fat? Are we familiar with each other? You want to learn from me when you come up?" Eaton rolled his eyes and said, "If you want to learn how to learn it, go home and ask your family. You are almost at the age where you should be exposed to Nyan. 11 or 12 years old is indeed the best age to come into contact with Nyan." In the original novel, Gon and Killua both learned reading at this age. It is estimated that even if Eaton doesn't say anything, the Zaldik family will start letting Miji have contact with Nyan soon. Miji thought about it. The family members would definitely know Nyan. If you want to learn, just ask them for advice. After thinking about it, Miji was ready to leave here. He couldn't beat Eaton again, so the deal was considered a failure. As for who paid his deposit? Sorry, once the Zaldik family accepts an order, the deposit will not be refunded regardless of the success or failure of the task. What's more, these people have provoked Eaton, and it's not certain whether they will have a chance to get his deposit back. Miji didn't take more than 2 steps when he suddenly stopped again. He turned around and asked, "How about we leave our contact information?" Miji is mainly afraid that his family will not teach him when the time comes and they will ask for Eaton's contact information as insurance. Faced with Miji, a familiar little fat guy, Eaton was also dumbfounded. How come this generation of the Zaldik family has such a weirdo? No, it seems that no Zaldik of this generation is normal. The eldest brother Yi is a perverted brother-in-law, the second brother Miji is a hardcore deadhouse, and the third brother Killua is obviously selected as the next head of the family, but he has no interest in the killer industry. The fourth child is even more outrageous. It is said that he is a product brought back from the Dark Continent and has the ability of Su Xiao like a dragon. The last youngest was raised by his mother to become a cross-dressing master. Maybe there is no normal person in the killer family. Eaton sighed inwardly at the wonders of the Zaldik family, and then exchanged contact information with Miji. His approach to life is to have many friends and many paths. After all, Miji is also a member of the Zaldik family, and he will still be the world's top hacker in the future. Maybe when will it happen? There is a need for humor. No matter how difficult it is, you can still contact the Zaldik family through Miji, which is considered as broadening your network of contacts. After exchanging contact information, Eaton saw Miji still standing there and hesitated to speak. "Is there anything else you can do?" Miji scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Well, I heard that you have a Greedy Island game console." The words were not finished, but Eaton already understood the meaning. He almost forgot that Miji, a hardcore otaku, was also a game fan, so he wanted to borrow his own game console to play. Eaton did not answer, but asked, "Do you know what game Greed Island is called?" "Of course I know, Greedy Island is known as a hunting game specially provided for hunters." Miji paused at this point. "It seems that you have also realized that, to be precise, Greed Island is a game for the nin." If you don't learn to read you can't even start the game. If you want to try this game, you should wait until you master Nyan and then come to me with money. 1. Miji said, okay, how much money is needed? I will prepare it when I go back. Not much, just 5 billion nuns. How much? Miji's face was full of shock. Eaton repeated, 5 billion renis, what's the problem? Miji said in an excited tone, why don't you go and grab the 5 billion ring nuns? At this price, he would have to accept at least dozens of orders to earn it. Eaton waved his hand calmly, this is already considered cheap. Go to those auction houses and ask, which of the game consoles they have auctioned in the past few years has a price of less than 5 billion. Or if you can get the memory card and Ring of Greed Island by yourself, then I can give you a 20% discount. Of Eaton's 5 billion in fees, these two items account for the bulk. By removing the memory card and ring, Eaton only needs to pay for a game console card slot, which is naturally much cheaper. Chapter 065. Miji finally left Nissla Manor with a sad face. Before leaving, he repeatedly asked Eaton to leave a game card slot for him. 5 billion denim is not a small number for him, and it will still take some time to collect it. In addition, he has to go back to learn Nyan, and Miji is afraid that Eaton will use up the card slots during this period. Eaton said there's no need to worry. His console has plenty of card slots, but 7 are left unused. After getting Eaton's assurance, he left. An assassination attempt against Eaton ended in an anticlimactic manner. The mercenaries outside the manor were also cleaned up. It was Menchi who was awakened by the gunfire. This girl is angry. Eaton doesn't need to think about it to know that those mercenaries must be miserable. After instructing the bodyguards in the manor to clean up the scene, Eaton went to his own room to sleep. As for the chairman of the companies Miji mentioned, there is no need for Eaton to take care of them himself. Eaton could guess that these people were Wright's business competitors. Send a message to Wright and he will naturally handle it. In addition to Shizuku, Eaton also brought back 5 children from Meteor Street. Although these 5 children have average talents, after several years of training, they can be regarded as third-level nuns. Usually these 5 people work with Wright. With their strength, it is more than enough to deal with the chairman of those companies. A few days later, in Nissla Manor, Eaton was lying on a lounge chair soaking up the sun. Not far away are Nyan and Shizuku who are sparring, while Men is studying cooking skills on the open-air stove on the other side. Eaton looked at the harmonious scene in front of him, his mind relaxed, and he enjoyed the rare leisure. I have to say that he did the right thing by bringing Menchi with him to teach him. This little cook, who has stricter requirements for food than Eaton, is equally strict in learning cooking skills. While Eaton is teaching her Nyan, she will also take time to ask Eaton about his cooking skills. In just over a year, Menchi gained some real insights from Eaton. Since then, Eaton has rarely cooked except for the necessary supplementary menu. In most cases, Menchi is responsible for 3 meals a day. In Eaton's terms, apprentices are there to be bossed around. What's more, Menchi also enjoys it. Only when it comes to cooking, will she act as innocent and lively as a 12 or 13-year-old girl. Instead of being young and mature like usual. Perhaps because her mother was a chef during her lifetime, she left the last of her innocence to cooking. After becoming familiar with each other, Menchi also talked to Eaton in detail about her family's situation. Needless to say, her father died in an accident when she was born. Her mother raised her up alone. Menchi's mother is a chef who opened a restaurant to make ends meet with the insurance money from Menchi's father's accidental death. Thanks to Menchi's mother's excellent cooking skills, the business is booming. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. When Menchi was 10 years old, her mother passed away due to overwork. From then on, Menchi became a lonely man with enough food for the whole family. Since then, Menchi has been forced to mature. Menchi's talent in cooking is not weak, or her talent in all aspects is not weak. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been the only one to pass the hunter exam. Relying on his own talent, Menchi took over his mother's restaurant and managed it reasonably well. But every time after closing time, Menchi felt suffocated by the deathly loneliness in the restaurant. At this time, Menchi hopes that the next day will come soon. At least when she got busy, she didn't have to think about those messy things. But night will always come, and Menchi has to face the loneliness of being the only one in such a big family again. Eventually Menchi decided to close the restaurant and take the hunter exam he heard from restaurant customers, in order to escape from his cold home. When Eaton heard about Menchi's experience, he didn't say anything touching and comforting. He's not good at it. But since then, in addition to practicing, Eaton has taken Menchi back to Nissla Manor more frequently. There is a pistachio like Nyan, and a peer like Shizuku. And with Eaton, the stinky uncle and master who often fights with her and occasionally cares about her, Menchi has found a feeling of home here again. No, right now Menchi is humming an unknown tune while preparing a newly learned dish. After talking about Menchi, let's talk about Nyan and Shizuku. The experiences of these two little guys in the past few years have been relatively monotonous. They spent most of their time at the manor. Nyan is learning the knowledge she needs to master at this stage, while Shizuku is more inclined to Nyan's practice. Having experienced 9 years of compulsory education, Eaton naturally knows the importance of knowledge. So he has always arranged for Nyan to receive education step by step. As for Shizuku, she is naturally forgetful and sometimes cannot even remember what she just said. Eaton doesn't impose anything on her, as long as she knows some basic common sense. Fortunately, Shizuku remembered Nyan's training very clearly, so Eaton didn't have to teach her again and again. It is worth mentioning that due to his proficiency in spiritual practice, Shizuku has now entered the ranks of 3rd level Nyan. I believe that when she grows to the age of the original work, she will definitely be able to enter the 4th level. Over the past few years, Eaton has come back to stay with them every once in a while, or take the two of them on trips for a while. Therefore, the relationship between them has not become stranger as they grow older. Eaton is still the most important brother in their hearts. While Eaton was enjoying the sparring between Nyan and Shizuku, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Eaton took out his phone and looked at the caller ID, then swiped the screen to answer the call. Yes, you read that right, Eaton used touch-screen phones in the 1990s. And he made this phone himself. I have to say that reading is really a very magical thing. It can do many things that cannot be done manually. For example, processing electronic components with sufficient precision. Eaton relied on his fine control of mind energy to create all the hardware for touch-screen phones with his bare hands. What? You ask him why he knows the internal structure of a touchscreen mobile phone? Sorry, he really doesn't know. He just built a touchscreen phone on his own using what he learned on Greed Island. Eaton didn't expect to succeed at first, but he did it. It even went a step further in terms of hardware and added Nyan Chi metal. While being waterproof and resistant to falling, it can also be charged with mind energy. It can only be said that the knowledge related to Greed Island is really all-encompassing. However, Eaton only made this one touch-screen phone. After all, it is really laborious to rub various electronic components with bare hands. It took Eaton half a year to complete it. As for the system and software, Eaton asked IHAMP to solve it. After answering the phone, Eaton asked, "Hello? Why did Mr. Steiger remember to call me?" Steiger's voice came from the other end of the phone. "I didn't expect Mr. Eaton to still remember me." Without waiting for Eaton to answer, Steiger went straight to the point and said, "The thing is, there are evil thoughts in Meteor Street that the elders cannot solve. So I would like to ask Mr. Eaton if he is free to accept the commission to help us eliminate our thoughts." After so many years, if Stig hadn't mentioned it, Eaton would have almost forgotten that he still has the identity of a mind killer. Eaton thought about it and didn't have anything to do recently, so he agreed to Steiger's request. "I can go to Meteor Street to have a look, but whether it can be solved will have to wait until I arrive to judge." "No problem, Mr. Eaton. Thank you very much for agreeing. We have compiled a piece of information about that evil thought and I will send it to you later. When can you come to Meteor Street?" Stig's tone was excited, and he obviously didn't expect Eaton to agree so simply. Eaton asked, "Is this urgent?" "Of course, the sooner. It's best to arrive within 3 days." "Okay, I should be able to arrive within 3 days. In fact, if he uses teleportation, Eaton can reach Meteor Street immediately. But it's not like he's anxious about this matter, there's no need to be so anxious. What's more, if the other party says that the situation is urgent, he has to rush over quickly, which seems to be a bit low-priced. If you use Eaton now, you should be able to get this statement. Maybe Steiger will take the initiative to raise the price because he feels embarrassed for Eaton asking for flowers. Thank you again, Mr. Eaton. As for the price, please rest assured. As long as the problem can be solved, we will definitely give Mr. Eaton a satisfactory price. Look, this is coming. Eaton and Steiger exchanged a few words before hanging up the phone. Putting away his cell phone, Eaton was not in a hurry to set off. Menchi over there has already invited them to eat. Uncle, Nyan, Shizuku, come over for lunch soon. Coming. *3. At the dinner table, Eaton tasted every dish first, and then commented. There was too much soy sauce in the soy sauce baked prawns, and the salty taste masked the freshness of the shrimp. When the braised pork was cooked, too much water was added, and the juice took too long to reduce, making it too soft and rotten. There is also this mochi mapo tofu is too spicy and does not balance the 5 flavors of mapo tofu well. There is no big problem with the other dishes. It's just that the chicken soup was stewed at the wrong temperature and the chicken flavor was not completely simmered. Neither Nyan nor Shizuku knew anything about cooking, so they were confused. They didn't care about that, they just immersed themselves in their food. Menchi made a sad face and said, I understand all the previous words, but what does the chicken smell at the end mean? Eaton also didn't know how to explain to Menchi what chicken flavor was. He thought for a while and said, let's do this. Then you can find a free-range chicken that doesn't eat feed and even feeds bugs to grow up, and an ordinary farmed chicken. Find them and use them to make the same dish and you'll be able to taste the difference. Free-range chickens will have more flavor than farmed chickens. Menchi nodded in understanding. After talking about the topic of cooking, Eaton turned to Shizuku and said. By the way Shizuku, I'm going to Meteor Street later. Do you want to go back with me? Before Shizuku could speak, Nyan raised his hand. I want to go too, I want to go too. However, this time Eaton did not let Nyan get her wish, no. This time I went to Meteor Street for work, and there is a certain degree of danger, so Nyan can't come with me. Nyan asked unconvinced, then why can Sister Shizuku do it? Because Shizuku is stronger than you. Shizuku's naturally silly temperament prevents her from thinking about so many things. You can focus on Nyan's practice. So her strength has improved rapidly. But Nyan can't. Even though children have relatively few distracting thoughts, the number of children with disabilities is unexpectedly large. But there are very few children with high fighting ability. Because children are also lively and active, there are very few who can endure the hardships of practice. Although Nyan will be obedient and insist on practicing every day, the effect will definitely be much worse than Shizuku. In addition, she still has to spend time studying, which means that Nyan's talent is obviously better than Shizuku's, but her strength is much worse than Shizuku's. Of course, part of the reason is that Nyan's special system Nyan has no attack power. Eaton plans to wait for Nyan to grow up and teach her to develop an emitter or manipulator Nyan to add some combat power to her. Now that Nyan is less than 10 years old, it is better to leave time to her and let her have a happy childhood. Nyan was a little disappointed to learn that Eaton would not take her with him. But she still obeyed Eaton's arrangements obediently. Then Brother Eaton should come back early, otherwise I will be bored at home alone. Eaton chuckled and said, don't worry, I will definitely be back soon. And this time Menchi won't be with me, she will stay with you at home. Menchi was stunned when he heard this. Aren't you going to take me with you? Eaton said, why bring you here? There is nothing delicious in Meteor Street. Menchi thought the same thing. There would probably be no delicious food in a place like Meteor Street, not even unique ingredients. She was bored too. Might as well stay and help Eaton take care of Nyan. Eaton looked at Shizuku again and asked, how's it going? Have you decided whether to go back with me? Is that okay? Will it not disturb my brother's work? The sensible Shizuku will always consider others, of course only those she cares about. Will not. Then I want to come together. Shizuku agreed. She wanted to go back and see the Gloria Nunmeru. Chapter 066. On the airship heading to Meteor Street, Eaton was looking through the information sent by Stig. The evil thoughts appearing in Meteor Street this time originated from an unidentified corpse. For Meteor Street, it is normal for corpses to appear on the garbage mountain, but this corpse is different. It has evil thoughts. To be precise, this kind of thoughts after death is usually called obsession by mind-killing practitioners. Just like the concept of ghost. After death, the soul, thought energy, will dissipate quickly, but for people with a strong will and deep obsessions, the soul, thought energy, will not only not dissipate, but will become stronger and turn into a ghost after death. Order exists at the lower level for a long time. In Eaton's view, thoughts after death are like a restriction and oath initiated at the cost of one's own death. Since the set limits are extremely high, the effects shown are also extremely strong. Back to business. The obsession of the corpse appearing in Meteor Street is very powerful. As soon as it appeared, it killed hundreds of wanderers scavenging in the garbage mountain in a short period of time. Subsequently, the elders sent out several Nin people and lost some of them. Fortunately, this obsession is expressed in the form of a peculiar plant, which is not very mobile. Otherwise, Meteor Street would have used weapons of mass destruction long ago, so why would there be any thought to ask a telepathic master to deal with it? Behind the information are some abilities demonstrated by this obsession. Like controlling branches to attack opponents, using a large number of leaves to cut enemies, and selling poisonous white flowers. It can even absorb human blood and turn it into its own nutrients to grow, controlling the activities of the people it kills. For a moment, Eaton wondered if the 4 or 73 plants had become spirits. Oh, it was originally a human being, right? That's okay. Eaton took Shizuku off the airship, and Stig was already waiting here. Mr. Eaton, you are finally here. Stager was visibly relieved to see Eaton. Especially when he realized that he couldn't see through Eaton at all, he was even more relieved. Seeing Stig's appearance, Eaton probably didn't have time to say anything. Let's talk as we walk. Okay, please come this way. Stig looked happy and took Eaton and Shizuku into the car heading to Meteor Street. In the car, Eaton asked, "Tell me what's going on now. You, the second in command, need to be dispatched to pick me up in person." Over the past few years, Stig also became the second in command of an elder on Meteor Street. It seems that Tenro is really serious if Stig can be dispatched in person. You are joking, but you are just trying to make ends meet under someone else's hands. Steiger was humbled, and then said, "The evil thought in the past few days, that is, the plant has grown again, and its root system has evolved the ability to move underground. It relies on this ability to attack and kill wanderers near the garbage mountain. Now no wanderer dares to scavenge. What's even more outrageous is that yesterday it moved to the only way to enter Meteor Street, making it impossible for ordinary people to enter and exit normally." Eaton suddenly understood. No wonder Steiger would show off in person. It is estimated that only a slightly capable person like Stig would dare to take that road now. During the conversation, the car quickly approached Meteor Street. From a distance, Eaton could see the towering tree rooted in the garbage mountain. It was estimated to be at least nearly 100 meters high. Large trees that are usually this tall all have thick trunks and lush branches and leaves. The tree in front of me is different. Its trunk is relatively slender, its branches branch out into many branches, and the leaves on it are very sparse. They don't look like trees at all, but instead look like super enlarged versions of herbs. The car stopped a few hundred meters away from the plant. Steiger explained, "If you continue to move forward, you will be attacked by it. Mr. Eaton, what do you think we should do next? Can you solve it?" Eaton's eyes flashed red, and he took a look at the plant. He found that the plant did not bring him much danger, so getting rid of it shouldn't be a problem. The problem is not big and can be solved. But let's go to Meteor Street first. In addition to the fact that the price of Nyan has not yet been negotiated, Eaton is not in a hurry to start construction. Stig was obviously aware of this and took the initiative. "Okay, I'll open the way for you. After saying that, Stig rushed ahead. The next moment, roots of plants suddenly sprang out from the ground, either straight or curved, trying to pierce and tie up Stig. Stig was well prepared for this. Part of his mental energy changed and turned into a set of transparent armor to block the piercing roots. At the same time, another part of the thought energy turned into an air blade in his hand. As the knife was swung, the roots were cut off one by one. Eaton watched Stig's performance and quickly understood his Nyan principle. Can he transform his mental energy into various forms? It fits his conjurer characteristics very well, and it has similarities with the island manifestation system. Manipulator directly uses telekinesis tools to manifest various items. Stig's Nyan uses mind energy to simulate the forms of various items to obtain the effects of these items. This Nyan looks good, but is actually easy to learn but difficult to master. Because human energy is limited, too many things that can change will distract energy. In the end, everything can be changed, but the change will not be too strong. Of course, it's also possible that Steiger is the type who focuses on changing one or two things. Eaton and Steiger didn't know each other very well, so they weren't prepared to say anything more. After finishing a batch of rhizomes, Steiger turned back and said, "Please follow me, Mr. Eaton, these rhizomes will regenerate soon." Eaton followed Stig and picked up a piece of rhizome and looked at it in his hand. The rhizome in his hand looked like an ordinary plant rhizome. But with Eaton's knowledge, he could sense that before these roots were disconnected from the plant body, they were covered with a layer of mental energy. A non-nervous person cannot cut it off at all. Eaton sighed with wonder in his heart, threw down the rhizome, and followed Stig into Meteor Street. After entering Meteor Street, Steiger found another car and drove Eaton to the core area of the inner city. When passing by the church, Eaton asked the driver to stop for a moment and put Shizuku down here. He is going to discuss business with the elders of Meteor Street next. Shizuku doesn't understand this and is not interested. So just let her go find Sister Gria. As for her safety, Eaton isn't too worried. Shizuku is just a bit naturally dull and forgetful, but not really stupid. Besides, she is still a level 3 Nyan now, so she can't suffer any loss if she acts alone. This is Eaton's first time in the core area of Meteor Street. The guards here are very tight. Although it is not as high as 5 steps and 1 post and 10 steps and 1 sentry, it is not much different. It seems that the more powerful a person is, the more they are afraid of death. The elders of Meteor Street are obviously Nyan people, but they have arranged so many defense forces to protect themselves. The car soon drove into a manor in the core area. As soon as Eaton got off the bus, an old man who looked to be in his 50s walked out of the manor with a smile. I think this old man must be one of the elders of Meteor Street. Ha ha ha, you must be Mr. Eaton, right? I've known you for a long time. My name is Granite. Although Granite was smiling, Eaton could see the cruelty hidden in his eyes, as well as the occasional glimmer of light. It seems that Granite belongs to the smiling tiger type of character. As Granite spoke, he extended his hand to shake Eaton's hand. Eaton glanced at the back of Granite's hand. There was a crescent-like tattoo on it, with a negative pole symbol in the center. This tattoo pattern looks familiar to Eaton. But he didn't think much, and stretched out his hand to hold Granite's hand. The moment the two hands clasped together, Japanese cold air flowed from Granite's hands to Eaton. It can only be said that Granite and Stig are indeed masters and servants, even the methods of testing people are so similar. Eaton remembered that Stig tested him in this way the last time he came to Meteor Street. The difference is that Granite used his Nyan directly. Eaton could feel that this thought was filled with violent power, like a time bomb that was about to explode at any time. No, this is not as if, but a fact. Eaton thought about the origin of the tattoo on Granite's hand. To be precise, it is not a tattoo, but the performance of Granite Nyan. Its name is Paired Destroyer. There is also a sun pattern on Granite's other hand, and in the pattern is the positive pole symbol opposite to the moon. 0. By setting the marks of the sun and the moon on humans or objects, and then touching the two marks, an explosion will occur. The two marks can be marked on different people or objects. In addition, the longer the marks are in contact, the stronger the explosion will be. And once the mark is engraved on the body, it cannot be removed. The reason why Eaton knows him is because Crollo used this ability when fighting Hisoka in the original book. And among the Nyan stolen by Crollo, there are a few Nyan that still exist after the death of the original owner. Crollo once said that this was the ability he gained in Meteor Street. Eaton also didn't expect to meet this Nyan holder. In fact, Granite's use of Nyan on Eaton was not just to test him. In his opinion, if Eaton is killed by his Nyan, it means that Eaton does not have the ability to solve the problem of Meteor Street, and he does not need to waste time on Eaton. Only if Eaton is safe can he be qualified to sit down and negotiate with him. It's a pity that Granite didn't know that Eaton was a person who would avenge his grudges on the spot. Unless Eaton can't defeat the opponent, he will put his grudge aside and wait to avenge it later. Granite obviously does not belong to the latter. Seeing that Granite seemed very enthusiastic, he was ready to hold Eaton with his other hand. Eaton also knew what Granite was thinking. This old BD really wants to activate Nyan and blow himself up. In this case, don't blame him for being rude. The moment Granite's other hand grasped Eaton's hand, Eaton activated his greedy mouth. He directly swallowed the thought energy Granite left on his hand and the imprints of the opponent's hands into the stomach space. This time Eaton swallowed Granite's Nyan directly. Although it would not cause Granite to lose paired destroyer, he would not be able to use Nyan until Shan could condense the mark on his hand again. After noticing that the mark on his hand disappeared, Granite could no longer keep his smile. Looking at the other party's solemn expression, Eaton pretended not to know and asked, "Mr. Granite, why don't you speak?" Granite stared at Eaton and said, "What did you do to my Nyan?" "Huh? What Nyan?" Eaton pretended to be confused at first, and then showed an expression of realization. "Mr. Granite won't use Nyan on me, right? I forgot to tell you, my effect of erasing thoughts is stronger than that of other mind eradication masters. 11. Especially when I am passively eliminating thoughts, that is, when someone triggers the condition of eliminating thoughts in me, if I am not careful, I will also eliminate the thoughts that do not need to be eliminated. But don't worry, Nyan can be recondensed in this case. You don't have to worry about being a useless person for the rest of your life." The last two words of Eaton emphasized the tone, as if they were referring to something. After knowing that his Nyan could be condensed again, Granite's face showed a slight expression. But he couldn't tell that Eaton was blaming himself. "Unexpectedly, I hunted geese all day long, but today I was pecked in the eye by a goose." But now he can't get angry at Eaton, because without Nyan he can't beat Eaton. If there really was a fight, it would really be more of a loss than gain if Eaton even got rid of his mind energy. Under the current circumstances, Granite has no intention of entertaining Eaton anymore. He forced a smile and said, "I'm really sorry, Mr. Eaton, I suddenly feel a little unwell, so I'm afraid I can't entertain you. Stig will discuss with you the remuneration for removing the mind." After giving Stig a look, Granite turned and walked back to his room. He needs to gather his Nyan again quickly, otherwise he will have no sense of security at all. Stig was secretly shocked after witnessing all this. He didn't expect Eaton's methods to be so weird. At the same time, he was also glad that he didn't go too far when he tested Eaton. Otherwise, whether he could live to this day is still a question. Stig gathered his thoughts and bowed to Eaton. "I'm sorry Mr. Eaton, I apologize on behalf of the elder. His character is a bit domineering, please don't take it to heart." Eaton waved his hands and said, "I don't have time to argue with a dying person." Chapter 067. Stager was shocked when he heard Eaton's words. "You don't mean to, please don't do that. We in Meteor Street are very united when dealing with the outside world. If you really kill the elder, I'm afraid you will face the pursuit of the entire Meteor Street. He is obviously a conjurer who likes to lie and deceive others," but at this time, Stig was sincerely thinking about Eaton. This is the benefit of being strong. If Eaton wasn't strong enough, he would have died at the hands of Granite's Nyan. Feeling deeply about the respect brought by his strength, Eaton said, "Don't worry, I don't plan to kill him, but he doesn't have a few more years to live. If you seize the opportunity when the time comes, you might be able to take the position of elder in one fell swoop." Eaton is referring to Granite being killed by Crollo in the near future. Of course, the premise is that Granite does not intend to continue to cause trouble for Eaton because of grudges. Otherwise, his lifespan may be shortened by a few more years. Ha ha ha, Mr. Eaton is joking. Steiger would not dare to take on this topic, at least not openly. He laughed and changed the subject. Mr. Eaton, let's talk about memory removal. I wonder how much you usually charge for memory removal. Eaton thought to himself, how would I know? This is also the first time he has seriously taken over the business of Nyan. Eaton thought for a while and said, if it is just the restrictions left by ordinary emitters or manipulators, it will range from tens to hundreds of millions of nuns. But this is the first time I have been exposed to thoughts after death like this. It is obviously more difficult to eliminate than ordinary thoughts, so I want this number. Eaton raised his hand and made a 5 sign. 5 billion? Okay. I'll go discuss it with the elders right away. Eaton made it so obvious, Steiger must know that 5 means not 500 million but 5 billion. Mr. Eaton, please wait here for a moment. After speaking, Stig ran to ask Granite for instructions. Eaton was sitting alone on the sofa in the manor hall, somewhat dumbfounded. He thought to himself that when Stig agreed so readily, did he understate the price? 10 In fact, the reason why Steiger agreed so quickly was because he wanted to restore Eaton's relationship and compensate Eaton for the elder issue. On the other hand, it was because the 5 billion was spent by the elders and had nothing to do with him. So he didn't feel bad at all when he agreed. After a cup of tea, Stig came back with a bill worth 1 billion. Mr. Eaton, the elder agreed. This is the deposit. Eaton took a look at the check and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with it before putting it away. Stig asked from the side, when can you leave to clear your mind? Although he climbed to the second-in-command position, his job remained the same and he was still responsible for transactions with the outside world. And now that evil thought has blocked the main thoroughfare of Meteor Street. Not to mention foreign transactions, even getting in and out is a problem. So naturally for Steiger, the sooner it can be dealt with, the better. Then now. Collect money to do things and finish the work early, so Eaton can put the money in his pocket with peace of mind. Eaton stood up and walked outside. Stig said, I'll give you a ride. Need not. Before he finished speaking, Eaton disappeared in front of Stig with a swish sound. At this moment, Steiger didn't know how Eaton did it. But he realized that Eaton might actually have a way to kill Elder Granite and leave Meteor Street safely. The garbage mountain of Meteor Street, Eaton is back here again. The location he selected by teleporting was very close to the huge plant, but it did not attract its attack. Eaton discovered this as early as when he entered Meteor Street. Thanks to the presence of the immortal thief Lyoku, Eaton's current aura is restrained and does not reveal anything at all. As long as Eaton doesn't make too much noise, this giant plant won't notice itself at all. Eaton opened his eyes, and this time he took a closer look at the huge plant. I found that there were actually fruits growing among its few leaves. Most of the fruits are still green, but a small part has begun to turn purple, and they are probably about to mature. These fruits are about the size of 2 fists, and there are many irregular lines on the surface. Eaton didn't pay attention at first and almost thought it was a devil fruit. After looking carefully, I discovered that the lines on it were not spiral-shaped, but rather resembled human faces. These fruits look like a fruit on Earth called orange mulberry. But it just so happens that the flowers of this huge plant look like a herbaceous plant called nightshade, and even the appearance of the whole plant is similar. Eaton once suspected that this thing was nightshade. Because nightshade is one of the easiest plants to grow on garbage heaps. The huge plant in front of me happened to be rooted in the garbage mountain of Meteor Street. After struggling for a long time without knowing what this was, Eaton suddenly realized that he didn't seem to be here to study plants. What's more, this thing only looks like a plant, but is actually the obsession of a person after death. I didn't expect that even though he was not a fruit hunter for many years, he would still suffer from occupational diseases. Eaton shook his head to throw away those thoughts and began to observe where to start. It is obviously unrealistic to dispose of the entire plant at once. With his knowledge, Eaton could see that the rhizomes of this plant underground were intricate, making it impossible to uproot it. And even if it could be done, it would be useless. It is not a plant after all, and its roots are not its weakness. So Eaton is targeting its core. Eaton could sense that there was a large amount of mental energy gathering at a certain depth under its trunk. That location is well protected by it, presumably it should be its core. After choosing his target, Eaton took action. He originally wanted to quietly touch the plant and give it a fatal blow. Unexpectedly, as he approached, the root of the plant sensed Eaton's arrival through the vibration of the ground. Like a bug touching a spider's web, the plants sensed the movement and immediately attacked Eaton. Branches descended from high places, trying to entangle Eaton. Eaton had just dodged a wave of branches when he was greeted by countless leaves bursting out from the branches. A large number of leaves flew rapidly, making a sound in the air under the wrap of thought energy. So many leaves exploded at such a close distance that Eaton couldn't escape at all. So he simply stopped hiding. He quickly opened his gluttonous mouth and swallowed the leaves in front of him. Before Eaton could make his next move, many more roots came from the ground. Eaton stepped lightly and dodged a few roots that broke out of the ground. Although he was not afraid of the plant's attack, he did not want to be entangled by it. After all, he really couldn't appreciate the tentacles' play. Let me try the ability I just acquired. Eaton raised his hands while dodging various attacks. Patterns of the sun and moon appeared on the back of his hands. That's right, it's the paired destroyer. In the period just now, Tuntun fruit had already digested Granite's ability. Eaton once again got a Nyan, and it was a fully developed Nyan. Since it only absorbs part of Granite's mind energy, the proficiency and power of using this Nyan will be much lower. But it doesn't matter, quality is not enough for quantity, just increase the amount of thought energy. What he lacks most is Nyan Qi. After paired destroyer was activated, Eaton began to actively attack the plant. Marks appeared on various parts of the plant. In just 2 minutes, Eaton had made hundreds of marks. Don't think this number is an exaggeration. In the original work, Crollo and Hisoka imprinted 200 people in one go during the battle. Eaton's reading capacity is definitely greater than that of Crollo, so it won't be a problem to engrave hundreds more imprints. After feeling that it was almost done, Eaton teleported so that 2 of the marks touched each other for 5 seconds. This is the duration of contact required to maximize the power of the explosion. In addition, Paired Destroyer also has a hidden feature. That is, it requires both hands on the surface, but in fact, the bomb engraving has been completed with one hand. As long as one of the sun and moon marks is stamped, the target will become a permanent bomb. The appearance of another mark is just a trigger, and the bomb can be detonated in other ways without using it. For example, right now, after Eaton detonated one of the bombs, other bombs within the explosion range were triggered. A chain explosion occurred. Boom boom boom. The loud explosion could probably be heard even in the inner city of Meteor Street. Eaton did not look at the effects of the explosion, but took this opportunity to rush towards the core of the plant. Unexpectedly, such an astonishing explosion did not stun the plant, and it could even react quickly. In Eaton's view, the fruits on the canopy quickly changed from green to purple, and finally from purple to black. Then they fell one by one like cannonballs and exploded around Eaton. Eaton cursed, "Damn! You play with me when I play with explosions, right? And they're gas bombs too." As the fruit exploded, a purple-black corrosive poisonous mist spread, corroding the ground that had been riddled with holes once again. Not only that, the flowers of that plant dropped a lot of pale yellow pollen. Eaton just took a sip and felt drowsy and paralyzed. There is no doubt that this pollen has hypnotic effects and may even have neurotoxic effects. Eaton quickly used the swallowing fruit to expel the toxins from his body. He was about to leave the range of poisonous mist and pollen, when a withered hand from the soil suddenly stretched out and grabbed his ankle. No, where did this thing come from? Eaton was very puzzled. He didn't notice this thing when he saw it just now. Soon Eaton knew where it came from. Mummy corpses continued to emerge from the trunk of the plant. Eaton visually estimated that there were at least hundreds of corpses. It seems that this plant has killed a lot of people in the past few days. There is also a root as thick as a thumb attached to the back of the heads of these corpses. Eaton asked why he hadn't discovered these mummies before. It turned out to be hidden in the trunk of 597 by that plant. The mummy had no breath in the first place, and when it was so integrated with the plant, Eaton thought that they and the plant were one. In just a few encounters, Eaton discovered that this plant was quite intelligent. At least in terms of combat, it knows how to use tactics. Just like now, when it sensed that Eaton wanted to retreat, it released a large number of mummies to try to block Eaton's footsteps. Unfortunately, it is just an obsession after all. Just like most evil ghosts are unconscious. The plant, too, was simply following its instincts. Eaton teleported away from the plant's encirclement and suppression range. He stood in the distance and mocked, "You are stupid, I can teleport." Of course the plant didn't understand what Eaton was talking about. After discovering that Eaton had left its attack range, the soil under its trunk surged wildly. He rushed towards Eaton at a speed that was not too slow, but in Eaton's eyes was a turtle speed. Obviously trying to bring Eaton into its prey range again. "How about trying the props again?" Eaton said, taking out a scepter from the stomach pouch space. "It's called the Rod of Heaven's Punishment, and the Greed Island designated card number is 82. The effect is that when you encounter someone or something you want to punish, point this stick in the air. The one who has done more evil so far, you or the other party, will suffer a strong disaster." This is a prop made by Eaton himself, so naturally there is no restriction that it can only be used on Greed Island. Eaton raised the Rod of Punishment high, and suddenly the whole sky was filled with wind and clouds. A dark cloud gathered over the plant. When the thickness of the dark clouds reached a certain level, a thunderbolt several meters thick fell from the sky and struck the plant, directly cutting off most of its body. Eaton had expected this power. After all, that plant killed hundreds of people, and it was a sinful being. Stig, who was coming here, was very confused when he saw this scene. Did Mr. Eaton make such a big noise? Otherwise, he might as well not pass. Mainly because Stig was afraid of being struck by lightning accidentally. Granad, who reunited Nyan in the manor, also saw the thunder falling from the sky. This was due to Eaton's previous violent explosion that attracted him out. After imagining the consequences of the thunder falling on him, Granad silently gave up his plan to retaliate against Eaton. Chapter 068. Eaton put away the Rod of Punishment. It's not that he doesn't want to shoot again, but this thing has a cooling time, and the time is quite long. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so powerful. Seeing that only half of the plant's body was broken, Eaton decided to use another prop to continue. Specify card number 94, Sword of Thieves. The original effect is that when the attack is successful, the attacked person will have the effects of spell cards such as Snatch, Ruby and Steal. After being modified by Eaton, the effect is, when causing an effective attack on the opponent, an item is randomly obtained from the opponent. Eaton wanted to see if he could get out the core of the plant this way. "What? You said that the plant is now surrounded by poisonous fog and cannot be approached? Learn about the Mage's Hand?" Eaton called out the Mage's Hand and let it fly away from the plant with the Sword of Thieves. A few minutes later, Eaton looked at the pile of black fruits at his feet and took back the Sword of Thieves. "It seems like you have average luck today." Eaton sighed, "Forget it, let's stop playing and solve it quickly." Seeing that the part of the plant that was struck by thunder began to repair and heal, Eaton decided to make a quick decision. The next moment, Eaton used his teleportation ability to come to its main trunk. He moved his fist rapidly and punched continuously, leaving a large hole with a diameter of 2 meters in the tree trunk with each blow. Of course, this effect was not produced by Eaton, but by his bite. The moment his fist touched the tree trunk, Eaton quickly opened his gluttonous mouth and gnawed forward. This move he called the Tuntun fist. Sensing that Eaton wanted to penetrate its core, the plant quickly extended its branches and roots to attack Eaton, trying to prevent Eaton's movement. However, Eaton was multitasking. While using Tuntun fist to open a path, he also controlled the Mage's Hand to cut off the branches and roots behind him. Now Eaton has gone inside the plant. The poisonous fruit mist has a corrosive effect, so it doesn't dare to use it on itself. As for the pollen attack, it was directly blocked by Eaton's mental energy barrier. The plant had no choice but to shrink the inner wall of its trunk to speed up the healing of the parts damaged by Eaton, trying to squeeze Eaton to death through this method. It's a pity that although its healing speed is very fast, it still can't keep up with Eaton's destruction speed. Eaton tilted all the way down and soon came to the junction of the trunk and rhizome of the plant, which is its core. This place is wrapped in thick mental energy, and ordinary ninja people cannot break through this mental energy barrier to reach the real core even if they get here. But Eaton is no ordinary nin. The mouth of gluttony opens and eats whatever is available. The plant still wanted to resist, constantly adjusting its dynamic air pressure to form bullets and shoot them at Eaton. However, its attack has no effect on Eaton. The gluttonous mouth doesn't care what state its thoughts are. Regardless of whether your thought energy has any offensive power, it will all be swallowed into the stomach pouch space. The whole process lasted for nearly 10 minutes before Eaton completely removed the mental energy barrier. For the first time, eating the fruit sent Eaton a message of fullness. This shows that the amount of thought energy it can digest at one time has reached its limit. From this we can see how rich the thought energy that forms this barrier is. Fortunately, this plant doesn't know how to burst out all the energy in an instant, otherwise Eaton might not be able to withstand such a self-destruction attack. After the mental energy barrier disappeared, the core inside was finally exposed. This is a female-shaped tree man. Its body is made of wood, and its hands and feet are connected to the trunk. Eaton knew that this was the corpse that had created thoughts of death. This is also the reason why Eaton didn't swallow the energy barrier and core into the stomach pouch space in one breath just now. After all, he had made a restriction and oath not to eat people. Eaton stepped forward and paired destroyer was activated again in his hand. 5 seconds later, Eaton let go of his hands and left here through teleportation. The next second, the body that had turned into a tree man exploded and shattered into pieces. The plant also stopped moving and lost its core control. It has now really turned into an ordinary plant. After all, Eaton is not a real mind killer. If he wants to clean this thing away, he can only use the Tuntun fruit to swallow it completely. But Eaton didn't intend to do this, and he even vomited out the leaves and trunks that he had swallowed into the stomach space. The plant grows by sucking human blood and life force. Eaton doesn't know if eating it counts as indirect cannibalism. To be on the safe side, and for the sake of his own well-being, it would be better for him not to take this risk. As for this plant, it has become an ordinary plant now anyway, so let it stay here. It looks so much like nightshade, and maybe like nightshade, it can repair some soil that has been damaged by chemicals. Maybe keeping it can help Meteor Street. Even if it doesn't have that effect, its fruits and pollen are excellent poisons and have certain development value. As for how Meteor Street will be used, that's none of Eaton's business. As soon as Eaton returned to Meteor Street, Stig greeted him. "Mr. Eaton, how is the situation?" "It's done, I've eliminated that evil thought." Stig hesitated for a moment, then asked the doubt in his heart, "But why is that plant still there?" "Oh, that one." Eaton explained, "I only destroyed the core of it, which was the body. The plant itself was too big, too troublesome to clean, and it's just a regular plant now, so I left it alone. If you're worried, you can dig it out yourself later." "I see." Steiger apologized, "Sorry Mr. Eaton, it's not that I don't trust you, but this matter is very important to Meteor Street, so I made sure again." Eaton waved his hand and paid no attention to it. "If you have anything to do, just go and do your work. I'll pick up Shizuku and prepare to leave." Stig respectfully handed over a check. "Okay, thank you for your hard work, Mr. Eaton. This is the balance, please accept it. Do you need me to arrange for someone to take you away?" Eaton took the check and walked in the direction of the church. "No need, you should deal with the problem of that plant first. The plant is still blocking the only way in and out of Meteor Street, and after Eaton's battle, the road has become bumpy. Even if Stig wanted to send it, he couldn't send it far. Eaton might as well just teleport away." Steiger also thought of this and no longer wanted to retain Eaton. After the matter was resolved, he still had many things to do and had no time to receive Eaton. When Eaton came to the church, he found Shizuka cleaning the blood on the ground with her protruding eye fish. "Yes, Shizuku's Nen is still a bulging-eyed fish in the shape of a vacuum cleaner. The difference is that under Eaton's guidance, the fish has more functions. In addition to the abilities in the original work, Shizuku's bulging-eyed fish now has the ability to absorb telekinesis and related items. It can absorb the enemy's mental energy attacks and respit it back to the enemy. Shizuku can also store his own attacks in the bulging fish at ordinary times, and spit them out when necessary to launch a violent saturation attack on the enemy. Eaton asked, "Did you kill someone?" I have to say that Shizuku's bulging-eyed fish is really good at cleaning up murder scenes, leaving not even a trace of blood behind. By this time Shizuku had almost cleaned up the scene. Shizuku nodded, and then explained, "They wanted to steal the things I gave to Sister Gloria." Before coming to Meteor Street, Eaton took Shizuku to buy some gifts for Sister Gloria. They were not expensive things, most of them were food. Unexpectedly, someone would still rob me and rush into the church openly. Eaton suddenly thought of something. He asked Shizuku, "Are those people wearing shabby clothes and their eyes have no sparkle?" Shizuku nodded again. Eaton thought that indeed, he probably figured out what was going on. The people who come to grab things are the homeless people from the garbage mountain. No wonder they ignore the rules of Meteor Street. During this period, due to the existence of the plant, the homeless people were unable to scavenge on the garbage mountain, making survival a big problem. Crazy from hunger, they set their sights on the city and ran to the city to catch the autumn wind. Unfortunately, they were unlucky and met Shizuku. As a result, I handed over my life here. Eaton didn't plan to say anything more about Shizuku's murder. After all, she is a girl from Meteor Street, so she cannot be judged by common sense. Maybe Shizuku had killed someone before she met Eaton, but she might not remember it. "We're leaving, do you have anything else to say to Sister Gloria?" Eaton asked. "No more." Shizuku shook his head. She was not very good at words to begin with, and in previous chats with Sister Gloria, she had always been looking for topics. After the reminiscence was over, Shizuku had nothing to say. "Then let's go." Eaton and Shizuku leave Meteor Street. Before leaving, Eaton took Shizuku to the garbage mountain and disposed of the corpses in the fish. Of course, it is said to be disposed of, but in fact it is just dumping the body. As for whether there will be obsession or something like that again, Eaton said that it would be great if it does. Then he can make billions again. After returning to Nissla Manor, Eaton didn't plan to go anywhere else, so he stayed here for more than half a year. After such a long time, I finally digested all the thoughts I swallowed in Meteor Street. The main reason is that the energy derived from resentment is too mottled, making it extremely difficult to digest the fruit. If it were just the resentment itself, Eaton would have digested it long ago. But this resentment absorbed the vitality of hundreds or even thousands of people. With so many pieces of life energy mixed together, the form of thought energy as a manifestation of life energy is even more mottled. If an ordinary person dares to inhale such thoughts, he will be useless in this life. Even Eaton didn't dare to let Tuntun fruit extract any mental energy information. He only dared to absorb it after it was directly digested into the purest mental energy. But the long digestion is worth it. After absorbing this thought energy, Eaton's maximum volume of thought energy increased several times. Now even if 100 Nyan were tied together, their combined maximum energy capacity would probably not be as much as that of Eaton. In addition, Eaton also gained the ability to spawn plants and control plants. It seems that this should be the Nyan originally owned by the owner of the corpse. Perhaps because it was strengthened by obsession, it was not stripped away as impurities by the swallowed fruit, but became Eaton's new ability after digestion. Eaton thinks this Nyan is also very good, it can spawn various plants. At least he won't have to worry about running out of vegetables in the future. And the potential of this Nyan is also good. Li's good. If it is developed well, it may be possible to imitate the Senjo Hashirama next door, where a 1,000-meter-high rooftop can be created with a clap of hands. Eaton suddenly thought of Netero's Nanbeishi Guanyin. Imagine that when Eaton fights Netero in the future, Netero uses his Nyan to summon a 100-style Guanyin that is tens of meters tall and has dozens of arms. As a result, Eaton clapped his hands and directly summoned a 1,000-meter wooden Buddha with 1,000 hands. Then Eaton yelled at Netero, "Come on, I'll give you 2 hands." That scene is interesting just thinking about it. Eaton decided to develop this newly acquired Nyan and give Netero a surprise in the future. Even if the development is not as large as a 1,000-meter-long Buddha, it can be a few hundred meters. No matter how hard it is to develop the skills of the Lianzi family, he will no longer have to use the sky as his bed and the earth as his bed when walking in the wild. Since we are going to develop in that direction, then this Nyan will be called Mu Dun from now on. Eaton gave this Nyan a casual name. While Eaton was thinking about how to develop wood release, Meiji ended his training in Nyan. And he also collected the 5 billion ring Nisun needed to play Greed Island. For these 5 billion, coupled with the more than half a year of Nyan training, Meiji lost a lot of weight. After losing a lot of fat, the handsomeness belonging to the Zaldik family was slightly revealed. However, with Meiji's character as a hardcore otaku, he is destined to not be able to maintain this state for long. Before coming to Eaton, Meiji went out of his way to conduct a comprehensive investigation of Eaton's information. Meiji is just a little out of line, but not stupid. He had already suffered a loss last time, so naturally he would not make the same mistake again. Chapter 069. Through superb hacking skills, Meiji collected a lot of information about Eaton. The first is the vibranium business, which is ostensibly controlled by Wright but is actually owned by Eaton. Meiji already knew this information when he was hired last time. But he didn't expect Eaton's business to be so profitable, with monthly income calculated in hundreds of millions. He may not have that much money even if he takes orders for a month in a row. Meiji regretted once again that he had taken orders from those company chairmen. If he had known that Eaton was so rich, he might have made more money than if he had directly sold the news that someone was going to assassinate Eaton to Eaton. However, Meiji then thought about it and realized that with Eaton's strength, he didn't seem to care about such news. Continuing to look down, we will see Eaton's achievements in the hunter profession. The main ones include establishing breeding methods for more than a dozen rare animals such as 2-headed wolves, snake-tailed deer, and colorful-tailed black chickens. Actually, Eaton is afraid of eating these rare animals to extinction, and restoring the ancient recipes of the Azuma Federation to revive them. Now in the world, he pioneered the method of dietary therapy and used this method to cure one of the 5 major terminal diseases recognized in the world. In addition, there are countless achievements, big and small. Meiji exclaimed repeatedly. He didn't expect that someone who looked so strong as Eaton was actually a professional 1-star gourmet hunter. In fact, Eaton's current achievements are enough to be promoted to a 2-star hunter, but he has not applied yet. What Meiji didn't expect the most was that Eaton was actually a mind killer. Meiji found out about Eaton's trip to Meteor Street more than half a year ago. He even found a photo of the plant. Looking at the appearance of the plant before and after Eaton's recitation in the photo, Meiji, who had just learned how to recite the recitation, was a little arrogant and restrained his conceited thoughts. He originally thought about trying to fight with Eaton, but now that he thinks about it, he might as well forget it. Meiji comforted himself silently in his heart. It was not that he did not dare to fight Eaton, but that the Zaldik family's principle was not to waste energy and life on things other than the mission. After reading Eaton's information, Meiji organized and sealed it and placed it in the family archives. Not that he planned to do anything to Eaton. Meiji just wanted to remind his family that if they are exposed to tasks related to Eaton in the future, they must think twice before deciding whether to accept it. When Meiji came to see Eaton again, Eaton was planting vegetables. Like ordinary farmers, he first plowed the ground with a hoe, then spread vegetable seeds and watered it. Then things started to get weird. Eaton reached out and pressed it on the ground, and the newly planted vegetable seeds began to sprout and grow rapidly. In a short time, the entire vegetable field was covered with various green vegetables. Meiji looked dumbfounded in the dark. And Eaton has long seen the existence of Meiji through his sight and color. But after he controlled the vegetables to grow to maturity, he figured out where Meiji was. Don't use Aldiks like people who go through the front door. Meiji was not embarrassed when he realized that he had been discovered. He stepped out of the darkness and asked, "How did you do it?" Is this Yurnan? Miji refers to how to promote the growth of vegetables. Eaton glanced at him sideways and asked, would you easily tell others about Yurnan? Unexpectedly, Miji nodded and said, do you want to know? I can tell you. In exchange, how about telling me how you did it? Eaton was silent for a moment, and he suddenly felt that Zeno's evaluation of Miji was not quite accurate. Miji's offline can't be described as just a little bit. Seeing that Eaton didn't speak, I thought he recognized him. So he started to say, Nyan is an emitter. It can make various weapons. In addition, it also has an auxiliary role in computers. Okay, Eaton admitted that he was a little hasty in calling Miji stupid just now. Although this vague statement reveals Miji's Nyan, it does not fully reveal it. It's just like when someone tells you that he knows table tennis, you don't know whether the other person is a beginner, an amateur, or a national level athlete. Following Miji's template, Eaton also did it again. I am a special type Nyan, I can spawn all kinds of plants. Compared with Miji, Eaton revealed less information. Fortunately, Miji didn't come here to study Eaton Nyan. He got to the point and said, where is the game console on Greed Island? I should be eligible to enter the game now, right? Eaton extended a hand towards Miji. Do what? Miji was a little confused. Shouldn't he be the one who should reach out? Eaton twitched the corner of his mouth imperceptibly, and reminded, give me money, 5 billion gots. Oh! Miji said with an expression of sudden realization, sorry, I forgot for a moment. In the past, most of the money was given to me by others. Well, it's understandable, after all, they are a family of killers who are feared. Miji took Ntu Byanta's mobile phone and made 3 calls, and then said, okay, I have transferred the money to you, please check and accept it. Eaton took out his mobile phone to check and found that there was indeed 5 billion in new accounts. Before he could put his phone away, Miji pounced on him. Eaton quickly dodged and looked at Miji with slightly narrowed eyes. What do you want to do? Do you want to regret it? As he spoke, Eaton's thoughts surged out, mixed with malice and enveloped Miji. Miji felt the familiar sense of oppression again, even much stronger than the last time. This made Miji very puzzled. Even though he had already learned Nyan, why was it still difficult for him to compete with Eaton's momentum? What he doesn't know is that since Eaton absorbed the obsession of Meteor Street, Eaton's momentum has reached a new level. Especially when his thoughts are mixed with malice, it's like the Overlord's domineering aura. It can intimidate and frighten enemies, and can even make beings much weaker than itself faint. Coupled with the fact that Nyan Chi can achieve the effect of armed colors, Eaton can now be regarded as an alternative 3-color domineering person. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Miji said with difficulty, I just want to see your phone. When Eaton heard this, he felt a little embarrassed. Mainly because he just saw such a big lump of Miji rushing towards him, and thought Miji wanted to do something to him. So he subconsciously unleashed his malice towards Miji. Eaton regained his momentum and said with a straight face, you told me earlier, the action was so sudden, it scared me so much that I almost attacked you. Miji wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking that it was a good thing he didn't take action, otherwise it would be a question whether he could play Greed Island today. Miji explained, isn't it that when I saw such a novel mobile phone, I felt a little happy for a while. Eaton also almost forgot that Miji is not only a hardcore otaku, but also a hidden technology fan. So can you show it to me? Miji asked, looking at the mobile phone in Eaton's hand. Eaton locked the phone screen and threw it to Miji. The other party has just paid 5 billion. As a bonus, it is not impossible for Sinomach to lend it to him. Anyway, a lot of professional techniques are used in it, and it even involves the in-depth use of divine characters. Miji, a person who had just learned to read, couldn't understand it at all. No, Miji was studying there with Eaton's mobile phone at this moment, and couldn't figure out anything for a long time. Miji was also puzzled. He was a master of hacking, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even break a cell phone lock now. Finally he gave up, Bob, and handed the phone back to Eaton dejectedly. How did you make this mobile phone? Miji couldn't help but ask the doubts in his heart. When Eaton heard this, he looked at Miji as if he were a fool. Do you think I will tell you? Miji said, I can pay for it. Eaton kindly reminded, you can't afford that. Miji, who is also involved in high technology, naturally knows the value of Eaton's mobile phone. He asked reluctantly, can you tell me how much it will cost? Eaton actually had no idea how much it would cost. However, he estimated the market value of Apple before time travel, and then quoted a sky-high price. About 400 trillion nuns. How many? Miji had an expression on his face that said, are you FG kidding me? Eaton did not repeat it again, but asked, do you believe that if I use this technology, I can definitely make so much money? Miji naturally had a look of disbelief, then why don't you take it out and make money? Eaton rolled his eyes and said, you think I'm someone who's short of money? Miji fell silent. He almost forgot that the owner in front of him was not short of money. Eaton has made hundreds of billions in vibranium trading alone over the years. Not to mention that Eaton has achieved success in several areas. Miji decisively skipped this topic. Let's go back to Greed Island. Can I log into the game now? Hold on. Eaton picked up the phone and dialed Kim's number. Miji came to him much earlier than he expected, and he didn't have a new memory card or ring. So I still have to look for gold. After the call was connected, Jin's voice came from the other side. Hey, why do you have time to call me? Eaton replied, I'm always available. Why don't you contact me when you have time? Why are we contacting you? Are we going to work with you to find a way to sneak across the border? The smuggling Eaton refers to is heading to the Dark Continent. Ever since he learned about the existence of the Dark Continent, Jin has been trying his best to go there. However, every time someone sets foot on the Dark Continent, they always return with disaster. Therefore, as early as nearly 200 years ago, the 5 largest countries in the world concluded a treaty not to set foot on the Dark Continent. If you want to go to the Dark Continent, you must obtain a V5, which is a license from the 5 major countries. After that, they have to negotiate with the gatekeepers of the Warcraft clan, and then the demi-human race summoned by them will lead them to the Dark Continent as the leader. If you don't go through formal channels, you can only sneak across. The risk of this path is undoubtedly much higher than that of the formal path. Even with Eaton's current strength, he is still not sure. Jin smiled and said, ha ha ha, aren't you curious about that continent? Eaton replied, I'm curious, but I haven't lived enough yet, and I don't want to die like this. Miji pricked up his ears. He was also very curious about what kind of place could make a person as powerful as Eaton feel that going there would mean death. Unfortunately, Eaton is not prepared to continue on this topic. Okay, let's get down to business. Do you still have the memory card and ring from Greed Island? Give me one. So that's why you came to me? Will you be able to make some of those things yourself soon? Jin's tone was somewhat incredulous. As he said, learned the Greed Island phase. Eaton, who is knowledgeable, can indeed make a memory card and ring by himself. I don't want to waste my energy. 17. After Eaton spent 6 months rubbing out a mobile phone with his bare hands, he vowed never to do such delicate work again unless necessary. Although the memory card and ring in Greed Island are simpler than a mobile phone, they still require several days of work. Eaton continued, besides, why would I make it myself when it's already available? Jin said helplessly, okay, I'll ask ETA to send you a copy. ETA controls the terminal on Greed Island, and she can send things to Eaton directly through the game console. By the way, I also have something to ask you. What's the matter? Is it still a matter of smuggling? Don't worry, it's not this. Jin explained, I am currently tracking down a gang of thieves called Cuter, and I need your help. Eaton was a little surprised and asked, is there anyone in this world that you can't solve? The names of the top 5 talented people in the future world are no joke. Although this name has not been rated yet, Eaton seems to remember it quickly. In other words, at this time, there are really not many people who can defeat Jin in a single fight. Now King needs help tracking down a gang of thieves, which surprises Eaton. You guy, don't talk to me like I'm invincible. Jin complained, the other party has a Nin who is very good at moving. And they are also very cautious, and they will immediately run away if they notice anything wrong. So I need your help. Eaton understood. This guy Jin was attracted by his convenience of teleportation. Chapter 070. Eaton complained, speaking of which, you are obviously a relic hunter, right? Why did you start working as a bounty hunter? Jin laughed loudly and said, ha ha ha, it's not like you don't know that I have extensive knowledge. Not to mention, this guy relies on his talent to cover a wide range of fields. And whenever he is involved in a field, he can often achieve superior results in that field. Just like the two-headed wolf breeding method mentioned before. Even without Eaton, this method would have been proposed by King later. How about it, can you come and help? After some thought, Eaton finally agreed to King's request. After all, he didn't have anything to do recently. What's more, Jin Cai gave him a memory card and ring from Greed Island and didn't ask for money. Eaton would feel bad if he didn't help because he was short-handed. Moreover, he hasn't played against a decent Na for a long time. He hopes that the Kurdish bandit group can let him have more fun. Okay, when will you take action? I'll find you then. Of course, the sooner the better. Okay, I'll leave in a moment. Okay, I'll send you the address later, and that's it, the doctor has failed. After hanging up the phone, Eaton said to Miji on the side, wait a minute, I will take out the Greed Island game console. After entering Greed Island, there are 3 ways to get out of the game. In addition to the method of clearing the level and leaving, the other 2 methods are through cards in the game. A pass is serial number 266, and you can choose the destination to leave Greed Island with ETA. There are more than 50 ports to choose from. The other is a prop card named Leave, which will return the player to the place where he originally entered the game. In order to avoid Miji appearing in his room when exiting the game, Eaton thought it would be better to choose another room in the manner to store the game console. After returning to the room, Eaton found that 7 copies of the memory card and ring were placed on the Greed Island game console. It seems that Jin did not want Eaton to trouble him about this matter in the future, so he gave him enough for a game console at once. Eaton took the game console and led Ji to find an empty room in the manor. Let me ask you in advance, you don't have anything to do in real life recently, right? Miji didn't know why Eaton asked this, but he still replied, no. That's good. Eaton explains, once you get to Greed Island, it's a little bit difficult to get out. So if you have something important that needs time to do, please wait until you finish it before entering the game. But since you don't have it, you can enter now. Eaton didn't explain the rules of the game to Miji, but Elena would explain them to him when he got to Greed Island. Eaton inserted the memory card into the game console and raised his hand to signal Miji to start the game. Miji came to the game console, placed his hands on both sides of the game console, and then started chanting. Apparently he already knew how to start the game before. A huge amount of thought energy seeped out from the game console, teleporting Miji to the island of Greed. Watching Miji disappear into the room, Eaton whispered, I hope you can survive on the Greed Island. Why? With the release of the bounty on Greed Island by the Tycoon Butra, many Nyan have poured into the game in the past few years. The game environment is also much worse, with countless people killing other players in order to grab cards. As a newbie who just learned Nyan, Miji may not necessarily have played it before those experienced players. But no matter what, he is still a member of the Zaldik family, so he should not lose his life on Greed Island. Maybe he can get some good training on Greed Island. At least when Killua wants to run away from home in the future, Miji won't be so easily stabbed in the stomach by his younger brother. After watching Miji leave, Eaton explained to the 3 children at home, and then took Shizuku out. After the Meteor Street murder, Eaton also realized Shizuku's shortcomings. She has too little experience in dealing with people. Fortunately this time, we met just ordinary wanderers. But if he meets a Nyan with comparable strength in the future, Shizuku will definitely suffer. So Eaton is going to take her to experience it. As for Menchi, she has been practicing with Eaton for 2 years before, while Nyan is only about 10 years old, and it will take a few more years to gain experience. Eaton took Shizuku to the address that King Jin gave him. Coincidentally, This place is right next door to Yukijin, Lufabu. What's more coincidental is that when Eaton found Jin, he found that Jin also brought a young man with him, who obviously also brought experience. Although he had never met him and had never heard him mentioned by King, Eaton recognized the young man. He is King's apprentice Kate, who was mentioned in the original work. Kate has knee-length white hair, gloomy eyes, an oval face, and a strong nose. If he had replaced his blue beret and white gown with black clothes and a black hat, Eaton would have thought that Jin from the Shinigami Elementary School world next door had traveled to the Hunter world. Eaton remembers that Kate seemed to be a manipulator like Menchi before. His Nyan is called Crazy Clown, and after activating his ability, he will materialize into a talking clown. When the ability is activated, the roulette wheel in the clown's mouth will roll numbers 1 to 9, with each number corresponding to a different embodied weapon. Kate herself cannot control what weapons will appear each time. And if you don't use the weapon drawn by the Joker properly, the weapon will not disappear. In other words, if Kate wants to switch weapon forms, she must use the weapon transformed by the clown to a certain extent. Otherwise the weapon cannot be cancelled. Kate also found Nyan troublesome because of this. But there is no way, this is Nyan that his master Jin helped him develop. Kate respects Kim very much and believes that Kim changed him and led him to follow the path of Hunter. What's more, this Nyan is indeed quite powerful. The weapons transformed by the clown can be used in many different scenarios. I just don't know if Kate's Nyan has been developed by Kim at this time. Eaton has a lot of thoughts in his mind, but in fact, 10 seconds have passed. Oh, what a coincidence, you are also bringing new people. Eaton greeted Kim. Jin nodded and introduced, yes, this is my apprentice Kate. Eaton looked at Kate carefully and then said, well, the young man has good talent, but there is still a certain gap compared to my Shizuku. After being Nyan's mentor to Nyan and Shizuka for so many years, and then mentoring Menchi for 2 years, Eaton has developed a wealth of experience in looking after people. Kate's qualifications are indeed good, no wonder Kim would accept him as his apprentice. There's no way to compare the two, right? Jin defended his apprentice and said, this Shizuka practitioner has been practicing Nyan for several years, right? Kate is a newcomer who has just learned Nyan. Eaton spread his hands and said, but you have to admit, Shizuka is indeed better than your apprentice. Jin made a sound of dissatisfaction and said unconvinced, if the two of them have practiced for the same length of time, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are stronger. Eaton did not refute, but said lightly, Shizuka is 14 years old this year. Jin was speechless. He didn't expect Shizuka to be so young. Mainly because Shizuka's mature figure is so deceiving. If one ignored her immature face, no one would think that she was only 4 years old. After all, who would have thought that a girl who was only 14 years old would have a rich family fortune of 36D at such a young age? Kate is 17 years old this year. Although he is not as strong as Shizuku, it is because he came into contact with Nyan relatively late. But I have to admit that he does not have an advantage in terms of age. Moreover, there are no ifs in reality, and Jin's hypothesis is not valid in the first place. So Jin decisively changed the subject. He looked at Kate and said, let me introduce you. This is Eaton, my partner. Even though he looks like he is in his early 18s, he is actually in his 30s. King revealed Eaton's true age and took a small revenge on Eaton. However, Eaton doesn't care about this. He has never cared about his age. Kim's words also solved one of Kate's doubts. Kate thought to herself that it was no wonder that the other person called her young man just now. It turned out to be someone of the same age as his master. 0 Please ask for flowers. Hello, Eaton-senpai. Kate said hello to Eaton, and at the same time warned herself in her mind that she must not judge a book by its appearance when facing the Nyan in the future. After all, the Eaton-senpai in front of me and the girl named Shizuku are both good examples. Eaton responded, hello, this is my sister Shizuku. Strictly speaking, only Menchi was his disciple. The relationship between Shizuku and Nyan, the two little girls, is more like brother and sister. Seeing Eaton introduce himself, Shizuka politely stepped forward and said hello. Eaton then continued, what Jin and I just said was just a fight between friends, and there was no malice. I hope you don't take it to heart. Kate didn't say anything, just nodded. Kate also had no problem with Kim and Eaton comparing him to Shizuku. He just silently made up his mind to practice hard in the future and not to disgrace his master. After getting to know each other, Eaton got down to business. Okay, let's get down to business. What's going on with the Kurdish gang that actually requires you to call me along? Jinzhou gave Eaton a piece of information and said, this is their information. You will know after reading it. Eaton picked up the information and looked through it, and initially learned about this group of thieves who appeared as Jin's achievements in the original work. 0. The Kurdish gang is an old criminal gang that has been active around the world for more than 10 years. The 7 members of the group are all powerful and commit all kinds of crimes including burning, killing, and looting. There used to be many criminal hunters and bounty hunters in the Hunter Association. They took over the task of hunting them down, but unfortunately they ended in failure every time. What's more, some paid the price with their lives. The Kurdish gang was therefore known as the most vicious criminal gang in the world at that time, and was unanimously listed as an S-level criminal gang by all countries. 7 years ago, the Kurdish bandit group broke into the royal family of a small country. While plundering all the treasures of the royal family of the country, they also killed all the royal members. Since then, the Kurdish gang has disappeared, and many people thought that this group of vicious thieves would disappear. Unexpectedly, after 7 years, the Kurdish gang reappeared and committed crimes that killed dozens of people as soon as they appeared. Further down the information is an introduction to the 7 members of the Kurdish bandits, which is very brief. It is said that every time they act, they will kill everyone who sees them. So there is no detailed information about their Nyan yet. Eaton's information about the 7 people was provided by the bounty hunter who had escaped their lives in their hands. The 7 members never call each other by name, but refer to each other as brothers. The boss is very powerful, and his moves are smooth and flowing. He seems to have a martial arts heritage, and Nyan is also suspected of being an enhancer. The second child looks like a wise man, but his nature is unknown. The third child is manipulator Nyan, with spatial abilities. It was his Nyan that enabled the Kurdish gang to transport the treasures from the body chamber. The fourth child is also a manipulator Ener. Unlike Lao San, Lao Si is a combatant and is good at manifesting various cold weapons in combat. Lao Wu is a sniper, good at super long-distance sniping, and a transmutter Nyan. At the same time, he is also the person who lets the group take action. Lao Lu is an intelligence agent in a gang of thieves. He is good at collecting intelligence and tracking. He is also a master hacker. Lao Chi is a combatant like Lao Si, but it is said that his combat effectiveness ranks second among the thieves, and his relationship is unknown. Eaton looked at a lot of unknown and suspicious on the information with an expression like old man, subway, cell phone. No, with this information, why are you quarreling with me? Is this Kurdish bandit group really that powerful? You can't even collect detailed information about them after so many years. Jin shrugged his shoulders and explained, on the one hand, it's because they act viciously, leaving no one alive every time they act, and there are almost no witnesses. On the other hand, because the monitoring facilities were not yet developed at the time, their traces could rarely be recorded. Even if there was one, it was destroyed by them. Chapter 071. So that's why even their photos are hand-drawn. Eaton raised the document in his hands so that everyone present could see the slightly funny hand-drawn images on the document, which was somewhat abstract art style. Jin coughed twice in embarrassment. Ahem, this is a portrait based on the description of the surviving bounty hunter. Although they destroyed the relevant surveillance during the operation after the Kurdish gang came back, I asked IHAMP to restore it and discovered then information about their second son. Jin decisively ignored the question of the portrait, took out a DV player and handed it to Eaton. Eaton took it, and it was a clip of tens of seconds. The picture showed a bank vault that was almost empty, and 7 masked men stuffed the remaining gold into one of them's satchel. The small satchel was stuffed with gold far exceeding its capacity. It seems that the person carrying the satchel is the third child with spatial ability. After sweeping away the entire treasury, 7 masked men gathered together, and one of the masked men activated his ability to disappear in place. How about it? After Eaton read it, King asked him what he thought. Eaton asked back, how are you sure that the person who activated Nyan is the second in command of the Kurdish gang? Jin reminded, look at the corner of that person's eye. There is a mole there. Eaton compared the portrait of the second child in the information. If Jin hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have discovered that it was she. From the performance point of view, it is indeed an ability similar to my teleportation. I just don't know what the activation conditions and restrictions of Nyan are. If you want to know, just try it yourself. So you've found their traces? Of course. I asked Ikshant to simulate the bodies of the 7 people in the video, and then mobilized surveillance cameras around the world for comparison, and finally determined that they were in a certain corner of the city. Seeing Eaton's silence, Jin asked curiously, is there any problem? Eaton shook his head and said, nothing, I was just wondering if Ikshant is okay. For such a large-scale task of mobilizing surveillance from all over the world, even if Ikshant had Nyan to assist him, he would probably be exhausted to death. Don't worry about this. Jin explained, it is said that surveillance is mobilized around the world, but in fact it is carried out on a country-by-country basis. IHAMP discovered the members of the Kurdish thief group just after comparing the Ulabian continent. They are probably eyeing Yukiksan's auction this time. Eaton was a little confused, it's still very early before Yukiksan holds the auction every year, isn't it? Are they here so early? Jin nodded and said, of course, after all, criminals will be inspected before committing crimes. Well, after visiting the spot half a year in advance, Eaton was convinced. No wonder this group of criminals have not been arrested yet, and they are indeed cautious enough. Okay, when should we take action? Do you know where they are? Don't worry, Gate 1 is always under surveillance by IHAMP. Action time. Jin thought for a while and said, how about setting it at 2 o'clock in the morning tonight? Although he knew that Jin wanted to take advantage of the most relaxed time between 2 and 4 in the morning, Eaton still felt strange. It's like they're ready to get up in the middle of the night and do bad things. This strange thought only appeared in Eaton's mind for less than a second, and then he pushed it aside. Of course I have no problem. But are you sure you really want to take Kate with you? Fortunately, Shizuku has less actual combat experience, but he is indeed a solid 3rd level Nyan. But Kate is different. It didn't take long for him to learn Nyan, and the Steam Star alone is less than 3 levels. Don't underestimate my disciple. You must know that I teach him very carefully, and I personally developed Nyan for him. Besides, not all members of the Kurdish thief group are good at fighting. When the time comes, let him deal with the weakest one among them. Kate also promised, Senior Eaton, please rest assured that I will not hold you back. Since their master and apprentice have said so, Eaton doesn't say anything more, since he is not his apprentice anyway. But looking at Kim's confident look, Eaton actually remembered one of the cold abilities Kim designed for Kate. Kate's clown wheel also has a hidden ability called Absolute Death Resistance. The effect is that as long as Kate doesn't want to die, it will be difficult for him to achieve real death. Of course, natural death is definitely not included, otherwise it would be too outrageous. In the original novel, Kate was dismembered by the ant-woman Neferpitou, but was later reborn as a chimera ant. Perhaps it is because of this ability that we don't worry about Te's safety. That night, near a residential area in the suburbs of Yukiksi, Eaton, Shizuku, Jin, and Kate appeared here. The Kurdish gang is lurking in a residential area not far away. Eaton first sensed the situation in the residential area from a distance with his sense of knowledge. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, he did not concentrate on observation, but scanned it with a method similar to scanning. In this case, even a perceptive Nyan would find it difficult to detect Eaton's movements. Although it was only a moment of perception, it was enough for Eaton to obtain the locations of these 7 people. Eaton looked at Jin and said, it seems that your plan is not very feasible. The 7 members of the Kurdish thief group are still awake at this point, and 1 and 2 of them are still very energetic. Huh? What's the plan? Jin was confused by Eaton's explanation. He didn't know what his plan was. Didn't you choose to take action at 2 o'clock in the morning because this is the time when people are most relaxed? Eaton also looked puzzled. Jin expressed his actual thoughts. No, I chose this time to act mainly because it is less likely to cause commotion at night than during the day. After all, there are many ordinary people in this residential area, and it would be bad if it affects them. Well, Eaton took it for granted. Moreover, the elderly have mind energy to nourish their bodies and have much more energy than ordinary people. From 2 to 4 in the morning is not necessarily the time when they are most relaxed. Especially this group of people are thieves who often operate in the dark. Before Eaton could speak, Jin continued, but your domineering attitude is really perverted. You can sense the situation in the distance from several kilometers away, and the other party hasn't noticed it yet. Kate was stunned when she heard about Eaton's range of perception. Can humans achieve a sensing range of several kilometers? As everyone knows, this distance is actually not Eaton's limit. Eaton smiled and said, it's useless to be envious, you can't learn. Eaton has no secrets about what he sees and hears, and he will teach truthfully to anyone he recognizes who asks him for advice. It's a pity that no one can learn it. The main reason is that Eaton's teaching method is not a formal domineering training method. It is the experience he summed up based on his own understanding of the color and domineering power. It involves a very important point, that is Xin de Quanting. If you don't reach this level, let alone get started, you won't even be able to touch the threshold. Jin's talent is indeed very strong, and he has achieved outstanding results in various fields. But it is precisely because he has been involved in too many fields and cannot achieve the sincerity of Xin drop Quanting, so he has not been able to learn the domineering power of seeing, hearing, and color. Among the few people Eaton has taught, only the simple-minded Shizuku has initially come into contact with this realm. After chatting for a few words, Eaton got down to business. Jin, tell me your next plan. Jin nodded and said, next, you need to use teleportation to take the 7 members of the Kurdish thief group to different locations. The best thing is to kill one in the process. In this case, you and I will deal with 2 of them each, and Kate and Shizuka will deal with 1 of them. The distribution will just be completed. Eaton complained, since we have to divide the battlefield, why do we choose to operate at night? Can't we just let me take them to an uninhabited place? Jin smiled and said, isn't this just in case? And they are scattered throughout the city during the day and only gather together at night. If you want to catch them all, you can only choose to operate at night. I want to bring 7 Nyan users, especially 7 Nyan masters, to different locations through teleportation. This level of difficulty is not unusually high for Eaton.0. Especially when there is someone on the other side who also has the ability to move in space. Eaton knew it and brought Menchi with him. At least her chef's halberd space can trap one. Eaton sighed and said, I think you are just trying to make things difficult for me. I believe you can do it, come on. Then I really appreciate your trust. You're welcome. Eaton rolled his eyes at Jin angrily. Was he really grateful? All I can say is do your best. After saying that, Eaton activated his haki again. The difference is that Eaton did not sweep them away this time, but directly targeted the second among the 7 members of the Kurdish thief group. That's the guy with the ability to move in space. On the Kurdish bandit group's side, 7 members were eating hot pot and singing songs. Well, it wasn't that happy. They were exchanging information they got from visiting places during the day. Almost at the same time, the strongest boss and Lao Chi issued a warning to everyone present. Careful! We've been discovered. Apparently they were aware of Eaton's perception. However, their warning was too late. The moment they said the word be careful, Eaton appeared directly behind the second child and punched him in the neck before he could react. It wasn't until Eaton threw the body into the stomach space that the remaining 6 people present realized what Eaton had done. A hole. Give my second brother his life. The boss, who was the first to recover, punched Eaton with all his strength. This punch was so powerful that it didn't hold any power back. You must know that the 7 of them are brothers who have lived and died together for many years. Now one of the 7 brothers has died, and the rest are angry and furious. With his sense of domineering power, Eaton easily dodged the boss's punch even though his back was turned. The fist landed on the sofa where the second child was sitting, directly smashing the entire sofa into sawdust. Before Eaton could make a move, attacks from the other 5 followed. Eaton didn't feel any emotion about this, and even complained about it. So Jin's request is just to embarrass people. When I was talking about the first half of the story, Eaton was still surrounded by 5 people. By the second half of the episode, Eaton had already reached behind 2 of them through his teleportation ability. Eaton has not been there either. Who are they? Anyway, he chose the 2 who seemed to be the weakest. Putting his hands on their shoulders, Eaton activated teleportation again and disappeared in the next moment. Eaton led the 2 of them back to Jin's position again, without saying anything, and then started teleporting away again. 3.3 He believed that Jin would handle those 2 people well. As for the Kurdish thief group, the clever Lao Lu quickly analyzed the current situation. Brother, the other person has the same ability to move in space as the second brother, so he cannot be touched easily. Although the boss is indeed an enhancer Nyan, the fact that he can sit in the position of the boss among the 7 shows that he is not a reckless person. He reminded, use flow to speed up the flow of your own mind energy and interfere with the activation of the opponent's Nyan. Eaton heard the boss's words as soon as he returned here. Hey, listen to the smart ones. It seems that we can only use Plan B. 1. Eaton said, taking out a card. This is a card he created based on the Greedy Island spell card Pier, and the effect is similar. That is to send people within a radius of 20 m to a designated location, but Eaton needs to set the anchor point in advance. Use Piers and target gold. Yes, Eaton's anchor point is king. As Eaton finished speaking, a large amount of thought energy poured out from the card covering everyone in the room and flying towards Jin's city. Although the remaining 4 members of the Kurdish thief group continued to interfere with their thoughts, they still could not stop their flight. What they didn't know was that Eaton's card was supplemented by divine words, and Eaton had stored more mental energy into the card than the 4 of them combined. So their interference has no effect. Chapter 072. Among the 7 members of the Kurdish thief group, only the 5th is a transmutter, a person with long-range attacks. Coincidentally, he happened to be one of the 2 people who had been taken away by Eaton through teleportation before. The remaining 4 people had no point of focus in the sky, so they couldn't get rid of flying and couldn't attack Eaton. They could only watch helplessly as Eaton took them flying to the unknown. Soon Eaton brought 4 people to Jin, and Jin did not disappoint Eaton. When Eaton initially returned with the 2, Kim left Nilai alone after confirming that Kate and Shizuku could deal with them. The venue was left to Kate and Shizuku. Jin himself arrived several kilometers away in a short period of time and opened up a new battlefield. Oh, I didn't expect you to actually solve one. Seeing that Eaton only brought 4 people over, Jin, who knew Eaton, would naturally not think that he let one of them go. Nonsense, if we hadn't dealt with the one with the ability to move in space, the rest of them would have run away long ago. That guy should be their boss, I'll leave him to you. Eaton dodged and came to Jin's side, pointing at the guy who just shouted, "Give me my second brother's life. Then leave the remaining 3 to you." What a beautiful idea. Eaton rolled his eyes. It was agreed that it would be 1 person and 2 people. It's not him who wants to hunt down the Kurdish gang, he's just here to help. What's more, he had already put in a lot of effort just now. This guy Jin still wants him to continue to be the main force. Eaton can only say that it is beautiful that he wants it. Seeing Eaton and Jin acting as if no one was watching, the 4 people brought over by Eaton were already furious. You 2 bastards, don't act like you've already convinced us. And you guy, I haven't settled the debt with you for killing my second brother. Jin glanced at the 4 people, then turned to Eaton and said, that guy looks like he wants to fight you more. Eaton said calmly, what does his idea have to do with me? I am not a master of dream fulfillment. I will help him fulfill his last wish. Seeing that Eaton and Jin still didn't take them seriously, the anger points of the 4 members of the Kurdish thief group were immediately maxed out. Originally, the 4 of them were still wary of Eaton's ability to teleport, but now that he is so angry, they can't control him so much. The four of them stood at four corners and rushed towards Yi and Jin with different moves. Seeing this, Eaton slapped Jin and pushed him in the direction of the boss. "Sample, want to fight with him? Hey!" He just wouldn't let the other party get what he wanted. Eaton chose the other direction and the two men came up to him. Among the two people he chose, one was carrying a satchel on his shoulder and seemed to be the third person with the ability to store space. The other person has fierce eyes and looks the youngest among all members of the Kurdish robber group. If their status is ranked according to age, then this guy should be the last seventh. Just when Eaton was wondering what this guy's name would be, the opponent's fist hitting Eaton suddenly burst into flames. Eaton originally wanted to use his hands to parry, but he felt an explosive breath on the opponent's fist. So Eaton decisively dodged the punch. Sure enough, Lao Chi's fist hit the ground beside Eaton, like a landmine exploding, creating a large crater nearly 5 meters in diameter on the ground. This power is comparable to Eaton's paired destroyer. And just when Eaton had just dodged Lao Chi's blow, Lao San had already rushed in front of Eaton. I thought he wanted to engage in close combat with Eaton, but I didn't expect that he took out a submachine gun directly from the shoulder bag, and it looked like a modified version. After Lao San took out his submachine gun, he used his own cold air as bullets to shoot at Eaton. Eaton calls him a good guy. What about the one who said that Lao San is the embodiment? That bounty for giving information, Hunter, is a complete cheat. The power of this teleportation bomb is truly transmutter. Only this system can maximize the power of mind energy after leaving the body. But what Eaton is least afraid of is the transmutter. No matter what kind of transmutter you are, once the gluttonous mouth is opened, everything will be swallowed into the stomach pouch space. Seeing that the bullets hitting Eaton had no effect, the third child continued to take out things from his satchel. This time he pulled out a bunch of grenades, and Eaton wanted to complain. Eaton dodged and came not far away from the two of them, making the third child's idea of throwing a grenade at Eaton in vain. "Why don't you just tell me, sir, times have changed. Then I will play with you." With that said, Eaton took out an RPG from the stomach space, which was also a modified version. After modification by Eaton, the grenade of this RPG is made of telepathy metal. In addition to gunpowder, the grenade also stores a large amount of compressed telepathy. In addition, Eaton also imprinted the paired destroyer mark on the grenade. "If you want to play, just play this Jintian." As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of fire drew a flame tail in the air and flew straight in the direction of Lao San. On the other side, Jin was fighting with the boss of the Kurdish gang. The last remaining person among the four is the sixth in the gang. He is responsible for intelligence work and is not that strong. So I'm just interfering with gold as an auxiliary. The three of them were fighting fiercely and inextricably, but Jin suddenly felt a fatal danger. He quickly withstood the attack from the opponent's boss, escaped from the fight, and quickly moved away from this place. It wasn't until he felt that the sense of danger disappeared that Jin dared to look back and check the situation behind him. Then he saw the light of fire rising into the sky and the impact of the air wave caused by the explosion of the grenade. Jin suddenly felt that the commotion caused by their actions at night was not much smaller than during the day. Such a bright fire might cause much more noise than during the day. Then a wave of anger surged into Jin's heart. He walked against the blast wave to Eaton's position on the other side, grabbed his collar and cursed. "UBD, do you want to blow me up too?" Although the rocket grenade was not aimed at Jin, the explosion range of more than 300 meters directly included Jin. If Jin hadn't dodged quickly enough, he wouldn't have died, but he would have definitely been injured. Eaton comforted him, "Relax, you're fine. Besides, this is the first time I've tried this thing since I made it. I didn't expect it to be so powerful." Looking at the vast explosion range in front of him, Eaton nodded with satisfaction. Ever since he came back from Meteor Street, Eaton has always felt that he lacked a large-scale and powerful killing move. So he combined his existing abilities and knowledge to transform such an RPG. The result is surprisingly useful. The grenade combined with Nyan Chi has greater power, and even the Nin cannot easily resist it. Although the speed of fire is still a drawback, most Nin masters can run out of its blast radius before it explodes. But Eaton is already satisfied with the result. This thing is used by Eaton to deal with special situations and clear minions, and it is enough. And it can also produce good results if caught off guard. Just like now, among the 4 members of the Kurdish bandit group, the weaker ones, the 3rd and 6th, were seriously injured. Especially Lao San, who was at the center of the explosion, had 3 of his limbs broken and was lying on the ground dying. This was the result of them fully mobilizing their mental energy for protection, otherwise these 2 people would have died long ago. Although he is not dead now, he has lost the ability to fight again. The eldest of the 4 reacted only half a beat slower than Jin, so he successfully ran out of the explosion range. Lao Chi's strength is second only to the boss, and Nyan is a conjurer and is related to fire, so he only suffered minor injuries. If it weren't for the fact that he was at the center of the explosion, he might not have even suffered this injury. It can only be said that it is a powerful S-class criminal gang, but an ordinary Nyan cannot avoid Eaton's RPG. Knowing that Eaton didn't do it on purpose, he didn't hold on to him any longer. He just said unhappily, "You pervert, don't just come up with such a terrifying thing calmly. Sorry, I will remember to inform you in advance next time." Although he was apologizing, there was a subtle smile in Eaton's eyes. This guy Jin is indeed a good companion, but his personality of going his own way is really not very likable. Usually everyone doesn't like his character very much, and they all want to find an opportunity to beat him up. Now that the money is in his hands, Eaton is quite happy. King noticed the flash of smile in Eaton's eyes. Hey, you just wanted to laugh, right? You actually did it on purpose, right? No, you are overthinking. Eaton decisively changed the subject. Okay, the battle isn't over yet. Let's talk after it's over. After saying that, Eaton walked towards the old 7th who was playing with fire. Who would have thought that the boss, who discovered that 2 more brothers had died, was so angry that he gave up on Jin as his opponent and rushed towards Eaton. 3rd and 6th, brother, I'm not dead yet. Eaton dodged his powerful punch, kicked the opponent away and complained. As promised, don't think that you can stop practicing martial ethics because you are older. As he spoke, Eaton dodged several more punches and kicks. At the same time, Lao Chi also attacked Eaton. The flame in his hand was faintly white, and the temperature rose by more than 1 level than before. Eaton bent down to avoid Lao Chi's punch to the back of his head, and hit him with an elbow backhand. When he retracted his arm, Eaton felt a little hot on his back. Looking back, he found that Lao Chi's flame was constantly burning the cold air on the surface of his body. In just a moment, Eaton analyzed the opponent's situation. This guy is probably an Nyan who can absorb heat in a short period of time to strengthen himself. The explosion of Eaton's RPG just now inadvertently gave him a boost. Now the temperature of the flames on this old 7th man's body may have exceeded 1,000 degrees, and it only touched Eaton's mind a little bit. Seeing this, Eaton simply threw away the part of his mind that was burned by the flames, and used it to the boss who was about to kick him. The boss quickly put his feet back and stepped away. 907 seems to be a little sensible. He knows that Lao Chi's flames are very scary now, so he doesn't try to pick it up. Eaton took this opportunity and shouted to Jin, "Stop looking over there and come help quickly." "But I don't think you need help." What Jin said was true. Even when facing 2 people at the same time, Eaton was still able to handle it with ease. At least he hasn't started to use the ability to swallow the fruit yet. But having said that, Jin still stepped forward and joined the battlefield. After all, this is his mission. Don't let Eaton take most of it by then. Although Jin doesn't value these reputations very much, he still wants to save face. At least in front of his disciple Kate, he didn't want to lose this. A face. Jin once again faced off against the opponent's boss, and this time his attacks hit the opponent's weakness almost every time. Even if he doesn't hit the weak point, Jin can still block the opponent's offensive by cutting off the opponent's power point. Eaton, who was fighting Lao Chi, accidentally caught a glimpse of Jin's attack method. Zendaya Jin's talent is really terrifying. He actually dismantled the opponent's attack moves in such a short period of time. Coupled with Jin Na's ridiculous ability to imitate the opponent's strike system and Nyan's indistinguishable ability after just one attack, it is probably only a matter of time before he can defeat the opponent's boss. In this case, he has to speed up. He didn't want to be one step behind Jin to deal with the enemy, and then be made fun of by Jin on this matter. Thinking of this, Eaton activated an impaired destroyer on Lao Chi. The thought bomb had just been engraved on the opponent's body, and before it could be released, it was hit by the high temperature around the opponent's body. A roar sounded on the other side. Although there was mental energy protection and the opponent was not injured, resisting the explosion consumed a lot of his mental energy. That's what Eaton is for. The opponent's current state will definitely not last long. Just the high temperature on the body's surface requires the consumption of mental energy to isolate it. Eaton wants to speed up the consumption of the opponent's mind energy and make him exit the current super high temperature hedgehog state. Then you can easily handle him. Sure enough, with the sound of explosions, the energy wrapped around Lao Chi's body quickly decreased, and the temperature of the flames also dropped. When he felt that the opponent's mental energy was almost exhausted, Eaton launched the decisive blow. A simple straight punch with a lot of mental energy hit the opponent's face. Lao Chi was beaten beyond recognition and flew out directly. Chapter 073. Seeing the opponent gradually losing his vitality, Eaton no longer paid attention to the retired seventh man, and turned his head to watch Jin's battle. At this time, the boss of the Kurdish thief group had been severely beaten by Jin, and Jin also had a few more wounds on his body. There is no way, after all, not everyone can be like Eaton, who has too much energy to use up. While performing various moves, it can also maintain a hardness that is difficult for ordinary men to break. Most Nin people carefully plan their thoughts when fighting. Under normal circumstances, whoever uses up his mind energy first means that he has lost the battle. At this time, although the boss of the Kurdish bandit group was already scarred, he was actually far from being defeated. Just like the battle between Hisoka and Hanashi Doru in the original work. Hisoka has lost her arms and legs, but she can still kill Hanashi Doru. Of course, this does not mean that the boss of the Kurdish gang still has a chance to fight back. It might still be possible if he changes his opponent, but what he faces is Jin, one of the 5 greatest enemies in the future. The only outcome waiting for him is failure. The fight between the two lasted for more than half an hour. The reason it took so long was because Jin's fighting style was very steady. Even if you have figured out the opponent's weaknesses, you will never rush to take advantage of them. If you're not sure, dodge. If you're sure, take the opponent's attack and counter-attack. Jin Zinzi has his own killer move for enhancer Nyan like the opponent, especially the opponent is an Nyan master. The more such people face danger, the more powerful they can burst out. Especially the last blow that erupted before death. It was a blow that carried out all of his beliefs knowing that he would die. Even Jin was not sure that he would be able to follow through. So he wanted to slowly wear the other person to death. It's a pity that the other party didn't intend to let Jin get his wish. As his mental energy and physical strength continued to be consumed, the boss of the Kurdish gang gradually woke up from the rage of losing his brother. Eaton watched as he killed another of his brothers, and 2 more brothers were left dead and missing. The boss of the Kurdish gang knew that he would not be able to escape today. On the surface, he continued to fight against Jin, but in fact, he secretly accumulated strength and looked for opportunities. Until Jin stepped back to dodge his attack, the leader of the Kurdish gang seized the opportunity and exploded instantly. Bury me with my brothers, UBD. Point, line, face punch. The boss of the Kurdish gang yelled out his last resort. The so-called point-line face punch is his enhancer's Nyan. As the name suggests, it is to first concentrate all the power, including the whole body's thought energy, on one point, then turn it into a straight line to attack the enemy, and finally explode on the surface in contact with the enemy. It's very pure enhancer Nyan. And his current attack is even more pure to the extreme. Because he gambled his life with constraint and oath. This all-out punch seemed to travel through time and space, and came to Eaton in an instant. Yes, that's right. The boss of the Kurdish gang was not targeting Jin. The actual target was Eaton, the culprit who killed several of his brothers. Eaton didn't even have time to activate his teleportation ability. Fortunately, at the last moment, he opened his gluttonous mouth and aimed at the opponent's attack. This blow did not cause any movement in the outside world, but it turned the space in Eaton's stomach upside down, and even the space was cracked. Fortunately, Eaton divided the space in his stomach into many areas, and the one he opened just now was not the core area. So he was only slightly injured due to the space fragmentation. Jin didn't expect that the opponent would suddenly abandon him and attack Eaton, and he would attack Eaton with his life. "Are you okay?" Jin hurriedly came to Eaton and expressed concern. "Fine." Eaton pushed away the dead boss of the Kurdish gang in front of him and spit out blood on the ground. Jin asked uncertainly, "Are you sure you're really okay?" Eaton waved his hand, "It's really okay." He knows his physical condition best. This mouthful of blood was just because the space in his stomach bag was broken and his internal organs were accidentally shocked. The stomach pouch space is bound to Eaton's body as a different dimensional space, and Eaton will also be harmed after it is destroyed. But this is not a big problem. His vitality is very strong and he will be fine after a while. "It's okay." Jin breathed a sigh of relief, and then suddenly asked, "Hey, do you feel that the air is getting hotter?" "Huh? It seems true." Eaton and Jin both looked back and found a huge flame behind them. And Lao Chi, who was lying in that position just now, has disappeared, as if he had been completely burned by the flames. It only took Eaton a moment to see what was going on, and he cursed. "Damn it, your boss used constraints and oaths to beat me before he died, and now you're still obsessed with causing trouble for me, right?" "Yes, this rootless fire in front of me is exactly the obsession of the Kurdish thief group's Lao Chi after his death." Even Eaton didn't need to use haki to feel the strong malice in the flames. Watching the flames in front of me change from red to golden orange, and then gradually turn to white. Jin quickly reminded, "Eaton, let's go. This thing is going to explode." "Don't worry, it exploded." Eaton muttered to himself, "It's not like I haven't gotten rid of my thoughts after death. It just so happens that I still lack a conjurer's Nin. Bring it to you." After saying that, Eaton activated Mage's hand to try to wrap the flame. After years of development, this Nin is no longer limited to the form of arms. Unexpectedly, when the Mage's hand came into contact with the flame, the fire seemed to have been added with fuel and became larger. And Eaton also felt that part of his Nyan Chi was missing. Unexpectedly, this flame also inherited the ability to burn thoughts, and even strengthened it a lot. Seeing that the thought energy didn't work, Eaton simply controlled the mouth of gluttony and bit it. The flame was swallowed in one gulp and was quickly suppressed after entering the stomach pouch space. Under the full force of Tuntun Guo, it seemed to be peeled off and gradually digested and absorbed. And the space that was damaged by the boss of the Kurdish thief group was slowly repaired with the energy it provided. Eaton suddenly remembered that there was a corpse of the second-in-command of the Kurdish gang in the space of his stomach. In order to facilitate the extraction of the mind energy from the other party, Eaton threw him into the stomach pouch space. Now that the energy was exhausted, Eaton threw him out casually. And Eaton also knew about the other party. It has the same effect as the Come Together card. It can carry no more than 10 people and teleport to the coordinate points set in advance. Up to 10 such coordinate points can be set at the same time, and the transmission distance cannot exceed 30 kilometers. This effect is extremely useless in Eaton's eyes, because Eaton's teleportation is obviously stronger. But this does not mean that Nyan, the second-in-command of the Kurdish gang, is weak. On the contrary, this Nyan is extremely powerful. As long as the teleportation points are set up in advance, almost no one can catch them. It's no wonder that the Kurdish thief group has been doing evil for many years without being caught. If Eaton hadn't killed the opponent immediately, this operation to encircle and suppress the Kurdish gang would never have been so smooth. It's a pity that Nyan has little effect on Eaton. So he tried to use the ability of Tuntun fruit to integrate this Nyan into his peer card. Unlike the peers on Greed Island, Eaton's peers are not disposable items. After use, you only need to pour enough thought energy into it to use it again. After integrating Nyan, the fixed point teleportation, a teleportation mode is added to the movement method of the peer card. Movement within 30 kilometers can be achieved instantly, while distances exceeding 30 kilometers require the original movement method, that is, flying. In addition, it seems that because of the complete integration of Nyan, the card's consumption of mental energy has been reduced a lot. This was an unexpected surprise for Eaton. In the past, he was always worried that absorbing too much Nyan would cause his own abilities to become bloated, and his mind energy would become mottled due to too much recorded information. Now that he has discovered that Nyan can be integrated into cards with this quality, Eaton feels that he can make cards out of Nyan that has a certain value but does not want to be integrated into his body. Why didn't you tell me earlier if you had the ability to eliminate thoughts? King's voice brought Eaton out of his thoughts. Eaton spread his hands and said, "You didn't ask, and I thought you knew. How could I know that kind of thing?" Jin said that if he had known that Eaton could eradicate his thoughts, he would have dragged Eaton to explore the ruins with him. You must know that among those ancient ruins, there are many things left with evil thoughts. These ancient evil thoughts may be strong or weak, but without exception they are extremely difficult to get rid of, which is a major obstacle to Jin's exploration of the ruins. Eaton analyzed Jin. "Look, I told you about Nyan before, right?" Kim nodded. Eaton continued, "I should have said that my Lyoku immortal thief can even use mind energy as nutrients, right?" Jin nodded again, showing an expression of realization. "Since thought energy can be used as nutrients, is there any problem if I can absorb thought energy to achieve the effect of eliminating thoughts?" This time Kim shook his head. Now that he knew that Eaton could eradicate his thoughts, he couldn't help but have the idea of taking Eaton as a work partner to explore the ruins together. Eaton had no idea what Kim was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely find a way to beat Jin again. With the idea of not wasting it, Eaton conveniently took away the mental energy of the third and sixth sons of the Kurdish thief group. The third Nyan is related to space storage. This Nyan is of little use to Eaton, so he plans to make it into a prop like a card and give it to Nyan. Among the three little girls in the family, she is the only one who has no spatial ability. Nyan has been envious of the other two for a long time. This time her dream came true. As for Nyan Eaton from Lao Lu, I don't know. However, as an intelligence agent, his abilities are probably related to gathering intelligence. Eaton plans to put it away first and then throw it away if it is no longer useful. Originally, the two members of the Kurdish thief group could still survive half their lives relying on their mental energy. Now that Eaton has done this, the two men also go down to see their brothers. After doing all this, Eaton suggested, "Let's go and see the battle between Shizuku and your apprentice." Good. Jin nodded and walked with Eaton in the direction they came from. Time temporarily goes back to when Eaton appeared in front of Kate and Shizuka with two of the Kurdish gang. After Eaton ducked away again, Kim said to Kate and Shizuku, "Choose one of the two people." Jin has already confirmed that with the strength of these two people, there is no problem for Kate and Shizuka to win against them, at least for a period of time. Kate and Shizuka looked at each other. Shizuka took the lead and said, "You, Li Zhaozhao, choose first." No matter the time, Shizuku is always so polite. Kate nodded and did not refuse. The main thing is that he needs to choose a suitable opponent based on the weapons randomly produced by Crazy Clown. As Kate's thoughts surged, a clown more than 30 centimeters in size appeared next to him. Gurgling your mouth, numbers 1 to 9 will appear. The numbers are different, and the weapons that appear are also different, and that is me, Crazy Clown. After listening to it once, remember it well. As if it were an activation condition, the clown came out and explained its own abilities. Kate urged, "Quickly draw the weapon for me." "Coming." The numbers in the clown's mouth rolled and finally settled on 4. 4? Looks good. Of course, I won't make mistakes with numbers. The clown said as he transformed into a strange-looking gun. The front end of this gun is a slightly longer pistol, but the back half is a butt that is more than 1 meter long, and the clown's head reaches the top of the butt. Kate held a strange-looking gun and selected her opponent Zed, who was carrying a sniper rifle behind him. The opponent is the fifth son of the Kurdish gang and a sniper. "Let's have a battle between gunmen," Kate said to the other party. Shizuka faced off against the remaining fourth child, who was also a manipulator with her. Lao Si and Lao Wu gritted their teeth and had to agree. Since the two of them came here, Jin has relaxed his momentum. The two men did not dare to act rashly under the suppression of Jin's momentum. This is why Kate and Shizuka can discuss who should deal with whom in front of them. Chapter 074. When Eaton and Kim arrived near Kate and Shizuka's battlefield, they found that the battle between the two was still not over. Kate is sniping with the opposite Lao Wu midfielder. Of course, it was said that it was a sniper match, but in fact it was the opponent, Lao Wu, who was unilaterally crushing Kate. After all, it is a veteran criminal gang that has been around for many years, and its strength cannot be underestimated. If it weren't for the fact that the venue was very suitable for evasion and that she had the ability to withstand death, Kate might not have been able to hold on until Eaton and the others came back. The situation on Shizuka's side is much better. Although he was at a disadvantage in the battle with the fourth brother of the Kurdish thief group, he was not without the ability to fight back. Both are manifestation masters. Lao Si's fighting style is changeable, and he is good at manifesting various cold weapons to fight. Shizuku, on the other hand, uses one method to deal with all methods, relying on the protruding eye fish to deal with the opponent. Noticing Kate's condition, Eaton asked Kim, who was standing aside, "Kate's side can't hold on anymore, aren't you going to help?" At this time, Kate had several bullet holes in her body, all located near the fatal places on her body. At a glance, it was obvious that he had dodged the fatal part at the critical moment, but he could not completely dodge the opponent's teleportation bullet. Let's wait and see. Jin felt that he could push Kate's potential even further, but if that didn't work, he was sure to save Kate's life. What about you? Although Shizuka can block the opponent's attack, it may not be so easy to defeat the opponent, right? Eaton smiled confidently. On the contrary, it is very easy for Shizuka to defeat the opponent, he only needs to seize an opportunity. It's just that I told her to gain experience in fighting with others, so she delayed it until now. In fact, Shizuka's protruding fish always contains Eaton's full blow, and there are 3 of them. If she really wants to kill her opponent, she just needs to find the right moment to unleash Eaton's attack. Looking at Eaton's confident expression, Jin felt that he was worrying too much. That's right. I almost forgot that Shizuka was brought out by a pervert like you. How could he not have some life-saving tricks? The two looked at each other for a while. Seeing Kate leaving a bullet in the opponent's abdomen at the cost of a few more bullet holes in her body, Jin felt that it was almost time. Kate has been tempered enough, and he will not be able to win if he continues to fight. So it's time for King to enter. Let's go, it's time to end. After saying that, Jin rushed straight towards the location of his opponent's Lao Wu. Eaton came to Shizuku and said to her, "Shizuku, the battle can be over." Eaton's words were not only heard by Shizuku, but also by her opponent. When the other party saw Eaton, he was distracted by worries about his brothers. But Shizuku wasn't going to be distracted by Eaton's words. She has always followed Eaton's words without hesitation. So while the opponent was distracted, Shizuka launched the attack left by Eaton in protruding eye fish. Bang! Bang! 2 voices sounded one after another. The former one is the sound of Eaton's full blow breaking through the air, and the latter one is the sound of the attack hitting the opposite number 4. The 4th son of the Kurdish thief group only had time to lower his head and glance at the huge wound on his chest, and then he fell to the ground, completely losing his voice. Well done! Eaton came to Shizuka and wiped the dust on her face from the battle. Shizuka was very happy after receiving Eaton's praise. She raised the corners of her mouth slightly and said modestly, "It's all my brother who taught me well." Eaton smiled and said nothing, but stretched out his other hand to rub Shizuka's hair. As for the 4th child's corpse, Eaton had no intention of stepping forward to extract the opponent's mind energy. The opponent's combat effectiveness is completely reflected in his changeable fighting style, and there is nothing special about the embodied Nyan. There is simply no value extracted by Eaton. At the same time, not far away, Jin also killed Lao Wu of the Kurdish gang. The opponent's Nyan is a sniper rifle that enhances the attack power of telekinetic bullets, which is of some value to Eaton. Eaton extracted his Nyan and planned to integrate it into his RPG. After all was done, Eaton asked Kim, is everything settled? What's next? Wait a minute, make a call. With that said, Jin took out his mobile phone and dialed the number. Soon Netero's voice came from the other side of the phone. Hey, it's bad Jin, what do you want from me? It's nothing, it's just that the task you gave me, President Netero, has been completed. Oh? So fast? Netero was a little surprised, although he taught Jin the task of hunting down the Kurdish gang because he had enough confidence in Jin's strength. But he didn't expect Jin to solve it so quickly. Yes, mainly with Eaton's help. Ho ho ho, is Mr. Eaton here too? No wonder. Eaton has made a lot of achievements over the years, and Netero also knows that Eaton is very capable. With him and Jin acting together, the efficiency will indeed be much higher. Eaton listened to the conversation between the two and finally understood why Jin, who was mainly a ruin hunter, suddenly came to hunt down the Kurdish gang. It turned out to be a task given to him by Netero. Of course, Jin must be interested in this matter, otherwise he would definitely refuse it because of his personality. The conversation between Kim and Netero continues. Yes, I specially invited Eaton to help, and the operation went very smoothly with him. By the way, President, do you want to talk to him? Let's say hello since he's here. Jin heard this and handed the phone to Eaton. Eaton took the phone and said, hello, old man, long time no see. Are you still alive? After all, I am also your master. Can't you be more polite? How can I be so different from your master Biscuit? As the leader of Shinzen-ryo, Netero is really Eaton's master in a strict sense. You said my master is Biscuit. Is there any problem if I try to imitate her speaking style? Of course no problem. Netero was not annoyed and naturally changed the subject. Speaking of which, together with your achievements in solving the Kurdish bandit group, you should be able to apply for a 2-star hunter, right? What do you think, do you want to apply? If you, old man, can help me solve those tedious application steps, then I will definitely apply. In this regard, Eaton and Jin have the same view. The steps for the Hunter Association to apply for star promotion are indeed troublesome. Although he knew that this was to ensure that the hunter level was worthy of its name, Eaton still found it troublesome. Young people know how to order old people. Netero complained at first, and then continued, should we at least submit the application materials? When Eaton heard this, he knew that Netero agreed. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect Netero to agree. It seemed that the old man was in a good mood at the moment. In this case, Eaton replied, okay, I will sort out the information and give it to you when I get back. That's it, you and Jin can continue talking. Don't worry, old man, I have a plan here. Do you want to participate? Oh? What kind of plan? Is such that? Netero explained, I am going to select 12 senior hunters from the association to be responsible for the operation of the association. In this way, even if I am away from the association for something, I can still maintain the normal operation of the association. How about it, do you want to join? In fact, Netero still hasn't finished half of his sentence. That is to entrust them to run the Hunter Association when there is trouble, and treat him as his opponent when there is nothing. Although Netero didn't say it, how could Eaton, who had read the original novel, not know his thoughts? Isn't this what became the 12 earthly branches later on? The 12 hunters, codenamed after the 12 zodiac animals, are basically all Netero's cronies. Some of them even changed their names and genders to match their code names, and even changed their appearance. Of course, there are some exceptions, such as King next to Eaton and Paris Stone, the future vice president of the Hunter Association. These two people respectively represent the pig and the rat among the 12 earthly branches, but they have not changed their image and appearance. You say you are responsible for the operation of the association, but in fact you just want to teach them to deal with troublesome things. I don't want to get involved in this kind of thing. Eaton declined Netero's invitation without hesitation. You must know that for so many years, he has not even interfered in Wright's business. It's completely like being a hands-off shopkeeper. Now the old man Netero wants to get him to work? Just kidding, it would only be awesome if he agreed. Don't refuse so quickly. Netero said with a smile, you know that after joining, you can get a lot of rights in the association. Maybe you can also get your status as a Saturn hunter quickly. Eaton finally figured out that the old man wanted to use the power of the 12 earthly branches to lure him into joining. He even threatened to become a 2-star hunter. It's a pity that he doesn't accept this trick. You'd better talk to Jin about this good thing. After Eaton finished speaking, he threw the phone to Chen. Faced with Eaton's lack of oil and salt, Netero has no good solution. So he set his sights on Jin again. King is not like Eaton, who has no weaknesses that he can't figure out. Netero knew that Jin had been collecting information on the Dark Continent in the past few years. As a person who has been to the Dark Continent twice, he only needs to reveal a little bit of information about the Dark Continent to easily make money. No, after a conversation, the two reached an agreement. Jin agreed to join Netero's 12 earthly branches plan, and Netero promised to tell Jin some of his experiences in the Dark Continent. During this period, Netero also wanted to persuade Eaton to join through Jin, but Eaton did not give Jin a chance at all. Before Jin could say anything after hanging up the phone on Netero, Eaton spoke first. The matter has been resolved. I still have to go back and prepare the application materials for the 2-star hunter. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. You can tell by Eaton's attitude that no matter how much he tries to persuade Eaton, he won't change his mind. So he gave up the idea. Jin joked, aren't you afraid that President Netero will deliberately block your program and prevent you from rising to stars? Eaton waved his hand indifferently and said, it doesn't matter, I submitted the application materials anyway. If he doesn't give me a star upgrade, I will go to the association's official website to scold him. This should be useless, right? Jin felt that Netero was not someone who would care about such a thing. It's really useless, but whatever. Eaton only pursues one idea when doing things. Whether the old man Netero cares or not has nothing to do with him. Jin didn't know what to say for a moment, so he just gave Eaton a thumbs up silently. Eaton said goodbye again, is there anything else? If nothing else, I will take Shizuku away. If you say that, I really have something to trouble you. Jin pointed at Kate, who was pale due to excessive blood loss, and said, you should make that card too. Are you ready? Help me treat him. 17. Eaton's imitation of Greed Island's card gold is also known. And the card in his mouth refers to the breath of the archangel that is said to be able to cure serious injuries and incurable diseases that are near death with just one breath. Oh! As a divine card with full healing power, there is no reason to miss Eaton. However, the mental energy required to consume that card was so huge that even Eaton would feel distressed. So Eaton specially made several low-profile versions to heal injuries that are not so serious. Eaton calls this low-profile version Healing Breath. After Eaton took out the healing breath and activated it with his mind energy, a white breath came out of the card and enveloped Kate and Shizuku. Shizuku also suffered some injuries in the battle just now, so we just need to heal him together. There is no limit to the number of people who can use healing breath, but the energy will be distributed according to the number of users. In other words, the more people treated at one time, the worse the treatment effect will be. Although Shizuka shared some of his mind energy, the rest was enough to heal Kate's injuries. Jin watched from the side and complained, you don't even have an archangel, how can you call this card the breath of the archangel? When archangel's breath is used, a beautiful blonde angel will be summoned, and a breath from her mouth will heal people. And Eaton's card only has a breath, so it's no wonder that Jin complained so much. Who told you that this card of mine is the breath of the archangel? It's not like you don't know how much energy that card consumes. Eaton rolled his eyes, and then explained the low-end version he had copied. I see. Jin suddenly said, by the way, since you said you have several copies, how about giving me one? When Eaton heard this, he threw the card in his hand to Jin. Take it, add enough mind energy into it and you can use it. 0. Chapter 075. Huh? Give it to me. Jin was a little surprised. He just mentioned it casually, but he didn't expect Eaton to actually give it. Eaton waved his hand and said, take it, it was originally made using the technique you taught me. During his time on Greed Island, although Jin talked about trouble, he actually taught Eaton a lot of things. Although Eaton provided a lot of mind energy metal, he knew that it was not enough for teaching expenses. Now the financial manager wants a card, not to mention Breath of Healing, even Breath of Archangel Eaton can't give it to him. He could make a second one anyway. Seeing that Eaton had said this, Jin took the card from Eaton and said, "Thank you, then I'm welcome." In addition to thanking Eaton for giving him the Breath of Healing, this thank you also meant thanking Eaton for coming to help and thanking Eaton for curing Kate. Kate on the side stepped forward and bowed, also thanking, "Thank you, Senior Eaton, for your treatment." "Yet." Eaton nodded and said, "Nothing, I'll leave first." Jin waved to Eaton, "Okay, I'll contact you when I have time. As long as you're not talking to me about the Dark Continent, you can talk to me about anything." After Eaton left these words, he took Shizuku and left here through teleportation. Kate asked curiously, "Master, where is the Dark Continent?" "That's not something you can know yet. And I won't tell you. You can explore it yourself when you have the strength in the future." Kim had no intention of exposing Kate to the Dark Continent so early. Kate silently wrote down the name Dark Continent. At this time, Jin handed Kate the Breath of Healing in his hand. "Give." Kate was startled and said quickly, "Master, this is what Senior Eaton gave you. I can't take it." "Take it, I don't usually need this thing. You need it more than me." With Jin's strength, there are not many chances of getting injured. In contrast, Kate, who had just come into contact with Nyan not long ago, really needed this Breath of Healing more than he did. "But if I take it, Master, how will you explain it to Senior Eaton?" Jin smiled and said, "Haven't you seen it yet? This card is actually a meeting gift given to you by that guy Eaton." "Ah." Kate looked puzzled. Wasn't this what his master wanted from Senior Eaton? Why did it become a meeting gift given to him by Eaton Senpai again? King explained, "Did you hear that just now? Eaton said it was made using the technique I taught him." Kate nodded. "Since I taught you, do you think I can't make such a card?" Jin Zindao really doesn't know how. Eaton didn't just learn from him on Greed Island, but also from his companions. Eaton has learned everything about Greed Island. In addition, Eaton also added his own interpretation when making the cards. If Jin was asked to recreate an Eaton card now, he really wouldn't be able to do it. Of course, it doesn't mean that he really can't do it. Give Jin some time to learn, and he can make something similar. But Kate didn't know that. After listening to Jin's explanation, he took the healing breath from Jin's hand and remembered Eaton's kindness in his heart. On the other hand, Eaton did not return to Nissla Manor. Now that they were out, he planned to take Shizuku around. Speaking of which, he has never taken Shizuku on a trip alone, so this time he plans to take Shizuku on a trip alone. In addition, Eaton also plans to take Shizuku to the Sky Arena. I have to say that Sky Arena is really a good place for experience. There are more than 200 levels of nuns of all levels gathered, so you can have any kind of opponent you want. Eaton thought that he could take Nyan here when she gets older. Although Nyan doesn't like fighting very much, Eaton still hopes that she can at least have some fighting ability and experience against enemies. After all, not having a sword in your hand is two different things than having a sword and not using it. What's more, Nyan is very talented, and Eaton doesn't want to waste her talent. "What? You said Nyan is not suitable for fighting?" Small problem, Eaton can help her develop a trait-based Nyan. Even worse, Eaton can also directly fuse a fully developed Nyan with Nyan. Although he hasn't tried it yet, Eaton thinks he can do it. Time flies, and it's been more than 2 years in a blink of an eye. The time came in 1996. In recent years, some things have happened one after another. After wiping out the Kurdish gang, Eaton started traveling with Shizuku. They walked all the way towards the Sky Arena. After arriving, Eaton had Shizuka stay at the Sky Arena for over 3 months, as did Menchi. During this period, Eaton also met the 6-year-old Killua, who was thrown into the Sky Arena by the Zaldik family for training. Although he knew Miji, Eaton had no idea of approaching Miji, his younger brother. You don't need to think about it to know that there must be someone around you to protect you. Not to mention that rash contact may cause the Zaldik family to misunderstand. Eaton doesn't really like Killua's current personality. At this time, Killua is being trained by the Zaldik family to become a ruthless killing machine, which is far less interesting than it will be in the future. So after Shizuka's experience was almost complete, Eaton left. Not long after coming out of the Sky Arena, Eaton received the news that he had been promoted to a 2-star hunter. It seems that the old man Netero did not block Eaton's promotion process just because Eaton rejected him. In addition, Eaton also learned from the news that a Ronin from Meteor Street who was illegally arrested in a certain country 2 years ago was found to be unjustly accused. In other words, the Ronin was wrongly accused. Immediately afterwards, 31 people related to the unjust crime were involved in the self-explosion incident and were killed. Eaton knew that this was done by Granite, the elder of Meteor Street. Don't be too familiar with Nyan Eaton of Paired Destroyer. But this also indicates that Granite's death is not far away. Such a grand gesture of his will definitely make Crollo keep an eye on his Nyan. It is true that Crollo was born in Meteor Street, but this does not mean that he will have any affection for the elders of Meteor Street. Once someone gets in Crollo's way, the elder will kill him without fail. Eaton then traveled with Shizuka for a while. As a result, Nyan was unhappy when she returned to Nissla Manor. Because she has never traveled alone with Eaton. Eaton had no choice but to promise Nyan that he would take her on a trip alone when she grows up for another 2 years. And today is the day Eaton fulfills his promise. "Xiao Nyan, haven't you packed your things yet?" Eaton asked, leaning against the door of Nyang's room. "It'll be fine soon, brother Eaton. Also, don't call me little Nyan anymore." 14-year-old Ni Wang has grown into a tall girl. She is in adolescence and has reached the age where she cares about these things. Nyan is very sensitive to the word small. Menchi and Shizuku obviously have a lot of capital at her age, but she is still mediocre. Although in a sense, her capital is also very rich, after all, she owns her own airport at a young age. But Nyan said it's okay not to have such capital. Nyan patted her chest and said in a voice that only she could hear, "Oh, why are you so unsatisfactory?" Even though Nyang's voice was very quiet, Eaton still heard it. There is no way, his body has been strengthened to an abnormal level over the years. As long as he thinks about it, Eaton can clearly hear the flapping of mosquito wings 100 meters away. Eaton didn't expect that this was what Nyan cared about. He pretended not to hear Nyan's muttering, "Okay, then I'll just call you Nyan from now on." That's pretty much it. Nyan nodded with satisfaction and stuffed the last piece of clothing into the Nyan space satchel given to her by Eaton. The same one that Eaton obtained from members of the Kurdish gang more than 2 years ago. "Let's go, brother Eaton." Eaton was about to nod when he suddenly noticed something. He glanced at his domineering look, and then said to Nyan, "Nyan, our trip may have to be postponed for a while." Ni Wang's mouth tightened upon hearing this, and she looked at Eaton with a pitiful expression and said, "Is brother Eaton planning to break his promise?" Eaton stretched out his hand and flicked Nyan's head, and said, "What are you thinking about? It's just that we seem to have a guest coming, but we don't know who they are looking for." "Zero, please give me flowers." Ni Wang was in pain and covered her head with her hands, but she did have a smile on her face. Because she knew Eaton didn't intend to break his promise. "Let's go and see why our guests are here." Eaton turned and walked towards the outside of the manor, followed by Nyan. Outside Nissla Manor, a young man wearing a suit and a men's hairband was slowly walking towards the manor. There was a blonde woman beside him. She was wearing a very short purple hip-hugging skirt, and a purple women's suit jacket that matched the hip-hugging skirt. Well, let me emphasize, this woman only wore a suit jacket on her upper body. Everyone knows that women's suits generally only have 2 or 3 buttons. In addition, there is a baby-faced young man who is also blonde. Eaton had already identified the 3 people with one glance: Crollo, the leader of the Phantom Troop, and his members Pakunoda and Shulnark. The 3 of them stood at the door of Nissla Manor. Shulnark hesitated for a moment, and finally asked Crollo, "Captain, why don't we bring a few more companions with us this time?" Crollo replied calmly, "We are here to recruit companions, not to fight. What are we doing with so many people?" But what if the other party suddenly takes action? Before coming, Shulnark specifically checked the information of the people in the manor. Although Eaton's personal information has been encrypted and protected after being promoted to a 2-star hunter, ordinary people cannot access it at all. But Shulnark himself is good at intelligence gathering, so he still found something. Some of the previous information is okay, they are all Eaton's achievements in food. But when Shulnark saw Eaton's achievements in wiping out the Kurdish gang, he felt bad. In a sense, the Kurdish thief group can be said to be the predecessor of their phantom troop. After all, it is an S-class criminal gang. But such an S-class criminal gang was destroyed by Eaton and another person. Shulnark couldn't imagine Eaton's strength. When he first saw Eaton's information, Shulnark even persuaded Krollo to cancel the operation. Because he wasn't sure if just the three of them could leave here safely if a fight broke out. Krollo calmly comforted him, "Don't worry, you can control the black man from the opponent's hands. From my perspective, the other party is not someone with a righteous heart. They shouldn't take action against us because of our status as criminals. Moreover, the other party has discovered us." Shulnark looked up and saw that Eaton had walked out of the manor. When Eaton came to the gate of the manor, he first noticed Pakunoda, who was dressed boldly and openly. There is no way, the other party's figure is too tall. Fortunately, she was not Eaton's type, so Eaton only glanced at her before turning his attention to Krollo. Nyan, who was behind him, turned pale at first when he saw Pakunoda, and then nodded happily after noticing that Eaton's eyes did not stay on him. "I don't know what she is satisfied with?" Eaton asked, "What business do you have here to visit?" Although he asked this question, Eaton actually overheard the conversation between Shulnark and Krollo on the way here. "It sounds like these three people are here to recruit companions. I just don't know if their target will be him or if they are attracted to Shizuka like in the original novel." Krollo said, "Compared to your excellency, Eaton is right. I wonder if we can go in and talk again? After all, this is not a good place to talk." This is actually a test by Krollo. If Eaton lets them in, it means there is still room for discussion. And if Eaton refuses, he will take the people away without hesitation. Although people from Meteor Street take their own lives relatively lightly, this does not mean that they are willing to throw away their lives in unnecessary places. Krollo's previous sentence, "The other party has discovered us," did not refer to Eaton's appearance. But when Eaton's knowledge swept over them. Of the three, only Krollo noticed. At that moment, he felt as if everything was seen through him. When Eaton showed up, Krollo knew it wasn't his imagination. Because he couldn't see through Eaton, he was like a black hole that could swallow everything, unfathomable. Chapter 076. So Krollo wants to test Eaton's attitude. Eaton looked at Krollo playfully and asked, "You want to enter my house without even telling me your name? Isn't it a bit inappropriate?" Krollo still looked calm. "Mr. Eaton is joking, haven't you already recognized us? Of course, it would be rude not to introduce yourself. My name is Krollo, this is Pakunoda, this is Shulnark." Krollo added a self-introduction. Eaton raised his eyebrows and asked, "How did you know that I had recognized you?" Krollo explained, "When your excellency first asked us, there was no doubt in his eyes. Instead, he had a sense of familiarity with us. Although I don't know where this sense of familiarity comes from, I think you must know us." Eaton applauded and praised, as expected of a brain player, "He is very good at observing words and emotions." Krollo said humbly, "Your Excellency, you are so complimentary. If the opponent's strength wasn't too terrifying, who would want to use their brains? You must know that they are thieves who burn, kill, and loot, and doing things should be what they are best at." Eaton did not answer Krollo's words anymore, but stepped aside and said, "The visitor is a guest, come in and chat." "Excuse me." Krollo breathed a sigh of relief, it seemed that the group still had something to talk about. As for whether Eaton was inviting you into a urn, Krollo had no doubts about this. If the other party really wants to take them down, they don't have to go to such trouble, they can just do it. Eaton and Krollo sat opposite each other on the sofa in the manor's living room. Pakunoda and Shulnark refused seats 670 and stood behind Krollo as escorts. Seeing this, Wang pulled the little boy to stand behind Eaton to support him. As for Menchi, she is not at the estate. Menchi is the kind of person who can't wait any longer. As early as more than a year ago, she embarked on a journey to pursue precious ingredients from around the world. Eaton asked the maid in the manner to bring tea, and then asked the previous question again. I wonder why everyone from Phantom Troop came to visit. Krollo went straight to the point and said, we are here to recruit new partners. Recently, there are vacancies in our brigade. Eaton asked, so you came to me? Krollo replied, to be precise, it's Ms. Shizuka behind you. Although Krollo also wanted to recruit the powerful Eaton as a partner, he knew that this was obviously highly unlikely. Eaton's behavior is obviously not in line with their group's style, but Shizuku, who also came from Meteor Street, is more in line with the requirements. Can you tell me where you know Shizuku? Eaton was also a little surprised. He had obviously taken Shizuku away many years in advance, but he didn't expect Krollo to find her in the end. The thing is like this. At first, I wanted to go back to Meteor Street to recruit partners, but I couldn't find the right person. Then a nun from the church introduced Ms. Shizuku to me, and she also described to me the abilities that Ms. Shizuku had shown in the church. After listening to this, I felt that Ms. Shizuku's ability is very suitable for our brigade, so after some investigation, we found this place. I wonder if you would allow Ms. Shizuka to join us. Eaton didn't say yes or not, but asked instead, over the years, Shizuku has been as important to me as a sister. You asked me to agree to my sister joining a criminal gang. Do you think this is possible? Ever since the news of the Kuluda tribe being exterminated more than a year ago, the Phantom Troop has been classified as a criminal gang. As an individualist, Eaton doesn't care much about these issues of right and wrong, good and evil, and he has no ill feelings towards Phantom Troop. Of course, there is also no good impression. Regarding the Phantom Troop, Eaton's attitude is to avoid contact if possible. After all, everyone has different values and cannot play together. Krollo still said calmly, I think this is still possible. Oh? Where does your confidence come from? Because Ms. Shizuku and we both come from Meteor Street, our friendship towards Meteor Street is the same. Krollo looked at Shizuku and said, we don't reject anything, but don't try to take anything away from us. This sentence has been engraved in our bones, hasn't it? Shizuku nodded silently to show her approval of this sentence. Eaton certainly knows this. The friendship between people who were born in Meteor Street is more delicate than ordinary people and more tenacious than relatives. Although Eaton could understand, he said, this doesn't seem to convince me to let Shizuka join you. Certainly. Krollo nodded, and then continued, although we are thieves, we will also use the looted treasures to do some charity, such as providing funding sources for the church on Meteor Street. He chose the light and avoided the serious, describing the Phantom Troop as an organization that robbed the rich and gave to the poor. Krollo naturally knew that Eaton would not believe him, after all, Eaton seemed to know them inside and out. He just said this to prevent Eaton from being too disgusted with them. At the same time, it was also to use the last half of the sentence to arouse Shizuku's interest. No, Krollo's words made Shizuku take the initiative to ask, are you providing funds for the church? Over the years, Shizuku has also had the idea of funding the Meteor Street Church, but most of the time this idea remains just an idea. Because she doesn't have enough money. In fact, Shizuku usually has a lot of pocket money, but that was given to her by Eaton. She would not use the money Eaton gave her to support the church on Meteor Street. After all, she is not the kind of person who is generous to others. Although Shizuku is usually a bit naturally stupid, she is still very clear in this regard. Shizuku's only large-scale financial support to the Meteor Street Church was the 200 million zenith she won in the Sky Arena. Now that he heard Krollo say that he was funding the church in Meteor Street, Shizuku became somewhat interested in Phantom Troop. Yes, after all, I also received grace from the church when I was a child. Krollo knew that most of the children who grew up on Meteor Street were grateful to the church on Meteor Street and wanted to repay them. This was how he convinced Shizuku to join. Of course, Krollo didn't lie. He did receive favors from the church when he was a child, and he was indeed funding the church. Hearing this, Shizuku lowered his head and seemed to be thinking about something. Eaton didn't bother. Although he maintains a wait-and-see attitude towards Phantom Troop, he will not stop Shizuku from getting in touch with him. Eaton respects Shizuku's choice in this regard. After a moment, Shizuku looked up and said to Eaton, "Brother, I want to join them." Eaton didn't say anything inappropriate, but asked, "Can you tell me what you think?" In fact, Shizuku thought of many reasons, such as wanting to make money to support the Meteor Street Church, or she was bored at home and wanted to find something to do after Eaton and Nyan went on a trip. But looking into Eaton's eyes, Shizuku finally said seriously, "I want to become stronger, I want to prove myself." Menchi is very talented in food and can make delicious dishes for his brother, and Nyan can also use her ability, referring to divination, to help her brother. "I am the only one with no strengths, and I have never been able to help my brother. So I want to become stronger and prove that I can help my brother." This somewhat naive girl revealed her true feelings to Eaton for the first time. Eaton was very surprised. He had no idea that Shizuku joined the Phantom Troop to obtain money to support the Meteor Street Church. Unexpectedly, the real reason was for him. Eaton came to Shizuku and smiled softly. "Now that you have decided, go ahead and do it. If you encounter a problem that cannot be solved, just tell me and I will help you solve it." The young eagle must learn to fly on its own. Eaton knew she wouldn't grow at all if she kept Shizuku by her side. Shizuku's current strength has entered a bottleneck period. If he wants to continue to improve, he needs to constantly fight against others, and even experience life and death fights. The Sky Arena is not suitable for Shizuku. After all, it is an arena competition bound by rules. In a real battle, you use all possible means, and the enemy won't tell you any rules. So Eaton didn't object to Shizuku's decision. As for the series of consequences that will arise if Shizuku joins the Phantom Troop, as Eaton said, anything that can't be solved is settled by him. Eaton has no other hobbies. Apart from enjoying delicious food, he just likes to stand up for his own people. He is serious about protecting his shortcomings. Shizuku took 2 steps forward, took the initiative to hug Eaton and said, "Thank you for your support, brother." 0. Eaton ruffled Shizuku's hair and took the initiative to pull away without letting Shizuku hold him for too long. "There's nothing I can do about it, this girl is so well developed, he will react if she doesn't distance herself from her. No wonder Eaton is so sensitive. Speaking of which, he will be 40 years old in 2 years, but he is still a virgin prince. It is said that if a person is still a virgin at the age of 30, he will become a magician. He is now heading towards the direction of a great magician." Eaton put aside the strange thoughts in his mind, took out a few cards and handed them to Shizuku. These cards are all life-saving cards such as Fixed Point Teleportation, Healing Breath, and Archangel's Breath. Eaton was worried that Shizuku would be unsafe at home after he and Nyan went on a trip some time ago, so he made it for Shizuku's self-defense. "It's just right to take it out now. As long as you hold these cards, you will always be able to use them." Similar cards like Eaton have been shown in front of Shizuku and the others, and the cards also have usage methods and effects. So Eaton is not worried about Shizuku not being able to use it. In addition, Eaton also considered the possibility that Shizuku might lose the card due to forgetfulness. In order to prevent the card from falling into the hands of others, Eaton added some settings to the card. Only Shizuku can activate the card's effect. Shizuku didn't give in to this either. As Eaton said before, after years of getting along day and night, the relationship between the two has long been as close as brother and sister. But after Shizuku took the card, he politely said thank you to Eaton as usual. After giving the card, Eaton felt it was not safe enough. So he continued, "Shizuku, call out your protruding-eyed fish, and I'll save you a few more of my full blows." Shizuku blinked and said, "But, brother, you haven't used up what you saved before. That was 2 years ago." Eaton waved his hand and said, "My strength has increased a lot in the past 2 years, and now it's time to update it for you. Please release my previous attacks quickly." Shizuka's protruding eye fish is not like Eaton's stomach bag space that can be continuously expanded. Its capacity has a limit, especially in terms of accommodating telekinetic attacks. So Eaton wants Shizuka to release the attack he had saved before. Shizuka nodded obediently, summoned protruding eye fish, and controlled it to spit out the attack that Eaton had previously stored. Eaton. He casually opened his mouth of gluttony and collected his thoughts into the stomach space to avoid causing any damage to the manor. Then he began to accumulate telekinesis and prepare new attacks for Shizuku. Crollo looked on and nodded imperceptibly. The reason why he came to recruit Shizuka was because he liked Shizuka's Nen, which can absorb all kinds of things. It is simply the best choice for recovering treasures and covering up evidence. Now it seems that Shizuka's Nen can even absorb telekinesis attacks, which makes Shizuku even more important to Phantom Troop. While Crollo was thinking this, he suddenly felt a frightening feeling in his body. Looking up, he realized that this feeling actually came from Eaton's ready attack. Instinct told Crollo that even if he were in his prime, he would definitely die without a single body after being hit like this. Crollo was so shocked at Eaton's strength that he almost couldn't keep a calm expression on his face. Pakunoda and Shulnark on the side subconsciously used their mental energy to defend themselves. Even though they knew it wasn't an attack on them. Eaton didn't pay attention to their actions, and seriously struck 2 attacks into the mouth of the bulging-eyed fish before stopping. It's not that he doesn't want to save more, but Shizuka told him that protruding eye fish can't be installed anymore. Eaton and Shizuka explained, if you encounter an enemy that you really can't defeat, throw out my attack. Shizuka nodded repeatedly. Eaton explained this to Shizuka in front of Crollo, not without warning the other party and asking Crollo and others to pay more attention to Shizuku. The same goes for the attack stored in Shizuka's protruding eye fish before. The purpose is to intimidate Crollo and tell him that there is a strong man like him Eaton behind Shizuku. If anything goes wrong with Shizuku, he will definitely ask the Phantom Troop. Chapter 077. Crollo saw what Eaton was thinking. He suddenly felt that he was not recruiting new members for the brigade, but recruiting an ancestor back. And there is a powerful elder brother behind this ancestor. Crollo couldn't help but have some doubts about Shulnark's ability to gather intelligence. With Eaton's ridiculous strength, you told him that he was only a 2-star hunter, and a gourmet hunter at that? Then the strength of the 3-star hunter in the Hunter Association cannot be as high as the sky? This thought only lasted in Crollo's mind for a moment, and then he realized that Eaton's situation was just an exception. Eaton, young man, do you want to know more about Hunter Jin, the 2-star ruins? Crollo thought that when he went back, he would remind the other members of the brigade to respect the new member Shizuku. Otherwise, their brigade is likely to be downsized again. Eaton was like an old father facing his daughter who was about to leave, and he explained to Shizuku at length. Then he looked at Crollo and said, I will leave Shizuka to you, remember to take good care of her. Did Mr. Eaton misunderstand something? Crollo explained, our Phantom Troop is a very loose organization. Except for large-scale operations that require all members to gather, everyone is usually scattered around the world doing their own things. In fact, the last time they all gathered together was not long ago. It was also at that time that Phantom Troop met Silva, the contemporary head of the Zaldik family. The original number 8 in the brigade was killed at that time. Eaton looked at Crollo in silence, and the scene fell into an awkward silence. In the end, it was Nyan's laughter that broke the awkward scene. Ha 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 ha. No, Brother Eaton is so funny. Nyan laughed so hard that she slapped the back of the sofa crazily. This was the first time she had seen such a funny side of Brother Eaton. Ahem. Eaton coughed twice and pretended that nothing happened and said, it's okay. I just want to take Nyan on a trip. Shizuku is bored at home alone. You can take her to meet the other people in Phantom Troop. This, okay. Crollo only hesitated before agreeing to Eaton. They didn't do anything next, and it didn't matter if they brought one more Shizuku. What's more, Shizuku is not weak at all, so bringing her along will give him an extra level of combat power. In this way, Shizuka joined the Phantom Troop in order to improve his strength and prove himself. Eaton took Nyan on a new journey. As for the first stop, it was naturally the sky arena that had been planned for a long time. After so many years of practice, it's time to test Nyan's strength. Over the years, Nyan also developed a second Nyan. Named Mobile Phone Entering Destiny, it combines the capabilities of the operational system. The effect is to manifest a magical mobile phone, and the object photographed by the mobile phone will be judged by the person with the ability himself. If the strength of the subject being photographed, mainly judged based on the amount of energy, is weaker than the ability user himself, he will be controlled by the ability user through his mobile phone. In addition, the ability user himself can also check all the information of the controlled person through his mobile phone. Attention is everything. Including but not limited to personal information, interpersonal relationships, and even memories. Eaton felt perverted when he heard about this ability. Of course, such a powerful Nyan is not without limitations. Every time Nyan is activated, no matter whether it successfully controls the person or not, it will forcefully consume part of the mind energy. And using a mobile phone to check the information of the controlled person also requires a certain amount of mental energy. The more detailed the information you query, the more energy you need to consume. Especially when querying the other party's memory, the amount of mental energy required reaches a terrifying level. However, such restrictions are not a disadvantage at all to Nyan. Not to mention the telepathy medal provided by Eaton, Nyan does not need to worry too much about the amount of telepathy. What's more, Nyan is a genius in her own right. She has been practicing Nyan since she was 4 years old, and it has been 10 years now. During the 10 years, although Nyan was not 100% dedicated to Nyan practice, she was never lazy. Coupled with the food supplement menu created by Eaton, Nyang's current physical fitness is simply incredible. Especially in terms of mental energy, among her peers, only Menchi, who also enjoys food supplement treatment, can be compared with Shizuku. It can be said that apart from actual combat experience, Nyan is definitely a third-level ninja. If we look at the power of thought alone, Nyan can even reach the 4th level. One day, the sky arena reached the 200th floor. Eaton and Nyan walked side by side into the room prepared for Nyan in the sky arena. As soon as he entered the door, Nyan felt as if his bones had been taken away. He leaned on Eaton and said coquettishly, "Hi, I'm so tired after a battle." "Brother Eaton." Eaton looked at Nyan with a smile, knowing that she was not tired at all. Because of the battle just now, Nyan's opponent was inferior to her in every aspect. Nyan was killed by Nyan before the opponent could even force him out. And now Nyan is complaining that she is tired just because she wants Eaton to restore her condition. Eaton didn't expose this, and leaned closer to Nyan and breathed a sigh of relief. The ability of Lyoku Immortal Thief can essentially be divided into 2 steps. The first step is to seize the vitality of the world, that is, to decompose various nutrients and transform them into qi. The second step is to absorb them and turn them into qi. For personal use. In addition, the second step can also be applied to others. The thought energy decomposed by Lyoku Immortal Thief contains pure vitality, and only a small part can restore a person's physical strength. If the amount is sufficient, regeneration of severed limbs is not a problem. Eaton is currently using the thought energy decomposed by Lyoku Immortal Thief to help Nyan recover her physical strength. Nyan took a deep breath of Eaton's breath greedily. She was extremely fascinated by the silky feeling that penetrated her body, as if her whole body had become lighter. The physical strength just consumed was also restored. This is why Nyan is acting coquettishly towards Eaton even though she is not very tired. Ever since Eaton first used this method to restore Nyan's strength, Nyan had been obsessed with that feeling. After enjoying the refreshing feeling, Nyan obediently rubbed Eaton's shoulder. "Hey, thank you brother Eaton." Eaton rubbed Nyan's head and praised, "The performance in today's game was good. I have to say that Nyan's talent is indeed extraordinary. After only 4 battles in the Sky Arena, his fighting skills have caught up with Menchi who left the Sky Arena. In the first battle, Nyan was still a little confused, and even fell for the opponent's deliberate flaws. Although we won in the end, it was very difficult to win. In the second battle, Nyan began to gradually figure out his own fighting rhythm, and won the victory by relying on his unsophisticated actual combat experience. In the third battle, Nyang's fighting rhythm was already perfect. Not surprisingly, she also won this battle. As for the fourth game not long ago, they almost won the victory in a crushing manner. Such a performance can be described as more than just a good performance. However, in order to prevent this little girl from being overly proud, Eaton did not say too many words of praise. Nyan blinked and reminded, "There's more, there's more." Eaton smiled and said, "Don't worry, I promise you I won't forget the feast." He promised Nyan that he would personally cook and prepare a sumptuous meal for her after every competition. Okay. Long live brother Eaton. At dinner time, Eaton prepared a big meal for Nyan as expected. Moreover, the cuisine is northeastern cuisine, and the portions of each dish are very sufficient. At the dining table, Ni Wang was enjoying her meal. By the way, Ni marriage. Eaton served himself a bowl of pimple soup and asked casually, "How many more games do you plan to play in the Sky Arena next?" Eaton has no restrictions on the number of battles, as long as Nyan meets the standard in terms of combat experience accumulation. For now, Nyang has reached the standard. However, Eaton prefers Nyan to play 2 more games to consolidate. Nyang swallowed the stew in her mouth, thought for a moment and said, "I want to play 10 games. Eaton was a little surprised and asked, "Oh? Can you tell me why? I remember that you don't like fighting very much." "Because I find this kind of rules fighting quite fun, and I can see all kinds of Nyan." Nyan replied, "And I also want to see the strength of the owner of Sky Arena. In fact, there is another reason why Nyan wants to achieve better results than Shizuku and Menchi. Although they have a good relationship with each other, there is also competition. The 3 girls often compare each other on some things. Of course, it's not necessary to tell a winner, it's just a way for them to get along. This kind of competition is healthy and can promote their progress. That's okay." Eaton expressed support for Nyang's idea, but if you encounter an opponent you can't beat, don't force it. Although Eaton hopes that Nyan will fight more games to gain combat experience, he also doesn't want Nyan to force himself because of this. Nyan nodded obediently, "I understand." While the two were talking, the TV content on the side suddenly caught Eaton's attention. On TV, Netero appears among them. The old man still wore the same martial arts uniform, as if he only had this set of clothes. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature and no second in military power. I believe that there are many people in this world who are striving for their own goals. Netero rarely said in a serious tone, "To inspire you, I, the recognized world number 1, am here to select the top 5 in the world. I will announce the list of the top 5 powerful people in the world. The first is me. I believe everyone has no objections. Then there is Porter Gigante of the Hunter Association. As one of the few 3-star terrorist hunters who is also a prosecutor and military analyst, I think he is qualified to occupy a spot. Next is Kim Freaks, who is also a colleague of Porter White. He has made achievements in many fields such as exploring the world's ancient ruins, fighting criminals, and biological investigations. He is a genius of the younger generation. Then there is Zeno Zaldik. As a member of the world's number 1 killer family and the father of the contemporary Zaldik family head, his strength is not inferior to me in any way. Lastly, there is Hunter Eaton, the new 2-star gourmet in the Hunter Association. I believe most people will be familiar with him, especially people from the Azuma Federation. After all, he is the pioneer of smartphones, and he is also the one who restored and perfected the ancient dietary therapy technology of the Azuma Federation. And his strength was also recognized by Jin. Eaton sorted out his own technology for making smartphones 2 years ago and gave it to Wright. Let Wright's scientific research team develop a mature smartphone based on this technology. Then Eaton's vibranium metal materials company transformed and became the world's first smartphone company. Zhao Zhao's, and Eaton also gained the title of the pioneer of smartphones, and his wealth doubled as a result. Finally, Netero concluded, "The above are the 5 strongest people in the world selected by me, and the 5 are ranked in no particular order. If you have doubts about their strength, you are welcome to challenge them." Eaton. Damn it, why doesn't he know that he was selected as one of the 5 strongest people in the world? Eaton has reason to suspect that the so-called top 5 in the world were selected unilaterally by Netero, a bad old man, without asking other people's opinions at all. This is indeed something Netero can do. After all, the so-called 5 powerful men in the world seem to be just names and have no substantial power. Eaton took out his mobile phone and checked the official website of the Hunter Association, and found that there was indeed no selection activity. There is only one article published directly by Netero, results of the selection of the world's top 5 nin. Eaton clicked in and took a look. The staff was still the same 5 people, but the article on the official website of the Hunter Association was more detailed than what Netero said on TV. The main reason is that the Hunter Association is full of nin people, so there is no need to cover up nin people's affairs. Even the title of the article directly reads the 5 greatest men in the world. The main idea of the article is that in order to stimulate the enthusiasm of all nin people in the world to work hard and make progress, Netero has selected a list of the top 5 nin people in the world. The purpose is to set a benchmark for progress for all the talented people in the world. Chapter 078. Eaton thinks it's not that simple. Netero's creation of the world's top 5 nin users not only sets a benchmark for nin users around the world, but may also recruit new members for the Hunter Association. After all, 4 of the 5 great Nephiles are members of the Hunter Association. This is like showing the world how powerful the Hunter Association is. In this way, people will be attracted regardless of whether they are nin or not, and more people will definitely sign up to take the Hunter exam. As long as someone passes the exam, there will be new blood in the Hunter Association. Reminiscing that no one has passed the Hunter exam in recent years, the more Eaton thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Then again, in the original book, only one Jin was explicitly mentioned among the 5 greatest nemesis in the world. Eaton was curious as to whose position he was taking his place. Could it be Byand, the son of Netero's bad old man? Or maybe it's Mahazaldik who went to the Dark Continent with Netero. Eaton guesses the last of the 5 great nemesis in the original world. Nyan on the side also saw the TV content, and she exclaimed, "Wow! Brother Eaton, you have become one of the 5 strongest people in the world." However, she did not see a happy expression on Eaton's face, but a gloomy expression. Nyan couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with Brother Eaton? Is there anything wrong with the 5 strongest men in the world?" "Of course there is a problem." Eaton asked rhetorically, if someone has objections to the top 5 in the world selected by Netero, or if someone wants to challenge the top 5 in the world, who are they most likely to challenge? Nyan thought for a moment. As Netero is recognized as the number 1 in the world, there must not be many people who would want to challenge him. Porter Bai and Jin are both strong men who have been famous in the world for a long time. Their strength is obvious to all, so the title of the world's top 5 strong men will not have a great impact on them. Not to mention Zeno, as a member of the world's number 1 killer family, not many people would be stupid enough to risk their lives to challenge him. So the answer is clear. Once the list of the world's top 5 was announced, it had the greatest impact on Eaton. Because Eaton is not like Porter White and Gold, most of his achievements do not reflect his ability. Among the 5, he is the one most likely to be questioned. It is conceivable that many people will flock to Eaton to challenge him. Wanting to understand this, Nyan pursed her lips and said with a smile, "It seems that Brother Eaton will not be able to take any time off in the next period of time." Nyang smiled a little gloatingly, but she was not worried about Eaton's safety. Growing up, the image of Eaton in her eyes was that he was omnipotent, and being a mere challenger was no problem at all. Eaton rolled his eyes angrily at Nyang's attitude towards the show. "Yes, I will be very busy next time. I may not even have time to cook myself." Ni Wang was immediately alert after hearing this. "This is not possible. Then won't she not be able to eat delicious food?" Nyan patted her chest and assured, "It's okay, leave those trash fish to me. I will never let them delay Brother Eaton's cooking time." Eaton looked at her with a smile, but did not reveal her little thoughts. "Okay, I'll leave those trash fish to you." After some conversation, dinner time was over and Eaton returned to his room. He took out his mobile phone and dialed Jin's number, preparing to settle the score with Jin. Eaton can guarantee that he is among the top 5 talented people in the world, and he is absolutely inseparable from Jin. After all, Netero mentioned on TV that Eaton's strength was recognized by Kim. As for why not settle the score with Netero? This old man has lived for more than 100 years, has more thoughts than the hair he has lost, and is still indifferent. There is no point in trying to settle accounts with him. Most of the time, the old man will deal with it. So instead of looking for Netero, it is better to look for gold. In comparison, this guy is much easier to deal with. The call was quickly connected, and Jin's voice came from the other side. Hey, Eaton, what do you want from me? Eaton asked angrily, what do you think I want to see you for? How would I know if you don't tell me? In fact, Jin probably knew Eaton's purpose, but he was pretending to be confused. Eaton said bluntly, aren't you going to explain why the top 5 Nin people in the world have my name? Huh? What are the top 5 Nephiles in the world? Is there such a thing? I've been conquering a new ancient ruins recently, and I don't know much about the outside world. Jin was still pretending to be confused. If Eaton hadn't found out that Jin's mobile phone was located in a big city in Cajun, he almost believed Jin's lies. Oh? Since you don't know, then I have to go to Whale Island to bring Gon over to discuss the mine with you. No, 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 no. Jin quickly stopped him and said, it's not okay for me to admit, this matter does have something to do with me. The corners of Eaton's mouth raised slightly. Look, it's not too easy to deal with this guy. Just say help Gon and let the father and son meet. Eaton asked, explain, what is going on? The thing is like this. Jin explained, President Netero told me that he wanted to select the world's top 5 Nin. He asked me if I had ever encountered any evenly matched opponents, so I reported your name. Eaton thought to himself that this matter was indeed related to Jin, and he asked how Netero suddenly pulled him into the list of the top 5 Nin in the world. Jin continued, it seems that President Netero did not ask for your opinion. With Jin's intelligence, it is not difficult to guess this. Eaton confirmed Kim's guess, that's right. Jin smiled and comforted, ha 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 ha, it's okay. He also didn't ask for my opinion much. I guess the same goes for other people. It's obvious that Kim also knows Netero's style of doing things. Eaton said quietly, the problem is, I didn't know about it until the old man announced the list of the top 5 nemesis. And you still had advance notice. Don't worry about these details. You don't care about the reputation anyway. I really don't care about reputation, but I do care about the trouble that reputation brings. In any case, this matter has to do with you. Isn't it too much for me to ask you for some compensation? Tell me first what kind of compensation you want. I don't want more. 1 water glass plant, 3 colored eggs and 10 white fires are not too much, right? Jin Hoxuan spit out a mouthful of old blood. Good guy, all 3 of them are from the 7 beauties. Isn't this too much? But now I'm being taken advantage of. Then I'll bring Gon over and talk to you face to face. Jin yelled angrily, you guy, don't you have anything else to say except threatening me with my son? Eaton put the phone away from his ear and said calmly, oh, then I will ask my news company to write a news about Greed Island, saying that Greed Island is a death game and calling on everyone not to play it. Eaton said that he could still get the gold easily by changing the method. As someone who has experienced the era of information explosion, Eaton naturally knows the importance of fishing boats. After the transformation of his company, he began to ask Yeshi to start the development of smartphone-related industries, including but not limited to hardware research and development, software development, new media operations, etc. The original metal materials company has now developed into a behemoth covering multiple fields. Damn it! I promise you it will be okay. Jin gritted his teeth and agreed to Eaton's terms. But then again, what do you want, beef, to suddenly be interested in the 7 beauties in the world? Eaton replied, I'm just curious about what they taste like. Among the 3 beauties he proposed, Shui Li Yulai is a vine that grows on the shoulders of dormant volcanoes that are frozen all year round. Due to the large amount of absorption of certain sulfur-containing compounds, the anthocyanins are lost and the whole plant is transparent and has an ore-like luster. Colored eggs have also been mentioned before, they are the eggs of a kind of mind beast. The white fire is a kind of fish that grows in the deep sea of the two poles. The whole body of this fish is flammable, and it will produce a beautiful white flame when ignited. It is said to be whiter than anything else in the world today. 3 of the 7 beauties are either animals or plants, and Eaton has long wanted to try how they taste. But he was too lazy to search all over the world, so he simply took this opportunity to ask Jin to help collect it. When he talked about food, Jin's eyes lit up and saliva was secreting from his mouth. He has tasted Eaton's cooking before, and it is a rare delicacy in the world. Now that Eaton is cooking with the 7 beauties of the world, it's hard to imagine how delicious the dishes will be. So Jin asked, can you share it with me when it's ready? Eaton replied, yes, but you need to bring your own ingredients. Your share is not included in the quantity I need. And don't blame me if something goes wrong with the food. After all, no one had eaten these worldly beauties before, and Eaton didn't know if they were edible. There will definitely be no problem if he eats it by himself. With Tuntun fruit and Lyoku immortal thieves around, he has long been immune to all poisons. But this is not necessarily the case for ordinary people. Not to mention whether deep-sea fish like white fire will burn in the stomach after being eaten, whether water glass is edible is still open to question. Although leeks, onions, garlic, green onions, and other vegetables all contain sulfide, the sulfide content of water glass is significantly richer. After all, it is a plant that grows on the shoulders of dormant volcanoes that are frozen all year round. What's more, Eaton is not sure whether the sulfide contained in water glass is edible. No problem. Jin agreed, as long as he had his share. He was going to collect it anyway, so it wouldn't be a problem to bring an extra copy. As for whether there will be any problems with eating? Just kidding, he is one of the top 5 talented people in the world, but he is still afraid of a small piece of food? Soon after, Kim, who transformed into Splatoon after tasting the food related to the world's 3 most beautiful women made by Eaton, said that he wanted to take back what he said at this time. Who would have thought that the effect of white-fired fish meat is actually an enhanced version of oily fish? No typo, interested friends can check it out. Even Jin, who is a nun, can't withstand its effect. But that's all for another day. Okay, let's leave it at that for now. Eaton excused himself and prepared to hang up the phone. Okay, I wish you a happy life in the future. Jin said this with a bit of schadenfreude, obviously he also guessed what Eaton was about to face. Climb. Who do you think is responsible for my current situation? Eaton hung up the phone angrily, and even planned to add 2 drops of super croton essence extract to the dishes he would cook for Kim later. In a big city in the Cajun Empire, King Kong put away his mobile phone and suddenly sneezed. Eaton must be talking bad about me again. Jin rubbed his nose and muttered, oh, I still have to find 3 of the 7 beauties in the world for him. Ming. The biggest responsibility for this matter lies with President Netero. But King laughed again when he thought about how Eaton would face a large number of challengers. It looks like Eaton will be busy next time. Jin decided to speed up his collection of beauties from around the world, and maybe he could catch up to watch Eaton face the challenger. The camera returns to Eaton. After hanging up the phone, Eaton was still a little angry. Netero, this bad old man, has created such a big trouble for himself, and he must find an opportunity to repay this grudge. Eaton made another note for Netero in his notebook, and then decided to go for a walk to cool off. As a result, I met the staff of Sky Arena as soon as I went out, and this staff member Eaton also knew. It was the lady with lazy eyes who greeted Eaton when he reached the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. Eaton remembered that her name was Jasmine, and she was also a command energy shield. After all, working as a receptionist on the 200th floor is still risky, so it's not surprising that she mastered Nyan. I haven't seen her for nearly 10 years, but I didn't expect that she would still look like she was in her prime. I think Jasmine, like Biscuit, uses her mind energy to maintain her appearance. Eaton could tell that Jasmine was here to see him, so he asked directly, Miss Jasmine, what can I do? Jasmine was a little surprised and said, I didn't expect Mr. Eaton to still remember me. You must know that she only remembered this person she had received 10 years ago after receiving the task given to her by the above and obtaining Eaton's information. After all, she has hosted countless people over the years, and it is impossible to remember everyone. What makes Jasmine sigh is that in less than 10 years, Eaton has grown into one of the top 5 Nin people in the world. Chapter 079. I've always had a good memory. Eaton repeated the question just now. Miss Jasmine hasn't said anything about what you want to see me for. Jasmine said, that's it. Sky Arena is interested in cooperating with Mr. Eaton. I wonder if Mr. Eaton is free to discuss the content of the cooperation. After Eaton pondered for a moment, he agreed. Can. Nothing happened, and he was also curious about what Sky Arena wanted him to cooperate with. This way, Mr. Eaton. The corridor was obviously not a good place for negotiation. Under the leadership of Jasmine, Eaton came to an empty player room. The place was temporarily decorated to entertain guests, and refreshments and the like were all available. Eaton casually complained, "Don't you have a special place to entertain guests in your Sky Arena?" Jasmine said apologetically, "Sorry, since the cooperation is a temporary decision made by the top management, we can only make temporary arrangements." Thinking about it carefully, who would choose to work with someone at night? Only a spur-of-the-moment idea would appear so hasty. Eaton looked around, frowned and asked, "Aren't your senior executives here yet?" He has been sitting here for a while, but no one has come yet. Is this the attitude of Sky Arena when it comes to finding people to cooperate with? There is no sincerity at all. Jasmine explained, "Actually, I am also one of the top executives of Sky Arena. I am responsible for negotiating with you for this cooperation." Eaton's face was full of confusion. "Huh? But aren't you the receptionist on the 200th floor of Sky Arena?" Jasmine said, "Receiving contestants is just my hobby. In fact, I am also one of the directors of Sky Arena." Eaton said in his heart, "Good guy, he is just playing the role of a sweeper." "Okay, so what does Sky Arena want me to cooperate with?" Eaton said straight to the point. Jasmine said, "Mr. Eaton must have also seen the list of the world's top 5 powerhouses announced by President Netero of the Hunter Association, right?" Eaton nodded. Jasmine continued, "Mr. Eaton is also on the list, and there will definitely be many people challenging Mr. Eaton. We plan to cooperate with Mr. Eaton and set up a special ring for Mr. Eaton to provide a fighting venue." Eaton raised his eyebrows and asked, "Oh? What benefits can I get?" Jasmine said, "This arena will be set up on the 200th floor, which can filter out those challengers who are not Nin, and filter out unnecessary challenges for Mr. Eaton." Although Jasmine pretended to be good for him, Eaton was not stupid. Sky Arena is not in the charity business, so it must be profitable for them to do so. To put it bluntly, they just want to make money by taking advantage of the popularity of the 5 strongest players in the Eaton world. If Eaton agrees to them, Sky Arena will be able to make a fortune just from the broadcast of each game. Not to mention that Sky Arena games also feature gambling. As a bookmaker, unless Eaton loses unexpectedly, Sky Arena will definitely make a lot of money. Eaton asked thoughtfully, "Is there anything else?" Jasmine nodded and said, "Of course, the income generated during the cooperation period will be divided between Sky Arena and Mr. Eaton. Mr. Eaton will be divided into 3 parts." Eaton was a little surprised. He thought it was the opponent who got 7 and he got 3, but he didn't expect Sky Arena to be so sincere. In fact, Sky Arena is not stupid. As they specialize in competitive fighting, they understand the value of Netero, the world's #1, better than ordinary people. The person who can be recognized by him as one of the 5 strongest people in the world must be very powerful. It is true that they want to use Eaton's fame to make money, but they also do not want to offend Eaton, who is recognized by Netero as one of the top 5 powerful people in the world. So the terms they offered Eaton were sincere. Eaton weighed the pros and cons. In fact, he doesn't care much about how much money he can make from this cooperation. No matter how much they make, they won't make as much as Eaton's company. After all, Eaton created the smartphone era. As a leader of the era, his wealth has already been immeasurable. Of course, although he doesn't care very much, it doesn't mean that the other party can't give it. Eaton is quite satisfied with the conditions provided by Sky Arena. In addition to holding the ring, he can gain a lot of wealth without doing anything. This doesn't hurt Eaton, and it also allows Sky Arena's tier mechanism to filter out non-Nyan challengers. No matter how you think about it, it is a matter of great benefit and no harm. With this in mind, Eaton was ready to agree to this cooperation. I can agree to this cooperation, but I have a request. Seeing that things went so smoothly, Jasmine said with a little joy. Mr. Eaton said it clearly. Since you can find me, you should know who I came with, right? My request is also very simple. After those challengers reach level 200, if they are non-Nyan people, just arrange for them to fight against Nyan people. If they are Nyan, let them fight with Nyang first. I trained Nyang. If they can't even defeat Nyang, then they shouldn't challenge me. They don't have the qualifications. At this time, Nyan didn't know that her Eaton chef gave her a little more strength in the subsequent battle. Jasmine, this. Jasmine was somewhat embarrassed by Eaton's request. The requirements in the first half are okay, after all, non-Nyan people are not qualified to challenge Eaton. But the requirements in the second half made it more difficult for her. She also had some idea of Nyang's strength, and she was already at an above-average level among Nyan people. If you have to defeat her to fight Eaton, Eaton probably won't have a chance to appear for a long time. The original intention of Sky Arena was to use Eaton's fame to attract more people to participate in the competition. If Eaton never plays, wouldn't it be said that Sky Arena is falsely promoting the game and selling it like another? Eaton saw Jasmine's dilemma. He added, well, I can't fight every challenger. You select the strongest challenger at the end of each month, and I will have a fight with the opponent at the beginning of the second month. What do you think? As Eaton said, he can't always stay in the Sky Arena and wait for someone to challenge him. Nyan will be promoted to the host after playing a few more games. After Nyan completes her goal, Eaton will definitely take her away. After all, he promised to take Nyan around the world. Sky Arena song was one of the stops. So Eaton simply took the initiative and let the challengers choose the strongest one like Yanggu. And he only needs to come back every month to play a game with the selected strongest. Jasmine happily agreed to Eaton's proposal. This was pretty much what she expected. As one of the top 5 strongest men in the world, Eaton must be strong. Therefore, it is impossible to fight frequently, and of course it will not work if it does not appear for a long time. The 1-month interval is just right, which allows Sky Arena to have enough time to promote, but will not dampen the enthusiasm of the audience because Eaton will not appear for too long. That's actually a good idea. Jasmine suggested, then Mr. Eaton, let's sign the contract. As she said that, she didn't know where to take out the 2 contracts. Eaton took it and flipped through it, finding that the text above was exactly what they had just negotiated. Take a closer look, good guy. This turned out to be a contract that Nyan had revealed. No wonder Sky Arena sent Jasmine to negotiate with him. If he guessed correctly, once the 2 parties sign a contract, it will have an effect similar to restrictions and oaths. If either party breaches the contract, the other party will have to pay a corresponding price. Of course, since this is Jasmine's Nyan, she must have the advantage as a cold ability holder. After all, there is no absolutely fair contract in this world. Perhaps out of sincerity, Jasmine explained the 2 contracts to Eaton. Sure enough, as Eaton guessed, it has an effect similar to restraint and oath. As for whether Jasmine was hiding something, Eaton didn't know. However, he is not worried about this. With the ability to swallow fruits, he can terminate this contract at any time just like Chu Nyan. So after confirming that the contract was correct, Eaton decisively signed it. The contract is valid for 2 years, which is just within Eaton's acceptance range. 2 years is probably just enough to wear off the enthusiasm of the world's top 5 powerhouses. 0 Flowers requested 00. It seems that Sky Arena is also good at time control. Jasmine took over a contract from Eaton and said with a smile, "Thank you Mr. Eaton for your support of Sky Arena." After signing the contract and chatting for a while, Jasmine said goodbye. It's not too early. I have to inform other senior executives about the cooperation, so I won't disturb Mr. Eaton's rest. The next day, perhaps to make up for the haste in last night's negotiation, or to provide Eaton with better service, Jasmine changed the personal lounges in the Sky Arena for Eaton and Nyan. The original standard room was replaced by a luxurious lounge comparable to the presidential suite of a five-star hotel. It is said that this is a treatment that owners of buildings above 200 floors may not have. Eaton doesn't know what kind of treatment the landlords above the 200th floor receive, but since Sky Arena has arranged it, he will enjoy it. At the same time, advertisements for Sky Arena were spread all over the internet. Anyone with a smartphone can see the promotion of Sky Arena on various software. Even major TV stations are placing advertisements in Sky Arena. As for the content of the advertisement, it is naturally the news that Eaton will take the ring at the Sky Arena to accept the challenge. As a person involved, Eaton also paid a little attention to the news on the internet. 0. Boy, what a title there is! What about shocking? He became one of the top 5 strongest people in the world because, and returning from 10 years of hard training in the Sky Arena to become the strongest in the world, and even do you want to truly live? Want to understand what is the meaning of life? Here are the answers you want. The titles are more outrageous than the last. For a moment, Eaton almost thought that some fellow time traveler had taken up journalism in this world. Eaton browsed through it roughly, but fortunately there was nothing outrageous like secrets that have to be told among the 5 powerful people in the world. Otherwise, he would have promoted the Sky Arena immediately. Not to mention anything else, although Sky Arena has invested a lot of money in this wave of promotion, the subsequent audiences from all over the world alone can make them recoup their money. In previous years, the number of visitors to the Sky Arena was around 1 billion, with more than 4,000 challengers registering for competitions every day. After this wave of publicity, more than 100,000 people came to the Sky Arena to sign up for the game this morning alone. The number is 4,000. It is estimated that the number of visitors to Sky Arena will start at least 5 billion in the next 2 years. But then again, Eaton suddenly thought of a question. Netero announced the list of the world's top 5 players in order to attract more people to join the Hunter Association and add fresh blood to the Hunter Association. But after such publicity from Sky Arena, regardless of whether they are Nin or not, as long as they are interested in the title of the world's top 5 powerhouses, they all come to the Sky Arena. So can we still recruit people for the Hunter exam in the next 2 years? Eaton thought about it carefully. Although the original book did not mention whether any newcomers passed the Hunter exam during the 2 years of 1997 and 1998, there is a high probability that there was not. Let's not mention the Hunter exam in 1997. If Eaton remembers correctly, Hisoka took the 1998 Hunter exam. This apple farmer and toilet war god killed all the examiners during the exam. Therefore, 80% of the candidates will not be qualified in this exam. In the 1999 Hunter exam, which was the exam Gon took, Netero was mentioned. There will be about 10 years when no newbies pass, and then suddenly there will be a bunch of young people who are very promising to pass the Hunter exam. Netero experienced this kind of talent blowout situation 4 times during his tenure as president of the Hunter Association. It is estimated that no newcomer will be able to pass the Hunter exam in the next 2 years. In other words, the 5 powerful men in the world created by Netero have no effect except causing some trouble for the 5 people. Oh no, the only one who is really in trouble is Eaton. After all, among the 5, only Eaton's strength has not been recognized by the public. Thinking of this, Eaton added an extra 0 to Netero in his small notebook that held a grudge. Chapter 080. Eaton's partnership with Sky Arena inadvertently disrupted Netero's plans. In a sense, Eaton can be regarded as a small revenge on Netero. I don't know how the old man will feel when he learns about this. At this time, Nyan ran in from the door excitedly. Sky Arena changed Eaton's apartment early in the morning, and this little girl just ran to check out the environment of each room in the suite. Brother Eaton, you haven't told me why Sky Arena suddenly changed our rooms. Eaton didn't explain and turned on the TV in the lobby. What was reported above was the news that Eaton, one of the 5 strongest men in the world, set up a ring in the Sky Arena and invited martial arts masters from all over the world to challenge. Nyan exclaimed, "Wow! When did this happen? Brother Eaton, why didn't you tell me?" Eaton shrugged his shoulders and said, "I only reached a cooperation with Sky Arena last night. When I went back, I found that you were already sleeping, so I thought I would tell you the next day. I didn't expect Sky Arena to move so quickly, and the news spread throughout the world this morning." Hearing this, Ni Wang seemed to suddenly think of something. She frowned and asked, "If Brother Eaton wants to compete in the Sky Arena, wouldn't we have to stay here for a long time?" Nyan is still thinking about finishing the remaining games quickly and continuing to travel with Eaton after being promoted to host. "That won't happen," Eaton explained, "I fight once a month and I'm not here forever." "Okay. 000 Nyan cheered, "Then let's leave next month. It happens to be the beginning of the month now. With the current traffic volume in Sky Arena, 1 month is enough for Nyan to finish the remaining games and be promoted to the host." "Okay." Eaton naturally has no objection. Anyway, he only needs to play 1 game at the beginning of each month, and he can leave anytime except that day. Time flew by and it was a month in a blink of an eye. During this month, countless killers, martial artists, nuns, etc. flocked to the Sky Arena. Some of these people have doubts about the top 5 powerhouses in the world selected by Netero, some want to replace Eaton as one of the new top 5 powerhouses in the world, and some even simply want to fight Eaton. Although their goals are different, they all ultimately want to compete with Eaton. It's a pity that only one person can fight Eaton in the end. Sky Arena has clearly announced the rules for challenging Eaton. Only those who win the most games on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena every month are eligible to challenge Eaton, even the owners of the 200th floor and above are no exception. In some ways, Sky Arena has more confidence in Eaton than Eaton himself. They seemed to believe that Eaton would never lose, and directly provided Eaton with the treatment that only the owners of the 251st floor would receive. You must know that the 251st floor is where only the final winner of the biennial fighting tournament is eligible to stay. The Sky Arena seemed to regard Eaton as the final winner of the fighting tournament. Eaton doesn't know if they are overconfident or if they are really sure about this. Although he himself also has that confidence. Of course, among so many challengers, not all of them will follow the rules and compete for the opportunity to challenge Eaton. During this month, many people came directly to his door and wanted to compete with Eaton in private. In this regard, Eaton will patiently persuade others to follow the rules when he is in a good mood. When you are in a bad mood, just grab the other person's head and knock it on the ground 3 times. After that, the other person will usually give in. Ms. Shen, he gives you a thumbs up. During this month, Netero called Eaton and said that he had a task to teach him. But Eaton declined, citing lack of time. Are you kidding? Do you really think he doesn't know that Netero has ulterior motives? This old man must have wanted to cause some more trouble for Eaton, in order to get revenge on Eaton for ruining his original plan. But Eaton always felt that things were not that simple. Because Netero's reaction after he refused the mission was too bland. It was as if the other party had anticipated this and had no intention of persuading Eaton to accept the mission. So Eaton suspects Netero has some other tricks up its sleeve. And it turns out that Eaton was right. When he got the information from Jasmine about the challengers who were qualified to challenge him at the beginning of the month, the corners of Eaton's mouth couldn't stop twitching. The name of the challenger was written on the document Chen Badabai. If anything, Eaton was just skeptical when he saw the name. When he saw the photo on the profile, Eaton was already sure that this was Potter White. In addition to being a 3-star terrorist hunter, prosecutor, and military analyst, Porter is also the Qianlong among the 12 earthly branches of the Hunter Association. As the man closest to Netero in reputation and strength in the Hunter Association, Eaton knew him even though he was not acquainted with him. Eaton hasn't paid much attention to the battle on the 200th floor this month. Otherwise he should have discovered Potter White's existence long ago. Speaking of which, not many people would dare to believe that Potter White, one of the 5 strongest men in the world, would dress up in disguise and come to challenge him. Eaton doesn't believe that there is no Netero behind this. After all, Potter White is a well-known straight man among the 12 earthly branches, so dressing up in disguise or even changing his name is completely inconsistent with his behavior. Eaton said that Netero would not just give up. Unexpectedly, the old man sent Potter over for free. It looks like there is a tough battle coming next. Eaton sighed and threw the information in his hand aside. If the opponent is Potter White, then the information provided by Sky Arena will be of little use. Eaton plans to seek internal help. He took out his mobile phone and dialed Ikshamp's number. Because of Ihamp's reticent habit, Eaton made the video call. Soon, Ikshamp's distinctive panda head appeared on the mobile phone screen. He raised the notebook in his hand and wrote what he wanted to say on it. "Eaton, what do you want from me? It seems like you haven't come to see me for a while. Do you want to play games together?" Eaton replied, "I do have something to do with you. Let's just play games. I'm not free recently. I'll play with you when I'm free." Ikshamp turned the pages of the book in his hand. "Okay, then what do you want to see me for?" Eaton asked, "I wonder if you can help me find information about Potter White? Just have information about his Nyan and combat." Ikshamp turned the page again. "Potter White? Why do you suddenly want his information?" Eaton explained, "You should know that I set up a ring in the Sky Arena to accept the challenge, right? Potter White is this month's challenger." Ikshamp's hand while turning the page paused. He did know about Eaton's acceptance of the challenge. After all, there was overwhelming publicity about Sky Arena, and Ikshamp, who lives in the online world, also received relevant news. Unexpectedly, Eaton's first battle would be against Potter White, who is also one of the top 5 Nyan in the world. It was rare for Ihamp to become interested in things in the real world, and he planned to watch the match between Eaton and Potter White when the time came. "Wait a moment, I will search and sort it out and send it to you." "Okay, thank you." "You're welcome, that's it, hang up now." Not long after hanging up the phone, Ikshamp sent Potter White's information. There is also a note on it saying "Come on for the game." Looking at the information sent by Ihamp, Eaton couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. This guy is still so full of action. Although Eaton only asked for information about Potter White and combat. But Ihamp seemed to be afraid that Eaton didn't know enough about his opponent, so he directly sent him all the relevant information about Potter White that he could collect. Including the video, it's dozens of gigabytes in size. Eaton first clicked on the video, most of which showed Potter chasing down terrorists. It is not difficult to see from the battle in the video that Potter White's fighting was perfect in terms of his use of Nyan Chi, the strength of Nyan Chi, and his grasp of the timing of the battle. Among the people Eaton knew, Potter White was definitely one of the top ones. Watching the video of Potter White's battle, Eaton rarely became excited. 0. It's been a long time since he had a hearty battle. Eaton suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued to read the relevant information about Potter White. Ihamp was unable to collect complete information about the Nyan of Potter White. The data only records that Potter White's Nyan is related to vibration and belongs to enhancer and transmutter. Specific information is unknown. After all, no one will disclose all their Nyan information, so they will be easily targeted by enemies. Of course, except for a certain fruit farmer who kept introducing himself as Nyan during the battle. Although he didn't know exactly what Potter White's Nyan was, Eaton had a general idea of the opponent's fighting style through video recordings. It has the potential of great opening and closing, but also conceals the stability of steady steps. A rare opponent indeed. Eaton spent the next few days studying footage of the battle at Porter's Pass. After all, only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. As one of the 5 most talented people in the world, Potter White deserves Eaton's attention. Time soon came to the day of the duel. Sky Arena specially vacated the entire 200th floor for this game, and even other games originally scheduled for that day were postponed to the next day. It was still some time before the game started, and the entire auditorium was already packed. Sky Arena made a huge profit just from selling tickets. It is said that in order to grab a front row seat, some people offered astronomical prices of hundreds of millions or tens of millions. I don't know what they are planning. This is not a concert, but a competitive showdown. Sitting in the front row is actually dangerous. If you are not careful, you may be involved in the fighting. The battle between Hisoka and Crollo occurred in the original work, and Crollo used Nyan to control the audience to attack Hisoka. Hopefully the audience sitting in the front row will not be affected this time. In addition, those who were interested in fighting events but could not come to the scene due to various reasons also stayed in front of the TV early. Many TV stations have reached cooperation with Sky Arena and will broadcast this game. Eaton also dispatched the company's live broadcast department to conduct live broadcasts. Anyone with a smartphone can watch the game on the live broadcast software. It can be said that the impact of this event is comparable to the World Cup before Eaton traveled through. No, it should be said that its influence has surpassed the World Cup. After all, the world is a world of martial arts and extraordinary power. Sky Arena itself has considerable influence in this world. Nowadays, coupled with the names of the top 5 players in the world, the popularity of this game has been pushed to an unprecedented height of 1.9. Especially those who know who Eaton's opponent is, they are paying close attention to this game. As time goes by, the game is about to begin. The host appeared on the commentary stage and mobilized the audience's enthusiasm. It is worth mentioning that the host of this game is very familiar with Eaton. It is Miss Jasmine, who has met Eaton several times. Eaton was dumbfounded when he saw her backstage. Unexpectedly, this young lady has quite a wide range of interests. In addition to being a receptionist, she is also a part-time host, and she looks quite professional. At least the audience's enthusiasm was completely mobilized by her. Now we invite our Eaton players and Chen Badabai to enter. After hearing Jasmine's entrance prompt, Eaton stood up and walked towards the ring. "Brother Eaton, come on." As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Eaton heard the cheers from Nyan in the audience. Not that Eaton's hearing was good enough to distinguish Nyan's voice among thousands of others. It's because Nyan even used her mind energy to attach her vocal cords in order to make Eaton hear her. As a result, almost the entire venue heard Nyan's cheers. The audience near Nyan even had tinnitus from this cheer. People nearby wanted to curse who was so incompetent, but they turned out to be Nyan, a new building owner above the 200th floor. So they all stopped thinking about swearing. Eaton nodded in the direction of Nyan, and then turned his attention to Potter White opposite.